Chapter 28, New Alliances Part 2. Welcome back everyone. I just want to say one thing before we begin. I try and keep politics out of my writing and in as much as possible. For me, writing and reading is a chance to escape. But times like these it's hard not to say something. All I'm going to say is please keep everyone in your thoughts and well wishes. And may we reach a quick resolution to the terrible situation that is happening right now. That said, let's get to the chapter. So just as a heads up, the next few chapters are going to include several time skips. The reasoning for this is because we are now 28 chapters and 600k words in, and we still haven't reached the beginning of the books. So I'm going to be advancing my pacing just a slight bit. Also, I'm not going to be following the books verbatim. This story will hit along several of the same plot points, but do not necessarily expect them to happen in the same time frame as they did in the books or show. Shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin. I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. And as always, thank you to everyone who has alerted, favorited, or reviewed this story. Your continued support is what keeps me going on this. So thank you, all of you. Chapter 28. The room was silent, as was most of Castle Black as the sun had yet to rise above the horizon. But despite the quiet and the hour, the sole occupant of the room within the King's Tower of Castle Black was far from asleep. Sitting at the sole table in the room, Alum Knox was idly drumming his fingers against the surface of the table while staring sightlessly at the prizes Rob had brought back from his trial at the night fort. The armor that Rob had brought back had been pieced together and laid out on the table as if it were a puzzle. The only piece missing being the Kyber crystal that had been in the chest piece, which Knox had removed the moment he was alone with it so that he could repurpose the crystal. But the crystal wasn't what had him so contemplative. After all, John had found a crystal of his own in Valeria. So, it wasn't strange that Rob had found one of his own. No. What was strange was the armor itself. A type of armor that certainly did not belong in Westeros, or on this world at all for that matter. And then there was the tablet. He would have to ask Rob for more information, but Knox could recognize a Force runic array anywhere. The only question was, what was the array's purpose? He was abruptly forced out of his musings as he felt the imminent arrival of his apprentices and Ned as the trio arrived just outside his door. Without saying a word, Knox calmly flicked his fingers, unlocking and opening the door from across the room. It was a testament to just how used to the Force the three men had become that none even questioned what had happened as they walked into his room and shut the door behind them. The moment they were all in, John and Rob immediately worked in tandem to put up a makeshift barrier around the room. It wouldn't stop anyone from entering or leaving, but it would muffle their voices to make sure that no one outside the room could hear what was being discussed. They're learning. Good. Once the barrier was in place, Ned began what was no doubt about to be a very, very long discussion. What have you learned about what happened during Rob's trial, Knox? I learned that I am not the first of my kind to visit your world, Knox stated plainly as he motioned towards the armor. This armor is without a doubt a type of Force armor. Judging by the general design and using the supposed date of your ancestors' time on this world, I can say that this is a Jedi's Force armor. But it has some very strange markings that I would not expect to find on a set of armor belonging to a Jedi. Pointing towards a symbol on the armor, Knox made sure they could all see it before he continued. This symbol is known as Bendu, or rather balance. The ideology that I am trying to instill in you too. A unification of light and dark, Ashla and Bogan. I would almost be tempted to say that your ancestor belonged to the original order that predated the Jedi and Sith, the Jedi. But the timing doesn't work. The three men met his revelation with completed silence as the full weight of what he was saying sunk in. You, by the gods, Rob breathed, the boy staggering in place and reaching out to grasp onto the wall to steady himself. You, Lord Knox, are you saying that Bran the Builder, the founder of House Stark and our ancestor was like you? A traveler of worlds? Knox nodded. John was the first to fully recover as he approached the armor and stared down on the symbol that adorned the pauldron of the armor. You said that the timing wouldn't work for him to be one of these, Jedi Master. Why not? Because roughly 21,000 years ago, the Jedi order splintered as they began drifting more and more towards the ideologies of Ashla and Bogan instead of Bendu. Knox explained, recalling what little was known about the Jedi era and its destruction. The fallout of which is rumored to have caused a cataclysm on the world the Jedi were inhabiting, forcing them to leave it behind. Those who followed Bogan, the dark side of the Force, fled to the Outer Rim and disappeared, while those who followed Ashla fell in with the governing body of the galaxy in the central regions, and reformed to become the Jedi. Even with your ancestor living 8,000 years ago, that still roughly separates him from the Jedi by about 13,000 years. Give or take a few centuries. The three men stared at him, slack-jawed at the span of history he just shared with them. So, our ancestor was a Jedi. A traveler of the stars, just like you, Lord Nox, Rob stated slowly. But why would he not wear the sigil of the Jedi then? Why did he carry the sigil of these, Jedi? How did he come to our world? And why? Nox shrugged. I cannot truly answer any of those questions. He could have been a maverick or a rogue within the ranks of the Jedi. One who wanted to bring back the old ways. He wouldn't have been the first. But as to how he got to this world or why he came here, I do not know. That would be something that we would have to ask him ourselves. Unfortunately, that is no longer a choice as he has become one with the Force. And as such, he has lost the sense of time and perhaps even his individuality. There may be a chance of reaching him through deep meditation. But I wouldn't place any wager on that happening anytime soon, or even at all. But questions of your ancestor can wait for now. Right now, Rob, I want to hear every word he spoke to you again. Leave nothing out. Rob did exactly that. The young heir of Winterfell spoke of everything that occurred during his trial, from the time he fell down the hole into the tunnels beneath the Night Fort, to the moment when his ancestor finally became one with the Force. Through it all, Nox stayed in silence, speaking up only occasionally to ask for more details or clarification on something that caught his attention. By the time he was done, everyone was struck by an odd silence over what Rob had encountered. I believe that any doubts on whether or not young Rob here is the true heir to Winterfell have well and truly been silenced, Nox said, making the young man stand up slightly straighter as pride raced through him. As if there was ever any doubt in the first place, Jon replied good-naturedly, giving his brother a light punch on the shoulder as he did so. Indeed, Nox nodded. However, what I am most concerned about is the warning your ancestor gave regarding the White Walkers and their army. Our adversaries appear to be far more powerful and cunning than I had originally thought. How so? Ned asked. Drumming his fingers, Nox laid out everything he could theorize about the White Walkers. Most of this will be mere speculation. But it appears that the White Walkers have access to the Force. Or at least some of them do. And according to your ancestor, they can manipulate the Force in a manner that baffled him. He also mentioned that there is a clear distinction in their ranks, foot soldiers, warriors, and those who stand at the top. Which means they have a hierarchy. And the higher up the food chain you go, the more powerful they become. Which also makes me think that the walker that Oberyn, Garland, and myself encountered outside of Caster's Keep was low in their hierarchy. Why do you believe that, Lord Nox? Rob asked. Turning his head, he fixed his attention on Rob. Would you send the likes of Jory or Roderick into Wintertown to pick up something for you? Same instance here. You don't send out your best to run a simple errand. And keep in mind, this simple errand runner for the White Walkers was able to take on the likes of Prince Oberyn Martell and Sir Garland Tyrell and, for all intents and purposes, win. Now imagine what those who stand at the top of the White Walkers are able to do. Silence answered him as what he was implying sank into the three men. Two of arguably the best fighters in all of Westeros took on one of the lower levels of White Walkers and were basically defeated by it. The thought was, not a pleasant one. What can we do then? Jon asked slowly, his fear clear. We do what we have been, only more, Nox answered. We have to step up not only your own training, but also the training of your sisters, brother, and the other acolytes. We also need to push a few more inventions forward. And we need to work on solidifying alliances for the future war that is sure to come. If we are to have any hope of defeating these creatures, it will take the combined strength of all of Westeros, and perhaps even beyond. And to that point, Rob. Step forward and kneel. Rob looked at him questioningly, but after a quick glance towards Jon who nodded at him, the young man stepped forward and went down to a knee. Rising to his feet, Nox stood above his acolyte with his hands behind his back. You have been under my tutelage for several years. Your ability with the Force has progressed to the point where few could challenge you. Yet you still have much to learn. But your level is no longer that of an acolyte. You, Robb Stark, son of Eddard Stark, are now my apprentice along with your brother, Jon. And with this ascension, it is time for you to take up a true weapon of a Force adept. Bringing his hands out from behind his back, Nox revealed the lightsaber hilt he'd brought with him from Winterfell. Even since they'd headed out to Valyria, Nox had made a habit of always carrying a spare lightsaber with him, just in case an opportunity for a set of trials presented themselves. And he was glad he did. While Robb and the others were resting, Nox had set to work. Bran Stark's armor had a kyber crystal embedded in the center, and while it had taken a decent amount of effort on his part seeing as how he didn't have the proper tools, Nox had been able to remove the crystal from the armor and place it into the spare lightsaber hilt. Staring up at the hilt with shock and awe, Robb slowly reached out and took the hilt with both hands as he rose to his feet. Unlike with Jon's lightsaber, Nox hadn't had time to do any customization to the hilt, so the lightsaber was mostly just a plain lightsaber hilt, albeit a slightly longer one than normal, which allowed for an easy two-handed grip, which he knew was Robb's preferred fighting style. Holding the lightsaber before him in both hands, Robb quickly found the activation switch and pressed it. The blade hissed and hummed as it came to life, filling the room with its pale blue light. Gods, Rob breathed, moving the blade around slowly, taking great care as he did, given their limited space. It's heavier than I thought it'd be. You will get used to it in time, brother, John said, smiling as he watched his brother slowly move his lightsaber around his person. Gods know it took me a time to get used to the weight difference between my lightsaber and even a practice blade. Nodding, Rob deactivated his lightsaber. Master Nox, thank you. I couldn't have done this without your teachings. Nor yours, father. Thank you, both of you. The credit goes to you, son. To both of you boys. Ned said, coming forward and placing a hand on each of his son's shoulders. I could not ask for a better pair of sons than you two. Letting the trio have a moment, Nox waited for a few moments before speaking once more. Unfortunately for you two, though, this is far from the end of your trainings. In fact, now that you are both at the level of an apprentice, your true training in the Force can begin. What? John asked, sharing a bewildered look with Rob. Did you seriously think these simple exercises I've been putting you both through was the full extent of your training? Nox asked with a smirk. No. That was just to give you all a solid foundation in the Force. And now that you both have it, we can begin your serious training. Breathing slowly, Daenerys Targaryen slowly opened her eyes as she felt herself coming back into her body. It was a surreal experience, waking up as it were, after being with John. Or not being with him or whatever they were doing. Looking around, she found herself in the exact same position she'd set herself in when she'd first reached out to John. Sitting cross-legged on her bed in the small room her brother had managed to procure for them for a few nights. Glancing towards the small window in the room, she saw that it was perhaps coming close to midday. So strange, Dany thought, slowly uncurling her legs and rubbing them as she tried to get her blood flowing once more. It was still the middle of the night with John. Yet here, it's midday. John said that the sorcerer tried to explain why such a difference existed before, but he said he didn't fully understand. The explanation he gave me. The fact that world turns end, pending on when it is facing the sun, it makes sense, but, I don't know. Rolling her shoulders, Dany got up and glanced towards her brother's bed. It was empty. Still. Of course, it is, did I really expect any different, she thought sadly, shaking her head. Lady Melario was kind enough to give us enough coin to last us for some time. Yet my brother still insists on using it to pay for pleasurable company or to gamble. At the rate he is going, coin that should have lasted us nearly a year will instead only last a month or two at best. Despairing at her brother's behavior, Dany looked around their small room and started tapping her feet on the floor. And while Viserys is out enjoying himself, I'm stuck here in our room. Without even John to keep me company now. Well, I suppose I can go over what John taught me, again. Sighing, Dany closed her eyes and started going over everything John had taught her ever since she had reached out to him several days ago. Learning from John was, well, difficult. Not because he wasn't a good instructor, far from it in fact. No, what was so difficult was that John couldn't show her what he was doing or how to do something. All their lessons so far had only been lectures, but they were enough to give her something to work with. Taking several deep breaths, Dany purged herself of all emotion as she raised her hand. She could feel something within her shift. A river flowing not from her, but rather through her. Guiding the river she let it flow out until she felt her intended target, the small chair in the room. Wrapping the invisible river around the chair, Dany began to strain as she urged the chair to rise. Do not leave yourself room for doubt, Dany, John's voice rang out in her mind as she thought back on his lessons. To doubt is to fail. Know that you will do something even before you do it. Opening her eyes, Dany smiled as she saw the chair floating a good several feet off the floor in front of her. Turning her hand, the chair began twisting and turning in response to her movements, as if she were a puppeteer controlling a puppet. Feeling elated at her progress, she carefully set the chair down on a single leg and kept it tilted. Using her other hand, she lifted a straw pillow off her bed and carefully brought it across the room and began balancing it on the tilted chair. Sweat began to form on her forehead as she started struggling trying to keep the chair and pillow balanced. Dany's hand started shaking as it quickly became harder and harder to keep everything up. And far too soon for her liking, her attention broke, causing the chair and pillow to fall to the floor and leaving her gasping for breath. I was able to hold it for longer this time, she thought, partially upset at her failure to keep it up longer, but at the same time thrilled that she was seemingly making progress. John said that using the Force was like using a muscle. The more one used it, the stronger and easier it will be to use. I just need to keep working at it, when I have time to do so, that is. She'd yet to tell Viserys about her newly discovered powers. The why of which was still a mystery to her. Her brother could be, well, cruel at times. Especially within the last few years, as fewer and fewer people seemed to be willing to take them both in. But he was still her brother. The one who looked out for her when she was but a girl. On the other hand, this power was hers, not his. And if he learned that she could do this while he couldn't, while the dragon couldn't, she didn't want to think about that. She didn't want to wake the dragon in her brother again. Her arm and face still hurt from Viserys' slaps the last time she angered him enough to wake the dragon. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Dany tried to think of what to do to occupy her time as she waited for Viserys to return from wherever he was. Even though the town they were staying at was on the smaller scale, he'd still forbidden her from leaving their room without him. Leaving her with naught to do, there weren't even any books to read. Ugh, no. I'm not some weak little flower like my brother thinks. I'm going out, no matter what he says. This is a small town, there shouldn't be any danger with just a little walk. Pushing herself off the bed, Dany made her way over to the door sealing her in the room. Heart beating wildly, she slowly moved the latch aside and pushed the door open. Peeking down the hall, Dany bit her lip and hesitated only a moment before stepping out and making her way down the hall and out of the small inn her brother had picked for them. The moment she stepped outside, Dany tilted her head back and smiled as she felt the sun on her face. This was perhaps the first time that she was truly disobeying her brother. While a part of her, the part that feared the dragon within her brother, wanted to run back inside and scold herself for even thinking of this, a much larger part of her just didn't care. She was strong enough to take care of herself. Especially now that Jon was training her in magic the Force. Smiling, Dany walked down the slightly busy street with her head held high and light skip in her step. There was so much to see. Granted, she'd been to other cities far larger than this one. Volantis and Bravus were easily the first two that immediately came to mind. But during all those times she was always with her brother or someone else. This was truly the first time that she had set out on her own. At least purposefully. And the freedom of it, it felt wonderful. Glancing towards a couple of the stalls that were selling everything from food to swatches of fabric, Dany smiled as she felt lighter than she had in a long time. She only wished that she had some coin of her own to buy something. The cook's skewers smelled divine. And she dearly wished that she had something different to wear than this dress that was starting to fray at the seams from constant wear. Moving towards a slightly less populated area, Dany felt something. A slight tingle on the back of her neck followed by a coldness that made her shiver. And fear. What is going? Stopping, Dany turned in a quick circle, looking around the street trying to figure out what was happening. But no matter where she looked, everything just looked normal to her. Jon told me that those who are well in tuned with the Force can receive warnings of danger from it. Is that what is happening? Am I in danger? The joy that she had been feeling quickly disappeared as the tingling sensation grew to the point where nearly her entire being was shaking despite the warmth of the midday sun bearing down upon her. Back to the inn. I have to get back to the inn. Now. Turning heel, she began to hurry back in the direction she came from, only to have her path blocked by a large man. What's a pretty little thing like you doing in a town like this, little girl? Looking up at the man, Dany nearly recoiled. His face was dirty, unshaved, and his nose was crooked like it'd been broken. But more than anything it was his teeth, his yellow and black teeth that made her want to cringe. That and his breath. Excuse me, she said, trying to get around the larger man. But instead of moving out of her way, the man only made to purposefully put himself in her path. And after he'd done this twice, Dany noticed that the man wasn't alone. There were 3 others just as hideous as the man blocking her path that were standing just a short distance behind her. Desperate, she looked around trying to find help, but what she saw made her heart sink. The people around them were purposefully ignoring them. Some were looking at her in sympathy, but it was clear to her that not a single one of them would raise a hand to help her no matter what was about to happen to her. They all be smart enough not to get in our way, little girl, the ugly man smirked, stepping closer to her and making her want to gag as his smell, which was almost worse than his look, hit her full in the face. Now be a good little thing to me and my friends here, and we might be letting you go in only slightly worse shape. That, or we let you go dead. Your choice, pretty little girl. Dany was helpless to do anything as the ugly man grabbed her arm and forcibly dragged her towards one of the darker alleyways, the 3 other men closing in behind her and following closely. The further they got away from the street, the greater Dany's fear grew until she was shaking so violently that the only reason she was still standing was because the ugly man had such a firm hold on her arm. They can't do this. I am Daenerys Targaryen. The last daughter of Valyria and I'm nothing. And these men are there, and no one cares. Far too soon, the man dragging her stopped and let her go. Her shaking knees, unable to hold her upright, folded and she collapsed to the ground in fear as the 4 ugly, smelly men surrounded her. Grins of lust on their faces as all of them began fumbling with the ties on their clothes. Remember the deal, girl, the first ugly man grinned. Entertain us good, and we'll let ya go in only slightly worse shape than ya are now. Time seemed to slow as she watched the men getting ready to expose themselves to her. Her fear and anger reaching heights she'd never felt before as her body shook violently. But just as the first man was about to expose himself, she heard John's voice in her ear. Fear and anger can paralyze even the strongest of men. But to a Force user, to a Sith, fear and anger are our weapons to wield. Do not give in to your fear, do not let it consume you. Use it. Use your fear to fuel your power like oil to a flame. Turn your fear to anger and unleash your power on those who brought you such fear. A calm unlike any she had ever experienced raced through her as John's words and his lessons finally slammed home to her. Her shaking ceased as the men around her all stopped their actions and took a step back from her. Slowly rising to her feet, Dany raised her right arm, fist clenched tightly. When her arm was straight out, she flung open her fist, spreading her fingers. The men who'd been surrounding her could only give a frightened yell of surprise before they were lifted off their feet and thrown across the alley and into the stone building behind them hard enough that she could hear several of their bones break. The ugly man who'd first cut her off glared up at her from his spot on the ground, a slight trickle of blood running from his lips, though Dany found she didn't care about the sight. These men, they deserved this. And more. Much, much more. Fucking witch. Dany's concentration faltered as realization as to what she'd just done came to her. She'd just used her powers. In plain view and against 4 men. If word were to spread, the usurper would seek her head even more than he already did. Not to mention all the others who would be coming for her. Whether to kill her, or to claim her. No. My life is my own. Not my brother's. Not the usurper's. Not some up-jumped magister who would want me as a trophy. I am my own person. I am Daenerys Targaryen. Daughter of Valyria. Not someone else's tool to use. But, how do I keep these 4 from talking? I could kill them. They deserve it but can I kill I don't know. What am I to do? Quickly, she ran through every lesson John had ever given her on the Force, trying to think of something that she could use to get her out of this situation. Almost immediately, her mind turned to the lesson John had given her that very night. The Force can be used in a number of ways. Its versatility is only truly limited by the mind of the user, or at least that is what Master Nox tells us. And a very useful tool is what is known as Force persuasion, or rather a Force mind trick. You focus the power within you on an individual and into your words and make you make a suggestion towards the individual. Done correctly, and your intended target will come to believe that whatever it was that you suggested was in fact a decision of their own. Some of my siblings don't like this because it sounds like you're taking a person's free will away from them, but if you can use this technique to force someone out of a fight or end a battle before it could begin, is it not worth it? There is a drawback of course, and that is the target's own inner strength of mind. Some individuals have such a strong mind that not even Master Nox could use this technique against them. And another thing you must keep in mind is that the more your suggestion goes against the will of an individual, the more power you will have to put behind your persuasion. Seeing that the 4 ugly men were regaining their feet and wits, Dany decided to put John's lesson to the test. Using as much power as she could, Dany focused the Force into her words and onto the minds of the men standing before her. You all will forget about me and leave. The lead man blinked, his sneer faltering for a moment before coming back. I don't think so, witch. Gritting her teeth in concentration, Dany focused more of her fear, more of her anger, more of her desire for these men to just leave and forget about her into her voice. You all will forget about me and leave. This time she could feel something, a shifting in the air only she could feel. The 4 men all blinked as their postures relaxed. Their eyes looked almost dazed. A look that she'd seen before in her brother's eyes whenever he'd enjoyed 1 cup of wine too many. We will forget about you and leave, they all intoned, nearly as one as they turned and made to leave her alone in the alleyway. More than slightly surprised that it worked, Dany decided to try one more thing as she gathered the Force into her voice once more. And leave your coin purses on the ground. And leave our coin purses on the ground. The men all intoned as one by one they dropped their coin purses onto the ground without looking back at her once nor breaking their stride away from her. Watching the men turn the corner and disappear, Dany had to physically restrain herself from leaping in joy and elation. She felt. By the old dragons of Valyria, did she feel good? Sneaking out from her in her brother's room had given her a thrill. But compared to this, gods, did she feel good? She felt powerful. She took her life into her own hands, her own power. And she came out on top. By the dragons of Valyria, if this is what Jon and Lord Nox felt whenever they used this power, it was a wonder why they would ever stop. Almost skipping over to the discarded coin purses, Dany felt only a moment of regret as she picked up the small leather pouches and began removing what coins were inside. Part of her was ashamed that she was basically stealing from those men. But another part of her honestly didn't care. They were about to do far worse to her than just robbing her. This was justice in her mind. Not robbery. Piling all the coins into a single purse, Dany left the other empty purses on the ground and made her way out of the alley. She was tempted to walk back down the way she'd came with her head held high. Perhaps even purchase a few things with her newly acquired coin? But she decided against that. Her suddenly appearing back on the street none the worse for wear and with coin would probably raise more than a few questions about what had just happened. Also, those people didn't raise a hand to try and help her, even though she could tell that more than a few knew what was about to happen to her. So, they didn't deserve her patronage. Keeping to the back ways, Dani made her way back to the inn her and her brother were staying at. Now I just need to figure out how to keep this coin out of my brother's hands. Lady Melario was right when she said that Viserys was not wise with our coin. And so hopefully I'll be able to keep this small amount hidden for when we inevitably run out of coin again. After spending nearly a full moon's turn within the walls of Winterfell, Arianne Martell was beginning to think that the North was finally starting to run out of ways to impress her. But, of course, as soon as such a thought entered her mind, the North had to show her something that completely blew her away once more. First it was their glass gardens and their ability to grow food even during the coldest of times. Then it was the loyalty of the people towards House Stark. Then there was Jon showing her that she had magical powers of her own and he could show her how to use them. And now she was staring at something that at first glance might seem mundane. But the more and more she stared at the contraption and thought of its uses, the more and more she realized she had to bring this model back to Dorne with her. The model itself wasn't particularly large, perhaps the size of a small dog. But it was incredible. A small flow of water that was turning a water wheel that was partially submerged in the flowing water. And connected to the center of the wheel was a long piece of rounded wood that had several short pieces of wood jutting out from its length. As the rounded wood spun, the wooden pieces that were sticking out from it would catch upon a lever as they made their way around, which would in turn cause a small bucket that was within a shaft to rise up out of a body of water until it reached the top, where the bucket would be emptied into a trough before free-falling back down the shaft and into the water, waiting for the log to spin back around and raise the lever. The water that was dumped into the trough would then flow down the length of the channel before emptying into a basin nearby. Glancing to her left, Arianne let her eyes wander over the one responsible for creating the contraption. The young woman inventor, one of Master Nox's students at the Winterfell College, was nervously fidgeting next to her as she waited for Arianne's judgment on the device. "What did you say your name was again?" Arianne asked, turning her attention back to the device, which was still delivering a constant flow of water into the trough, creating an almost stream into the small basin. "Hilda, Princess Arianne," the girl said, her head slightly bowed as she stood by, patiently waiting to hear whatever Arianne was about to say. "Hilda," Arianne repeated, sealing the girl's name in her mind. "Tell me, how is it that you came to create such a work?" "I was thinking of my family's farm, Princess, and the windmill that we have to mill the grain," Hilda explained, pointing towards the wheel. "The idea is the same, just using water instead of wind to turn the wheel. Then I thought of something that Master Nox has had all of us all working on, and I decided to see if I could use the turning of the wheel and implement it in with the other idea. The wheel turns, raises these pumps and brings water up to the water trough, which is then allowed to flow through whatever path one creates before emptying out into a basin a distance away from the source." Nodding, Arianne immediately began thinking of the best way to implement this device. "And do you realize what you've just created, Hilda?" Princess," Hilda nodded as pride showed on her face. "A way to transport water out of a river and across a distance without the use of man or beast. And you say that as long as there is a steady flow of water to turn the wheel, that this device will work?" Arianne asked, wanting to get as much information as possible about the wonderful creation before her. Princess." Making another lap around the display, Arianne watched the device work for a while longer as she gathered her thoughts. "Tell me, Hilda, what will it take to get you to come back to Dorne with me and my uncle when we eventually leave the north?" "Pardon, Princess? What will it cost to entice you to come to Dorne to oversee the construction of your creations?" Arianne clarified, turning her full attention on the girl who couldn't have been older than Arianne herself. "A position? Sunspear has recently become short of capable learned men as it was discovered that our maesters, much as they had here in the north, were betraying us for years. On my word alone, you would become the new maester of Sunspear and become my father's and my own confidant. Or perhaps you need gold. Dorne is not short on coin, and we can provide you with whatever compensation you wish. A homestead? A man? Or woman? Name your price, Hilda, then double it. And I will see it fulfilled." "Your offer is most generous, Princess," Hilda said, her cheeks stained red as she turned her eyes away. "But, I'm afraid I must decline. I be of the north, Princess. And it is in the north I wish to remain. I still have much to learn under the sorcerer's tutelage, even if I can't use his magic like the Starks." "I see," Arianne replied, just barely managing to keep herself from letting out a growl of frustration. "In that case, what will it take then for Dorne to have access to this invention of yours?" Hilda didn't hesitate to give her answer. "Recognition, Princess Arianne." Arianne couldn't help as one of her delicate brows arched at the request. Recognition. The skills her father had trained into her about playing the game quickly vanished as she stared at the woman. Recognition for something like this was not a fair trade. If she was one to take advantage of a young person's lack of guile, she might have agreed without questioning it. But she'd come to want to foster a good relationship with the North. Or at least with one aspect of the North. She knew that she couldn't rightly do that by taking advantage of one of the North's best and brightest. You ask for such a simple thing, for this? You do realize just what this contraption could mean for my people, do you not? I do, Princess, Hilda nodded, her attention turning to her creation. But recognition means everything to me. Ever since man first started writing down words on animal skins, women have been precluded from learned roles. Or at least we have here in West Eros. And the maesters kept this going by refusing women to become one of them, saying that we're inferior to men in terms of knowledge and in its pursuit. Not all of them, mind ye. Yet it was still in the rules of the maesters. But ever since Master Nox has come to Winterfell, things have been changing. I know that this water wheel will help the people of Dorne immensely, and that word of it will quickly spread. And I want all to know that it was me, a woman, who created it. Not a man. Not a maester. Not a highly valued learned man. But I, Hilda of the College of Winterfell of the North, a daughter to a common farmer. That is what I want, Princess. I see, Arianne said. The girl had a fire within her, that was for sure. Then your name will be on the lips of every Dornishman or woman who comes within sight of this creation of yours. Hope that you are ready for your name to become quite common. Because I have a feeling that once this takes hold, there will be more than a few daughters born in Dorne for the next several generations that'll bear your name. Hilda smiled with pride as she bowed her head. Thank you, Princess Arianne. That is all I can ask for. I will have plans drawn up for you before you depart so that you can begin construction of these water wheels once you return to Dorne. As the young woman turned to start writing down the directions, Arianne was pulled from her continued observation of the device as the door to the workshop opened quickly as her cousin Tyene, her blonde hair tied in a simple braid bouncing behind her head, entered the workshop. Cousin, Tyene greeted her without a curtsy, not that Arianne expected her to. Her cousins were rather unruly, which was one of the reasons why she loved them in the first place. Riders have been spotted approaching from the north. Riders bearing the sigils of House Stark and House Martell. All thoughts of the water wheel and its potential impact to Dorne fled her mind as a single thought claimed dominance in her mind. Jon has returned. The workshop blurred from her vision as she hurried past her cousin, leaving Tyene to all but run in order to catch up with her. Making her way out of the Sorcerer's Tower, Arianne was immediately assaulted by the cold air of the north. But after spending a moon's turn in this land and with the prospect of seeing Jon once more, it did not affect her in the slightest. Striding into the main courtyard of Winterfell, she was not surprised to see the yard quickly filling up with the members of House Stark, with the 3 Stark children Sansa, Arya, and Bran front and center. As well as all their guests who were currently still residing in Winterfell. Seeing Sansa Stark take the center place within the yard, Arianne took a place close by the eldest wolf girl and trained her eyes on the gates on the far side of the yard. A single letter, Arianne thought as she eyed the gate, willing for those she was waiting for to appear before her eyes. A single letter in nearly a full moon's turn away from me. And not even a thorough letter at that. Just, I'm alive and something has happened that we need to talk about. Clearly, I'm going to have to explain to Jon the expectations I have of him regarding our future correspondences. At least until I can convince him to come to Dorne on a permanent basis. Her heart began to beat faster in her chest as she started to see horses and their riders making their way through the gatehouse of the inner wall of Winterfell. Almost immediately she could spot Lord Stark, his head held high and completely stoic, a true man of the north. Hard and unyielding. Riding at Lord Stark's right was the Sorcerer, as she suspected he would be. But riding on Lord Stark's left was an individual that she did not recognize. The woman looked like a northern woman through and through, with her blonde hair braided and her face set in a hard line. And unlike many ladies, this woman was dressed not in a dress or even women's riding clothing. Instead, she wore rough leathers and fur. That must be this new Lady Val of the North my uncle told me about in the one raven he was able to send. Arianne realized, placing the woman riding at Stark's left. Well, she certainly has the look of a woman of the North. Glancing past the 2 front riders, Arianne began searching through the riders for the one face she was most anxious to see. It didn't take her long, considering he was riding just behind and to the left of his father. Warmth spread in her chest as she saw that he was indeed unharmed. Though his hair needed a comb and styling, especially if he wanted to keep it on the longer side of things. And while she could appreciate a nice beard if done properly, the light splattering of whiskers Jon had growing on his face most definitely needed a trimming. Perhaps she could entice him to a warm bath and grooming session with her in the hot springs within the fur. Who is that? The fantasy that had been blossoming in her mind of a night in the hot springs with Jon came to a sudden and screeching halt as she noticed a tuft of red hair right behind Jon's midnight black. A tuft of red that unmistakably belonged to a woman. A woman who, now that she looked closer, had her arms around her Jon. Glancing up, Arianne met Jon's eyes. Eyes that were filled with guilt. It appears that something did indeed happen north of the wall. Arianne thought, resisting the urge to grind her teeth and keeping her head held high. Glancing towards her uncle, she saw him grinning at her like a cat who caught a large juicy rat and was intent on savoring its meal. He knew what was going on, whatever it was. And he had neglected to tell her about it before they arrived back. "Oh uncle, you are so going to pay for this." Pulling herself together, Ariane held herself as a woman of her station was expected to as Lord Stark reached the line of his children and dismounted from his horse, along with everyone else who'd just rode in through the gates. "Lord Father," Sansa greeted her father, bowing her head and a smile plastered across her face. "Welcome home. Winterfell is yours once more." "Thank you, Sansa," Lord Stark replied as the men and women behind him began dismounting while the strong blonde woman took a step forward. "This is Lady Val of the North. She's to be given a room in the family quarters and will be working with me in getting our new people of the North situated before she takes ladyship of her own keep." Sansa gave a warm reply and welcome to the former wildling woman. But Ariane had quickly tuned everything else out around her as her gaze focused solely on Jon as he dismounted his horse, giving her the first real good look at the woman who was riding behind him. Immediately, Ariane began assessing how the girl compared to herself. If she had to guess, Ariane would say that the girl was perhaps her own age, but when Jon helped her down off the horse, an action which made Ariane's fist tighten, she noted that the girl barely came up to Jon's chin. Her red hair perhaps could be considered beautiful if done properly, but right now it was more akin to a rat's nest. And she was far too skinny. No curves to her at all. Deciding that she was getting nowhere just standing around, Ariane broke from the line and purposefully made her way over to where Jon was still getting a few of his things, and perhaps some of this woman's things, off his horse. She pointedly ignored the look her uncle and cousin were both giving her as she walked. She would deal with the both of them later for putting her in this position. Making sure she was approaching while Jon's back was turned, she caught the blue eyes of the wildling. She had to be one given she wore similar furs as the Lady Val. The girl, to Ariane's surprise, glanced at her curiously for a moment before something like recognition shone in her eyes. "So, Jon has told her about me. Yet he did not tell me about her," she seethed as she quickened her pace towards the two of them. To her surprise though, the girl didn't say anything to alert Jon to her approach. She just grinned and did she take a step back? Reaching the two just as Jon was starting to turn around, Ariane smiled at her small victory as Jon slightly jumped at her sudden appearance. Ariane," he said, her name sounding odd from his lips. Not at all like how he used to say it. It is good too." That was as far as Jon got. Or at least as far as she allowed Jon to get as she closed the distance between them, grabbed him by the hair, and pulled his face towards her and threw everything she had into kissing him. She could hear the crowd around them whistling or cheering, but she didn't care. Jon was hers. She was going to make sure that he and everyone else knew it. And if it required making a spectacle in the middle of the Winterfell courtyard, well. She really wasn't one to complain. Because, by the gods, was he a fast and eager learner. Just as she was starting to lose herself, especially as Jon began reciprocating and bringing his arms around her waist, Ariane broke the kiss and took a step back, leaving Jon, and herself, more than slightly breathless. Though she would like to think that she was able to recover quicker than Jon, who still looked dazed and confused. "Welcome back, Jon," she said warmly before turning her eyes towards the woman behind him, her grin never leaving her face. "And tell me, who is this young woman you have behind you?" "I can speak for myself," the wildling woman said, coming up and standing beside Jon. "I be Ygritte. And I be Jon's woman. And ye must be the one he moans in his sleep when he's having a nice dream." "Ariane, no. Ygritte. Quite the name. Unique. Wild. Wait. Did she say that she's Jon's woman? And that she's close enough to him to know that he moans my name while he sleeps? What in the name of all the hells? I do everything including strip naked before him and he can't take a hint. But with her, by the mother Royne I'm going to strangle something on him the first chance I get." Jon started awkwardly shifting his feet back and forth while beside him the wildling woman was sporting a look not unlike her own uncle's look whenever he succeeded in some new conquest. They are quite alike, now that I look at her, Ariane realized as she began comparing the wildling woman to her uncle Oberyn. My cousins may try to emulate their father, but strangely enough this girl who comes from the far side of Westeros comes closer to matching my dear uncle's mannerisms than his own daughters. Realizing that pretty much all eyes within Winterfell were now upon her and the little display that was being put on, Ariane took a moment to straighten her dress out as she held her head high and did everything she could not to show just how much Jon's reciprocation of her kiss had affected her. "We will discuss this more at length, Jon," Ygritte. Away from prying eyes. "Until then, I have family I must welcome back." Without giving Jon a chance to respond, Ariane purposefully turned her back on him and made her way over towards where the other members of House Martell had gathered for a reunion. She was not oblivious to the whistles and cheers and even reproachful looks being sent her way as she made her way through the crowd. Let them do and think what they will. It makes no matter to me. Spotting her uncle, who had one arm around his paramour while grinning madly at her, Ariane felt her frustration and anger at not being informed of this development return to her tenfold. Oh uncle! You might like a good show on occasion, but you are dearly going to pay for this. Holding himself steady against the rocking of the ship, though it could hardly be called that as it was barely more than an oversized fishing vessel, that was sailing across the aptly named Bay of Ice, Sir Damon Sand watched as his new home slowly grew larger as the waves and wind pushed them closer and closer to the lone island. The island was covered in old, gnarled oak trees that towered into the sky while at their base bushes and moss-covered grey stones littered the ground. And as if to show how the island got its name, he could spot a family of bears wading through the cold waters near the rocky shores. Turning his attention away from the bears, he focused on the wooden port town that the skiff was slowly pulling towards. It has natural beauty, just like almost everything in the north and the lands beyond the wall, Damon thought as he worked to see past the cold and to what was truly there as he began making out the men and women of Bear Island on the docks before them. And it is my home now. My home by choice. Feeling a hard hand land against his shoulder, Damon fought against stumbling forward as the imposing form of Lady Maege Mormont came up beside him. Starting to regret your decision, Southern boy? No, Damon answered firmly, a habit that he'd picked up during his time with the Lady of Bear Island and the giants as they traversed the northern side of the wall. Good, Lady Mormont smirked, slapping him again on the back. This time leaving a bruise, he was sure. Keep that strength going, boy. We'll turn ya into a proper Northman yet. Taking the compliment for what it was, Damon straightened himself up even further as he noticed a specific grouping that had gathered on the dock. 5 women, ranging from his own age to perhaps the same age as the young Stark boy. But it was the eldest that called no, that demanded his attention. Her dark hair flowing in the cold northern air. The way that she stood, strong and proud. But most of all, the way that her arms were holding a bundle of cloth close to her person. He could tell the moment she spotted him as her entire posture went from a relaxed stance to completely stiff. Did Lady Mormont not inform her that I was coming? Glancing back and seeing the smirk that was on the she-bear's face, he knew that was exactly what happened. Bloody northern humor, Damon muttered as he realized that no matter what he did, there was going to be quite the scene soon, at his and Daisy's expense. Once they were close enough to the dock, the few men on the boat threw their ropes over to the dock hands, who quickly worked on securing the boat to the dock. Lady Mormont was the first to step off, leaving Damon hurrying to keep up with the larger woman whose single stride was almost equal to 2 of his own. As they walked, he noticed something amongst the small folk that stood in stark contrast to what he was used to. The people of Bear Island were not kneeling to their liege lady as she passed them by. Sure, they showed her respect. But it was little more than a slight bowing of their heads before they immediately went back to work. As they drew up close to the 5 women, Daisy took a step forward, separating herself from the others. Her eyes flickered briefly to his own. Her cool grey-blue eyes were filled with so much emotion, joy, hope, and fear. And as he noted her tightening her hold slightly on the bundle in her arms, Damon felt his heart sink. I knew coming here that the people of this land have a poor opinion of those of us from the south. But is it so bad that even Daisy, a woman who I have shared my bed and heart with, would think that I would take a child from its mother's arm and leave? Daughters, Maege said loudly, greeting all the women on the dock. Mother, Daisy greeted the larger woman back, her eyes constantly flickering back and forth between himself and Lady Mormont. We heard there was a battle in the north against the wildlings. And we grew worried when we received no word from you. Blah, just some up-jumped wildling fucks that thought taking on the north and the group of wildlings led by Mance Rayder would be a good idea while Nox was with us. Fucking dead idiots. Good fight though, Maege shrugged. Though you were right, Daisy. That sorcerer certainly is something else. If he wasn't married already, I would have dragged him to the first bed, or dry patch of ground, and kept him there till I had another daughter growing in my womb. And speaking of, I've brought something, or rather someone, back with me. Someone I know you are all too familiar with, daughter. Damon wasn't given a choice on a graceful entrance as Lady Mormont roughly grabbed him by the arm and all but threw him forward. By the time he managed to catch his balance, he was perhaps less than a hand's width away from running right into Daisy and the bundle she was carrying with her. It's good to see you again, Daisy, Damon said awkwardly as he righted himself, only to stop dead in his tracks as the bundle in Daisy's arm moved with a light cry coming from within its confines. You as well, Damon, Daisy replied, her cheeks stained lightly red as she shifted the bundle in her arms. Damon, as in Damon Sand, sis. The next eldest girl behind Daisy asked, nodding her head towards him. So, this is the southern twat who put a child in you. Well, you could have done a lot worse, sister. But I still want to see if his cock is indeed as lar. Alyssane. Daisy hissed, turning her head towards the other girl, who was smirking widely. Not now. The newly named Alyssane laughed, as did a few of the others who were close by, but Damon paid none of them any mind. To him, in this moment, there were only 3 people on the island. Daisy, himself, and their child that was in her arms. Taking the last step needed to reach her, Damon caught Daisy's attention as he held out his arms. May I? Daisy hesitated only a moment before turning the bundle around so that he could see into its depths. Laying snug within the confines of the blankets was perhaps the most beautiful sight he had ever seen in his entire life. A child. His child. His little girl. Her hair was dark and already covering her entire head. And she looked just like her mother, save for her slightly darker skin. Taking the infant as carefully as he could, Damon smiled down at the child as she opened her eyes, the same eyes as her mother, and stared up at him. Hello, little one, he cooed, which to his delight made the girl giggle, or burp, he wasn't sure which. What's her name? Ilana. Ilana, Damon repeated, savoring the name on his lips as if it were the finest of wines. A good name. A strong and beautiful name. Just like our little girl. Looking up, he found Daisy staring at the two of them intently. The corners of her eyes moist with tears threatening to fall. How long do you plan on staying on Bear Island? Licking his lips, Damon handed his daughter back to her mother. I take it your lady mother has not yet told you then. Frowning, Daisy turned her attention away from Damon and towards the towering form of her mother, who was currently holding the youngest of the girls up in her arms while staring at the two of them. Thought it would be better to hear it in person, Lady Mormont answered with a shrug. This southern twat is actually made of better stock than the lot we're used to dealing with. When I told him of Ilana, his first action was to beg dismissal from Prince Oberyn's service so that he could travel to Bear Island and be a father to his daughter. Permanently too, I might add. When I asked why he thought I would let him anywhere near you again, he said that if I denied him, he would simply build a house on the edge of the Bay of Ice near to Bear Island so that he could be near to the both of you. While we were north of the wall, he showed some grit. Didn't bitch once about the cold nor about sleeping on the dirt. And he's not half bad with that sword or that spear of his. Of course, I figured you'd already know just how good he was with his spear, Daisy. Daisy turned towards him. Hope was written clearly across her face. Do you mean it, Damon? Are you truly willing to sacrifice everything you have to be here? Damon nodded, the northern word sounding strange on his tongue, but not in a bad way. My father never really took a great interest in me. And for you and Ilana, I would sacrifice everything to be with the two of you. This time the tears fell from her eyes as Daisy closed the gap between them. Opening his arms, Damon grabbed hold of Daisy while being mindful of their daughter nestled between the two of them. His eyes closed as he leaned his head down the last crucial bit and connected with hers. Damon knew that he had made the right choice the moment their lips touched. He would miss his life in Dorne. He would miss serving with Prince Oberyn and spending time with Arianne and the Sand Snakes. But this was where he truly belonged, with his arms around the woman he loved and their daughter. Well, save some of that shit for later, you two. Lady Mormont boomed, breaking the two out of their daze as they were quickly reminded of just where they were at the moment, which was to say on the dock in front of hundreds of eyes. Someone dump this southern twat in a ice bath and find something decent for him and my daughter to wear. I want the both of them made presentable and before the weirwood by sundown. What? Diem and Daisy said at the same time as they both stared in shock at the matriarch of House Mormont. Did I stutter you two? Lady Mormont asked with a smirk. Do either of you have a problem with marrying the other? Daisy, you've been moaning about this boy in your sleep for weeks, even while you were giving birth. And you boy, don't pretend I couldn't hear you at night when you thought everyone was asleep. Now, are you two going to go before the gods would on your own? Or shall I drag you both there by the ear like the pair of errant children that you are? It's not that, Damon said quickly as he glanced at Daisy. Breathing deeply to try and steady himself, Damon went down to one knee before the woman who'd borne his child and took her hand in his own. Lady Daisy Mormont. I am but a humble man with little to offer you. No flowery speeches, yea, southern boy. One of Daisy's other sisters yelled, making Damon wince as he looked up into Daisy's eyes. Daisy, will you do me the honor of allowing me to become your husband? I will stand by your side now and forever. In the court and on the field of battle. This I swear, before the gods, old, new, and on Mother Royne. Daisy's smile was all the answer that he needed, but the words still warmed his heart and soul. Damon, I will take you as my husband, now and forever. Good, that's settled then, Lady Mormont announced before turning and raising her voice for all to hear. Break out the good ale. We got a wedding, a new man amongst the she-bears to celebrate. Time to show this southern boy what a true celebration is all about. When she was a little girl, Ygritte had often dreamed about the so-called castles the elders would talk about around the fires at night. Like all the other children amongst the free folk, they would joke and laugh about how weak the Kneelers were, that they needed to hide behind walls of stone. They would laugh about how the keeps must have been the Kneelers' way of trying to compensate for their weak cocks by building something impressive and massive. But those laughs would always fade when the cold came, and they were forced to do whatever they could to find warmth to stay alive. On those days, the talks of the Kneelers' castles turned from jokes to envy. And just like almost all the children amongst the free folk, she had vowed to herself that she would one day step foot in one of the Kneeler castles. And now she was standing in the middle of Winterfell, the home of the Wolf Lords and the long-known kings of Winter. And all that she could think was that the stories of the ancient fortress of the Wolf Lords that she'd heard throughout her life were all greatly understating the sheer size of the place. She could still recall her first sighting of a castle a few days south of the wall. Or at least what she thought was a castle. But to her surprise, and mild humiliation, Jon and the Kneelers explained to her what she'd thought was a castle was not a castle at all. But rather something called a windmill, whatever in the gods that meant. But apparently, they were common. So much so that one didn't even need to be some fancy Kneeler lord to claim one of the stone structures. In truth, she didn't fully believe Jon after he told her that. She'd never seen anything like that before besides the wall. But now that she was standing in Winterfell. Now she fully understood just why Jon and the other Kneelers laughed at them calling that windmill a castle. Winterfell was massive. The stone walls, while not as tall as the wall itself, were taller than any other structure she'd ever seen in her life. There were the households, she believed Jon called them, within the confines of the walls. Not leather canvas tents patched with animal furs to keep out the cold. But stone structures that people lived their lives within. And then there was the warmth. It was so warm within the walls of Winterfell, warmer than it should be. When she gave voice to these thoughts to Jon, asking him if there was some fancy magic at work, Jon just shook his head. Apparently, the man who built this massive castle built it atop of hot springs. And not only did he do that, but he also somehow managed to build this place so that the hot water from the hot springs flowed through the stone walls like blood flows through the body. And recently, the sorcerer had apparently figured out a way to tap into the hot water and created a series of hot baths in the big round keep next to the huge tower that honestly looked like a cock no matter how hard she tried to tell herself it didn't. Shaking her head, Ygritte continued her stroll around the grounds of Winterfell, marveling at the ancient fortress that she now found herself in. Her walk had started near the place the Kneelers called a Godswood this morning after leaving her room, which was another oddity that she still hadn't been able to understand. Her room was a space that was within one of the massive stone buildings that was large enough for a family of 5 free folk to easily live comfortably in. She'd asked where Jon's room was. But the Kneeler girl who'd led her to her space just pointed towards the large tower shaped like a cock and told her that he slept there. She'd then told the girl that she would sleep there, but the Kneeler denied her, saying that only those who were given approval by Lord Stark and Lord Knox could have a room in the tower. While part of her wanted to scoff and go there anyway, she held herself back. As Val told her constantly, they were Kneelers now. At least for now. Thus, they needed to follow the ways of the Kneelers. And truth be told, she really did not want to cross the sorcerer. Not after having seen him using his powers beyond the wall. Passing by yet another gathering of Kneelers who were carrying boxes, Ygritte stopped her walk and stared upwards at the tower that rose high over Winterfell. Fuck it, she muttered to herself as she began making her way towards the base of the tower. Jon is in there, and I'm his woman. Ain't no reason why I shouldn't be allowed with him. Getting to where she could see the access way to the tower, Ygritte began running through what she would say when she finally caught up to Jon, only to stop in her tracks as she watched a group of 4 women leave the tower. 2 she knew, 2 she didn't. And it was the 2 that she did know that caused her blood to boil. So, I'm not allowed in the tower, but she is. Jon claimed me. Sure, he might have intentions to claim her as well, and perhaps that might not be so bad. But why does she get to see him and not the one he's already stolen? Resolved not to let her get away with whatever it was that woman was thinking she was doing, Ygritte pulled herself up to her full height and marched straight for the group of women, her sight set on the one who was in the lead. Her approach didn't go as unnoticed as she'd hoped as one of the other women, a yellow-haired girl, noticed her and said something to her target, making the woman turn around towards her. The woman smiled at her and dipped her head in greeting. Fair morning, Ygritte, is it not? If you are here to see Jon, then I'm afraid to say that you've missed him. We broke our fast together and then his brother Robb and the ward Theon took him away to be groomed for the festivities tonight. Ygritte ground her teeth in frustration as she stared at the woman. Me name is Ygritte. I know and can say yours right, Ariane. The least ye can do is say mine correctly. From behind her, the one girl that Ygritte did recognize as the daughter of the spear wielder Oberyn, Obara, took a step forward in a challenging manner. You will watch your tone, Ygritte. Princess Ariane is heir to Sunspear and future ruler of Dorne. And you will show her respect. Ygritte waved Obara off. I give respect to those who earn me respect. I know you, Obara. I know your father and I respect you both. But her I don't know. And yet she thinks she has the right to try and steal Jon. Not a quick way to earn respect, try and steal who is already stolen. The grin slid off Ariane's face as she took a step forward, putting her so that there was less than an arm's reach between the two of them. I knew John long before he went north and ran into you, Ygritte. If anyone is intruding on an established relationship, it is you. But we in Dorne are rather more open-minded than others in the Seven Kingdoms. Something that we apparently share with you free folk, or rather former free folk. So, tell me, why should I let you into what is forming between us? Ygritte was losing ground, and she didn't like it. From one side of things, she could see where Ariane's thoughts came from. She did know John first, and the fool had told her that he had feelings for Ariane before coming north of the wall. But the fact remained that he stole her first. Not Ariane. Granted, they might not have completed their coupling yet, but she knew it was only a matter of time before she wore down his resolve. And what do ya have to offer him? Ygritte asked, taking a half-step closer to Ariane. Ya don't look like ya got much meat on your bones. And your hands are soft. Bet ya ain't never had to fight for anything in your life, always just had to ask and men would be trippin' over themselves to see to your every need. What strength do ya have offer John? How do ya expect to stand by John's side when ya can't even stand on your own? This time it was Ariane who took a half-step closer as Ygritte held her ground. You have no idea of my strength, Ygritte. In a pure test of martial prowess perhaps you would get the better of me. But that is assuming of course I would even let such a thing occur when I can but snap my fingers and have 100 spears vying for your blood. You say I haven't fought a day in my life, and you are wrong. Perhaps I never had to physically fight, but I have been fighting my entire life for what is rightfully mine to claim. And as for me not being able to stand by John's side, Ygritte had but a moment's warning. Little more than a slight tingling on the back of her neck. Trusting her instincts, she shifted her body and twisted herself just in time to dodge what looked like a ball of water of all things to pass right where her head had been. Pushing with her foot, Ygritte closed the distance between herself and Ariane in a blink, putting the two nearly chest to chest as Ygritte held a closed fist just over where Ariane's heart would have been. The three girls behind Ariane all looked like they were about to jump in, but the dark-haired girl held them all back with an open hand. Smirking, Ygritte tapped Ariane on the chest. Had I had my dagger, princess, ye would be dead. And your magic wouldn't be able to save ye. Her smirk faded though as she felt a light tapping on the back of her neck. Ariane's dominant hand had come up behind her when she'd closed the distance and was poised right at the base of her neck. And I can say the same, wildling. Don't think that just because you managed to get close to me means victory is yours. Assassins are commonplace in some circles that those of my standing walk amongst. And guards can only do so much. So, my father and uncle made sure that I would be able to defend myself should I need to. Looking up into the dark-skinned woman's eyes, Ygritte expected to find something like fear from the pampered princess. But instead, what she found was excitement. And something else she didn't necessarily recognize. Or rather she did, but she'd just never seen that type of look directed at her. At least, not from a woman. And what, pray tell, is going on here ladies? Ariane immediately stepped away from Ygritte as if she'd suddenly caught fire. Turning, Ygritte quickly found the source of the voice that had put a stop to her. Standing just at the base of the stairs leading up into the tower was another dark-haired woman, her hair tied into a tight braid and slung over her shoulder. She was dressed almost all in black, just like a crow. Though unlike a crow she had bits of dark red scattered amongst the black. And on her chest, she wore a gold wolf's head maybe half the size of Ygritte's fist. Wonderful, another pampered kneeler woman who thinks she can tell me what to do just because I am of the free folk. Growling at having her claim disrupted, Ygritte turned her frustration on the woman. And who the fuck be you? Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the three girls that had been following Ariane all gape at her, while Ariane herself just sighed and shook her head. The older woman however didn't seem fazed at all by her, instead she just smirked and shook her head. Well, this is a bluntness that I have and have not missed. Stepping up beside her, Ariane motioned towards the dark-haired woman. Ygritte, this is Lady Nyra Knox, stewardess of Winterfell and lady wife of the Northern Sorcerer, Lord Alum Knox. Ygritte's blood went cold as she stared at the suddenly imposing woman standing just before her. This is the Sorcerer's woman? The one who was strong enough that the Sorcerer decided to steal her? Oh, shite. It was all Ygritte could do to stand her ground as the woman approached the two of them. The woman's cool eyes went back and forth between the two of them. Do I need to ask you both again? The woman said, her gaze as cold as ice as she beheld them both. What is going on here? Just a minor dispute over the meaning of strength, Lady Knox, Ariane replied smoothly, surprising Ygritte slightly as she'd half expected the princess to blame everything on her and run like most weak kneelers. I see, the sorcerer's woman said simply. I advise the both of you to be mindful of where you have such disputes. Neither Lord Stark, nor my lord husband, nor myself will stand for such displays outside of the training yard. Especially amongst guests of Winterfell. Of course, Lady Knox, it will not happen again I assure you, Ariane responded almost immediately before jabbing Ygritte in the side with her elbow. Hey. What I mean, of course, milady. I won't start nothin' outside the yard. Ygritte muttered as she rubbed her side where the princess had elbowed her. The lady Nox eyed each of them one more time before nodding. Good. Then I wish you both a good day. Ladies. Princess Ariane. And just like that, the most intimidating woman Ygritte had ever stood before walked past them and towards the large buildings in the center of Winterfell. Shite, Ygritte breathed once she was sure Nox's woman was out of earshot. I was wonderin' what kind of woman the sorcerer would be interested in stealin'. And now that I met her. Shite. Is she always so intense? Ariane finished for her. Yes. Though, one has to be when they are the wife of perhaps the most feared and respected man in Westeros. And perhaps even Essos as well. Giving herself a shake, Ygritte turned towards the Kneeler princess. So, where did the sorcerer find a woman like her? Here in Winterfell actually, Ariane answered. She was living as just another serving girl for the Starks before the sorcerer came to the north and took an interest in her. Those who are jealous of her say that she immediately went for the sorcerer's bed, which is how and why she rose to her current position. Ha, I doubt that all it took was a tight cunt and a nice pair of tits to sway the sorcerer, Ygritte snorted. On that we agree, Ygritte, Ariane nodded. Those that actually know her though know that their relationship did not start right away. And that Lady Nyra Nox had to claw and fight for every scrap of respect she's ever been shown. Even now that she's the Lady Nox she must keep proving that she belongs at the sorcerer's side and not some other strumpet. Especially with what happened during their wedding. Turning, Ygritte eyed Ariane. And what happened at their wedding? The Kneeler princess didn't answer her immediately, and when she did even Ygritte could tell that her words were chosen carefully. A few disloyal houses in the north tried to assassinate the Starks and the sorcerer on the night of their wedding. Their plan was foiled, but Lady Nox was severely injured and nearly died. And I will say no more on the subject. Recognizing that it would be better for her not to press for more, Ygritte merely accepted her answer while continuing to rub at the still slightly sore spot the princess had struck with her elbow. Maybe I was wrong 'bout ye. Oh. The princess replied, turning towards her. Ya ain't as weak as I thought you were, she said, coming to terms in her mind that maybe, just maybe, that her and Jon stealin' this princess wouldn't necessarily be such a bad thing. Plus, how many of the free folk could say that they stole a Kneeler princess? Well, I suppose I can admit that you are perhaps not quite the useless barbarian I first thought you to be, the Kneeler princess shrugged before giving Ygritte a look that she did not necessarily care for. Tell me, Ygritte. It's been what? A fortnight, perhaps two, since Jon stole you? Have you truly managed to bed him yet? Ygritte couldn't stop the reddening of her cheeks and she was forced to turn her eyes away from the Kneeler princess. Though her embarrassment didn't come from talking about fuckin', but rather from the fact that she'd failed to get Jon to dance beneath the furs yet. No. And I be willin' to bet that he ain't fucked ya either. The stubborn princess didn't even flinch. No. Unfortunately. Jon is far too honorable by half to do such a thing. No matter how much I want him to. Hells, I've done everything short of sending up signal fires between my legs for him and he is either too dense to understand or he doesn't want to dishonor me. Noble fool. He is at that, Ygritte laughed. For some reason feeling slightly better that the Kneeler princess Jon kept moaning about didn't have any more luck than her at getting her wolf beneath the furs. The first night after he stole me, he got roarin' drunk and couldn't get his cock up. Then the morning came, and I was with him willin' and waiting beneath his furs with him, and he went running. And ever since then he might as well have put a fucking wall between us for all the luck I've had with gettin' to him. The Kneeler princess smiled at her, then tilted her head and started looking her over. When was the last time you bathed? Bathed? Ygritte asked, taken aback by the sudden change and lifting her arm to her nose to give herself a sniff. I jumped in the river before we got to Winterfell. Tried to drag Jon with me, but the fool couldn't take the hint I was givin' him. The Kneeler princess shook her head, then before Ygritte could protest, she had her arm hooked through her own and started pulling Ygritte towards the large round building next to the sorcerer's tower. That simply won't do. Not with the wedding that is happening tonight. Yes, I think that will do quite lovely. Nymeria, please send someone to my room and fetch the purple and the red from my dresser. And send someone else to find a seamstress. Ygritte is close to my shape, but it will need some alterations if it's to fit her properly. Wait, what are ya doing? Ygritte floundered, looking around as she was all but helpless as one of the girls split off while Ariane led her into the round building. What are we doin'? And what is this weddin' ya keep talkin' about? Is that the fancy thing you Kneelers do instead of stealin' your partners? Yes, Ariane nodded. And it is also a cause for celebration. A celebration which you desperately need to be cleaned up for. Hence why we are heading for the baths now. Ygritte ceased struggling as the Kneeler pulled her along, mostly because she realized that despite her soft hands, she was actually deceptively strong. I don't need a bath. Yes, you do, the princess countered, her nose twitching in a manner that made Ygritte want to knock it off her pretty face. And your hair is in desperate need of a comb and proper styling as well. Besides, this will give the two of us a chance to talk away from unwanted ears. Blinking, Ygritte stared at the Kneeler princess. Talk about what? Jerking to a stop, the princess pushed open a door, revealing a large room with what looked like a hot spring of all things in the center of it. What the fuck? How did the wolves build a hot spring inside one of these buildings? Did they find a cave or something and build around it? And it looks nothing like the hot springs that are north of the wall. Getting pulled into the room, Ygritte turned from the large hot spring before her to the smirking Kneeler princess. We have quite a bit to still discuss, my dear wildling, Ariane said as she started to disrobe right as the door closed behind them, making Ygritte more than slightly envious as she saw the woman's curves. No wonder Jon moans her name at night. Like for instance, how are we going to break our far too honorable wolf? Sitting with his head tilted back, Jon kept perfectly still as he felt the cool edge of the straight blade run up the length of his neck and across his jaw, cutting away the several weeks' worth of stubble growth he'd had on his face. Even if it hadn't been for the fact that there was to be a wedding tonight, Jon knew that the stubble on his face was not long for this world. Not after Ariane had rubbed his chin this morning and casually mentioned that while she did find a well-formed beard handsome, his stubble was not there yet. So, Rob, are you going to try your luck with one of the girls tonight? Or spend the whole night sending eyes at Talisa like some poor maiden? Or do you actually believe you've worn her down to the point where you can take her to bed? Tilting his head slightly, Jon eyed Rob and Theon, both of whom were shirtless just like himself as they waited for their turn under the razor. I think she's starting to come around to me, Rob said, a grin appearing on his face as the two stood with their arms over their chest. She did give me quite the embrace when we returned the other day. And even if I haven't, I'm not about to give up trying. A woman like Talisa. Well, one doesn't simply give up on them. Just because you take another willing woman to bed doesn't mean you've given up on her, Rob, Theon replied with a shrug. And it might actually do you good. If she sees that she's got competition for a spot in your bed, it might just encourage her to actually get into your bed with you. I doubt it's that easy, Theon, Jon remarked as the groomer finished with him, letting him stand so that Rob could take his turn under the knife. Sure, it is. Just look at yourself, Jon, Theon replied as Rob to his place. Before we left Winterfell, the most you were doing with that princess of yours was talking. But now that you've come back with that spear wife attached to your hip, well. The princess did come to your chambers to wake you this morning, didn't she? Jon blushed while Rob scoffed. It's not the same, Rob mumbled lowly, taking care as he spoke while the groomer did his work. True, Theon nodded. The lucky bastard here managed to catch the eye of a Dornish princess and a spear wife. And if the saying about the Dornish and the spear wives are true, they'll probably start sharing a bed with one another before they let Jon join. Lucky bastard. And what about you, Theon? Jon asked, desperate to get the conversation away from himself, Ariane, and Ygritte. Any girl catch your eye? Always, Theon smirked. Think I might just bed the whore from King's Landing that the sorcerer brought north with us. Shaking his head, Jon let out a tired sigh as he realized they were about to have the same argument about Megan. Megan has been working the loom since she arrived in Winterfell and has even started to help with the arrangement of the printing presses, Theon. She's no longer a whore. Perhaps if you would realize who she has become instead of who she once was, you might be able to speak more than a handful of words to her before she tries to get away from you. And considering the way you pine after her like a maiden after a shiny southern night, it might do you good. Theon immediately scoffed and waved his hand. I'm not pining after her, Jon. She's just a challenge. You mean that she's one of the first women you've gone after that's now refused both your advances and your coin? Rob chuckled as he rubbed at his freshly shaved face before vacating the chair and letting Theon have his turn under the knife. Face it, Theon. Your ego just can't take the fact that she's turned you down how many times now? 6. 8. Point exactly, Theon, Jon laughed as he realized the trap his brother had set, and Theon had walked right into. You're keeping count of the number of times she's rejected you. And if I'm not mistaken, you've only been to the brothel in Wintertown once since we've returned from King's Landing. I think our dear squid brother is long past the longing stage, Rob. I think it's love. Fuck off, Jon, Theon growled, dropping heavily down in the chair and tilting his head back. I'll make you two a bet. By morning I'll have gotten a maiden in bed. And you two will still be maidens. There is more between a man and a woman than just sex, Theon, Jon countered, not wanting to take the bet because he knew that there was a good possibility that Theon would indeed win. True, Theon nodded as the groomer got to work. But all that other shit is not nearly as fun as a good hard fucking. Not that either of you two know that. But take my word for it. The two brothers shared a look with one another and shook their heads. You're hopeless, Theon, Rob sighed not unkindly. Theon merely smirked and waved the two off. Maybe. But at least I'll be having a lot more fun making a pretty maiden moan tonight while you two are left with nothing but your own hands to pleasure yourselves with. As the sun began to descend towards the horizon, the activity within the Great Hall of Winterfell grew in leaps and bounds as everyone began preparing for the wedding soon to take place between Lord Asher Forrester and Lady Gwyn Whitehill. In his solar, Ned Stark stood before the large double glass doors leading out onto his balcony overseeing the Godswood, watching as the citizens of Winterfell went about preparing what needed to be prepared for the night. To his, as well as just about everyone else's surprise, the former free folk had been acclimating to their new lives with relative ease. There had been a few instances where he had needed to intervene, but mercifully they were usually relatively minor, few, and far between. Val had been invaluable in helping to mitigate any issues that rose amongst the former free folk. And even though he'd only been teaching her on her new role for less than a moon's turn, he could already tell that she would become a lady to be reckoned with that would do right by her people once she ascended to her seat. Sensing his eldest daughter approaching his chambers, Ned turned away from the goings-on below him and towards the door just as it began to open as Sansa stepped through. "Father," she greeted him, curtsying slightly as the door shut behind her. "You wished to see me?" "Gods, she is so like her mother, the perfect little lady," he thought as he walked towards her before enveloping her in a hug. "Father." Sansa stuttered, clearly embarrassed by him being so affectionate with her, despite the fact that they were alone. Is everything all right?" Is it so wrong that a father might wish to embrace his daughter?" he asked, smiling slightly as he backed away and held her out at arm's length. "By the gods, you are becoming more and more like your mother every day. She would be so proud of you, my little red wolf." "Just as I am." Sansa's cheeks tinted red as she turned her eyes away from his. "Thank you, father." "I mean it, Sansa," he said, getting her to look at him once more. "I've put you in a difficult position twice now. Once when I and your brothers went south to deal with the maesters. And once again when we went north to deal with the free folk. Yet both times, you were not only able to do what had been asked of you, but you excelled at it. And words cannot properly describe how proud of you I am." "Thank you, father," Sansa replied, clearly preening under the praise. "But you did not want to speak with me, especially here in your solar, just to say that you are proud of me." Sighing, Ned let his hands drop from Sansa's shoulders. No, I did not. Olenna and Willis will soon be arriving, and you know what they will be coming to ask." Sansa nodded. Her face became set as strongly as any she-wolf. "I do, father. And my answer has not changed." "Are you sure?" he asked once more. This was her future they were talking about after all. There was no room for doubt. "I will support you, no matter your decision, Sansa." Sansa smiled and nodded. "I know, father. Yet it doesn't change my answer. I know my duty. And I will see it done, for House Stark and for the North." The feeling of loss was strange. He knew that this wasn't an end. Merely another path on the road of life that would one day need to be taken. Yet still, that sense of loss remained. "What did I ever do to have such a wonderful and dutiful daughter like yourself, Sansa? One of us has to be the dutiful daughter, father. And gods know, as much as I love her, Arya will never be the dutiful one," Sansa replied with a chuckle, which drew a light chuckle out of him as well. "I pity the poor man that ever dares think he can lay a hand on Arya." On that we can certainly agree." Leading his daughter over to his desk, Ned pulled out a small bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Much to his daughter's surprise, he filled both glasses before handing one over to her. "Special occasion," he said, picking up his own glass and motioning for her to do the same. Normally, he preferred ale or something stronger the few times he drank, but given that this was his daughter, he figured something lighter would be easier for her to drink. Staring down at the liquid in her cup, his daughter hesitated a moment longer before slowly raising it to her lips and taking a small sip of the wine. Her eyes widened as she took another, then another larger sip. "It's sweet. But it burns. That is why you drink it slowly," Ned smiled as he watched his daughter slowly sip at her cup of wine. But even as he enjoyed this small moment with his daughter, his smile faltered as he felt 2 familiar presences approaching his solar. And sooner than he would have liked, there came the knock on his door as one of his guards announced the arrival of his expected guests. "Me Lord Stark. Lady and Lord Tyrell are here to see you." "Send them in," he said, fighting to keep himself in check as the door opened and Willis Tyrell led his grandmother Olenna into the room. "Lord Stark," Willis greeted him cordially, while Olenna just gave him a curt nod. "You called upon us to discuss something, my lord." I have." He nodded before taking a breath and glancing at his daughter. Sansa stood tall and proud, her head held high, and her eyes set. Meeting her eyes, his beautiful red wolf gave him the slightest of nods, and Ned knew that the path was set. The only thing left for him to do was to walk it. "My daughter and I have talked at length. I have given this much thought. And I have decided to agree to your betrothal request of Willis to my daughter Sansa." The relief that both Tyrells felt was clearly visible as their offer was accepted. "Good," Olenna said curtly, "I take it that you have signed the betrothal." We have stipulations, though, Ned cut in, bringing the matron of House Tyrell up short. Understandable, Lord Stark, Willis answered, shooting the elderly woman a quick glance. We will do all we can to honor your stipulations. First, the marriage shall not be performed until Sansa reaches the age of 10 and 7. Ned began, keeping a close eye on both Tyrells as he went through the list changes that he and Sansa had discussed when he'd first brought the potential betrothal to her attention. Of course, Lord Stark, Willis answered quickly. Second, we will be taking you up on the offer of 2 weddings. The first to take place here in Winterfell before the weirwood and the eyes of the old gods. And the second will take place in Highgarden in September. The 2 Tyrells seemed surprised for a moment, but considering that they were the ones that had brought the idea forward first, their surprise was short-lived. Traditionally, marriages in the South, even his own, were conducted only in front of the faith of the 7. And that was something that Ned wanted to change. His daughter wasn't just of the South, she was of the North as well. And while she perhaps preferred the gods of her mother, Sansa still held reverence for the old gods of the North. I am happy you decided to agree to such an unusual request, Lord Stark, Lady Tyrell said, smiling faintly. It had been her idea after all, as stated in the betrothal contract. A marriage in both faiths will, if anything, only strengthen the future bond between our 2 families. Is there anything else? Third, Ned pressed on. Sansa will remain in Winterfell until her marriage to Willis. While I understand that this is not desirable as Sansa will have much to learn about Highgarden and the Reach, she still has much to learn. Both under my own tutelage and the tutelage of Lord Knox. Therefore, to help her prepare for her future role as Lady of the Reach, we are consenting to a tutor of your choice to take residence here in Winterfell so they might teach Sansa all that she will need to know about her future home. However, we do stipulate the tutor you send be one from outside the faith of the 7. Olenna and Willis both quickly agreed to the idea. A fair point and a good idea, Lord Stark, Olenna nodded. Upon my return to Highgarden, I will draw up a list of tutors and send them to you for your final approval. Is there anything else you wish to add to the contract? Glancing towards his daughter one last time, Ned shook his head. No. Though we would like it understood that while we agree to the requested dowry, and you may choose the blade while you are still here in Winterfell, it will not be handed over until the first wedding ceremony here in Winterfell. Understandable and acceptable, Lord Stark, Olenna nodded as her eyes began glancing towards his desk, no doubt searching for the betrothal contract. Shall we now make the betrothal official then? Ned nodded, moving over to his desk with Sansa and pulling out the contract that Olenna had given him after their first meeting. Laying the betrothal contract flat on his desk, Ned took his time in once again reading every word that had been written, just to make sure that he hadn't missed anything the previous dozen or so times he'd read it over. Dipping his quill in the ink pot, Ned added the few stipulations that had been agreed upon before signing his name to the bottom of the contract. Feeling like he'd just run to the wall and back, he handed the quill off to his daughter. Knowing what was expected of her, Sansa made a show of reading over the contract very carefully before placing her own delicate name at the bottom. Turning the contract around, Ned held out the quill for Willis to take. The contract will stay with me until you depart, Ned said as he watched Willis read it over as well before placing his name at the bottom. And I will have Maester Luwin create a copy so that one can be kept with you and the other with us. Acceptable, Olenna said, quickly taking the quill and barely reading over the contract before placing her name at the bottom right next to Ned's. And now our families are set to join as one. I trust you will be making the announcement public tonight as soon as it is appropriate to do so. When it is appropriate. I would prefer not to take away from the festivities tonight, Ned answered. He knew how important wedding ceremonies and feasts were, and he did not want to take that away from Asher and Gwyn. Olenna nodded as if she expected the answer. You will consent to Willis escorting and dancing with your daughter tonight though, will you not, Lord Stark? I see no reason why he shouldn't, Ned answered, shaking his head and feeling like another piece of him had died. He had just signed away his daughter. He knew it would happen at some point in time, but he'd held out hope that it would still be years before he would have to face what he was facing now. They are betrothed after all. Splendid, Olenna replied. Well, come now, Willis. We have an evening to prepare for. And I'm sure that your betrothed needs time to get ready herself. Of course, Willis nodded before stepping forward and slowly reaching out for Sansa's hand. Taking her hand, he brought it up and placed a chaste and respectful kiss to the back of her hand. I look forward to getting to know you better, my Lady Wolf. Sansa smiled warmly as Willis let her hand go. And you, Lord Tyrell. Willis, please, Lady Sansa. Then it is Sansa to you as well, Willis. Yes, that is enough of that now, Olenna sighed, separating the two from one another. You two will have plenty of time tonight to get better acquainted with one another. As you say, grandmother, Willis sighed before giving Sansa and Ned one last acknowledgement of goodbye and following his grandmother out into the hall. Now alone once more with his daughter, Ned let his defenses fall as he all but collapsed back into his chair. I do believe it was easier to fight on the front lines of battle. Father, Sansa's voice sounded worried as she approached him, her fingers lightly touching his arm as she knelt next to him. Are you all right, father? He nodded, patting her hand with his other hand. I had hoped that you would still be my little wolf for a while longer. Sansa's smile was bright, just like her mother's. I'm still your little wolf, father. Just because I'm betrothed now, by the gods, is that strange to say? It doesn't change the fact that I am still your little wolf, father. I always will be. And there is still a long time before I'm to be married. 5 years is not necessarily a long time, Sansa, Ned replied good-naturedly as he stared down at his beautiful, dutiful daughter. Smiling, Sansa got to her feet. Come now, father. This is not a night for brooding. It's a night for celebration. For Asher and Gwyn. For myself. And for Robb. Holding onto his wife with one arm wrapped around her waist and the other in her hand, Nox led Nyra through a waltz with everyone else who was on the dance floor as he kept his movements in tune with the music coming from the rear of the hall. The wedding feast was well underway and already more than a few of the more over-ambitious within the crowd had to be escorted back to their rooms after one too many pitchers of ale or wine. Of course, while the marriage between Asher and Gwyn was the primary focus, as was evident as the two were seated at the head table next to Ned and Robb, the marriage was not the only reason for celebration. Ned had announced at the opening to the feast that he'd agreed to the betrothal between Sansa and Willis and that Robb had succeeded in not only passing his trial in the Force to become an apprentice, but that his son had also brought back the armor and remains of Bran the Builder, the founder of House Stark, so that he could be properly laid to rest in Winterfell. So, with those 3 events, it was no wonder as to why so many were celebrating so hard. But despite rambunctious celebration happening around them, neither Nyra nor himself were feeling quite as joyful. Neither needed to say it, but both were thinking of their own wedding, and the disaster that occurred during their wedding feast and the subsequent losses that came shortly after. Am I a horrible person, Alim? Nyra whispered as she rested her head against his chest as the music slowed in its pace. Why? He asked, holding her close. He could feel his wife's sorrow as she pressed herself harder into him. Because this is what our night should have been like. A time for celebration. A time for joy. And tonight, we should have had our son come with us. But instead, our son is gone. And all I can think is why should this ceremony be so full of joy when ours was so full of sorrow? I'm such a horrible person, am I not? Holding her close, Nox rested his forehead against hers. No, you're not, Nyra. Trust me, I've met more than my fair share of horrible people. And you are certainly not one of them. All that your thoughts mean, Nyra, is that you're human. He could feel his wife nod into his chest as she took several long breaths, during each of which the ill mood that had permeated her being slowly dissipated. Thank you, Alim, she said, pulling back enough so that she could lean up and gently press her lips against his own. It seems that Robb is quite enjoying himself tonight. Though that might be because of the company that's staying by his side. Smirking, Nox let his attention slide over to where Robb was sitting, or rather slouching in his seat as he drank his 5th tankard of ale while around him the men and women of the north cheered him on, led by none other than the bride and groom. There was one amongst them however that did not necessarily look particularly amused, and that was Talisa. Though her lack of amusement seemed to stem more from her worry of Robb over the amount of alcohol he was consuming, even if she wouldn't admit that out loud, he could sense it. Shall we place a wager on how much longer she will continue holding out? Nox asked as he tilted his head towards where the two were sitting. Leaning back, Nyra turned her head towards the two and gave off a light chuckle. I would say, 2 years, 3 tops. And that is because I know that girl and what she wants to accomplish. And if she does manage to do what she hopes, then she will win over every lord and lady in the north quicker than you did, my love. But tonight, I'm more concerned with poor John over there. He looks like someone has kicked Ghost. She wasn't wrong. John was sitting on his own near to Robb, drinking almost as fast as his brother was. The reasoning for his drinking was obvious to anyone who knew anything about the lad. When the feast had started, Arianne had made quite the showing by arriving with Ygritte on her arm, her in purple silk dress and the spear wife in a bright red silk dress. Needless to say, the two had drawn the eyes of just about everyone in the hall. And John had drawn the ire and jealousy of just about every man in the hall when he danced first with Arianne and then with Ygritte. However, after those single dances the two women had shooed John away from them and proceeded to completely ignore the poor lad. Nox recognized the game the two girls were playing. They were trying to break John. And judging from the smug feelings emanating from both girls and the amount of ale John was consuming, they were well on their way to succeeding. I wouldn't worry too much about John, Nox replied, smirking as he could just about tell exactly how his young apprentice's night was about to play out. I have a feeling that his brooding will be well and truly gone by morning. Nyra tilted her head at him, then turned just enough so that she could eye the two young ladies that were the cause of his apprentice's melancholy. Those two are going to eat him alive, aren't they? Of course they are, Knox nodded, smirking as he thought of just what his young apprentice was in for. But I can think of a lot of worse ways to go. Some of them include getting eaten alive by a few very unsavory creatures that exist. I really don't think I want to know, Naira chuckled, leaning her head against his chest once more. But the slight humor she had faded as a new wave of despair slowly coursed through her. Alim, I know that we haven't really spoken of this but what if losing Kem, what if I am no longer able? Naira, Knox said, cutting his wife off before she could say more. I told you before. It doesn't matter. Her despair didn't lessen as she shook her head against his chest. But it does, Alim. You need an heir. And if I can't do my duty to provide you with one, then we will live out our lives together with it just being the two of us, Naira, he said, pausing in their dance so that he could tilt her face up, his sightless covered eyes staring down into her beautiful eyes. I've told you before, Naira. You are what I need. You are the lone light in my world in a sea of darkness. And I will not set you aside, no matter what anyone else says or tries to do. And as for you being barren, trauma like yours my love takes time to recover from. Even with Sansa's healing ability, it will take time for your body to return to normal. And it will come back, Naira, I swear to you. No matter what I have to do. Her despair lessened, if even only by the slightest bit. Thank you, Alim, she said, leaning forward and pressing her lips against his own. I was thinking, Alim. We never really had a proper wedding night. And since everyone is here, well, there wouldn't be much of a need for either of us to hold back once we return to our rooms then. Would there? Smirking, Knox pressed his forehead against Naira's. No, my dear, there certainly wouldn't be. Stumbling more than slightly, Jon Stark slowly made his way down the corridors of Winterfell towards his infrequently used chambers that were in the family wing of the Great Keep. He still had his chambers in the Sorcerer's Tower and often preferred to spend his night there. But between the look that Lady Knox was giving Lord Knox during the wedding and feast, which promised that no one in the vicinity of the tower would be getting a decent night's sleep, and the amount of ale and wine he drank, his chambers in the Sorcerer's Tower were out of the question tonight. Damn it, he muttered, as the world began to turn slightly, forcing him to stop and lean against the warm stone walls of Winterfell to try and regain his sense of balance. I didn't drink that much, did I? Well, I guess I did, but it was their fault. The night had started off, well, perfectly he guessed. The wedding between Asher and Gwyn went off without issue. Then there was the feast, that was serving as a dual, or rather thrice, celebration. Asher and Gwyn's marriage. Robb's ascension to apprentice. And then the announcement of the betrothal between Sansa and Willis. After the first course had been cleared and the music began, Jon immediately got to his feet and sought out Arianne for a dance. When he finally found her, his heart nearly stopped. She was wearing a beautiful purple dress that hugged her body in such a way that you could see every single delectable curve on her body. And while the sight was enough to take his breath away, she wasn't the only contributing factor to his hesitation. For sitting right beside her was Ygritte, wearing a red dress that, while obviously not tailored for her, still looked completely amazing on her. Unfortunately for him, before he realized it, he was standing before the two most beautiful women in the room. And he realized that he was well and certainly screwed. How could he ask one of them to dance while neglecting the other? Mercifully, Arianne took pity on him and before he could ask anything, she rose to her feet and took his hand in hers intent to lead him out to the dance floor. But not before shooting a passing remark over her shoulder that Ygritte would be next. The dance was pure bliss. Holding Arianne in his arms, there were no words to describe it. He truly cursed every god he knew the moment the song ended, and she parted from him. But the moment she did, Ygritte immediately took her place. The spear wife clearly did not know how to dance, and it showed as she stepped on his toes more than once. But she was nothing if not a quick learner. And by the time the song ended she was able to successfully follow his lead through the steps of the song. If the night had continued that way, Jon would have been able to die a happy man. But it hadn't. After sharing just a single dance with each woman, they promptly sent him away and then ignored him. Which was why he ended up so deep into his cups with Theon and Robb. Arianne and Ygritte, while quite talkative with each other and the other ladies from Dorne, seemed completely content to utterly ignore him for the rest of the night. By the time the betting was called for, which Asher and Gwyn managed to avoid by sneaking out while no one was looking, Jon was so deep into his cups that he was finding it difficult to keep his head up, or his eyes focused. But as bad as he was, Robb was worse. It seemed like, just as they did with the married couple, everyone in the hall wanted to congratulate Robb on his ascension to apprentice with a drink. And when Lord Stark called for an end to the night, Robb was so far gone that he had to be aided out of the hall by Talisa. Something that caused no small number of cheers and whistles and more than one suggestion about what they should be getting up to. But unlike his brother, or even Theon who managed to snag a woman of his own during the night, at the end of the feast Jon was left alone. Both Arianne and Ygritte had disappeared from the hall at some point in time while he was distracted, leaving him without even a parting goodbye. Pushing himself off the wall, John resolved not to let himself wallow in self-pity as he finally made it to the hall with his chambers at the end. What did I expect? He thought sourly to himself as he fumbled trying to get the latch undone to his room. I should have known that it was too much to hope for, that I might just have a chance with both of, oh, gods. John's mind completely ceased to function as the door to his room swung open and he found himself staring at both Ariane and Ygritte, laying on his bed. Both had been stripped of their dresses, and they were both down to nothing but their small clothes and chest bindings, if the almost see-through material they were wearing could be called that though. What was more, each woman was casually trailing her fingers across the length of the other's skin. Well, John. Ariane's rich voice called out through the haze that had settled in his head. Are you going to come in and shut the door? Or just stand there like a fool and let all the heat out? Ygritte's slight chuckle joined her. He's still such a shy one. Ya would think that men would be dreamin' of something like this. And he just be standing there like one of them maids in the hall, waitin' for some man to ask them to dance. John somehow managed to clear his head enough to step into the room and shut the door behind him. He wasn't a fool. He knew what was going on. It was just, oh gods. Was this happening? As one, Ariane and Ygritte slipped off opposite sides of his bed and walked towards him. John was unable to do anything as the two beauties came up beside him and started running their hands along his arms and shoulders. Or rather, he was unwilling to do anything that might shatter this dream that he had to be having. Because there was absolutely no chance that this was happening, was there? You see, Ygritte, Ariane said on his right, her voice as calm as if they were discussing the weather even as her hands ran up and down his chest and shoulders. Sometimes the hinting of something is far better than just outright stating it. And now that I've proven my point, perhaps I can convince you to try some of the other underclothes that have begun being brought over from the Somerset Isles. On his left, Ygritte hummed as she pressed his arm into the valley between her breasts. Ya be right on this one, Ariane. But, mayhap it work a wee bit too well. I do believe we broke our wolf. If he hadn't been held in place by the two women, he would have jumped to the roof when Ariane's hand snaked down his chest and grabbed his painfully hard length through his pants. No. He's not broken. He's more than ready for this. So, the question is he ready for us? Ygritte's hand slid down his back before slapping his backside. Perhaps you're right. I thought he was strong enough for both of us. But apparently not. Perhaps we should go and find some stronger men to steal us? Seeing as how this one here apparently ain't ready to steal that which wants to be stolen. The thought of the two of them leaving to find someone else broke something within John. The wolf and the dragon that he'd long since kept locked away deep inside him both broke free, howling and raging at the challenge and thought of losing that which was his. Wrapping his arm around both women, John picked them both up at the same time and ran for the, thankfully, large bed in the center of his chambers. Ariane's and Ygritte's surprised laughs slowly turned into moans as the fire within John propelled him forward as he began placing kisses along every spot of flesh he could find while also tearing off his own clothes in the process. He wasn't entirely sure how it happened, but John suddenly found himself atop of Ariane, his length pressing against her warm core while her legs wrapped around her waist while Ygritte ran her hands through his hair and whispered into his ear. She may be your first, but don't spend yourself completely in her, John Stark. Ya be mine as well, and I want ya to claim me like the wolf ye are before the night be over. Feeling the most wonderful sensation of warmth overtake him as Ariane's legs tightened, John roughly grabbed Ygritte by the back of her neck and kissed her forcibly. I plan on doing more than just claiming you two tonight, I plan on ruining you both for anyone other than me. Then do it, John. Ariane moaned from beneath him, her legs traveling up and down his legs and backside. Show us, oh gods, show us the wolf within you. Claim us both. Breaking free from Ygritte, John leaned down and latched onto Ariane's delicate neck as he began moving as fast and hard as he could. These two had been teasing him for as long as he knew them. It was far past time they both learned what it meant when you let a dragon wolf out of its cage. Chapter 29, New Alliances Part 3. Welcome back, folks. A little later than normal perhaps. But that's life. And while my notifications for ffnet are not currently working at all for anything, I'm thrilled that everyone who has come to read this chapter was able to find it. And I hope that I can entertain you if even for a short time with this story. Now this chapter is, obviously, a bit shorter than my normal. I usually try and hit 20k before posting. But honestly I felt this chapter was good where it is at right now, and in the interest in getting it out today, I decided to ship it off to my beta reader and to post it today. Just as a heads up, the next 2 chapters will include a number of time skips and might seem a bit fragmented at times. But don't worry, I have a purpose to this, and that purpose is that we're 29 chapters in and over 600k words and still not to the start of GOT, so we're going to be speeding things up a bit. Shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. And as always, thank you to everyone who has alerted, favorited, or reviewed this story. Your continued support is what keeps me going on this. So thank you, all of you. Chapter 29. The morning after the combined celebration for the marriage of Asher Forrester and Gwyn Whitehill, the announcement of the betrothal between Sansa Stark and Willis Tyrell, and Robb Stark's ascension to the rank of apprentice, the halls, and indeed most of Winterfell, was cast in a deafening silence as the night's activities took their toll on the residents. Even the servants, who were usually up with the sun, could not escape the toll of their revelry, and most were forced to seek the nearest chamber pot or the darkest corner they could find to try and alleviate some of the pain they were feeling. It was certainly not a sight that Robb Stark was used to seeing. Not that I can blame anyone for wanting to seek their own beds today, Robb thought as he slowly made his way through the halls, doing his best not to make too much noise as he did. If not for Talisa, I know that I would be in the same shape as everyone else. Talisa. If he could see his own face, he knew that he would have the dumbest grin ever plastered across it. And he didn't care. Sure, he had enjoyed himself last night. Perhaps a little too much in fact. But the revelry of the previous night was not the reason for his good mood. No, that lied solely with the beauty from Volantis who Robb was now positive he was completely in love with. The beauty that stayed by his side the entire night. The beauty that had half carried half dragged his sorry ass to bed when he could barely walk under his own power. The same beauty who, despite his state, stayed with him the entire night. And the same beauty that he woke up to and gave him a mug of a foul-smelling concoction that somehow managed to at least lessen the hammering in his head. I don't care what it takes. What concessions I need to make with my bannermen or what I need to do to convince them. But Talisa will become the next Lady of Winterfell, I swear on the old gods she will, Robb swore to himself as he made his way towards the corridor that held Jon's room. His brother had two separate chambers, one in the main keep and one in the Sorcerer's Tower. While he knew that Jon preferred to sleep in the tower, he was sure that if his brother was in even half as bad a shape as he was, then there was no way he would have made it to the tower last night. His suspicions were confirmed as he pressed on the door to his brethren's room, only to find it barred from the inside. I don't want to intrude, but by the gods I need to talk to Jon. Even though we didn't even kiss, at least I made some headway with Talisa last night, he thought excitedly as he used the force to quietly undo the latch on the other side of the door. Jon, you're not going to believe this, but... His words died on his tongue as he got a good look into the room. His brother was on his bed, eyes closed and sound asleep. But on his chest was a mess of dark curls, which were attached to the head of Princess Arianne Martell. And up higher on the bed, positioned so that Jon's head was pressed firmly against her breasts, was the red-haired spear wife Ygritte. All three were sleeping soundly. With only a few blankets that were carelessly arranged across their bodies, and which did absolutely nothing to hide the fact that all three were completely bare as the day they were born. Backing out slowly, Robb closed the door as softly as he could while he tried to fully wrap his mind around what he'd just seen. Jon. His brother. Perhaps the most honorable man Robb had ever met besides their father. Was naked. In bed. With a wildling spear wife. And the Princess of Dorne. And, by the way, they were still sound asleep, despite him walking into the room. They were all clearly exhausted. By the gods. Theon would never, ever, be able to brag about his prowess between the sheets again. Ever. And if anyone deserved to have this happen to him, it was definitely Jon. Smiling, Robb began making his way back the way he came but came to an almost immediate stop as he realized that he was not the only one awake at this hour. And the person walking towards him while calmly humming was perhaps the last person Robb wanted to see right now. Or rather he was sure that this person would be the last person his brother ever saw should he find him in his current state. Prince Oberyn, Robb said hurriedly, trying to divert the man from going any further, I had not expected to see you awake at sunrise this morning. The Red Viper of Dorne smiled easily as he nodded his head in greeting. And a fine morning to you as well, young Stark. I will admit, with the amount you drank last night I am more than slightly surprised to find you not only awake but seemingly perfectly fine. Nodding, Robb resisted the urge to look behind him towards his brother's chambers. Lady Talisa had me drink some strange brew this morning. It tasted absolutely foul. But after drinking it, I feel better than I have any right to. Prince Oberyn nodded. A good life lesson to learn, young wolf. Never underestimate the healing powers of a good woman. And speaking of which, I am curious if you have seen my niece anywhere. I lost track of her last night and she was not in her chambers this morning. Considering the festivities and drinks that were flowing last night, I would hate to think that someone tried to take advantage of a princess of Dorne. Oh gods. Jon, you owe me for this one. Princess Arianne, Robb responded lamely, desperately trying to come up with something to tell perhaps one of the deadliest men in all of the Seven Kingdoms. Whatever he'd been about to say died on his tongue as Prince Oberyn raised his hand. Surprisingly, the Red Viper of Dorne was smiling. There is no need to try and spin a tale, young wolf. You're not experienced enough to spin one that I would find believable anyway. And besides, I already know exactly where my niece is located. She's in your brother's bed. Along with that spear wife that he brought back from north of the wall. Rob's stomach dropped as fear for his brother's continued survival came to the forefront of his mind. Yet, the prince isn't armed. And he's even, smiling. Is he not upset with John betting Ariane? And I grit. At the same time. What do you plan on doing, Prince Oberyn? His smile never fading, Oberyn took a step closer to him. Rob's entire body tensed, yet he could sense no danger coming from the force. So, he forced himself to stay still as the Prince of Dorne patted his shoulder with his hand. Don't worry, lad. My niece is her own woman, and old enough to make her choices and understand the consequences of them. Considering it's your brother who is in her bed, I know full well just who was the initiator of their activities. And from my own personal point of view, the only way she perhaps could have chosen a better way to spend her night is if she managed to get yourself and Talisa in bed with the three of them as well. Though, that would be me, not my niece. So, I suppose betting the White Wolf of Winterfell and a wildling spear wife will have to be enough of an accomplishment for now. Rob blanched at the idea. Not of betting more than one woman because he was relatively sure that every man would take that opportunity if it was presented to him. But rather it was the idea of sharing a bed in that manner with his own brother. I don't think. The Prince of Dorne laughed once more and patted his shoulder again. You Northmen need to take a lesson from your new brethren from north of the wall and relax sometimes. Nothing's wrong with a good bout of sex. Now, seeing as how I know that my dear niece is in good and capable hands, I will return to my own room in Elaria's warmth. Take care, young wolf. Rob had been knocked so off balance by the whole encounter that he was able to do little more than watch as the Red Viper turned around and walked back the way he came. Only after the man had disappeared around the corner did Rob release the breath he hadn't even realized he'd been holding in. By the gods, what in all the hell's just happened? Whistling a light tune to himself, Oberyn calmly walked down the deserted corridors of Winterfell away from the air of the north. The look on the lad's face when he'd mentioned he was looking for Ariane was just about priceless. Of course, he knew full well where Ariane had decided to end up last night. After all, Ellaria had provided his niece and the spear wife with the undergarments that they had planned to use to break the White Wolf. Or rather the White Dragon. Oberyn smirked as he found a stairway and, instead of heading down towards his room, instead climbed upwards. Though that doesn't have quite the same ring to it. The Snow Dragon? The Winter Dragon? The Dragon Wolf? I suppose it doesn't matter. At least right now in any case. Dorne has gotten what we were looking for, even if my niece isn't fully aware of it yet. After last night, I'm positive that Ariane has Jon wrapped around her finger. And as for whether Jon knows his true parentage, the lad hid it well. But he spent far too much time with Maester Aemon at the wall for the two of them just to have simple discussions. No. He was spending time with the last member of his father's family that still resides on this side of the narrow sea. Coming to the uppermost level of the great keep of Winterfell, Oberyn made the short journey down the hall until he reached a door that had a single guard standing watch. Poor man, Oberyn smirked, noticing how the guard was leaning heavily on his spear. Wonder who he pissed off to draw guard duty first thing this morning. The man was so out of it that Oberyn was nearly within arm's reach before the guardsman even realized he was no longer alone in the hall. Prince Oberyn, the man stumbled over his words, clearly still suffering from the effects of too much drink the night before. No need to be so formal, man, Oberyn smiled easily. I've come to see Lord Stark. Given the sun has risen, I assume that he is already up and working. The door behind the man opened before he could say anything, accompanied by the strong voice of the quiet wolf. Come in, Prince Oberyn. Walking past the guardsman, Oberyn didn't fail to notice that Lord Stark was indeed situated at his desk and hard at work despite the early time of day. The giant wolf, Winter, was laid out across the front of his desk. The dire wolf easily surpassing the length of the desk and nearly matching it in height even though it was laying on its side. A desk which is across the room from the door, Oberyn noted as he closed and latched the door behind him. A door which he managed to open while still seated at his desk. Apparently, the pups are not the only ones who have benefited from Nox's tutelage. Is there something you need, Prince Oberyn? Stark asked, the man not even bothering to look up from whatever paperwork he was working on. Just came to inform you that we will be taking our leave soon, Oberyn replied calmly, taking one of the few empty chairs in the room, which put him directly across from Stark and right in front of the giant wolf. Oh? Stark asked, setting his quill back into the ink pot and meeting his eyes for the first time since he'd entered the room. Yes, Oberyn nodded. During our absence, my niece and your daughter, alongside Lady Nox, worked on finalizing a better trade deal between Dorne and the North. Which, unless my eyes deceive me, is what you are going over right now. So now that Dorne is satisfied, we will no longer be a drain on your resources. Though I will admit that I have enjoyed my time here in the north far more than I thought I would. Seeing sights even I have never seen. A good battle. And a fantastic night last night with my dear Elaria and a stolen free folk couple. Adventure, fighting, and good sex. What more could I hope for? Speaking of sex, there isn't some half-naked woman that's going to be trying to sneak out of your bed while I'm here, is there? I just don't want her to embarrass herself, nor you. Stark gave him a flat look. There is no need to be concerned about that occurring, Prince Oberyn. No. Oberyn asked, his interest now piqued. That is, unfortunate. I do believe that you are perhaps the only individual in all of Winterfell that is of age and did not enjoy the company of another in your bed in one form or another last night. You do know that every unmarried woman, and even some of the married, would jump at the opportunity to share the bed of the famed Quiet Wolf even if only for a night? Hells, even my paramour Elaria spoke on how she would be willing to share your bed should the opportunity arise. Please don't tell me that you haven't indulged yourself as of late. Oberyn had a moment of concern as he felt a shiver pass over him as Stark's eyes turned yellow for the briefest of moments before reverting to their steel-grey coloring. My lady wife has passed from this world, Prince Oberyn. Almost a year past now, Stark, Oberyn countered. Please do not tell me that you have gone without another's warmth in your bed in all that time? Gods, no wonder you are so stressed, Stark. If I had known that you've gone celibate sooner, I would have all but insisted that Elaria share your bed. I can guarantee that after one night with my paramour, you will be more relaxed than you have ever felt in your life. Stark turned his eyes away from him and stared off into the distance. I will not shame the memory of my lady wife. Sighing, Oberyn shook his head. Honestly, I don't know where you get this whole sex as a besmirching of honor and a point of shame. I think I blame the veil because gods know the people of the north I've met and those beyond the wall are not shy about a good bout of sex. But those uptight holier-than-thou Valaman? Well, that is a whole other story. I honestly believe that most of them read the seven-pointed star before and after a night in the bedroom. But you, Stark? You are no Valaman. You're a man of the north and a worshipper of the old gods. Honestly, do you truly believe that your late lady wife would want you to deprive yourself of physical company for the rest of your life? You don't need to marry the lass, just approach one and try your luck. I doubt any would say no. And if it's discretion you're worried about, the girls who work the brothel are known to be very discreet, especially if it's for a high-ranking client such as yourself. Oberyn knew that he was getting through to the stoic warden of the north, even if the man didn't want to admit it, because he didn't outright dismiss the suggestion. He's more than likely now realizing just how much he misses sex, even if he won't admit it aloud. Is there anything else you needed from me, Prince Oberyn? Sensing the dismissal for what it was, and content with taking his small victory, Oberyn shook his head and got to his feet. No, I just wanted to inform you that Dorne has been most satisfied with our time in the north and that we will be soon taking our leave. And now with the announcement of your daughter and Willis's betrothal, not to mention the Lannisters getting one of their own under Nox's tutelage, I imagine that soon enough Winterfell will be back to its usual calm. Stark nodded, rising to his feet and holding out his hand. It has been a pleasure, Prince Oberyn. Smiling, Oberyn took the offered hand. Likewise, Lord Stark. Turning, Oberyn made to leave before pausing and snapping his fingers. Oh yes, there was one more thing. Your bastard boy, Jon. It was slight, but Oberyn noticed the way Stark stiffened more than usual. What of him? I'm merely curious about him, Oberyn said, turning back around fully. You see, my niece, Princess Arianne, has taken quite a liking to the boy. Enough that she even decided to bed him and the spear wife he brought back from the wall last night. Oberyn just barely managed to contain the laugh that threatened to escape him as he watched Stark struggle to keep his composure after hearing that Jon bedded Arianne. Don't worry, I do not intend to bring harm upon the boy, quite the opposite in fact. You see, Arianne has her eyes on the boy. And one thing about my niece, once she sets her sights upon something she desires, she is relentless in her pursuit of it. So, I wouldn't be surprised if in the near future you don't receive a potential betrothal offer between Arianne and Jon. He wouldn't be in line to lead Dorne, of course, that position lies solely with Arianne as my brother's eldest child. But he would become her prince consort and the sword of Dorne. But there is a slight problem. While we of Dorne do not usually care about whether one is a bastard, but when that individual is marrying into the ruling family, it can become an issue. It would be much easier to ease the people into accepting Jon as their next prince consort if it was more widely known that Jon was the son of the late Lady Ashura Dane. After all, who else could be his mother considering you didn't have him with you until after you left Starfall at the end of the rebellion? And I'm sure that his true mother would indeed approve of Arianne as a bride for him. This time, Oberyn did allow himself the slightest bit of a smirk as he watched the quiet wolf silently argue with himself over how to answer him. It was clear that Stark suspected that he knew something, though what he knew the man clearly did not know. Oh Stark, if only you knew that I know the truth about Jon. It might be easier if I just come out and say it, but that would more than likely cause more than a few problems as I'm still in the heart of the north and don't necessarily feel like fighting my way out of here should Stark decide that I need to be silenced lest I tell more what I know. Jon's mother, Stark began, then stopped as he clearly tried to put his words together before speaking them. Was a woman unlike any other. A woman I loved. And I will say no more on the matter. A woman unlike any other. And a woman you loved. Very open-ended, though most would assume that he means Ashura Dane as their tryst in Harrenhal is not a very well-kept secret. But there is another woman who matches those criteria as well. A woman unlike any other. And a woman Stark loved, as a sister. Lyanna Stark. Very well, Oberyn nodded, deciding not to push the subject further. Farewell, Stark. But one last thing. As I said, my niece is tenacious. And no secret is safe from her should she wish to find it out. Returning to the world of the waking was an incredibly slow process for Jon Stark. He didn't want to wake. He was warm. Comfortable. And covered in something so soft and warm that he wanted to do nothing more than to press whatever was against him tighter and bask in the sensation he was feeling. And, for some reason, his entire body was exhausted. Like he'd spent the entire night running and working in the yard. The combination of the warmth, the comfort, the tiredness he felt throughout his body and the fact that he'd just had the best night's sleep accompanied by the best dream in his entire life made him want to spend the rest of the day in bed. Stop moving so much, Jon. Sorry, Arianne, he muttered, weaving his fingers through her thick hair and rubbing his face against the warmth that was pressed against it as he tried to return to being as still as possible for the woman that was using his chest as a pillow. Awareness came back to him faster than a crossbow bolt as his eyes snapped open. Laying on his chest was none other than Princess Arianne Martell. Her dark curls and fingers dancing lightly across his chest. And pressed against the side of his head was Ygritte's chest. Her arms wrapped around his head with one hand laying against his chest. And he could feel every part of each woman's warm body pressed up against his own. Meaning they were both as bare as he. The night came flashing back to him as he remembered what had transpired after he'd left the feast. Of arriving back to his chambers in the family wing of the keep only to discover Ygritte and Arianne both waiting for him in his room. Of taking first Arianne with Ygritte whispering in his ear. Then taking Ygritte like an animal. Then taking them both as he laid on his back while Arianne rode his cock and Ygritte rode his face. Then even again after that. And. Well, Ygritte, it seems like we haven't quite worn our wolf out just yet, Arianne murmured as she looked up at him with heat in her eyes even as her warm hand slid down his front and grasped his steadily growing length in her hand. I would have thought that after taking each of us 3 times and then twice together would be enough to sate his appetite. But apparently, I was wrong. We've certainly gone and uncaged the wolf, and what a wolf he is. Jon couldn't help the moan that escaped him as her hand began to move. If you're too worn out, princess, you can sit this one out, Ygritte commented as she slid down from her spot, her lips tracing his ear and moving down his neck. It's understandable if you are. After all, only a true woman can keep up with the appetite of a wolf like this one. Arianne's grip tightened as her hand moved faster. I can more than easily keep up with you, wildling. Wait. Jon gasped, calling upon every exercise he could think of to try and clear his mind from the fog of pleasure that was once again threatening to consume him. Ceasing their movements, Arianne tilted her head up and looked at him. Then promptly groaned at what she saw, her head dropping heavily back down onto his chest. Well, shit. It looks like our honorable fool is back, Ygritte. Arianne's hand left him, only to come back immediately as she cupped his face with both of her hands and brought her face to within a hair's breadth of his own. You listen to me and listen well, Jon Stark. What happened last night happened because we wanted it to happen. You did nothing wrong. So, get any silly notion of dishonoring or whatever shit is holding you up right now out of your head. Especially if you want what happened last night to happen again anytime soon. The princess is right, Stark, Ygritte added, her fingers tightening in his hair as she pulled, forcing him to turn to look at her. There be no shame in a good fuck. And last night was a good dance between the furs. So, none of this sulking shite you wolves are so good at. It's not about that. Jon tried to say, even though a part of his mind, albeit a very small part now, was trying to scream that it was. I gods. Looking down at Arianne and then over towards Ygritte, Jon knew that he was a lost cause. He wanted them both. And now that he'd had them both, he would never be able to let go of either of them. Are you two alright with this? He asked slowly. I mean, both of you. Together. With me. Both women glanced at one another before snorting at nearly the same time. If we weren't alright with this, Stark, do you think we would have fucked you together last night? Ygritte asked in her usual crass manner. Gods, Jon breathed, honestly not sure how he was supposed to be handling a situation like this. Well, are you done brooding now, Jon? Arianne asked, her hand once again starting to slowly travel down his body. Because I do believe I need to show our little wildling spear wife just what it means to try and keep up with a Dornish woman in bed. Wait, Jon gasped, once again having to fight against the pleasure threatening to overrun his mind. Oh, for fuck's sake, now what, Jon? Ygritte sighed. You know, most men wouldn't be saying wait when he's got 2 women in his bed ready to fuck him senseless. No, it's not that. I mean gods no I want nothing more than 2, well, continue, Jon said, fighting against the reddening of his face. But I need to tell you both something. Something important. Something you both need to know before we continue with this. Ygritte merely scoffed as she swung her legs over the bed and began picking up her clothing from all around the room. Arianne meanwhile didn't move from her spot on his chest, her dark eyes boring into him. No words were spoken as the two continued to look at one another for a few long moments. But eventually Arianne nodded as she realized that he wouldn't budge on the issue and got up, bare as Ygritte as she began searching around the room for her own clothes. Swinging his own legs over the edge of the bed and sitting up, Jon was tempted to wrap the sheet around his body to keep some form of modesty. But he quickly forced that notion aside. Both women were strutting around his room as bare as the day they were born and didn't seem the least bit flustered about it. And after last night, well, what more did he have to hide? Especially from these two. Barely a word was uttered as the 3 of them got dressed, and finally after lacing up the last of Arianne's dress, the 2 women rounded in on Jon once again. So, Ygritte said, clearly agitated. What is it that you got to say that is so important that you couldn't even wait to say it to give us 2 what we want? Not here, Jon said quietly. While he trusted the people of Winterfell, he didn't necessarily trust those who were from the south. Excluding Arianne, of course. Especially with what he had to tell the 2 of them. I'll tell you when we get to my room in the Sorcerer's Tower. It has to do with my mother. Again, Ygritte didn't necessarily seem to care, but Arianne's eyes lit up when he mentioned his mother. I wonder just how long her eyes will stay that way, he thought sullenly as the 3 of them left his room in the family wing and made their way out into the open of Winterfell. I'm scared to tell her. Scared that she'll go away. That things will change between us. But I gods help me, I think I love her. I don't want to lose her. And the longer I keep this hidden, the worse it will be if and when she learns the truth of my birth. In what seemed like no time at all, the 3 of them had crossed Winterfell and climbed the stairs within the Sorcerer's Tower. Reaching his room in the tower, Jon immediately opened the door and went for his bed. Kneeling, Jon reached under the bed and used the force to lift a loose rock, revealing a small hidden compartment the size of a man's head. The only item within was a single slim book that Jon had memorized from front to back. Holding the book in his hand, Jon let his senses flow out, trying to see if there was anyone else in the tower. But besides from his master, who immediately pushed back on his probe to such a degree that Jon was nearly sent stumbling, there was no one else in the tower. Walking past Ygritte and Arianne, Jon shut the door to his room and secured the latch to make sure that no one would be able to walk in on them. All right, Stark, you brought us here and you got some book in your hand, Ygritte said, plopping herself down on the bed. You gonna tell us what this shite is about your mother yet? Nodding, Jon slowly turned the book over in his hand. This is the only thing I have of my mother. Her last words, before she died. Sensing Arianne approaching, Jon didn't move as she gently rested her hand on his shoulder. The last words of Ashura Dane? She sent them to Winterfell. No, Jon replied, shaking his head. Ashura Dane is not my mother. My mother, gods, it'd be easier if you just read it yourself. Frowning, Arianne took the slim book from him and immediately began reading. She barely managed to get through the first page before her face went ashen as her hands started trembling. Your mother was Lyanna Stark. Clearly not understanding the significance of the name, Ygritte stared blankly at Jon and Arianne. Who be she? Lord Stark's first wife or something? No, Jon shook his head. Lyanna Stark was Eddard Stark's sister. And before you ask, while I consider Eddard Stark to be my father, he is not the one who sired me. All right, Ygritte replied slowly. So, who put ya in your mother? And why would Lord Stark claim ya as his own if that were not true? Because his father is Rhaegar Targaryen, that fucking silver-haired piece of shit. Arianne cursed loudly through clenched teeth as she had continued reading on while now pacing furiously. Sitting down next to Ygritte, Jon ran a hand through his hair as he tried to steady his nerves while he watched Arianne continue to pace. Rhaegar Targaryen was the former crown prince, the future king of Westeros. And husband to Elia Martell, Arianne's aunt. From there, Jon began telling Ygritte and Arianne everything he knew about the events of Harrenhal and the rebellion that he managed to piece together after talking to his father and reading his mother's last words. From the love affair that blossomed between Elia and Lyanna, to Rhaegar taking his wife away so that she could be his second wife, to the death of his uncle and grandfather at the hands of the Mad King and then the subsequent rebellion that followed their deaths. Then to the terrible fate that befell Elia Martell when the Lannister army sacked King's Landing. And lastly, he told them both of what happened at the Tower of Joy, where his mother died to bring him into this world. For some strange reason, telling the two the secret of his birth was oddly relieving. He'd only known the truth for a year now, and it had been weighing heavily on his mind and soul the entire time. Not only the knowing, but also not being able to tell anyone for fear that the wrong ears might catch wind of the secret. He honestly had no idea how his father managed to keep the secret to himself for as long as he had. By the time he finished, Ariane had ceased her pacing and was now sitting down and reading over his mother's words for a second time while Ygritte merely sat in silence trying to work everything out in her head. So, your sire was the future king of all Yennealers, eh? Ygritte finally asked as she tilted her head towards him. Does that mean that ye are the future king of the Nealers then too? Folding his hands together and placing them under his nose, John leaned forward slightly. Technically, yes. But if the truth of my birth ever came out, then it would mean war, Ariane finished for him, closing the book and setting it aside. He dearly wished that he could get a read on her, but she was like a blank slate to him right now, both on the outside and through the Force. The Baratheons would not stand for a Targaryen prince to still be alive and in Westeros. Not to mention the likes of the lion fucker, Tywin Lannister. If Jon's status became known, both would either send assassins, demand his head, or even march their armies north to personally kill him. And I doubt even Robert's friendship with Lord Stark would give him reason to pause. Then there are those who still hold loyalty to the dragons and would rise in his name, even if he didn't want them to. In short, all of Westeros would be plunged into war. And given what happened during the rebellion and in the years since then, there is no guarantee that each kingdom would side completely one way or another. Which is why I have to remain as the bastard son of Eddard Stark, Jon said, looking at the two women who'd worked their way into his heart in such a short time. My father would more than likely be furious at me for telling you two this. But I couldn't stand keeping this from either of you. And I will understand if this changes things between us. Why would it change anything between us? Ygritte asked almost immediately. It don't matter to me who your mother or father is. You're still Jon. Still the man strong enough to steal me in the midst of a battle. And I ain't leaving your side that easily, Stark. Feeling heartened by Ygritte's response, Jon placed his hand over hers and gave her a smile of thanks before turning towards Ariane. The Princess of Dorne was staring at him with that same blank look and empty feeling that was starting to push Jon towards the brink of despair. There are many in Dorne that would curse and spit on your name for your very existence, she said, making Jon wince. But I am not one of them. I can tell by reading your mother's words that my aunt, regardless of Rhaegar's stupidity, loved your mother. And she would roll in her grave if anyone in the Martell family felt anything but love for the son she wanted to share with her love. But tell me true, Jon. Do you plan on putting your name forward and making your claim for the Iron Throne? Biting his lip, Jon took a moment to collect himself before answering. I would be lying if I said I had never thought of it. But truthfully, I do not want the throne. All that would come from me putting my claim forward would be blood and tears. I just want to live my life the way I want to. With you too. Whether it be in Dorne, or here in the north. That is all I want. Nodding, Ariane rose to her feet. For a moment, Jon was afraid she would turn and leave, but instead she crossed the distance between them and pulled his head into her midriff. If that is what you want, then that is what you will have, my wolf. It won't be an easy road for us no matter which path we choose, but together we can face any enemy. Ygritte will take care of those who come at us from afar. Jon will handle those who get close to us. And I will handle the enemies we cannot see. But no matter what or who we face, we will do it together. Jon's relief was so great that he all but collapsed into Ariane as he brought his arms around her, holding on as if she were his life. Which, wasn't too far from the truth at the moment. So, Jon is Jon and we're all right with that, yes? Ygritte asked, to which he could feel Ariane nod her agreement. Good. So, now can we get back to the fuckin'? Our wolf here neglected me needs for weeks. And I've got quite an appetite that even last night didn't satisfy. Rolling over, Tyrion Lannister fought against the beating of drums echoing throughout his head as he slowly, very slowly, opened his eyes. And was greeted promptly by the sight of a horse's nose less than an arm's length from his own face. Looking around, he slowly managed to piece together where he was through the pounding pain in his head. The stables, Winterfell. Hells, these northerners sure do know how to throw a celebration, and those free folk certainly know how to drink. Well, he groaned, pushing the horse's nose aside as he slowly got to his feet. I suppose I should be thankful that I woke up on this end of the horse, this time. Well, Tyrion, I can't say I'm necessarily surprised to find you here of all places. Turning his head just enough to see who was behind him, Tyrion huffed and proceeded to dust off his clothes. Standing just outside the stables, neither looking worse for wear considering the celebrations last night, were his uncle Jerion and his cousin Joy. Please, uncle, like this is the worst of places to wake up in. Shall I regale young Joy here of the time when I was but a lad of 10 and 3 and found you pass? We don't need to go into that. Jerian replied quickly, his eyes glancing off young Joy, who was just standing back and watching the two with the slightest of grins on her face. No need to, father, Joy replied as Tyrion slowly made his way out of the stable and towards the two. I've already heard quite a few tales of your exploits. Is it really true that you took a donkey to a brothel? Tyrion couldn't help but laugh at the way his uncle's face paled then went red. That wasn't your father, young Joy, Tyrion said, wanting credit to belong where it was deserved. That one was me. And it wasn't just a jackass but also a honeycomb end. She doesn't need to hear about that, Tyrion, Jerian growled, making Tyrion and Joy laugh lightly, which immediately brought a raging pain to Tyrion's head as he was painfully reminded of just why he was sleeping in the stables in the first place. Smirking through the pain in his head, Tyrion emerged from the stables with his uncle and cousin and looked around Winterfell. Normally by this time in the day, it wouldn't have been unusual to see dozens of guards patrolling the walls or craftsmen and merchants going about their day. But today, the keep of Winterfell was almost completely void of life and activity. A true testament to just how enjoyable the celebrations were last night. Given what I saw, I wouldn't be surprised if Winterfell and Wintertown saw a sudden influx of babies in the next 9 moons or so. And how did the other guests of Winterfell fare last night? Tyrion asked as the trio began walking towards the Great Keep in search of some food to break their fast. Jerian merely shrugged as they entered the keep. To no great surprise, the Dornish ended up pretty much everywhere last night. And the Tyrells pretty much stayed to themselves. Though I have heard that both the Tyrells and the Martells are planning on making their leave within the next day or two. Which means that both houses have gotten what they came for, Tyrion deduced as the 3 Lannisters found a table and sat down to wait for the servants to bring them something to eat. The Tyrells are easy enough to figure out. They got their wolf bride, so they have no reason to remain. But the Martells? There was no great announcement last night pertaining to the Dornish. Nor have any of their own been accepted by the Sorcerer like young Joy here. What changed last night? Did the Martells get what they wanted? Or have they given up? Feeling something small and soft hit him in the face, Tyrion blinked and shook his head. The culprit wasn't hard to find, as Joy was sitting directly across from him, her fingers making small circular motions in the air just above the surface of the table. And just below her fingers were small bits of food that were following the patterns her fingers were making as if they were connected by a string. Well, I dare say that you are shaping up to be one impressive sorceress, dear cousin, Tyrion smirked, wiping at his face. Though I think I may have missed the part of Nox's lessons where he taught the lot of you how to use your powers to make a catapult with bits of food being your rocks. And speaking of food, when did it arrive? Laughing, Joy continued twirling her fingers, lifting a piece of meat off her plate before popping it into her mouth without it ever once touching her fingers or utensils. A sorceress in training must always find new ways to practice her art, dear cousin. And a lady of House Lannister must remember her manners when at the table, Jerian said not unkindly as he shot his daughter a glance from the corner of his eye. Sorry, father, Joy said, lowering her hand and letting the second piece of food she'd been floating drop. Smiling, Tyrion watched as Jerian reached over and took his daughter's hand. It was a touching moment. A moment between a parent and their child. One that Tyrion had never been able to experience. Not with a father like his. But maybe, just maybe one day, he would be able to experience what it felt like to be in the same position as his uncle and cousin. Unless, of course, you are launching food at Tyrion here. In which case, fire at will, my dear. Giving his uncle a look of betrayal, Tyrion grumbled as he slowly picked at the food that had been placed before him. With the Tyrells and Martell's departure imminent, I suppose that means that we should be making our leave as well, he commented, giving his uncle and cousin a sympathetic look as he saw Joy's face fall slightly and Jerian frown. Yes, we will, Jerian sighed. It was clear that the man did not want to leave his daughter again, not after having been absent from her life for so long. But they could not in good faith continue playing on the hospitality of the Starks. Staying back, Tyrion watched as father and daughter turned their faces towards one another. I'll be sending ravens as frequently as I can, my little lioness. And I'll be making a trip north with the trade vessels whenever your uncle allows me to leave. Joy's eyes shined with unshed tears as she nodded and leaned into her father. Tyrion felt more than slightly out of place watching the display. Especially as he'd never been in such a situation himself. Ever. Not after he killed his mother coming into this world, earning the eternal scorn of his father and sister for the act and for the sin of being born a dwarf. And speaking of my father, young Joy, Tyrion coughed, unfortunately breaking the moment between father and daughter. We all know that he has placed certain expectations on you for your time here, outside of learning all that you can from the sorcerer. Joy's cheeks reddened and his uncle glared at him. I know what is expected of me by. Yes, well, you might as well forget it, my dear, Tyrion quipped, bringing Joy up short. The boy has caught the attention of not only a spear wife, but the Princess of Dorne as well. And while you are indeed a beauty that can match even the most beautiful of desert roses, I'm fairly certain that Dorn's decision to leave coincides with them getting their fangs into the boy. The look that flashed across Joy's face was one of relief, sadness, and fear all rolled into one. But, what about? You let your father and I deal with him, Tyrion said firmly. That man had already fucked over Tyrion's life in more ways than he cared to count. He certainly wasn't about to let Joy fall into the same position he was in just because she couldn't catch the eye of a young man who already had the eye of two beautiful women. You just focus on learning everything you can about this wonderful power of yours, my dear. Try and have a little fun while you're here as well. I've seen you, the young Stark girl, and Lady Baratheon out playing while everyone else went north. Keep that up, my dear. Live your life the way you want to. Not the way someone else wants you to. At least this way one member of our pride will be able to live a happy life. Joy's eyes once again shined with unshed tears as she nodded. Thank you, cousin, she said with a small smile. And don't worry. I'll keep an eye on her while I'm here. She's family, after all. Tyrion's hand stilled momentarily as he was reaching for the pitcher of water that was next to him. Oh? And who is this she that is family? Perhaps you mean Lady Shireen? I suppose we are family through the marriage of Cersei to Robert. That's not who she's talking about, Tyrion, and you know it, Jaerion replied, he and his daughter wearing identical smirks as they both stared at him. We're talking about the girl who works in the Sorcerer's library. Anna. Tyrion could have continued to play the game where he didn't know what they were referring to, but he could tell that it would be meaningless at this point. They both clearly knew just who Anna was in relation to himself. Now he just needed to figure out how they knew, and how to prevent others from learning. It wasn't that he was worried about Stark finding out about her and taking advantage of the leverage he could gain. But rather that the more people that knew of her existence, the greater the chance of his father finding out about her. And that was something that he could not allow. Not right now. And how did you both come to learn of her? The father and daughter shared a look before focusing back on him. It wasn't that hard to figure out, Tyrion, Jaerion replied, much to Tyrion's chagrin. I may have only met my niece in King's Landing once, but it was recent, and I have a good memory. And that girl that now resides in the Sorcerer's Tower and Marcella could practically use each other as mirrors. Then there are her eyes. While they might not be the same as yours, the fact that she has two colors of eyes is a rare trait that I've only ever seen in yourself. And lastly, while your love of books is known to pretty much all, even you tended to wander to the library far too frequently, and only when she was there. Put all of that together, and it wasn't a difficult conclusion to reach. Glancing around, Tyrion made sure once again that there were no unwanted ears nearby. But even still, he spoke in a low tone so that only his uncle and cousin could hear him. And what do you think I should do? You know what happened to her. I can't risk my father learning of her. Setting his utensils down, Jaerion folded his hands under his nose. My brother, your father, is an uncaring, selfish, brutish ass of the highest order, Tyrion. But for all of his many, many faults and sins he is willing to commit, there is still one sin he will not come near. Kinslaying. Scoffing, Tyrion pushed his plate away, his hunger gone. Perhaps. But that would be assuming who he even considers to be kin. You know how good he is at working things out so that he is justified in his actions. Oh, you need not remind me of that, Tyrion, Jaerion sighed while nodding. And it's not just your father that we must consider, but those who would seek to use her either to hurt or take advantage of yourself or House Lannister. As painful as it is to say, anonymity is her shield right now. Truthfully, perhaps the safest place in all the Seven Kingdoms for her right now is right where she is. As she is. Perhaps in the future that will change, and the truth can come out. Burying his head in his hands, Tyrion rubbed tiredly at his eyes. He hated it, gods he hated this. But it was the truth. Even if by some miracle his father decided to be a decent being, unlikely, and recognize her as Tyrion's daughter, he knew that her life would be a shit one. Far shittier than the one she currently had anyway. And as cowardly as it was, he really did not want to tell his daughter the truth. The truth of her mother and himself and what happened between them. Feeling a light touch on his arm, Tyrion picked his head up just enough to see Joy's warm smiling face. I'll look after her, cousin. I promise. Tyrion was seriously starting to consider that all of the warmth and kindness the gods had neglected to give his sister had instead been passed on down to both of his nieces. Thank you, he said, giving Joy's hand a light pat and returning her smile with one of his own. Well then, Tyrion continued as he managed to get down the last little bit of food that he felt his stomach could handle considering its condition due to his overindulgence the night before. As we will no doubt be leaving alongside the others tomorrow, I think I shall spend the remainder of my time in Winterfell in the library, going over my notes as it were. Of course, Jaerion smirked while waving him off. Spend as much time with your notes as you can, Tyrion. I plan on spending every moment I can with Joy here until we leave tomorrow or the day after. Gods only know when my brother will allow us to leave the rock again to come north. Giving his uncle and cousin one last nod of farewell, Tyrion gathered himself and made his way out of the keep before turning towards the looming Sorcerer's tower which stood tall over all of Winterfell. But after taking a few steps, a strong gust of wind changed his mind as he was able to catch a whiff of himself on the breeze. I guess a bath is in order first, he thought, lifting his arm and smelling under it, and instantly regretting it as he realized the constant smell of barn that had been following him around all morning was in fact coming from himself. Bath. New clothes. And then to the library to spend what little time I have left here with my daughter. Then back south to my oh-so-cheerful father. Then to King's Landing. Jaime and I are far past overdue for a very, very long talk. Standing alongside his wife flanking the members of House Stark and with his new acolytes standing resolutely behind him, Knox watched as the members of the great houses of Lannister, Tyrell, and Martell all said their final goodbyes to the Wolves of the North. It was rather touching in a way. While it would be naive to say that true friendships had been formed during the month, it was true that alliances had been formed as well as mutual respect. Willis, in a show of what Knox considered over-the-top chivalry, gently placed a kiss onto the back of Sansa's hand before asking Ned's permission to write Sansa while they were apart. Tyrion Lannister exchanged a lengthy and teary goodbye with his daughter Joy. And even though the little man managed to hide it, Knox could see clear through Tyrion as the smallest of the lions' gaze settled in on a lone blonde girl who was staying near the back with the rest of the younger servants of Winterfell. Of course, it was the Martells that had been the ones to truly show everyone how you said goodbye to someone. In full view of the entirety of Winterfell, Arianne had made her stance in no uncertain terms as she marched straight up to Jon and pulled him into a heated and lengthy kiss, causing no shortages of whistles and cheers of encouragement as the surprisingly strong princess locked Jon in a tight embrace and refused to let him go, not that he was honestly trying hard from the looks of it, until both needed to come up for air. Then as if to up her game, Arianne then walked over to Ygritte, who was defying all set precedents by refusing to be anywhere besides next to Jon and repeated the same goodbye with her. The sight of the two women all but mauling each other caused even more whistles and cheers, and more than a few blushes and mutterings of how Jon was one lucky bastard. Lucky now, Knox thought as he watched through the force as Arianne pulled back and made her way towards the Martell contingent. But just wait for the day when he manages to anger the both of them at the same time. Then he will wish he'd never been born. As the Martells finished loading themselves into their carriages, Knox felt one pair of eyes linger on him. Turning his head slightly, he gave the briefest of nods to Prince Oberyn as his mind wandered back to the conversation the two of them shared in his tower the morning after the wedding between Asher and Gwyn. Feeling Oberyn approaching his meditation chambers, Knox waved his hand behind him, unlocking and opening the door just as the Prince of Dorne reached out to grab hold of the latch. You and the wolves with your habit of predicting just when you are about to have visitors, Oberyn smirked as he walked into the sparsely furnished room before closing and locking the door behind him. I would ask how you lot are capable of knowing exactly when to open your doors, from across the room no less, but I already know the answer to that. Such a shame that you cannot teach me that trick. It would be quite entertaining to make use of it in the middle of a brothel. But I digress. I do hope that I am not interrupting anything, my friend. No, Knox answered honestly, getting up from his knees. My apprentice, your niece, and the spear wife are making such a racket and commotion through the force that I would be surprised if anyone would be able to concentrate in the entirety of the north. Oberyn laughed, his amusement flowing off of him. Yes, I heard them on my way up. I do believe that Arianne and Ygritte are attempting to find out who has the better set of lungs on them. Either that, or that apprentice of yours has more than a few tricks up his sleeves. Though from what I hear, Knox, you shouldn't be one to judge. I've heard that you and Nyra have kept most of Winterfell awake on more than a few occasions. Guilty as charged, my friend, Knox laughed, remembering that last night had been exactly that type of night. Though he assumed that was true for most of Winterfell. Though I doubt you came here to talk about the sexual prowess of those trained in the ways of the Force. And before you ask, no, I will not give you in Elaria a first-hand demonstration until my wife is comfortable with such acts. Oberyn's look was one of pure innocence. What is that old saying? If you fail once, just try again? But you're right. I didn't come here to talk about your sexual prowess. More the pity that. But rather I want to talk to you about your apprentice. Or more specifically, when you plan on putting the heir to the Iron Throne back where he belongs. Knox didn't even twitch a muscle as he figuratively stared Oberyn down. Fairly blunt and to the point. One could almost accuse you of being a Stark with that type of approach, Oberyn. He could feel the man's eyes roll. Gods forbid. It's been entertaining here, but far too cold for my tastes. And I do not have yours nor my brother's gift for word games or the game as a whole. Speaking of which, my brother sends his respect for the play you made on him with just a single seemingly innocent question. Now, if you're quite done having me kiss your ass, perhaps you will answer my question. Turning, Knox took a few steps towards one of the walls that contained a bookshelf with dozens of books looted from Valeria scattered across it. My apprentice will make his own decision in that regard, as he is fully aware of his lineage. And as for if and when, that is variable to such a degree that an exact answer is not feasible at this time. Oberyn's annoyance spiked. That wasn't an answer, Nox. It is as good as an answer as you will be getting from me at this time, my friend, Nox shot back in the same tone that Oberyn had used. Oberyn was clearly not pleased with his response, and it was showing. So then, tell me, friend. What is it that you are planning? House Stark has risen from a backwater house that few cared about to one of power and influence, all thanks to you. Now you have ties throughout all of Westeros and even some in Essos with that Mager girl. Don't tell me that you are planning on making your own play for the Iron Throne. No, I have no designs on placing myself on the Iron Throne, Nox answered truthfully. But as I can see that you will not part until you get the answer you seek, I will tell you this. The reasoning for everything I have done and will do in the future all comes down to a single threat. The White Walkers and their ilk. Pausing, Nox decided that it was time to clue Oberyn in slightly, as he knew that having the Red Viper, and by extension Prince Doran, who would no doubt learn of this conversation the moment Oberyn stepped foot back in Dorne, on his side would further his long-term goals. When I first arrived in Winterfell, I had no intention of staying for long. However, that changed on my very first night when I saw a vision of the future. Or rather, I had visions of thousands of possible futures. And in each one I saw the same thing. The darkness that is coming from the far north, swallowing everything in its path and burying first Westeros and then all of the world in its darkness. Yet through all the visions of defeat, I saw a path to victory. A path of hardship and sacrifice. Yet one that would not only see to the end of the White Walkers, but one that would also see this land thrive after their defeat. And that, Oberyn, is why I have not left the north. That is why I went to Valyria. And that is why I am building up the north into a true power in Westeros. Should the north fall when they come, and make no mistake they are coming, then the rest of the land will fall with them. Oberyn took a moment to think over what he'd said. No doubt replaying his own encounter with the White Walker north of the wall over and over again in his mind. Shit, the prince mumbled after several long moments of silence. Well, I guess that explains why you haven't left the north at all, despite the numerous offerings of gold, position and women you must have received over the years from the lords across all of Westeros. One of them, yes, Nox nodded. Oberyn caught his meaning immediately, if only a part of it anyway. Ah yes, the warmth of a good woman is certainly enough to make any man remain in place for some time. Unless of course you find a woman like my Elaria who loves adventure and variety as much as I do. I do believe that you and Elaria enjoy your adventures and variety to the point where you two alone could sate half of Westeros. Nox commented dryly. Only half? Oberyn asked good-naturedly. I suppose that we will have to up our outings then. Despite the friendly banter, Oberyn sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. Fine. Keep your secrets, sorcerer. But know this, should events unfold where truths are forced into the open, our friendship will not be enough to ensure you of Dorne's support. It will take something more, binding to get the spears of Dorne on your side. Just then, a cry of pleasure echoed throughout the halls of the tower, reaching even the two of them in the privacy of Nox's meditation chamber. Do you honestly think that will be a problem? All things considered. Tilting his head, Oberyn smirked and shook his head as a second cry sounded, almost as if it were trying to outdo the first. No. I do not think that will be a problem. But it is something that needs to be said. But even if some truths are left in the shadows, you will have my spear at your side. For a price. Nox figured that would be the case. I know what your price is, Oberyn. And should events arrange themselves in a certain way, then you will have your price. Back in the present, Nox gave a slow nod to Prince Oberyn, one which the man returned before swinging himself almost effortlessly up onto his horse. After one last farewell from Ned to all the houses, the members of House Tyrell, Lannister and Martell rode out of Winterfell before turning and going their own separate ways home. Once their guests were outside, the denizens of Winterfell began to disperse as they all returned to their daily routines. Turning, Nox gave a passing glance through the force at his assembled acolytes and apprentices. 2 apprentices and 6 acolytes with a 7th still in diapers. Not a bad start all things considered. Well, what are you lot standing around for? Nox asked, jolting his acolytes and apprentices with the sudden harshness of his tone. Show's over. And the day has just barely started. Jon. Robb. Get the acolytes started on their daily routines. If I'm not satisfied with their progress by the time I reach the training yard, you two will face my displeasure. Jon and Robb both immediately went stiff before quickly moving to get the others to the training yard to begin their daily regime. While Nox hadn't stooped to the level of many Sith by outright torturing his acolytes or apprentices who displeased him, Nox was more than willing to doll out interesting and inventive means of showing his displeasure. Like the time he'd had Jon create a pile of pebbles as tall as himself by hand, only to tell him he then had to move the entire pile across Winterfell, only this time using just the force and without colliding with anyone. And seeing as how Jon and Robb were both now his apprentices, it was far past time to up their training. which in part meant that they were to start by becoming the teacher instead of the student. With his apprentices and acolytes now out of sight, Knox turned his head south, his senses flowing out and following the three houses on their way home. The board is almost set. Now it's time to truly build the pieces. Watching the towers of Moat Cailin slowly shrink in the distance behind them, Olenna allowed herself to relax for what felt like the first time since they'd entered the northern lands. She couldn't necessarily put it into words, but ever since they'd entered the north, she'd felt as if she were being constantly watched, no matter where she was. And it was only now that they were well south of the northern border that she felt that constant watching presence disappear. Wouldn't put it past the sorcerer to be the cause. Though even with how powerful he is, and his power is without question now that Willis and Garland have personally seen what he can do, I doubt even he is powerful enough to watch over someone even leagues away from where he is. Grandmother, are you all right? Olenna hummed, turning her attention back to the only other occupant in the carriage with her. Despite having his leg healed, Willis had yet to regain his former endurance on a horse and therefore was spending a fair amount of time in the carriage with her while Marjorie and her new handmaiden Myra rode in the carriage behind them. I'm fine, she said, waving off the concerned look on her grandson's face. These old bones are just glad to finally be out of the cold and back into some semblance of warmth. Willis gave her a look and shook his head. That isn't it, grandmother. Gods curse the north. She didn't know how it happened, but seemingly overnight her grandchildren had all learned how to see through whenever she was trying to evade a certain line of questioning or trying to pull the wool over their eyes. You're concerned. But why? We achieved everything we hoped and more. Our relationship with the Starks has improved tenfold. And I'm now betrothed to Sansa Stark, even if the wedding will not happen for years. Something I am quite frankly thankful for. Lord Stark has even allowed us to appoint a tutor for Lady Sansa so her transition will be easy on her. And we were able to learn how the Northerners are making their glass, and we have even gained an understanding of how their printing presses work so that I can begin to replicate them as soon as we return to Highgarden. As soon as her grandson finished speaking, Olenna promptly brought her fan up and smacked Willis atop his head. Fool, she muttered as Willis rubbed at the spot she'd struck. It is precisely because we achieved everything we set out to achieve that has me concerned. The wolves knew exactly what we wanted even before we arrived. And they all but gave it to us without us even having to really ask. Now think for a moment, Willis, use that mind that I know you have. Why would they do that? Why would they readily give away the secrets that have propelled the North from little more than barbarians to one of, if not the, most powerful region in Westeros in little less than 10 years? Willis turned his head and stared out the window as he thought on her question. Because they no longer have a need to keep it to themselves. Meaning that they have new ways and methods of advancement that we have not yet seen. Exactly, Olenna nodded, thinking back to the strange exchange she took note of while the leader of the wolf pack was away from Winterfell. While you lot were all making friends north of the wall, I happened to notice something that I doubt wanted to be noticed. A group of men carrying a chest in a manner that screamed they did not want to be seen. It took more than a few coins, but I was eventually able to find a loose tongue or two and managed to learn that the men carrying the chest were surveyors and miners. Willis blinked and rubbed at his chin. Not unheard of, grandmother. We send surveyors and miners out all the time. That we do, she nodded. But whatever they found was important, otherwise they wouldn't have brought it immediately to the only remaining person of station in Winterfell, Lady Knox. Copper, silver, iron. All these things could have waited until Stark returned from beyond the wall. But no. Whatever they found was important enough that they brought it immediately to the stewardess of Winterfell. To my utmost annoyance, I was unable to find any of the surveyors or miners again to try and learn what they'd found. And I'm not dumb enough to try and send someone to rummage through the chambers of wolves. Again, Willis looked thoughtful. Gold. Or something else of equal or greater value. Yes, Olenna nodded with a sigh. Then there are the concerns with your betrothed as well. Blinking, Willis snapped back to her. What about Sansa? Reaching over to one of the compartments in the carriage, Olenna pulled out a brick of cheese and cut off a slice. That girl may appear sweet and innocent. But I guarantee you, Willis, that she is anything but. Oh, don't make that face. I'm not saying she's anything like the women from Dorne that are looking to fuck anything with a cock that moves. No. Even at her age, she's already well learned in the game. Give her 5 more years of tutelage under the likes of Knox and his woman. She will become a player of the game on par with any in the realm. Even though she will carry the Tyrell name, make no mistake that girl's allegiance will be to her pack first and foremost. At least until you put a babe in her and give her a pack of her own to look after, that is. Plus, lest we forget, but the Dornish princess managed to firmly grasp perhaps the strongest of the wolf pack by the cock and clearly has no intention of letting go anytime soon. And the fact that the Lannisters have now managed to get one of their own under the tutelage of the Sorcerer while we have not? So, tell me, Willis, do you think we truly managed to come out on top during this trip to the north? Willis went mercifully quiet after her tirade as he took in the full weight of her words. Leaning back in his seat, her grandson scratched behind his ear as he thought on where to go from here. We will need to send out ravens to the houses in the reach informing them of my betrothal to Sansa Stark, Willis stated. There will no doubt be some complaints, but mostly those will come from the houses that aspired to seeing their daughter as the next Lady Tyrell. But the knowledge that we have the backing of the Starks will give us some breathing room. We will also need to send word to Loras. We need to get Marjorie and Garland to court, but not immediately. I have the same thought as you, grandmother, regarding the king and the Starks, and how King Robert no doubt hoped to betroth his son to Sansa. He might feel as if we've stolen his son's future bride from him. So, we should give him some time before we make our presence known at court. I agree, Olenna nodded, glad that her grandson had not inherited his father's fondness for being a fool. But why Garland and not yourself? It would be far better for the future Lord of Highgarden and Warden of the South to forge relationships with the king and the crown prince, not to mention the rest of the court. No, at least not yet. Willis responded. Even after the king gets over his initial disappointment about losing the Stark girl for his son, I believe it would be prudent of us if I avoid King's Landing for some time. At least until after my wedding has come to pass. The last thing we need is to stoke the king's anger at us over by bringing the one who stole Sansa from him and his son. Also, I believe it would be prudent to send Garland to King's Landing because he can give voice to what he saw north of the wall regarding the White Walkers. Just hearing the name of the ancient mythical creatures made Olenna want to curse and spit. Even after hearing it directly from her grandson, who she knew not to be a fool, it was a hard concept to grasp. A creature of legend that nearly brought the realm of men to its knees, only to be beaten back in the Age of Heroes. And now, after 8,000 years without ever showing themselves, they were back. Why? Why now of all times? She could deal with the likes of Tywin Lannister, Jon Arryn, and Doran Martell. But the White Walkers? She wouldn't even know where to begin with those blasted creatures. That will be kept quiet for now, she said to her grandson. Our position, while better than it was a month ago, is still precarious. If we go shouting that creatures long since thought to be but myths were back to kill us all, our bannermen will lose what little restraint they have left and decide that it is time for a new house to take rulership of the Reach. And seeing as how Stark and Knox haven't announced to the realm the return of these creatures, it is safe to say that they are of a similar mindset. Willis nodded. Yes. Until actual proof of these creatures can be presented before the realm, I doubt any would believe them to be real. But still, that doesn't mean we should just remain still. We can use what we've learned from the north to begin preparing. I've got a rough schematic of the blast furnace they use to mass-produce their steel, as well as a drawing of their printing press. The only difficulty will be in procuring enough raw materials once both are up and going. I do believe that Archmaester Marwyn will be most interested in the printing press once we show him how it works. And we can also begin training our men at arms using the few drills that I noticed the sorcerer put the Stark men at arms through daily. Nodding along as her grandson continued to lay out what needed to be done upon their return, Olenna peered out the window at the slowly setting sun in the west. We accomplished all we wanted and more in the north. But for every one thing that went our way, 2 more problems rose to take their place. Yet, despite all we learned, there is still one thing that eludes even myself. And that is just what in the 7 hells the sorcerer's long-term goals are. Then there's also the snakes. Tywin's game is easy enough to predict. House Lannister is already in power, so he just has to work at keeping them there. But the Martells? The one who believes the likes of Doran and Oberyn are willing to do nothing about the death of Elia are bloody fools. They have a game afoot. One that clearly involves Jon Stark. But the only question is, what is it? Walking through the makeshift camp that her countrymen had assembled just off the King's Road, Arianne Martell kept her sight set on one of the 2 large tents that had been pitched not too far from her own. They'd managed to cover nearly half the distance between Winterfell and White Harbor, and it was only now that Arianne felt that they were not only alone enough, but that she was ready to have a conversation that she knew was going to be extremely hard. Stopping just outside the flaps of the tent, she glanced towards the 2 men of House Martell that had been assigned to guard her for the day. No one gets close enough to hear what is being said inside this tent until I leave. And I mean no one. Not even my cousins. The 2 men nodded and took up their positions near the entrance to the tent, spears at the ready. Taking one last moment to steel herself, Arianne pushed open the tent flap and ducked inside. Giggling instantly reached her ears as she spotted her uncle with Lady Elaria on his lap. Ah, my beloved niece, unless you wish to stay for a show and learn a few tricks to show your wolf boy next time you see him, I would suggest that whatever you have to say can wait till the morning. Oberyn said as he tightened his hold on Elaria while beginning to trail kisses up and down her neck. Nearly sighing at her uncle's antics, Arianne put as much steel as she could into her voice. What I have to say cannot wait any longer, uncle. And it is something that must be discussed between the 2 of us. In private. Lady Elaria, please leave. Her tone worked as Lady Elaria, much to her uncle's surprise, immediately got up from her spot on his lap and left after giving her a quick curtsy. Well, her uncle sighed as he got up and went over to pour himself a glass of wine. Seeing as how you disrupted the pleasant evening I had planned, I guess we can talk. Drink? No, she replied, waiting until Oberyn had retaken his seat with a drink in hand before pushing on with what she wanted to know. I will ask this only once, uncle. How long have you known? And please, do not play dumb and ask what I'm asking about. You are not a fool, and neither am I. Tell me how long you and my father have known. Her uncle took a slow drink, his usual smile slipping from his face. How did you figure it out? He told me, Ariane replied. He would not have what is growing between us built on a lie. And he has the last words of his mother to back his claims. It wasn't difficult then to realize that you knew as well, considering how frequently you were encouraging my pursuit of a relationship with him. If you knew, that meant that my father knew as well. I see, her uncle nodded thoughtfully. In truth, your father and I suspected this, but we were not entirely sure on the matter. We only had these suspicions after the treachery of the maesters was revealed, and we discovered a raven scroll from Elia in the maester's chambers. It was written in a code known only to those of House Martell, so the maester, may his soul rot in whatever hells awaited him, was unable to learn its contents. But in her last words to us, Elia beseeched your father and I to find her love and give her, and any offspring she might have, our protection. So, they hadn't known before her first meeting with John. That made her feel slightly better. That still didn't change the fact that her father and uncle knew the truth of John. And given how her uncle had been behaving towards her relationship with John, it wasn't a difficult task to assume their goal. You and my father intended to use me as a honeypot to convince him to throw his name out there and go for what is technically his by birth. Plunging the entire realm into war. Her uncle frowned. Ariane, we did not intend to. Then what is your intention, uncle? Ariane pressed. She knew her father and uncle better than perhaps anyone else alive. And she knew the people of her homeland. They still cried for vengeance and justice over the fate of Elia and her children. And John's true name coming forward, given the divides it would create, would give them the perfect chance to extract said vengeance. Are you two going to let this slip into the wrong ear and force his hand? Because he has no intention of going for his birthright, as he knows the pain and suffering it would bring to the land. And at a time where we can ill afford it if the stories you yourself brought back from north of the wall are true. Taking a step closer to her uncle, she pressed on, not giving him the chance to get a word in. We may not have said the words, uncle. But I am theirs as they are mine. And I will do what is necessary to protect us from the threats that we cannot see. Even if those threats come from my own family. Turning, she made to leave her uncle to his thoughts, only to pause at the tent flap. One last thing, uncle. Which would Elia wish for you to do? To force the son of the woman she loved down a road he did not wish to travel for your own vengeance? Or to guide and protect the son of the woman she loved, as I am now committed to doing? Not bothering to hear her uncle's answer, Ariane moved the tent flap aside and marched out of her uncle's presence with her head held high. Fingers idly tapping against the base of a chalice of wine, Queen Cersei Lannister watched down at the yard below her in disdain as she watched her oaf of a husband kneeling beside her youngest lion Tommen as he instructed the boy on how to properly hold a bow and draw it. Worse yet than the sickening display was the fact that several members of the court had decided that they'd had nothing better to do with their time and were instead watching her lion practice his archery. Including her own little lioness Marcella, who was slightly blocked from view due to the parasail she was sitting under. Hearing everyone cheering and clapping, Cersei looked up to see Tommen jumping up and down as the fat oaf congratulated him, the arrow that had been in his hand just moments before now still quivering slightly in the outermost ring of the target less than a dozen paces in front of them. Had Jaime actually been teaching Tommen, or if it was Joffrey down there, the arrow would have struck dead center. Cersei thought with disgust as she watched Robert encourage Tommen to take up another arrow as he began guiding Tommen through his stances once more. It was all just sickening to watch. The only reason she stayed was to try and figure out how to get her children, her lion cubs, back from the fat grease and whore-stained hands of her husband. She wasn't sure how it happened, but after the incident with Joffrey and his pet, her two youngest lions had been drawn to Robert. Of course she'd heard the rumors of what caused Robert to go off like he had, that Joffrey killed Tommen's fawn, but that was certainly no reason for her children to start clinging to Robert, or for him to start taking an interest in them. Joffrey at least had the good sense to stay well clear of Robert. Her perfect lion was growing up quite nicely. He was strong. He did what was needed and he recognized that he was above everyone else. He would be an excellent king one day. With her of course by his side helping to guide him. Her other two children though. Hearing another round of cheering, she saw that Tommen had managed to hit the target once again, this time a ring closer to the middle. Her youngest lion was starting to stay by Robert's side almost constantly, whenever he wasn't whoring of course. She was not about to allow her little cub to be subjected to witnessing or hearing that. This wasn't necessarily something new. Tommen, for some god's-forsaken reason, always seemed drawn to Robert. But unlike in the past, Robert didn't simply brush him off. No. Now Robert was taking time out of his day to be with her son. It was like the fool truly believed he was her cub's father. The fool. Then there was Marcella. Her dear darling lioness, turned traitor. Her daughter almost seemed to be avoiding her as of late, though for what reason Sorcerer honestly had no idea. It had to be a rebellious phase. Yes. That had to be it. Both her and Jamie went through the same thing when they were her age and would frequently disobey the commands of their father, particularly by jumping into the Sunset Sea. But in time they both overcame their silly rebellious nature, and she was confident that Marcella would as well. Though I will have to once again procure her new clothing once she comes back around, Sorcerer thought, looking down in silent anger at the yellow and black dress Marcella had chosen to wear today. Her dresses as of late was another silly rebellious action her daughter took a little more than a moon's turn past. One morning Marcella had risen and apparently ordered a new wardrobe. Not unheard of as that was her prerogative as a princess, and an act that Sorcerer was glad to hear about as it meant that her daughter was finally coming to see that she was truly a princess and could do whatever she wanted. But to Sorcerer's dismay, she learned all too late that her daughter had ordered all the wonderful red, crimson, and gold dresses she had to be removed and replaced by dresses that accented the colors of House Baratheon. Of course, as if that wasn't bad enough, her daughter then ordered that the dresses that were to be discarded were to be stripped of anything of value and given to a nearby orphanage. Orphans. Wearing her daughter's clothes. Then she requested that the valuables that had been removed from the dresses be sold, and the coin made from their sale to be used to purchase food for those same blasted street urchins. Her actions nearly made Sorcerer want to slap some sense into her foolish daughter again. Those dresses had been perfect. Made by the best seamstresses in King's Landing and in the colors of House Lannister. And her daughter gave them to filthy street urchins to wear. Just the mere thought of those future whores or beggars wearing the colors of her house made her want to order the guards to end those wretched creatures for good. But she couldn't do that. Not when Robert had been oh so pleased with Marcella's actions. It was beyond sickening. Your Grace. Sorcerer nearly started at the voice calling to her. Silently cursing to herself, Sorcerer turned her attention away from the sickening display going on below her and focused on the only man that was able to move quieter than a mouse. Though calling him a man was a stretch by anyone's definition. Varys, she said flatly, greeting the cockless spy master. Taking her greeting as an invitation, the eunuch calmly walked forward so that he was standing near to her next to the railing overlooking the training yard below. I see His Grace has decided to take the time to teach your children in the yard, Varys commented idly. Which made her want to scoff. Robert's teachings were about as useful as a scribe with no hands. Though I only see your youngest amongst those in the yard. Taking a sip of her wine, Sorcerer narrowed her eyes at the unspoken implication. My eldest, the crown prince, has much better things to do with his time than spend them in the yard performing what should be the master of arms duties. In truth, the absence of her eldest troubled her slightly. Not his absence from the yard of course. But the fact that Joffrey had been seemingly wandering off on his own every so often concerned her. The guards she questioned all told her that he was merely surveying the city and learning of the people he would one day rule. And even Joffrey attested to the same when asked. But he only ever went out on these ventures when he wasn't being guarded by the Hound or a member of the King's Guard. I will need to replace those guards. Something is going on, and I need to know what. Very true, Your Grace. The duties of the royal family are indeed numerous and time-consuming. And delegation is the key to making sure that everything is done properly. Scoffing, Sorcerer set her wine down on the railing. You have something to tell me, eunuch. Say it and leave. Nothing truly secretive, Your Grace. Just the latest news from the north that will certainly be making the rounds soon enough and causing no shortages of gossiping. Varys replied with a simple shrug. Your brother and uncle have left Winterfell along with the Tyrells and the Martells. And all of them left with something of value. Your niece, Joy, is now under the tutelage of the Sorcerer alongside Lady Shireen and the other Stark children. The Martells left with a new trade agreement with the North, and if one believes the rumors that are spreading of a possible match between Princess Arianne and the former bastard Jon Stark. And the Tyrells managed to secure a betrothal between the eldest Stark girl, Sansa, and Willis Tyrell. While each house did indeed come away with something of value, one cannot help but think that the Starks will soon be the premier house in Westeros, if they are not already. Not truly surprising now considering the eldest Stark girl will be the next Lady of Highgarden, the bastard boy potentially becoming the next Prince Consort of Dorne and that the Starks are fostering daughters from both House Lannister and House Baratheon. And if rumors are to be believed, there is a relationship forming between the heir of the North, Robb Stark, and a foreign girl named Talisa McGurr, who just so happens to be the daughter of one of the Triarchs of Volantis. Cersei immediately wanted to brush off the web that the spider was spinning. But those last words of his struck a chord within Cersei and made her hold her tongue. She honestly did not care one whit about those northern savages or who they decided to breed with. But when their plot was laid out like this, it was concerning. And what was worse, there was a good chance the fools didn't even realize they were being used. The Tyrells were always power-seeking flowers, clinging to whatever or whoever they could to try and rise to greater prominence, never truly understanding their true place as they thought themselves rivals to House Lannister. And the Starks, however galling it was to admit, were rising in prominence as of late. So, it was no surprise that they would seek to attach themselves to the barbarians from the north. The Martells were just a bunch of whores who thought themselves important. And, even though she would never admit it aloud, there was something attractive about the Stark bastard. So, it wasn't really a surprise she supposed that the Dornish whore sought his bed. If those two connections were tied, then the wolves would have leverage in both the Reach and Dorne. And on top of those two connections, her father had sent Joy to Winterfell as well. Granted, the bastard girl had managed to somehow impress the sorcerer to the point where he apparently decided to teach her his magic. Or perhaps not. Mayhap he was just keeping the bastard around to try and gain leverage on House Lannister. And the Starks already had leverage on the Baratheons, even before Stannis sent his little sniveling daughter to the north. But as she thought on the situation more, she realized it was worse than what even the eunuch had laid out. For the wolves had blood ties to the Tullus through the dead fish Catelyn Tully, blood that Robb Stark carried in his veins. The old foolerin had raised Stark as his foster son. Should the ties with the Reach and Dorne be confirmed, then the Starks would essentially have leverage with every great house in Westeros. And if the heir to Winterfell managed to sway this Volantis girl into his bed and marry her, they could have assistance from Volantis if they called for it. By the gods, they would be able to take the throne away from her. Away from who it truly belonged to. And, worst of all, no one seemed to be doing anything to stop them. Of course, I'm sure that his grace will be devastated. Shaking her head, Cersei glared at the eunuch out of the corner of her eye. Setting aside her wine glass, Cersei did all she could to prevent her hand from shaking as the revelation as to how close those fucking wolves and their pet sorcerer were to stealing what was rightfully hers. And why is that? Varys gave her that same condescending smirk that screamed that he knew something that she didn't. It was a look that made her want to take a knife to him every time she saw it. Surely you know the mind of his grace better than any, my queen. He had hopes of securing the eldest Stark girl for the crown prince. Fulfilling the betrothal that had been long since denied to him and finally putting a Stark near to the Iron Throne after centuries of the Targaryens ignoring their own pact that had been made with the wolves. This time Cersei nearly did scream. 5 and 10 years, and that cold dead wolf bitch was still ruining everything. If she could, she would have made even the mentioning of that bitch's name be punishable by death. And now her ghost was looking to steal her son. Her perfect lion. But it doesn't matter now, Cersei tried to reason with herself. The Stark girl is now betrothed to the lame Willis Tyrell. About what the wolves deserve, to be saddled with a lamed husband. But Stark still has another daughter. I need to make sure that Robert doesn't get any ideas in his head about trying to give a second daughter the honor of being married to my son. Joffrey deserves only the best, not some heathenistic barbarian whore. Ideally, he would have Myrcella, just as Jaime and I have each other. But Robert won't stand for it, it would remind him too much of the Targaryens. But there is no other woman other than a pure lion that is good enough for my son. Yes, a true shame. Cersei responded, keeping her voice as calm as possible. Are there any other songs your little birds have sung as of late? None of true note, your grace, Varys responded. Very well then, Cersei nodded. Then sing your songs to the king and leave me. Varys either didn't notice or care about her tone. And given what she knew of the man, it was more than likely the latter. As you wish. I wish you a pleasant day, your grace, the eunuch said, folding his hands before his large stomach and giving her a bow before waddling off to do whatever it was he did. The moment she was alone, Cersei turned on her heel and hurled her wine glass against the walls of the Red Keep. Seething in rage, she watched the glass shatter into uncountable pieces. Those fucking wolves. They're trying to take what is mine. Mine. The throne is mine. Not hers. Mine. Breathing heavily, Cersei began pacing back and forth on the balcony, the goings-on below her all but dismissed as she tried to figure out what to do about the fucking wolves from the north. Because something needed to be done. And soon. She would not allow that fucking frog-sucking whore to be right. She would not be thrown down. Not now. Not ever. Feeling the carriage beneath her rock violently, Daenerys Targaryen was abruptly pulled from the world of dreams as the back of her knocked against the hard wooden wood of the bench she'd been rested upon. Groggily rubbing at the back of her head while trying to banish the last of her sleep from her eyes, Dany slowly sat up and turned her head to gaze at her surroundings. Her brother was sitting not far from where she was, looking highly uncomfortable and affronted as he stared resolutely at the surroundings, and not at the contents of the trade wagon they'd managed to find that was willing to give them a ride for a time at least. Or more correctly, the trade wagon that I managed to convince to let us ride by offering him and his family a substantial amount of coin after my dear brother insulted the man when he told us the original price of a ride. Finally awake, Dany, her brother stated flatly, not asked. Stated. Yes, Dany nodded, turning her head slightly to gaze out over the rolling flatlands of Essos as the wagon slowly made its way down the well-traveled road, each bump in the road causing her to jump slightly and putting one more ache in her back. Jon has made mention of a new type of metal coil that the Sorcerer Nox created that is supposed to help reduce the rocking of a wagon as it travels down a road. A spring, I think he called it. If it works as well as John says it does, I cannot wait for these marvelous coils to reach Essos and make riding in a wagon slightly more comfortable. You've been sleeping far too often, Danny. It's not right for one of your station. And you best start changing your ways quickly before we arrive at our destination. Last thing we need is for your weakness to be so on display before those who are willing to help us reclaim what is rightfully mine. Danny wanted to scoff at her brother. Just about everything he'd just said had been wrong. She hadn't been sleeping as of late, she'd been meditating and learning everything she could about her newfound power under John's tutelage. Ever since the first practical application of her powers when she managed to fend off several fully grown men many times her own size, she'd become almost obsessed with learning all she could from John. And as John had told her she would, she was truly starting to see a clear distinction between what he called the light and dark sides of the Force. And this distinction always occurred depending on her state of mind when she used her powers. When she was calm and without emotion when she used the Force, it almost felt as if she were drifting through a warm water stream with the sun on her face and nothing but the sounds of the wilds around her. It was peaceful, serene, beautiful. But when she used her powers while angry or fearful, she did not feel that. She felt something strange. Her heart would race, excitement would course through her faster than a raging waterfall. And she felt the need to dominate. To control. But at the same time, she felt cold. It was such an odd sensation, wielding each side of the Force. Each one was powerful in its own way, there was no question. As for her brother's statement of her being weak, while she was perhaps not as strong physically as her brother or most others, she was not weak. Not anymore. Even though her brother did not know it, she had already saved the two of them from no less than 2 attacks by using her powers to either simply make their attackers leave, or she used her powers to make sure they couldn't do anything against the 2 of them. She hadn't killed anyone yet. At least she didn't think she had. She'd come close once or twice. But when the moment came to end her attacker's life she couldn't do it. And it was in those moments, where she hesitated to take a life that she felt like she was still the weak little girl she was before she'd learned about her powers. She'd told John the same, and he'd given her some words of encouragement. He told her that it was not a weakness because she hesitated to take a life. He himself had taken several lives, and he told her that he never enjoyed it once. And he also reiterated that that was precisely why there was no Lord's Justices in the North. The decision to end a life should never be easy. And the last part of her brother's statement that she found false was the fact that he truly believed that they would find aid and be able to retake the 7 kingdoms with him as king when they arrived at wherever they were going, which he still refused to tell her. She'd learned that taking back the 7 kingdoms for the Targaryens was but a dream. A sweet dream perhaps, but a dream nonetheless. The people did not bemoan the loss of the dragons as their monarchs. Lords and ladies did not raise secret toasts to their health and wishes for their return. Her and her brother were little more than the lost scions of a house that had long lost the right to rule the 7 kingdoms after all the harm they had caused. But there was no use in telling her brother this. He still held firm in his convictions that he would one day be seated upon the Iron Throne. A dream. Nothing more. Yes, brother, Danny nodded, slipping back into her weak persona she put in front of all others besides John. Part of her felt guilty about hiding what she could do from her brother. But honestly, she didn't feel like he deserved to know what she could do. Not yet. Perhaps brother, if you could tell me where we are heading, I can better prepare myself for what is to come. Viserys twisted his head around, no doubt making sure that the family they were traveling with were not paying attention to what they were saying. I received word of a man willing to help us reclaim that which is rightfully ours. He's invited us to his manor to stay and plan our return, and he's even started making overtures to potential allies that will fight for what is mine. Danny only just barely managed to resist the urge to roll her eyes at her brother's response. It was the same response he gave every time she'd asked them since they started out on this new path. And what is his name, brother? Her brother refused to answer her again, something which before she would have just accepted. But now it did little more than annoy her at the fact that her brother was refusing to tell her what he knew. Taking a calming breath, Danny decided to try a trick John had just recently taught her. Picturing the Force like a bubble of soap, Danny enlarged the invisible bubble until she could tell that it covered both herself and her brother. If this worked like John explained, then her and her brother's voices would be basically inaudible to those outside the bubble. Somehow. With that in place, Danny then discreetly moved her right hand quickly through the air while focusing her powers on her brother, Viserys. Who is offering to take us in and aid us in retaking our family's ancestral seat? And how did you come to know of him? She truly did not like using her powers on her brother like this. But she knew her brother well enough that if she wanted a true answer to her question, that this was the only way to receive it. As soon as the question left her lips and her power reached him, Viserys blinked as a dazed look entered his eyes. His name is Illyrio Mopetus. A magister in Pentos. And he reached out to me with an offer, saying he would put us up at his manor in Pentos for as long as was needed for us to obtain the army I need to retake the Iron Throne from the usurper. And what was his price? Dany asked, putting just a touch more power into her voice. She wasn't a fool. Her and her brother had next to nothing to their name besides the name itself. There were only two things Viserys could offer anyone willing to help them. A position of high status in Westeros if he managed to succeed. Or his or her own hand in marriage. The position of Master of Coin under my rulership. Viserys answered blankly, making Dany breathe slightly easier as she knew that her brother hadn't sold her off. Yet. And if she had her way, Viserys would never sell her off to the one who could provide him with the largest army. But she knew that, despite her growing power, choosing her own fate was outside of her control. For now, at least. Chapter 30, Passage of Time Part 1. Welcome back folks. I know I'm a week late with this one, but hey, at least I still released a chapter in April. One little note about the next chapter, don't necessarily be expecting it next month. I don't want to say that this story is going on hiatus, because it's not, as I still plan on working on it, but my situation at home will change soon and I don't know how much time I will have to dedicate to writing. Family first after all. That being said, I do still plan on working on the next chapter, so at the very least it can be expected sometime in June. Thank you to everyone who has reviewed or added this story to your alerts/favorites. The response to this story has been outstanding. And just an FYI, if I don't answer your PMs right away, please don't be offended. Apparently, there is some sort of shadow ban between Fnet and my email service, and as I already have enough accounts all over the place, I don't feel like creating a new email just for this one site. So, if I don't answer your PMs right away, give me some patience as I don't check my PM every day. And before everyone comments about the order of events, I am altering the timing of things a bit to match what I have mapped out in my mind. And just because some events might be happening now, that does not mean that other events are going to happen immediately. Might seem confusing, but my meaning will become clear by the end of the chapter. And lastly, shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin. I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 30. Walking with his head held high, Tyrion Lannister kept his eyes forward as he and his uncle Jaerion were escorted through the halls of the Rock by his uncle Kevin. Apparently, father was too busy to actually welcome us home and instead sent out Uncle Kevin to come and fetch us like a couple of errant children, Tyrion thought, resisting the urge to scoff. Not that I actually expected a warm welcome from the man. He is the famous Tywin Lannister, after all. He has a reputation to uphold. Even though he was in his ancestral home, Tyrion found a not-so-small part of himself missing the north. Part of his longing was easy to figure out, considering the young girl he'd left behind for her own protection. But there was something else that clearly separated Casterly Rock from Winterfell, and that was the warmth within the walls of the Great Keeps. Not that Winterfell was warm, not by any stretch of the imagination. But regardless of the weather, there was a persistent warmth, an almost joyous disposition, to the people of the north once you could get past their cold reception to outsiders, of course. And after being with them for over a moon's turn, Tyrion was convinced that warmth of Winterfell and the northern people was due primarily to those who ruled them. The Starks. A family that had ruled the land for over 8,000 years and had the respect, love, devotion, and even fear of the people that called the north their home. While it was painful to admit, he knew that his daughter would not only do well in the north, but she would thrive. Coming to his father's solar, Tyrion pushed thoughts of the north, and more importantly his daughter, out of his mind as he mentally prepared himself for the conversation about to be had. Without saying a word, Kevin opened the door and ushered the two of them inside before quickly closing it. His father was exactly where Tyrion expected him to be. Sitting behind his desk and working diligently on several scrolls that were scattered neatly across his desk. "Your ship arrived last evening," Tywin Lannister stated, his eyes never leaving the scroll he was working on. "It is now morning." Now knowing what he did, Tyrion found he was no longer intimidated by his father. Not when his sheer hatred for the man burned so violently within him. It was hard to fear someone that you hated more than anyone else in the world. "Well, we were at sea and on the road for so long that Jaerion and I felt a nice warm bed was in order for the night," Tyrion remarked calmly, making his father's quill cease its movements even if the man didn't look up. Not to mention, they were serving quite a delicious meal at the inn, which just so happens to be across from one of my favorite brothels. And a few weeks on the road and at sea with only men as company can build quite the appetite for a woman's warmth. Tyrion smirked as he noticed his father's hand tighten on his quill, nearly breaking the feather in his hand. "You will not make such a delay again when issues of importance are needed to be discussed," Tywin intoned, setting aside the scroll he was working on and motioning for the three of them still standing to take seats. "Your last and only raven from Winterfell mentioned that Joy was accepted by the Sorcerer. What is the estimation of her power?" What were you able to ascertain from the Starks regarding their rise in wealth? And what of the former bastard boy? Knox wasn't one to go about ranking the strength of his students, or acolytes as he calls them, Jerian answered quickly. However, despite only having a few lessons under the Sorcerer before we left the north, Joy was able to start moving objects around with her powers. Nothing overtly heavy, but the fact that she was able to progress so quickly is astonishing. Astonishing to us perhaps, uncle, but we have no idea if the feat was astonishing to Knox, Tyrion thought as he glanced at his uncle out of the corner of his eye. Good, Tywin stated simply. And what of the bastard boy and the keys to the Stark's rise? Sharing a glance with his uncle, Tyrion took the lead. You might as well give up on Jon Stark. That horse has already left the barn. His father folded his hands under his chin and stared hard at Tyrion. Explain. Jerian picked up the tale as he knew what had happened far better than Tyrion, seeing as how he was present for it. During our time in the north, Stark initiated an expedition beyond the wall to treat with the rising king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder. In the interest of forging relations with the Starks, I and some of our men went with him. Stark met and made an accord with the wildlings, but in the process of this we were ambushed by a rogue group of wildlings that were looking to take advantage of the situation. It was during this battle that Jon initiated a marriage ceremony between himself and one of the wildling spear wives. A spear wife that has since followed the Starks back to Winterfell and taken up residence with the lad. Tywin frowned and Tyrion could see the wheels turning in his father's head. An obstacle. But one that can be overcome with care. He couldn't help the scoff that escaped him. Trust me, father, Ygritte, that's her name by the way, is not a simple obstacle that can be overcome in your usual manner. And even if and that is a big if you managed to get her out of the way, there is another, much harder to remove obstacle standing in your way. One by the name of Princess Arianne Martell of Dorne. That caught his father by surprise, and it showed on his face. What does the Martell girl have to do with the bastard boy? And for that matter, what were the Tyrells and Martells hoping to accomplish while they were in the north? Shaking his head and hiding his smirk, Tyrion almost relished the fact that he was about to completely unwind one of his father's intricate plots to gain more power. The princess has everything to do with Jon Stark, considering she shared his and his new spear wife's bed on multiple occasions. And given the rather open nature of sexuality in Dorne, I wouldn't be surprised if we soon learned that young Jon Stark was about to be elevated to Prince Consort of Dorne alongside his paramour Ygritte of the Free Folk. There was a slight twitch around his father's eyes, but that was all the reaction he gave to the news. The Stark heir. Completely enamored with the foreign girl Talisimagur that came back with Nox from Volantis, Jerian added almost immediately. She's the daughter of one of the Triarchs of Volantis as well. Should such a union be pursued, and the Starks would be foolish not to, then it would open up trade routes for the north from Bravos to Volantis and possibly even beyond. Now his father's face went to stone. The eldest Stark girl. Betrothed to Willis Tyrell and set to become the next lady of House Tyrell once she comes of age, Tyrion answered, more than slightly enjoying seeing his father struggling to hold himself together. Turning around, his father got up from his seat and walked towards the open balcony that overlooked the sunset sea. How tempting it is to just walk up and give him the slightest bit of a push, Tyrion thought maliciously as his father stood in front of the open doors, his hands held behind his back as he stood silently in thought. But I am no kinslayer, yet. Kevin, Tywin announced without turning back around. You will write to King's Landing. Your son Lancel and our nephew Tyrek are both expected to expand their knowledge of the North to the best of their abilities. Tell them to even ask of Robert to talk of the North and the Starks. Gods know the man never shuts up about the wolves. It is time to use this to our advantage. Kevin merely nodded, not even questioning the order, which was typical. Tyrion did respect his uncle, but the man was practically a bootlicker when it came to the great Tywin Lannister. And what are you hoping to achieve now, brother? Jerian asked. Trying to get your hands on the second Stark daughter, Arya? Well, best of luck with that. Kevin, no offense to you or your son. But that girl would chew your eldest boy up and spit him out if he so much as even looked her way. And what of Tyrek then? Tywin asked, not bothering to turn around and seemingly not surprised by the statement. Possible, but he'd best spend as much time as possible in the yard with both Jaime and Sir Barristan, Tyrion remarked, drawing a look from his father. Arya is a warrior, a woman of the North through and through. The only one who will claim her hand, without risk of being emasculated during their wedding night, is the one who can best her in the yard. And considering what I've seen of her, and the fact that she is being trained by Nox, it is very likely that the girl will go to her deathbed unwed. Turning back around towards them, Tyrion could now fully see his father's anger. When he was younger, or even before heading to the north and learning a few truths, Tyrion would have been scared shitless to be on the receiving end of that look from his father. But now Tyrion found he didn't care. Not anymore. You two were in Winterfell along with the Martells and Tyrells. Yet both houses managed to steal a Stark from under your nose, and you two did nothing. Are there any more failures that you two wish to tell me about? Scoffing, Tyrion pulled out the leather notebook he'd always kept on his person while he was in Winterfell. Tossing the book onto his father's desk, Tyrion leaned back in his seat and folded his hands under his chin. Glancing down towards the leather-bound notebook, Tywin took a few steps towards them and picked it up. "And what is this?" Tywin asked, opening the book and flipping through the pages. "The keys to the North's success over the past near decade," Tyrion answered, more than slightly savoring the quick look of surprise that got from his father. "I took careful notes on the printing presses that they have in the North, as well as their process for making northern glass, though they did keep a few ingredients hidden from us. I also examined their construction of their glass gardens and how they go about rotating their crops to avoid depleting the soil of its usefulness. I also have a drawing of their blast furnace and notes on how the process works." Turning his back on them once again, Tyrion watched in silence as his father flipped through his notebook. "And what of the medicine to treat grayscale and other sicknesses?" Tyrion wanted to roll his eyes. He'd managed to gather just how the North managed to advance itself to perhaps the premier house in less than a decade, and his father wanted more. Typical. "They kept the process for creating the medicine a closely guarded secret," Tyrion explained. "I was able to look around the Sorcerer's laboratory, I believe he called it, and I noticed that they were boiling rotten food and other foul concoctions. But I have no idea just how that gets one to their miraculous medicine." The students at the Winterfell College were rather tight-lipped on the matter as well. "No matter how much gold I dangled before their eyes. But even without the medicine, what we managed to obtain will keep us busy for some time as we set everything up. And we also have the added benefit of not having to create these wonderful creations through trial and error, wasting time and money. The Starks have already taken care of that for us. We just need to duplicate what they've already accomplished." The Lord of the Rock said nothing as he continued to flip through the notebook Tyrion had handed him. Eventually coming to the end of the book, Tywin closed it and set it back down on his desk. "You will write out what is required to build each contraption, Tyrion. Kevin and Jerian will begin assembling the craftsmen to construct them once the materials are brought into the rock. Shouldn't take me more than a few days to get the list compiled," Tyrion responded with a shrug. In truth, he'd already compiled everything that would be needed to create each item he'd copied from the North. But he wasn't about to tell his father that. "After that, I'll be departing for King's Landing." His father narrowed his eyes at that. "And you will be going because?" "Because my brother, sister, niece, and nephews are in King's Landing and it has been some years since I saw them last," Tyrion responded. "In fact, I do believe the last time I saw them, Tommen was still just a wee lad sucking at his mother's tit. However, I've also learned a bit more about those small folks that Knox took an interest in and brought back north with him. But, to confirm what I've learned, I need to speak to a few people in King's Landing." His father appeared to think about what he'd said for a moment before giving him a curt nod and then abruptly dismissing the three of them from his presence. Plus, Tyrion thought as he made his way out of his father's room, "Jaime and I are long overdue to have a conversation about family, and the cost of betrayal." Sitting in his study, leaning back in his chair with his feet propped up on his desk, Alum Knox idly rotated a chunk of silvery metal the size of a fist in the air before him. His forefinger on his right hand moving in tandem with the piece, creating its path in the air as he stared in contemplative silence at what he was now fully convinced was raw Beskar ore. Despite being allies of the Empire, the Mandalorians were quite secretive with their forging techniques. Especially when it came to Beskar. Understandable, of course. Beskar is the one metal in the known universe that can truly stand up against a lightsaber, the primary weapon of the Sith and the Jedi. They would be foolish to let the knowledge of how to forge it out into the hands of those who could be, and were, their enemies. The metal had an extremely high melting point as well as an extremely poor thermal conductivity, which made it so that even if you could reach the required temperature to melt the metal for the purposes of working on it, you would have to act quickly before the heat dispersed. The problem was, on this yet still primitive world, the capabilities of reaching the temperature required to work the metal was out of their reach. Yet despite this, the Valyrians were still able to work it. And he was now positive that the reason why they were able to do so was because of their dragons. As his acolyte Gendry pointed out, dragon's fire could melt even the hardest of stone. The only problem was that dragons were extinct from this world. So, using them to forge the Beskar into something usable was out of the question. At least for now. But until that changes, an alternate means of forging Beskar is needed. An army, or even a squad of well-trained individuals wearing Beskar armor and carrying Beskar weapons could easily turn the tide of any war. And for the wars that are coming, we need every advantage we can get. Sensing one of his acolytes running as fast as his legs could carry him up the tower, Knox kept spinning the metal ore with his right hand while he used his left to open the door to his study. The door hadn't even had the chance to open fully before one of his newest acolytes, Gendry, rushed headlong into the room. The young man was panting as he tried to catch his breath, only just barely managing to stop himself once he entered the room so that he could drop to a knee. "Me lord, forgive my intrusion." Lowering the metal ore to his desk, Knox waved off the large young man's concerns. "There is no intrusion, Gendry. Though, you should be at your lessons with Samwell, should you not? I, my lord, Gendry nodded, hastily rising to his feet and working to get his breathing under control. But during the lesson Samwell said something and I had a thought. And then I remembered something about me time with me former master, Master Tipomot in King's Landing. And I think I know how he was reworking Valyrian steel. Now the young man had Nox's full attention. Lowering his feet, Nox turned so that his sightless eyes were towards the bulky lad. Nyra had tasked young Gendry and Master Mycon with trying to uncover the secrets of how to forge Beskar. But so far, despite nearly 2 months of work, neither master nor apprentice had made any headway into even getting the ore to a point where it could be shaped. Talk. Nodding, Gendry took a few cautious steps closer to Nox. Samwell was talking about history, about the Targaryens and how they lost their dragons and were trying to hatch the eggs they had. He was saying that it was believed dragons used their own flames to warm and help hatch the eggs. But with no dragons around, the Targaryens had to use something else. Then he was talking about some place called Summerhall and how it was believed that the Targaryens burned the place down while they were trying to hatch the eggs and some that survived were said to have seen green fire that could melt stone. And there be only one thing that can make green fire that can melt stone and it be wildfire. Nox finished for Gendry, resisting the urge to smash his head against the surface of his desk as he did so. Honestly, he was completely stumped by the fact that he hadn't thought of it first. The one encounter he'd had with the volatile substance during his brief stay in King's Landing had given him a first-hand perspective as to the true nature of it. The shit certainly could create enough heat to melt stone. And perhaps with a slight adjustment with his own knowledge of Sith alchemy, he could improve upon the formula. Make it more stable. But the issue was, at the present time, he had no clue how to create it. Curious as to how Master Tipom managed to rework Valyrian steel because he was always very secretive about it. But I do remember seeing some men in robes delivering a few vials of green water or something when I was still apprenticing for him. And after listening to Samwell describe wildfire, and how it's green before it's set aflame, I realized that. Gendry, Nox said, cutting the boy off. You've made your point. And I do believe that you are onto something. But wildfire as it currently stands is highly dangerous, even in small quantities. We will have to take precautions if we're to use it to forge new Valyrian steel. Grabbing a quill and a blank piece of paper, Nox began jotting down a few notes while Gendry stood before him, nervously shuffling his feet from side to side. My lord? Do you need me for anything else? Yes, you can, Nox finished, using the force to create a small blowing of air to quickly dry the ink he'd just written before handing the note off to Gendry. Take this down to Master Mycon. You two will have whatever you need to create a smithy outside of the walls of Winterfell. Outside of Winterfell? Gendry asked, his attention flickering to the note in his hands. If he could have, Nox would have rolled his eyes at the young man. Unless you plan on working on a highly volatile compound that is capable of destroying a building even in small quantities within the confines of Winterfell. Recognition flowed through Gendry, as well as a touch of embarrassment. Of course, my lord. Master Mycon and I will get working on it immediately. But, what are we gonna do about the wildfire? How do we plan on getting some? From what Samwell has said, and from what I saw in King's Landing, it really isn't a good idea to be carting the stuff across the land. No, it isn't, Nox acknowledged as he began formulating the message that he needed to send out. But we won't be looking to gather wildfire itself. But rather the ones who can, and have been, producing the substance for years. Let's just hope that Robert hasn't gone and killed them all after their failed assassination attempt. Standing upon the balcony overlooking the sprawling mass that was King's Landing, King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, watched wistfully as the people of the city went about their daily lives with seemingly little care besides trying to keep a roof over their families' heads and food in their bellies. How he envied his people for their simple existence. They didn't have to care about trying to appease those beneath them. They didn't have to care about some brats across the narrow sea potentially returning to wage war. They didn't have to worry about whether former dragon bootlickers would finally work up the nerve to try and put a dagger in their back. They didn't have to care about the finances of the realm, or the blasted game that all these upstart nobles insisted on playing. No. All they had to do was wake, go out for the day, and make some coin then go home. Such a simple existence. One I would have been more than suited for. But no. That life was denied to me since birth. Instead, I am cursed with having to sit through endless meetings, having to listen to ass-kissers day in and day out. And constantly worrying about whether the former dragon loyalists have finally grown a spine and decided it was time to eliminate me and end my reign. Sighing, Robert turned his attention away from the people of his city, and instead focused on the cup of arbor gold that was in his hand. Despite the sun already approaching the horizon, this was still his first cup of the day, and it was still mostly full. Raising the cup, he took a small drink, allowing himself a chance to taste and savor the wine instead of just drinking it down as fast as he could. Another change that the sorcerer and Ned had brought about in him. And one that he could tell Jonathan greatly approved of. The old man always did say that Robert drank far too much and far too quickly. Your Grace. Turning his head slightly, Robert saw his squire Lancel, no, ffdrake, the other nephew of Tywin Lannister that he'd been forced to accept as a squire because of the gold he owed the fucking man. What is it? He grumbled, unhappy that his brief respite from the weight of the crown was about to come to an end. The Lord Hand, Lord Jonaran is here to see you, Your Grace. Even though ffdrake was another golden-haired shit that he was forced to be around, he found himself not minding the lad, which made him one of 3 golden-haired youngsters he didn't mind spending time with, as the other 2 were his own children, Tommen and Marcella. ffdrake wasn't a scared little shit like his cousin Lancel and could talk to him without stuttering out every other fucking word. He was even decent with a blade in his hand and wasn't scared to put his full effort in the yard against Robert. And best yet, as of the last few days the lad had started asking him of war stories of the rebellion. Something that few, if any, did anymore. Knowing that his respite was over, Robert cast one last longing glance at the simple life below him before nodding, show him in. And pour him a glass as well. Then get out. The lad didn't say a word as he went about letting John in and pouring him a glass of wine before making a quick retreat from the room to leave the 2 alone. Well, John, Robert sighed, making his way towards his father in all but name. What has gone to shit now? John's old eyes narrowed at Robert, but he honestly didn't care. He was making the effort to be a king, a real king. But he knew that he would never be the king that John wanted him to be. That just wasn't him. Nothing is wrong, Robert, John replied, setting his untouched wine glass aside. We received a raven from the north this morning. A formal request from both Ned and the sorcerer. The man's name is Knox, Robert scoffed, taking a drink of his wine, and finishing half of it in one go. He had a feeling that the way this meeting was going, he would need both his own wine and another. He loved his John, he truly did. But John always acted strange when the topic of the sorcerer came up. He outright refused to refer to the man by either his name or title that Robert had bestowed upon him. What do they want of the crown? Whatever it is, send it to them. John frowned, shaking his head. This request is not so simple, Robert. They are asking for wildfire. Or rather, they are asking for the pyromancers who make it to be sent to Winterfell. That was not what Robert had been expecting. Gold, manpower, more prisoners, or volunteers for the wall. Any of those and he wouldn't have even batted an eye. But the pyromancers? What in the name of the fucking gods did Ned and Knox need those fuckers for? Did they say why they wanted them? They didn't say, John responded, clearly not pleased with his own answer. The only thing Ned was willing to divulge in his letter was that having a pyromancer, or several, in the north would aid them in something to combat against the enemies from the far north. Robert's blood began to race at the mere mention of the White Walkers. An enemy from the Age of Heroes, the greatest foe ever to stand against the world of men. Fuck, I can't wait for the day I take the field against those fuckers. That's the kind of king I can be. One to lead his armies from the vanguard. Not one to sit his ass on a throne day in and day out listening to one ass-kisser after another trying to raise themselves to higher and higher positions of power. Fine, Robert said with a wave of his hand, doing what he could to calm his need for a good fight. I guess it's a good thing you convinced me not to kill all of those fire fanatics. Send a half a dozen that are still alive north with whatever supplies they need to create their shit. And have Stannis go with them. He might be too fucking proud to admit it, but I know the uptight shit misses his daughter. And this will give us a chance to have one of our own assess the progress of those under Knox's tutelage. I do not believe that this would be a wise course of action, Robert. Blinking, Robert stared at his foster father and closest advisor. Why not? Stannis is more than adequate to judge the progress made by those training under Knox. I'm not referring to Stannis. In fact, I agree that sending Stannis north on a formal inspection by the crown is a good idea, John replied. I'm referring to sending the pyromancers north to serve under Knox. Unsupervised and without knowing just what he is planning on using them for. You've given the sorcerer much leeway, Robert. But now it appears as if we've given him too much such that he now believes he can make demands of the crown without providing much in the way of reasoning and expect it to be fulfilled. He's becoming too powerful, and we need to rein him in. At the very least, we need to know exactly what he wants the pyromancers for. And we should have a representative of the crown with him at all times from here on out. The man has more than earned it, John, Robert growled, starting to grow tired of his foster father's recent distrust of Knox. He has arguably done more for the north, and by extension the rest of the Seven Kingdoms since Aegon the Bloody Conqueror united Westeros 300 years ago. I do not question his contributions to the realm, Robert, merely his motivations. Which even to this day are a mystery to all but him. John countered. His influence has grown greatly across the realm and continues to grow with each passing day. What happens when the day comes that he decides that he is no longer satisfied with his current lot in life and sets his sights on the Iron Throne? Rolling his eyes, Robert set his now empty wine cup down. If Knox truly wanted the Iron Throne, John, he would have claimed it years ago. And we know his motivation, stopping the White Walkers. This time it was John who rolled his eyes at him. Yes, the White Walkers. Creatures of legend that no one has seen in thousands of years since the age of heroes and Bran the Builder. Do you not find it the least bit suspicious that, mere years after Nox arriving in the north, we are suddenly faced with an enemy that only he can truly provide a counter to? I would say that it is by the grace of the gods that he arrived when he did and is willing to help us, Robert shot back before stopping as a thought struck him. Or perhaps that is the very reason why you don't trust him. The gods. I know you're devoted to the Seven, John. Do you perhaps think that your devotion to the faith is clouding your opinion of the man? And if that's the case, then do you have the same thoughts of Ned's children? Or of my own niece, Shireen? John hesitated, clearly weighing his words carefully before speaking. It would be a lie for me to say that I am not wary of the magic Nox possesses. Such power should be in the hands of the gods, or those the gods have chosen. Clearly, Ned's children and those who have been found with the power were blessed by the Seven and the old gods. However, Nox is not of any faith of the land. He is not beholden to our beliefs. Our morals. And, while you may not like to hear this, Robert, perhaps it would be best for us to begin planning how to start removing Nox's influence now that those under his tutelage are coming into their own. Robert merely stared at his foster father, unsure of just how to answer the man's thoughts. But then the answer came to him. Not in words, not truly. It started low in his chest, then moved up and soon he couldn't hold it in as he laughed out loud, nearly doubling over as he did so as he tried desperately to breathe through his laughter. John, however, did not appear to share in his amusement. This is not a laughing matter, Robert. John tried to cut in harshly, which only made Robert laugh harder. Nox has too much influence. The North, and by extension the Riverlands. With Sansa Stark now being betrothed to Willis Tyrell gives him access to the Reach. The Westerlands through Joy Lannister as his acolyte. And Dorne through his friendship with Prince Oberyn. If it was just his power, his magic, he would be manageable. But now with his connections and influence, he could very well be a threat to yourself, your children, and the realm. Slowly getting himself under control, Robert sat down heavily in his seat and continued smiling at John. I'm not laughing at the thought of Nox taking the throne, John. Gods know he would most assuredly do a damn good job of ruling if he did. I'm laughing at the fact that you think that, if he wants to take the throne, that we can actually stop him from doing so. John really did not care for that answer. Robert, I don't think you fully understand. No, John, Robert countered, leaning forward in his seat and meeting his foster father's eyes head on. In this instance, it's you who doesn't understand. I know I'm not the king you wanted me to be. Hells, the only reason I'm not a complete shit king is because some of the dragon fucks before me were far, far worse than I could ever be. The inner workings of the court are a fucking mass of tangled strings that I don't want to even look at, let alone interact with. But I do know men of skill and warfare, John. I remember well what I saw that day when Nox practically took the pike single-handedly. I saw him when he brought the Greyjoys, brutalized and defeated, before me and threw them down to their knees. He was bored, John. He'd just stormed a keep that was, and still is, considered one of the most defendable structures in the land. To him, it was little more than a nuisance. A fly to be swatted away. He wasn't taking it seriously. Now, knowing that, John, what do you think the man would look like if he did start taking things seriously? Actually, we don't even have to speculate on that either. Just look at what he did to Corbray. He ripped the man's soul out of his body and entrapped it in stone before throwing it into the sea. That is the type of man we would be facing should he ever wage war for the throne. So, it isn't a question of whether he would be able to claim the throne should he make a play for it. But rather, it's a question of how much blood would be spilled before he did claim it. And before you get the idea in your head about removing him permanently, don't. We've all seen what that outcome looks like. Doing so now will also turn the Starks fully against us, despite our relationship with Ned. And I'm sure the snakes and those grasping roses wouldn't hesitate to join his side either. John's eyes narrowed even further till they were little more than slits. You make it sound as if the kingdom has already fallen to him. And you intend to do nothing. I intend to do something, John, Robert countered, earning a quick look of satisfaction from John. Though he knew from the way this conversation had been going that it would be short-lived. I'm going to offer Nox a seat at my table for both himself and his wife. To take him in as an advisor and appoint him to the small council. Instead of pushing him away or minimalizing his accomplishments and denying him his due, I'm going to befriend the man, not chase him away and push him into the arms of our enemies. John was clearly not pleased with his decision. And when he decides he doesn't have enough and wants more. Robert just shrugged and poured himself another glass of wine. Then I hope that he will only do so when he is in a position to achieve his goal with as little bloodshed as possible. Because in truth, John, when it comes to Nox, that is the only thing we can do. Sitting on her bed within the manse of Magister Illyrio Mopetus, Daenerys Targaryen took her time in composing herself as she readied herself for what she was about to do. It had only been but a few days since her and her brother had arrived in Pentos, and less than half that since they reached the manse of Magister Mopedus, but already the troubles of her past seemed like a lifetime ago as they were quickly replaced with new troubles. Upon arriving at the Magister's manse, Dany and her brother were received with open arms by the Magister, who had sworn his fealty to the one he called the one true king of Westeros. While her brother immediately embraced the man and promised him that he would be rewarded once he reclaimed his throne, Dany was skeptical. If this man truly wished to aid them, why had he waited for so long to offer them shelter? Why now and not back when the usurper's reign was still young and weak? And his motivations aside, there was something about the Magister that just didn't feel right to Dany. The man had once been a sellsword who'd later made his fortune trading cheese, spices, and slaves. Even though slavery was against the law in Pentos, one need only to look around Illyrio's manor at the silent guards and marked servants to know that the vile practice was alive and well within the city. And for that one fact alone, the man had drawn Dany's suspicion. A suspicion which only grew as the man and her brother were constantly in talks with one another. Talks that would cease the moment she entered the room. Rising from her bed, Dany tilted her head up slightly and closed her eyes as the light of the morning sun filtered into her room and rested on her face. There is no try. No room for failure. I can do this. I will do this. Hearing her door creak open, Dany opened her eyes and turned her head just in time to watch the young woman Illyrio had assigned to her as a handmaiden, Doria, walked in. Mistress Daenerys, Doria greeted, dropping her eyes almost immediately and shuffling herself back towards the wall to give her as much room as possible. Good morning, Doria, Dany greeted the woman back, giving her a small smile, one which the woman returned with one of her own. After being assigned to serve as her handmaiden, Dany had done all she could for the woman. Which unfortunately wasn't much as, even though she was servicing Dany, her debt was still owned by Illyrio. A debt that was acquired after Illyrio had purchased her from a pleasure house in Lys. A fact which was well known throughout the manor and was taken advantage of by more than one visitor, her brother included. Walking up close to the former pleasure slave, Dany immediately noticed the light marks across her pale skin. Marks on her neck and arms. Marks that would be almost unnoticeable given the way Doria had arranged her clothes and hair this morning unless you were looking for them. Not marks, bruises. Stepping closer to Doria, Dany reached out quickly and pushed her hair aside before she could pull away, her fingers passing gently over the black marks on Doria's skin. My brother's appreciation, she stated rather than asked, letting her hand fall to her side. Doria blanched and trembled slightly. It is nothing, mistress. It is an honor to be able to service one such as your honorable brother. Even though Dany was still a maiden, she wasn't wholly innocent in the ways of men and women. Not after she'd had to sit outside a brothel as her brother entertained himself with what little coin they had. And especially not after she'd inadvertently seen a bit of John's interaction with a dark-haired woman and a red-haired woman. Just the thought of which was still enough to draw heat to her face and leave her stammering. Horseshit, Dany countered, drawing a quick look from the woman. I know exactly who and what my brother is. Now, tell me truthfully. If you had the choice, would you share his bed again? And know that I will find no anger in your answer. Doria was clearly struggling as she tried to avoid answering her. But that in and of itself was all the answer that Dany needed. Then he shall not touch you again, nor shall anyone else unless you wish it to be so. A look of hope spread across Doria's face, only to immediately disappear as the woman shook her head. Forgive me, mistress. But I know what I am. I thank you for your care, mistress. But you need not concern yourself with me. I know who you are as well, Dany countered, making Doria blink. You are who you wish to be. Not what others force you to be. And I'm going to prove that to you right now. Sweeping past Doria, Dany left the woman hurrying to catch up with her as she made a brisk pace through the halls of the manse. Keeping her head high, Dany ignored the various servants and guards she passed as she made her way towards where she knew Illyrio's solar was located. It was a gamble that he would be there. But given the time of day, it was a fair assumption. And even if he wasn't, she was sure that she would be able to locate him quickly enough. Sure enough, as she and Doria made her way towards Illyrio's chambers, she spotted two of the silent guards standing watch outside. The two guards didn't say a word as she approached, and neither made a move to stop her as she raised her hand and rasped her knuckles against the door. Who is it? She could hear Illyrio's muffled voice come from within. There is no try, Dany. Only do. Do not even invite the thought of failure to enter your mind, she thought to herself as she straightened her shoulders and answered. Princess Daenerys Targaryen, Magister Illyrio. I wish to have words if you have the time. Dany could distinctly hear the rustling of parchment and the sounds of something heavy being moved hurriedly coming from within the Magister's solar. Please come in, Princess. Pushing open the door, Dany quickly passed her eyes over the room. Magister Illyrio was standing tall behind his desk, his golden beard seemingly freshly oiled. His desk was a mess of parchment and books that looked to have been just thrown upon its surface without care. He's hiding something, but what? she realized before banishing the thought and giving the man a warm smile. Thank you for seeing me, Magister Illyrio. No trouble at all, Princess, Illyrio responded, smile nearly splitting his face in two as he motioned for her to take a seat. I am at your disposal, Princess. Please, take a seat and tell me what I can do for you. Taking the offered seat, Dani purposefully tried to make herself appear nervous and unsure of herself. A trick she'd learned from John, appear weak, and people would always underestimate you. I just wanted to thank you Magister, personally, for your generosity. Not many are willing to even speak to my brother and I, let alone give us shelter, for fear of the usurper's wrath catching up with us. Illyrio smiled warmly at Dani as he made his way around his desk, taking care not to catch his protruding stomach as he did. You have no need to fear the usurper's reach here, Your Grace. His reach may be far, but he has limits. I swore to you and your brother the day you arrived that I would do my all to see the Targaryens restored to the Iron Throne through any means necessary. And I intend to hold true to that oath, Your Grace. And you have the thanks of House Targaryen for your loyalty, Magister Illyrio, Dani responded almost without thought. There was something off about the way he'd phrased his promise. But she couldn't figure out just why it sounded so strange. Nor why he felt different when he'd said it. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you, Magister. Though, I don't feel right asking this of you considering all you have done for my brother and I. Nonsense, Your Grace, Illyrio smiled, motioning her to continue. Whatever you need will be provided to you, Your Grace. Within reason, of course. Of course, Dani nodded, her eyes flickering back towards Doria just enough so that Illyrio could catch it. I wanted to thank you for offering Doria's service to me. She has been a true gift. But I had a thought that, as a princess, I have need of handmaidens, and I would like Doria to fill the first of such roles. As she spoke, Dani crossed her arms and folded them in her lap. An act that might seem normal to some, but for her the act was anything but. As her hands moved, she pushed out with gentle waves of the force, lightly touching on the mind of Illyrio just as she had done numerous times before this to make sure others did not bother her, or to calm her brother. The effect on Illyrio was almost immediate as his eyes glossed over briefly before he began nodding enthusiastically. A sound thought, Princess. A handmaiden is indeed necessary for a princess like yourself. Woman, consider yourself from this day forward Princess Daenerys Targaryen's handmaiden. Now for the last touch. Thank you, Magister Illyrio, for your generosity, Dani replied diminutively while subtly moving her hand once more, sending another light touch against the man's mind. But there is one more thing. I've heard talk of the servants of Pentos acquiring debts to those they serve, and I'm sure that she has such a debt owed to you. I would have her debt given to me, to ensure that her loyalty is not divided. And I would have it be known that she is under my protection, and that any untoward action taken against her will be considered an act against myself. Illyrio's eyes went vacant once more as he nodded before moving to a set of drawers and opening them, searching through the piles of scrolls within before pulling out a single small scroll and presenting it to her. While the practice of slavery might be outlawed in Pentos by order of Bravus, the Magisters had devised a way to thumb their nose at the law and keep the vile practice under a different name. Forced servitude through debt. This is Doria's debt that she owes, Illyrio explained as Dani unfurled the scroll and looked over the numbers on the page. The totality of the debt was ridiculous. Even if Doria was of a high-born noble or a merchant of substantial wealth, she could never hope to pay the debt off. With that in hand, she is yours and yours alone. And I will send word amongst the staff that any act taken against her will be considered an act against yourself, Princess. Rising to her feet, Dani rolled the scroll back up and held it tightly in her hands. You have my thanks, Magister. Your generosity will not be forgotten, I assure you. Illyrio merely spread his arms and bowed slightly. I live to serve the return of the dragons to the Iron Throne, Princess. Nodding, Dani turned on her heel and swiftly walked out of the room with Doria once again scrambling to keep up with her. Neither spoke a single word until they reached the safety of Dani's room once more and shut themselves in. Using her powers to make sure that there were no unwanted ears, something she'd learned to do frequently after sensing a spy hiding in her walls on her first night, Dani unfurled the scroll and stared down at the contents. A single piece of parchment is all it takes to own another, Dani muttered in disgust as she glanced towards a fidgeting Doria, who was staring at her with a mixture of bewilderment, uncertainty and a slight touch of fear of the unknown. Walking over to the small desk in her room, Dani used the flint and striker that she'd been provided to light the wick of a candle. Once the flame had caught and was able to hold on its own, she brought the scroll up to it and set the accursed parchment alight. I will never own another, she said, glancing towards Doria, who was staring at her in awe as she watched the parchment burn. Curiously, despite feeling the warmth of the flame nearing her hand, she felt no pain. Even as the flames grew to within a finger width of her hand, she felt nothing but a warm comfort at having the fire so close to her. Just before the flames could reach her flesh, she set the parchment down on the silver tray on the small desk and watched as the flames devoured it till it was nothing more than ash. Your life, Doria, is your own. Should you wish to stay with me, I would have you, and I will shelter and protect you as best I can. Should you desire to find your own way in life, I will respect your decision and will even help you find a way to a new life away from the cruelty of the slave masters and the magisters. But make no mistake, the choice is yours, Doria. The woman looked near to tears as she almost immediately went to her knees before Dany. I will serve you, my lady Princess Daenerys Targaryen. From this day till my last. I am yours. Not because you bought me or set me free, but because I choose to do so. Smiling, Dany reached down and took Doria's hands in her own. And I promise you, Doria, that as long as I breathe you will always have a place by my side and that I will ask of you no deed that I am unwilling to do myself. The oath was not one that was common in Essos. She blamed Jon's influence. And, on that topic, I fear that I already must ask something of you. Name it, princess. Looking around her room, Dany lowered her voice as she spoke her request. Not that she was overly concerned with spies, but she'd learned over her life that caution often saved one's life. I need to leave the manse and make my way through the city. Preferably without any eyes following that would tell my brother or the magister where I am going. Doria's eyes widened, and a slight grin came upon her face. I can do that, princess. Later that evening, with Dany wearing a shawl over her head and across her face to hide her features, the two made their way out of the manse through one of the servant doors and into the city of Pentos. A not so small part of her wondered about just how wise her current course of action was, especially as she noted the looks her and Doria were garnering from some of the men, and even women, as they traversed the streets of Pentos. But this was something that she needed to do. Plus, she trusted that Jon would not have led her purposefully astray. It wasn't overly difficult to find the manse that Jon had suggested she visit when she'd told him that her and her brother were heading to Pentos. Though when he told her just who called the manse home, well, it did take a bit for Jon to even convince her to visit. But he'd promised that it would be worth her while, and that she would learn more during her visits to the manse than she could during their brief encounters in the strange world they called their own in the land of dreams. Finding the manse on the outskirts of Pentos, a manse that was easily equal in size to Illyrio's, Dany hesitated for only a moment before approaching what she recognized as a pair of unsullied guards standing watch next to the main entryway. Lowering her shawl enough to show her face, Dany addressed the two guards, hoping that they both understood the Westerosi tongue. I am Daenerys of House Targaryen. And I believe that I am expected by the magister of this manse. The two guards said nothing to one another, just a mere passing glance towards the other before one turned and walked through the open gate. Once through, the man paused only long enough to motion for her to follow before turning his head and continuing into the yard of the manse. Seeing no other option and not about to leave as she wanted to learn just why Jon had told her to come to this place, Dany masked her emotions and held her head high with her face exposed and followed the silent guard into the manse. Not a word was spoken as the guard led her around to the back field behind the manse where she noticed a small pavilion had been erected in the middle of a garden. The garden itself was beautiful, full of bushes and flowers. But it was the small tree in the center of the field that truly drew her attention. A tree with red leaves and a white trunk. A tree that she recognized. And one that she knew was certainly not native to Essos. The guard stopped and motioned towards the rotunda in the middle of the garden. Looking at the structure, she could clearly see two individuals sitting in the shade provided. But as she walked past the guard, one of the individuals, a woman if she had to guess based on her curves, quickly vacated her seat and left the garden in such a hurry that Dany couldn't make out anything about the woman besides the fact that she was a woman. Putting the occurrence out of her mind, Dany kept her head up as she approached the rotunda and the man, who was now on his feet, that was within. Approaching, Dany quickly looked the man over. He was clearly not of Pentos, nor even Essos as she'd been around the land enough to tell. Which meant only one thing. This man was a man of Westeros. His dark hair was pulled back into a simple knot behind his head and his skin was pale. But it was his eyes that were the true telling of his heritage. Eyes that were beyond pale, almost white in coloring. Eyes unlike any she had ever seen. And from what she knew during her brief conversations with Jon regarding the recent goings-on in Westeros, she knew exactly who this man before her was. Lord Domeric Bolton. The man gave her a smile, which amazingly actually lightened his face ever so slightly. I am no longer a lord, princess. My father's ambition, cruelty and stupidity saw to that. Dany could sympathize with the man, at least now that she knew the truth of her family. Or rather her father. Something that we both share, Domeric Bolton. And as such, you may refer to me as Daenerys while we are alone. The man gave her a slight bow, as you wish. Would you care for a cup of tea while we talk, Daenerys? I never really cared for the drink while I was in Westeros. But now I've come to realize that what passes for tea in Westeros is little more than horsepiss. Whereas this tea comes straight from Uti. One of the few indulgences I allow for myself. Dany's mouth watered at the thought of the tea. She hadn't had a good cup since her and her brother's brief stay in Norvos. And tea from Uti was by far the best there was. A cup would be much appreciated, Domric, she said, taking the invitation and walking into the pavilion with Doria right behind her. To Dany's surprise, instead of insisting that her handmaiden move away, Domric insisted that she take a seat at the table with them and even poured Doria her own cup. I must say, Daenerys, Domric said after he'd finished pouring a cup for the two women. That sitting down and having a cup of tea and a conversation with a Targaryen was certainly not one of the things I expected to have happen in my life. But then again, I never expected to have been exiled from my homeland either. Blowing on the hot liquid, Dany slowly sipped at the brew, savoring the taste on her tongue as she did. Gods only knew when she would be able to drink tea of this quality again. Exile or no, you seem to have done quite well for yourself here in Pentos. Domric nodded. I have, Daenerys. But that is mostly because Northerners prefer to do business with one of their own, even an exile like myself. And I've been able to take advantage of that fact. But I doubt that you have come here today with the intent of discussing my business. Though I must admit to my surprise at you being here. I was sure that it would take you several more days before you made your way to me. Dany eyed Domric wearily over the rim of her cup, while beside her she could see Doria shifting herself uneasily. And why are you so certain that I would come to you eventually? Domric just smiled. More than likely through similar means is how you ended up coming to me. Though I do wonder if our interaction was originated by the same source. Is it possible that Jon told him I was coming? No. There would be no time to send word, and Jon told me that the connection that we have between us would not work beyond the two of us. So how did Domric know that I would be coming to him eventually? I see, she said simply, setting her cup down. Then let us be candid with one another. I was led to believe that you can help me with my own studies in matters of the Force, can you or can you not? She could feel Doria's questioning gaze on her, but Dany would explain everything to her later. After she was done with whatever it was she was here for. Domric didn't bat an eye as he stared at her. His gaze was unnerving. You know quite a bit more than I thought you would, Daenerys. Unfortunately, I cannot help you with your studies in the Force as I have little to no affinity for the art. However, I can help you by placing you in direct contact with one who can. And I can do so in such a manner that you won't even need to leave my manse. There are two stipulations though. The first being that the means to make this contact must remain a secret, even from your brother and Magister Illyrio. And the second is that the means must remain here with me, as they are vital for my role here in Essos. The demands were not unreasonable. To be honest, if it meant learning more about her powers beyond what Jon had taught her so far, well, she would have agreed to far more demands than just those two. But just as she was about to give her consent, something he'd said caught her attention. And pray tell, what is your role here in Essos, Domric? Domric's face gave away nothing as he sipped his tea dry. I fear we do not know each other that well, Princess. Dany conceded the point. Very well then, Domric. Your secrets are your own. I will agree to your requests if it means you can provide me with the means to continue my learnings. Then we are agreed, Domric nodded, setting down his cup and getting to his feet. If you will please follow me, Daenerys. Your handmaiden can come along as well. But for secrecy's sake, and for her own safety, she will need to wait outside the room you will be training in. Nodding, Dany set her own cup down and gathered herself to follow after Domric with Doria following a step behind her and one step to the left. As they walked into the manse proper, Dany couldn't help but notice a few more of the unsullied guards, and more than a few marked servants. Slaves, Dany nearly spat, though she didn't want to raise the matter with Domric seeing as how, at least now, he had something that she needed. And here I was thinking that those of Westeros truly opposed if not outright despised the practice. I can feel your eyes and your distaste, Daenerys, regarding those who I have taken under my care, Domric said, surprising her as she'd thought she kept her feelings masked well enough to avoid suspicion. I assure you, Daenerys, my hatred for the vile slave trade is as true as any man of the North. There is not a single slave in this manse, nor is there any that is beholden to any debt. Every man and woman here receive their fair share for the work they do. And they are all here of their own volition. I see, Dany responded, feeling the slightest bit of shame at having to jump to such a conclusion so quickly. I apologize for my improper thoughts regarding your honor then, Domric. No need, Daenerys, Domric replied as he led them into what looked like a small library. Given my family history, I am used to being looked upon with suspicion and scorn. But that is a tale for another time. For now, here we are. Walking over to one of the shelves, Domric removed two large books before touching something on the shelf that was being hidden behind the books. Hearing something click, Dany watched in mild amazement as Domric replaced the books before pulling on the shelf, which easily swung open as if it were a door and not a shelf. Your companion will have to stay here for now, Domric said, grabbing a candle and lighting the wick. Looking back at Doria, Dany gave her a nod for the former bed slave to stay put before following Domric into the darkened hidden corridor. Once she was inside, Domric pulled the shelf closed behind her, leaving the two alone in a dark stairwell with nothing more than a candle to light their path. Holding the candle, Domric led her down a short flight of stairs and into what looked like a large room, though it was difficult to tell as there was no light beyond the candle. Setting the candle aside, Domric began pulling on something on the wall nearest to them. To her further amazement, a panel in the ceiling opened, revealing the sunlight. But that wasn't all. The light reflected itself off what looked like a mirror, and in doing so brightened the entire room to the point where she could see everything within. The room was surprisingly sparse. There was only one thing in the entire room. An altar of sorts in the very center of the room with some sort of candle made from glass. This here is a relic of old Valeria, Domric stated, walking towards the candle, and motioning for her to join them. And it is how I knew to expect your coming. Feeling excited at being able to interact with something from the dragon lords of old, Dany slowly approached the candle. And with each step she took, she could feel an almost pull to the candle. Like it wanted her to come closer to it. What does it do? She asked once she was within arm's reach of it. Honestly, I cannot say for sure, he answered. I can tell you some of what it does, but I do not know if what it is currently being used for was its original purpose, or if someone more skilled than even the Valyrians altered it before giving it to me to use. And how does one use this candle? She asked, her excitement building. Well, I've never been able to get it to work myself as I unfortunately do not have the gift required to use it fully, Domric stated. But from what I've been told, you need to reach out and touch it with the force. I'm sure you know what that means and how to do exactly that. Nodding her understanding, Dany closed her eyes and centered herself, pulling on the well of power she felt within her as she raised her hand and pushed her power out through her hand and into the glass candle. Almost immediately, she felt something from within the glass latch onto her power and pull, as if she were a fisherman and her power was the line in the water. As quick as the sensation came, it went, leaving Dany confused as to what had just happened to her. That was until she heard a voice coming from beside her. Well done, Daenerys Targaryen. Apparently, my apprentice does have a skill when it comes to teaching others. Jumping in fright, Dany immediately threw her hands out, ready to use her powers however she could to defend herself against whoever it was that managed to find their way into the room with her and Domric. But her powers failed her as her eyes fell upon the intruder. He was, gods, attractive. A strong face with silvery hair, yet not due to age. But it was more than just his looks that made her falter. She knew this man. Knew him well, or at least as well as anyone else in Essos who'd heard of him. For there was only one man of note that wore a black cloth across his eyes. Yet strangely, he didn't seem to be, well, here. In the room with them. His body was, well, she could see through his person. As if he were here, yet not here at the same time. Fighting back her fright and surprise, Dany swallowed hard before greeting the man of legend, Sorcerer Nox. The man turned towards her, and Dany felt her back go stiff. Gods, just being in his presence, even if he wasn't here was taxing. Daenerys Targaryen, the sorcerer replied in greeting before turning his head towards Domric as if he could see him clearly through the cloth covering his eyes. My thanks for bringing her here, Domric. You may go for now. And have no fear, your honor and guest rights will not be violated. I appreciate the confirmation, Lord Nox, Domric said, bowing to the sorcerer before doing the same to her. Daenerys, I will be just outside in my library should you have need of me. And I will see to it that your companion has been made comfortable. Watching Domric leave the two of them alone, Dany fought with everything she had to remain calm. There is no reason to fear me, Daenerys Targaryen, the sorcerer stated, surprising her. My apprentice has spoken quite highly of you, and your abilities with the Force. And I must admit that I have been eagerly awaiting the chance for us to talk like this. And just how are we talking, Sorcerer Nox? Dany asked, managing to regain some measure of control over herself. Smiling, the sorcerer turned and motioned towards the glass candle in the center of the room. Your ancestors' manipulation of the Force was truly remarkable. But even as remarkable as they were, there was still much they did not know, or understand. Even around their own creations. These glass candles of theirs, marvelous pieces of Force artifacts that they are, were incomplete. And I've been working on completing them ever since I managed to recover a number from the Valyrian freehold some time ago. I see. She really didn't, but it was the only thing she could think of to say at the time. Jon encouraged me to seek out Domric. I assume for this purpose, so that we can talk? On your request, I assume. Nox nodded, you are correct in that assumption. However, I didn't just arrange for us to meet so that we might talk, as you say. Then why have you arranged this meeting between us? Dany asked. I doubt it is to swear your loyalty to my brother and I so that we might retake the Iron Throne from Robert. Indeed, the sorcerer nodded, not even bothering to hide the fact that he had no intention of helping Dany or her brother return to their family's ancestral place in Westeros. But in truth, is that what you want? Or is it merely what your brother wants? Jon had asked her the same question before, multiple times. And in truth, part of her did want to go back to Westeros, to her home and reclaim that which once belonged to her family. But another part of her realized now that such thoughts were not but a dream. No. Going back to Westeros was her brother's dream. Not hers. Not anymore. It was, once. But not anymore, she answered truthfully. Now I want to forge my own path in life. And I want your help to do so. Yours and John's. Knox gave her an appraising look, or at least that was what it felt like, as it was difficult to tell given his eyes were covered. And what makes you think that I will help you? This time, it was Dany's turn to grin. If you had no intention of helping me, Sorcerer, you would not have gone through all this trouble to make contact with me. Well spotted, Daenerys, the Sorcerer praised, conceding the point. I can give you what you want, Daenerys Targaryen. I can make you strong enough to forge your own path in the world. However, you are going to have to go through the hells themselves to get there. And even once you pass through the fires and achieve what you want, your battle will not be over. Claiming what you want is but one battle. Keeping it is a constant war. Are you ready for that? Back straight, Dany nodded. I am. The Sorcerer smiled, good. Then let us begin, Daenerys Targaryen. Leaning back in his seat with a mug of fine wine in his hand, Tyrion Lannister waited patiently for his brother to arrive in one of the quieter rooms of Shattaz, perhaps his favorite establishment in all of King's Landing. But despite what many would think, he was not here to indulge in his favorite pastime, well, one of them at least. No. He'd chosen to meet his brother here because he knew that this was perhaps one of the only places in all of King's Landing where the two could openly meet without fearing being spied upon. And what he needed to say to his brother, it certainly did not need to go beyond the two of them. Gods only knew what his father, or beloved sister for that matter, would do should they learn what he'd learned. He honestly didn't care what could happen to himself, but he would be damned if he let either of them ever get within arm's reach of his daughter. Your guest has arrived, little lord. Will you two be requiring company? Or just drink? Blinking, Tyrion cursed himself as he hadn't even realized that the proprietor of the fine establishment had walked into the room with him. Just drink for now, Shatta, and a lot of it, Tyrion said, making a motion with his empty cup. This cup seems to have quite the sizable hole in it and needs to be constantly refilled. Though have two of your best at the ready. While I doubt my guest will indulge himself, I have a feeling I will be needing their company right after he leaves. Of course, little lord, Shatta grinned as she eyed him up and down. Though from what my girls have told me, such a name is unbefitting for one such as yourself, as you are anything but little where it matters. No sooner had Shatta left than the door to his temporary sanctum opened, revealing his brother in all of his golden armored glory, his white cloak almost glowing behind him and his hand resting comfortably atop the Valyrian steel sword strapped to his waist. Well, brother, Jaime said, his usual easy smile on his face as he looked about the room Tyrion was in. I must say that this is a first. Me coming to find you in a brothel, only to find you not enjoying yourself with their services. Seeing his brother was, odd to say the least. For so long, his only source of family comfort he could find was in the presence of his brother, especially after his uncle Jerion disappeared. His brother protected him when no one else did. He understood him. Made him feel safe, protected. But now he didn't feel that comfort or protection. Now he just felt anger. And betrayal. It seems to be an era of us experiencing firsts, dear brother. Though not all of them pleasant. Gods help him, he had gone through this conversation 100 times since leaving the north, planned out exactly what he wanted to say and how he wanted to say it. But now that the time had come, he found himself at a complete loss for what to say. First time magic has returned to Westeros in hundreds of years. First time it has truly been accepted. First time a non-Targaryen has sat on the Iron Throne, and a first time my brother has betrayed me in the worst way imaginable. Jaime's joyful expression vanished almost immediately as he set his cup of wine down. Tyrion, had I thought of any other way to protect the girl by sending her to you, I would. Tyrion couldn't help the scoff that escaped him. You think not telling me about my daughter and sending her to the north is the betrayal I speak of, brother? No. Gods no, that is not it at all. In fact, I would dare say that sending Anna to the north and under the protection of the wolves was probably the smartest thing you've done in a long time, Jaime. No. The betrayal I speak of does not concern my daughter, but rather my wife, my late wife. Jaime sat down heavily as a worn look came over his face. Tyrion, You betrayed me, twice, Tyrion scowled, glaring at his brother with hatred, a truly strange sensation as he had never once held even the slightest touch of anger or hatred towards his brother, his protector. The first when you stood aside and let father carry out his plot to get rid of my wife. And second, when you stayed silent on the matter and let me believe the lie he spun. Even cooperated with it. You let me stand by and watch as my wife, not some whore, was raped again and again. And then when it was all over, you let me believe the lie and did nothing as she was sent away with the silver spent on her that night. Silver she never spent, did she? Jaime seemed to shrink into himself more and more with each word Tyrion said. But as painful as it was to see his brother in such a state, Tyrion did not relent. He would not give in. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. Not over this. Did the girl tell you about that? Yes, she did, Tyrion replied, his teeth grinding. And her name is Anna. Anna Lannister, brother, not girl. Though, thanks to our father's obsession with his legacy and your betrayal, it is a name she may never be able to hold. Jaime's head hung low. Where does this leave us, brother? Setting his now empty cup aside, Tyrion sighed. I don't know, brother. I truly don't know. Standing in the courtyard of Winterfell, Stannis Baratheon, master of ships and brother to his grace King Robert Baratheon first of his name, watched in rapt attention as his daughter, his only child, take on men twice her age in the training yard. Not a single man, but two men that were both twice her age and size. And she was handling them both with apparent ease, with her eyes covered. Granted, he could see that both men were not going nearly as hard as they could. But the fact that his daughter was able to dodge, parry, and block every strike they sent against her was nothing short of amazing. If only she had been born a boy, she would have been a perfect heir. Taking his eyes off his daughter, his gaze passed over the others in the yard that called themselves acolytes. The two eldest Stark boys, the heir and the former bastard, were sparring against one another. Their weighted tourney blades moving so quickly that even an experienced soldier like himself was having difficulty tracking their movements. But as fast as they were still not the fastest. That honor belonged to the youngest Stark girl, who was currently using a staff as tall as she to fight against three full-grown men. None of whom were holding back as far as he could see, yet they were still losing against the little girl. Badly. He knew that there were many women in the land who longed to become knights. His brother Renly often spoke of one such, Brienne of Tarth, who was said could best even the best of men. But, honestly, he never truly believed that a woman could ever match a man on the field, until now, at least. Watching the young Stark girl get the better of so many men, at her age, the gods only knew what she could become when she reached full womanhood. And he found himself pitying Lord Stark in having to find a suitable husband for the girl. The remaining acolytes, the eldest Stark girl, the youngest Stark boy and the Lannister girl were all off to the side of the yard, sitting in a circle facing one another with their eyes closed. Meditation, his daughter had called it. A way to calm one's mind and connect with this force that apparently empowered them all and allowed this lot to use their abilities. Abilities that defied all laws of nature. Of all those gathered, however, there were two notable absences. The sorcerer himself. And the last remaining acolyte, a lad named Gendry who'd he yet to meet in person. The two, along with the Winterfell blacksmith, had disappeared the moment he'd arrived with the two pyromancers in tow. The sorcerer barely even gave him a proper lord's greeting before turning his back on him and disappearing without even a word about why he had need of the pyromancers in the first place. And now 3 days later, he was still in the dark about why he'd been sent north to deliver the men. He'd questioned Lord Stark, but the Warden of the North had been silent on the matter, saying that he would not give voice to what they were trying to accomplish until they had succeeded. An infuriating lack of respect for the brother of the king, but he was unfortunately in no place to press the issue as he was but a guest in Winterfell. He'd even gone through the trouble of personally delivering a load of brimstone to the man, but apparently whatever he'd planned to do with the pyromancers was far more interesting as he gave orders for the stone to be brought to his tower before dismissing it completely. Lord Stannis. Turning his head, Stannis watched silently as he was joined by Lord Eddard near the edge of the training grounds. Lord Eddard, he replied as his host drew level with him before turning his attention back to his daughter, who had just used her strange magic to send one of the men tumbling onto his back a good 10 or more paces away from her person. It took me some time to get used to seeing my daughters in the yard as well, Lord Eddard remarked, somehow guessing upon Stannis's unease. But then, I thought of the times when my sons first started in the yard, and how I never batted an eye at watching them being knocked and bruised as they learned one end of the sword from the other. And I thought on why watching my sons in the yard seemed natural, while watching my daughters put me ill at ease. It is unnatural, Stannis replied. The women tend the household, and the men defend it. It is the way it has always been. Here, perhaps. But such is not the norm across all lands, Lord Eddard countered. Knox is, without a doubt, the most well-traveled man I have ever met. He has seen and interacted with more cultures than you could possibly imagine. He's told us tales of more than a few cultures where the roles are reversed. Where men are expected to stay at home while the women guard the household. It was a hard concept to wrap my mind around. But I have resolved myself to the thought that just because we have done something a certain way, does not mean that we must keep doing it. And these uncertain times, our ability to adapt, to change, will be our saving grace. Perhaps, Stannis conceded, not wanting to admit aloud that Stark had a point, especially as he had to fight to stand still as he watched his daughter get knocked to the ground with a sound hit to her stomach. It is still unnatural. Any further conversation between the two was put on hold as a loud commotion sounded from behind them. Turning, Stannis narrowed his eyes as he noticed the source. The sorcerer had returned, and he wasn't alone. At his side was a young man that made Stannis want to shake his head to make sure he wasn't seeing an illusion. The young man looked almost exactly like his brother Renly, though he had Robert's build. This boy, he has the Baratheon look. More so than any of my brother's children. A bastard? And seeing as how I know Renly nor I frequent such establishments, it is obvious as to which among us sired the bastard. Nox, Gendry. Were you two successful? Lord Eddard greeted the two as they approached. And while the man hid it well, Stannis could note just the slightest touch of eagerness in the man's voice and in the way he was looking at the two. Stannis could practically feel the smugness coming off the sorcerer. Indeed, we were, Ned, the sorcerer said, making Stannis want to grind his teeth in frustration at the man's lack of respect for his lord. Now that I've had a chance to watch how those fools were making the wildfire, I can duplicate the process using my own means through Sith alchemy, and I dare say that the results will be a far more stable product. And as for what we needed the wildfire for, well, I'll let my acolyte here show you the fruits of his labors. The young man, who could only be his brother's bastard, stepped forward with his head held slightly down to not meet their eyes. "Milords," the lad said awkwardly, holding out a sheathed blade perhaps a hand and a half in length. Stark immediately took the offered blade and pulled it free, revealing a red rippled steel beneath. Valyrian steel. Although this blade was unlike the other Valyrian steel swords that were now held by the King's Guard, courtesy of the sorcerer as part of his tribute to the crown. Unlike those blades that were smoky in color with the occasional red tints at times, this one was almost pure shining steel with dark rippled patterns that was so perfect that he was sure one would be able to see their reflection clearly should they stare at the blade. "You've found a way to rework Valyrian steel," Stannis surmised, knowing that the North now had a fair amount of the steel to experiment with. "Not exactly," Nox smirked, clapping Gendry on the shoulder. "Thanks in no small part to this young lad here, and more than a touch of Sith alchemy, that is the first newly forged Valyrian steel blade since the fall of the Valyrian Empire over 400 years ago." Stannis's calm demeanor fled as his jaw dropped. Valyrian steel was the most sought-after steel in all of Westeros and Essos. It'd been so during even the height of the Valyrian Empire, and even more so after its fall. Even the greatest of minds in Westeros had been unable to figure out how the steel had been forged. And now the sorcerer had once again made the impossible possible. Though not alone, he thought as a crowd began to form around them as everyone marveled at the new Valyrian steel in Stark's hand. The sorcerer said that Robert's bastard played a part in its creation. "When I return to King's Landing, I will have to do all in my power to see that lad is brought back under the banner of House Baratheon, where he belongs." Sitting next to Jon in one of the many halls within the great fortress of Winterfell, Ygritte resisted the urge to tap her foot impatiently as she waited with the man who'd stolen her for their time to speak with Lord Wolf of Winterfell. It wasn't that she was nervous, well, not entirely. It was just that the Lord Wolf had suddenly called for both herself and Jon to come and speak with him without any explanation. And for the life of her, she couldn't think of any reason why the man would call for them. At least now that is. The first time the two had been called to speak with the Lord Wolf had been after Arianne and all the other Southerners had left Winterfell. And while Ygritte was not one to ever be embarrassed or ashamed of her actions, especially those beneath the furs, the lecture, or rather the lack of lecture, had managed to unnerve her. The man didn't raise his voice nor hand against either herself or Jon. He'd just called them both to his room and had them stand there in silence as he went about his work. It'd been infuriating. Just standing there watching the man work while standing next to a clearly uneasy Jon. Eventually she'd snapped and asked why they'd been called before him. To which he simply asked her why she thought he'd called them. And now looking back, she could easily see the trap. A trap that she'd run headlong into. She scoffed and responded that they were called to him because they'd both fucked Arianne, multiple times. She'd been fully expecting some southern lording lecture about maintaining one's virtue or some such nonsense. But what she had not been expecting was for the Lord Wolf to instead lecture them on responsibilities and expectations that were now upon them as they were engaging in such activities. It was not a talk she ever wanted to repeat. Especially not with the Lord Wolf of all people. And by the redness of Jon's face, it was clearly not a conversation that he wanted to have again anytime soon either. The second time she'd been called before not only the Lord Wolf, but the sorcerer and Val as well was no more than a week past. Honestly, she'd been adjusting well to her new life south of the Wall. Though she did, at times, find it just so easy. Almost too easy. There wasn't a daily struggle to find food or warmth or even shelter. And she was beginning to understand why so many Kneelers truly chose to live as they did. But with that ease came something else, boredom. There just wasn't much to challenge her. Within her first moon at Winterfell, she gained a reputation as the best hunter in the keep, as well as the best with a bow. A skill that even the sorcerer acknowledged her for and even helped her to cultivate further. And her time with Jon, Well, given that everyone already knew about the two of them, she saw no reason for them to remain separated, so she simply moved her few belongings into his room within the sorcerer's tower. He'd protested at first, saying that it wasn't proper or some shite. But a single night and day and following night, beneath his furs, and he was brought around to her way of thinking on the matter. But within a moon, she was bored. Time with John was beyond pleasurable, and she was not about to leave him. And showing up the fancy kneelers in the yard with her bow was always good for a laugh. But there just wasn't anything to challenge her. She'd even given up and decided to attend lessons with John and his siblings and the others. But by the gods, they were beyond boring and yet challenging at the same time. Boring because there was nothing but thinking to do, and challenging cause, well, she didn't know how to read or of the things even the youngest wolf pup was able to do. She'd nearly given up after the first lesson, but she didn't. She wouldn't let some children kneelers think they were better than her. So, despite being utterly bored most of the time and having far more troubles than the others, Ygritte did her best to sit through at least every other lesson John and the others sat through. Which of course was how she ended up getting in such deep shite. It'd been while John and the others were at a lesson she'd decided not to go to that she found herself in the sorcerer's library. With nothing better to do, she wandered the shelves, trying to make sense of the strange books and crystals the man had lining the shelves. But when she came upon a set of chairs surrounding a small table, she stopped her wandering. Sitting on the center of the small table was the strange ring and chain thing that John and Ariane were constantly talking about. Apparently, the two had managed to create another one, the one which Ariane always wore. And apparently it was what helped her to control her magic. Her curiosity getting the better of her, Ygritte picked up the ring and chain piece and slid it over her arm, securing it to her wrist and slipping the ring on her hand. The moment she did, she immediately felt something strange. Like there was something within her, a beast that had been awoken and wanted to be let out. And in a moment of stupidity, which even she would admit to, she concentrated on the strange feeling while waving her hand towards one of the candles in the room. And that was when everything went to the hells. The flame of the candle burst into a wildfire and immediately caught some of the shelves on fire. She couldn't really remember too well what happened after that. She remembered screaming, or maybe it was someone else. But the next she knew, the sorcerer, John, and all the others were running into the room trying to put out the flames while saving everything they could from being destroyed. Once the flames had died down, she'd been taken to task, hard. Lord Stark had yelled at her, his eyes those of a wolf the entire time. Val had quietly condemned her stupidity for using something she knew nothing about. And the sorcerer, he'd made her life a living hell for days. It would have been one thing if he'd pushed her in the yard to the point where she fell from exhaustion. She could live with that. But, no, the man had found a new hell to put her through. She'd been forced to sit in the god's damned library with no reprieve save to relieve herself or to sleep. And while she was there, she was expected to write from the books that had been damaged by the fire. Copying the books, the sorcerer had said, so that they would still be usable. They'd had the dark-skinned girl that the eldest wolf pup fancied watch over her. By the gods, the woman was unbearable. If she didn't like a single character Ygritte wrote out, she would make her redo the whole damn book. Even if she'd been working all day on it. And now that her punishment was finally at an end, she'd been called to the Lord Wolf's chambers once again. Only this time she at least had John at her side. So, why is your father calling on us? Ygritte asked, growing more than slightly irritable at having to wait for, well, whatever it was they were called for in the first place. We ain't been caught fucking by nobody yet. And I haven't burned down no other books or other shite since last time. John colored slightly at her mentioning of their time together, which lifted her mood somewhat. She might be his, but it was still fun to tease him. Especially cause it was so easy to do. I don't know, John answered. But we're about to find out. Hearing the door behind them open, Ygritte held her head high and marched into the room with John at her side. But her confidence faltered as she found not only Lord Stark on the other side, but also the sorcerer, his woman, and Val as well. And if that wasn't bad enough, her eyes immediately caught sight of the blasted talisman that had set the library on fire sitting before the Lord Wolf. Swallowing, Ygritte immediately jumped to her own defense. Whatever shite went wrong this time, it wasn't me. I was sitting me arse with Talus a copy in those burnt books from me last fuck up. This is not about the incident in the library, Ygritte, the Lord Wolf said, raising his hand. However, this does concern the talisman that you wore that day. And more specifically, your apparent connection to it. Frowning, Ygritte watched in silence as the sorcerer picked up the armlet and held it towards her. Put it on. But think of nothing when you do. With only a slight tremble to her hand, Ygritte took the armlet from the sorcerer and slowly put it on her arm, making sure to think of nothing as she did so other than putting the thing on. But then the fucking sorcerer pulled out a lit candle and set it before her. Shite. What the fuck is the fucker thinkin'? Stepping back, the sorcerer turned his eye-covered face towards her. This time do not let your fear get the better of you. Focus on the flame before you. and command the flame to rise just a hand's width into the air. Do not doubt. Do not question. Command the flame. Swallowing, Ygritte felt the same beast within her rage to life, demanding to be let out. Shut the fuck up, she screamed at the beast, which amazingly seemed to work as whatever the fuck it was within her immediately quieted. Holding her hand out towards the flame, she tried to copy what she'd seen the others the sorcerer taught do during their exercises with their magic. But the flame didn't rise. It just sat there on the candle, mocking her by staying put. Come on, you fucking little cunt flame. Fucking moashite. The flame didn't rise, it jumped into the air just like before in the library. Only this time she was ready, or at least more ready than the last time. Stop, she screamed in her mind. And the flame stopped. What in the hells? She murmured, staring in awe at the flame dancing in the air with no wood nor cloth to keep it alive. Moving her hand, Ygritte smiled as she watched the flame follow her hand. Ha! I got fucking magic too, princess. Impressive, the sorcerer called out, making her jump slightly as she'd completely forgotten where she was while she was playing with the fire. Lead the fire into the hearth and let it die against the stones within. Ygritte honestly wasn't sure just how she was doing this, but she wasn't about to complain as she moved the small flame towards the hearth and let the flames die against the stone. So, does this mean I got the magic in me and not just John's cock this time? Or did his cock give me magic? The four standing across from her and John didn't seem to find her words nearly as amusing as she did, nor as embarrassing as John did. Between you and Prince Oberyn, I'm not entirely sure which one of you has the more one-track mind, the sorcerer said, confusing Ygritte slightly as she didn't catch on to his meaning. Though that wasn't unusual. The man was always saying things that she didn't understand. But now that we've seen just how natural you are at using the talisman, we need to discuss the best means for your training. Ygritte didn't see what there was to discuss. Just let me practice with the fucking thing, just like with me bow. And if I have problems, I can just ask Yet or John here. If only it were so simple, the sorcerer stated. Training with such powers in an uncontrolled environment without one who knows the specifics of your skill could be catastrophic. And I doubt Ned here would appreciate you burning down half of Winterfell by accident. Despite John and the others being able to use the talisman, they can only use it to a slight degree and only with great concentration and effort. But you? You do it naturally, as if it were as easy as breathing. Which is a blessing and a curse. A blessing because you will be able to learn quickly. A curse, because as we've already seen, it is easy for you to lose control of your powers. There is only one other individual that we have come across that has had the same affinity for this particular force ability. Arianne, John said quietly, though not quietly enough as all eyes in the room turned towards him. I mean Princess Arianne. She could use the talisman, and the one I made, as easy as Ygritte can. The sorcerer nodded. Indeed, she can. It's curious as to how Ygritte came to have the same affinity for a force skill that was unique to the Rhynish, but that can be discussed later. What matters now is getting Ygritte the training she needs without burning down most of Winterfell in the process. Unfortunately, Arianne left with the only book we have on the Rhynish and their abilities. And seeing as how we can't just ask for the heir of House Martell to simply drop everything and come back to the north. Ygritte didn't necessarily understand where the sorcerer was going with his words, but John apparently did. You're going to send Ygritte to Dorne. Ygritte and yourself, John, Lord Stark said, speaking up for the first time since they'd walked into the room. I have already written to Prince Doran. And he has agreed to host both yourself and Ygritte for a period of 2 moons' time for Ygritte and Arianne to learn more about their abilities together. John, you will be going as well to help the two in whatever manner they need. Ygritte felt herself grin like a wolf that had just caught a nice large buck. A chance to see Arianne once more, with John. And to visit a land that apparently never sees snow even during the coldest of years? Hells, she was ready to go right now. Now, Lord Stark continued, his face hardening. I know of the relationship you three have formed and of your activities. And while I would be a fool to demand that such things do not happen during your stay, I expect you both to hold yourselves to the standard of the North and House Stark, whom you are both representing. In other words, Ygritte, don't fuck up and piss off some fancy kneeler cunt, Val added. Those south of the North view us free folk, even those of us who've sworn to House Stark, as little more than animals. You're to show them wrong. You can rely on us, Father, John cut in before she could. We will not disappoint you, or the North with our actions. I know, son, the Lord Wolf said, and it might have just been a trick of the light, but Ygritte could have sworn she saw the eldest wolf smile. You never have before. Now I suggest you both make yourselves ready and say your goodbyes. The Sea Wolf is set to leave White Harbor in a fortnight's time. And they will not wait long for your arrival. There is one more thing, John, the sorcerer said just before she and John could leave. I have a package that I need you to deliver to Sir Wendell. The Sea Wolf will be making a rare stop in Pentos on its return voyage from Sun's Pair. And there is something we have that needs to find its way into certain hands soon. Ygritte didn't know what the man was talking about, but apparently Jon and even the Lord Wolf did. I'll see it delivered to Sir Wendell, Master. Good, the sorcerer nodded. Now, you two best make your goodbyes. You'll need to leave by nightfall at latest if you're to make the journey to White Harbor in time to catch your ride. Dany was nervous. No. Nervous was too light of a word to use. She was terrified. She'd known that this day was coming, had known ever since she fully realized what would be expected of her because she was a woman. Now the day had come. The day when a potential suitor for her hand would come to meet her. And not just any potential suitor. No, her brother and Magister Illyrio had managed to convince Khal Drogo, a leader amongst the Dothraki and the leader of one of the largest Khalasar ever assembled. Over 40,000 strong. Which was exactly why her brother had decided on him as a husband for her. His men. Never mind the fact that the Dothraki were considered by most to be little more than savage raiders. Skilled warriors to be sure, but still little more than savages. But her brother didn't care about their unsavory reputation. He only cared about their skills and the number of warriors Khal Drogo commanded. A number he planned to bring back to Westeros to take back the Iron Throne by force. The only reason she hadn't gone immediately to Domric Bolton and sought the first vessel to take her, well, anywhere was because she sought out Jon immediately after learning of her brother's and Illyrio's plan. Jon had lent her a sympathetic ear and had listened to her as she ranted and raved about her brother and Illyrio. About how her brother had all but told her that he would not only let Khal Drogo do whatever he wanted with her, but that he would allow Drogo's entire Khalasar to rape her before letting their horses rape her as well if it meant that he would get what he desired. Throughout her entire rant, Jon stayed quiet, merely letting her vent her frustrations. When she'd finally calmed enough to talk reasonably, Jon asked her a single simple question. What did she know about the Dothraki and about Khal Drogo specifically? Not what she'd heard, but rather what she knew personally about the people. The question had brought her up short. She'd heard plenty about the Dothraki. It would be impossible for one to live in Essos as she had and not hear about them. But she had never personally had any interaction with the infamous Horse Lords. Jon went on to say that he only knew small bits about the Dothraki. About how they were Horse Lords who knew few rivals. That they were renowned warriors and that most of those who considered themselves civilized thought them to be little more than savages. Then he followed that with saying that there was another group of people that were considered little more than warrior savages that deserved only disdain. The wildlings, or rather the free folk. While Jon admitted that there were some amongst the free folk that deserved the disdain and were all the bad things people thought about them, the free folk were just people. Just like them. He encouraged her to not let what others had told her to color her opinion, but to rather form her own. And he also added that there was a chance that, should she find the Dothraki not nearly as intolerable as many found them, that she would be able to forge her own path. One free of her brother and free of her family's past. That thought, the thought of freedom from her brother and the chance to forge a new way forward, was what stilled her from fleeing. At least for now. And now, the day had come for her to meet this Khal Drogo. Her brother and Illyrio had had the servants bathe and clean every part of her, which was beyond embarrassing. Then they'd presented her with a thin silken dress that, after putting it on, she realized did very little to hide what was underneath. After dressing, she was then led by her brother's firm hand out to the front steps of the manse to wait for the arrival of her potential husband and his blood riders. They say the Dothraki are little more than savages who take anything they please. From gold to horses to women. If they want it, they take it no matter what resistance is offered. And if they have to chase after what they want, well, it never ends well, her brother commented idly, hinting at what might happen should she flee. Holding her head high, Dany did her best to ignore her brother's taunts as she tried to calm her racing heart as she heard the cluttering of horses moving fast towards them. Do not show weakness, Dany, she suddenly heard Jon's voice in her ear, making her start slightly. The Dothraki, just like the free folk, respect strength. Show them your strength, Dany. Show them the strength of the last daughter of the Dragon Lords of Valyria. Make it so that this Khal Drogo is not coming to find a bride. But rather that you, Daenerys Targaryen, are instead searching for a worthy suitor for your hand. Her back straightened as she hung onto Jon's voice like an oasis in the middle of a desert. All too soon, 5 riders wearing leather clothing that left their arms and chest bare rode swiftly into the yard. The 5 gave no heed to any in their way, leaving many to hurry and even trip over themselves as they tried to get out of the horses' paths. The 5 were, impressive to say the least. Their horsemanship was superb, even to her novice eye. But her attention was focused solely on the man in the front. The one she assumed to be her potential husband, Khal Drogo. He was, impressive. But even that word was understating it. He was tall, impressively so even from atop his horse. His black hair was pulled back into an impressive braid that went down past his waist, a symbol to show that he had never once met his equal on the field of battle. And his muscles, by the gods she swore his arms were the size of her head. Yet despite his impressive size, he moved with a grace that she found captivating. That in his pitch-black eyes. Well, she supposed that her brother could have done far worse for a suitor. He was something that she could work with, provided everything went as she'd planned. As the riders approached the main steps leading up into the manse proper, Illyrio calmly stepped down into the yard with a young servant girl following him. Khal Drogo, I am Illyrio Mopedus, and I welcome you and your blood riders into my home. Illyrio said as the young serving girl, who Dany now realized was a translator, spoke quickly to the riders in a tongue she did not recognize. Pulling his horse to a stop in front of Illyrio, Drogo gave the magister merely a grunt in reply before seemingly dismissing him as his black eyes passed over each face in the yard before coming to a stop on her. The moment his eyes landed on her, she felt her back stiffen on its own as he stared at her like she was a fine piece of meat at the market. But that look quickly faded, only to be replaced by something else. A look that while she couldn't tell what it was a look that made her feel good. Strong. Desirable. I present to you, Khal Drogo, Princess Daenerys Targaryen. Hearing Illyrio say her name snapped her out of her reverie as she made her way down the steps of the manse towards the towering form of her potential husband. Drogo's eyes never left hers despite her rather revealing dress, something that she appreciated. As she passed Illyrio by, she purposefully kept her face passive as she walked forward until she was just beyond arm's reach of the Khal and his horse. I would have you dismount, Khal Drogo, so that I might see the man who would be my husband, she said, only to frown as Drogo stayed on his horse, which caused her to realize that the translator had not spoken her words. Turning to the Illyrio and the girl next to him, she fixed the two with a hard look. Say my words to the Khal. The girl looked unsure, but after a nod from Illyrio she spoke in the Dothraki tongue. When her request was spoken, Drogo tilted his head at her as if trying to decide what to do. Dany met his silence with one of her own, staring right into the man's eyes without blinking as the two, and the entire manse, stood in silence. Eventually, the corners of Drogo's lips twitched and with a grace that went against his size, he slid effortlessly from his horse and stood before her. Even now on equal footing, Dany still barely came up to the man's chest and she had to tilt her head back to look him in the eye. Keeping her eyes on his, Dany slowly walked around the Khal, taking note of everything that the man had to offer with her eyes. His muscles. His braid. His coppery skin. Just as he had appraised her, she in turn appraised him. Coming back around to his front, Dany thought she noticed the slightest bit of amusement showing on the man's hard face. Repeat my words, exactly as I say them, Dany called back to the translator, her eyes finding Drogo's once more. I am Princess Daenerys Targaryen, the Stormborn, the last daughter of the Dragon Lords of Valyria. And I would know what makes you, Khal Drogo, greatest of the Khals, worthy of claiming my hand. Dany. She heard her brother hiss as he no doubt started rushing towards her. What the fuck are? Be silent, brother, Dany hissed right back, her hard tone clearly drawing her brother up short even though she never took her eyes off Drogo. You may be content to offer me in marriage to whoever can provide you with warriors. But I have standards, brother. And the last daughter of Valyria can only be wed to the best amongst the best of men. She wasn't sure, but she could have sworn she saw something shine in Drogo's eyes at the way she handled her brother. Without saying a word, Drogo reached behind himself and raised his long braid for all to see. Your skill as a warrior is well known, Khal Drogo. Dany said as the translator behind her kept pace with each word she spoke. There are few, if any, that could ever be considered your equal. But the last daughter of the Dragon Lords of Valyria deserves more than just a warrior. If it is your desire to claim my hand, Khal Drogo, then you will complete a challenge I set upon you. One of the other riders behind Drogo said something, or rather grunted something, that Dany assumed was unflattering given the snarl upon his face. What did he say? Dany asked the young translator, still not taking her eyes off Drogo. His exact words. The translator girl started before stopping, clearly not sure if she should say what was said or not. The blood rider of Khal Drogo wonders why this bitch with nice tits thinks she can talk so amongst the great Khal Drogo and his blood riders. Taking her eyes off Drogo, Dany turned her attention to the rider who'd spoken. The man was smirking at her, as if daring her to try something. Raising her right hand palm towards the man, Dany made a show of turning her hand sideways before slowly curling her fingers in and closing her fist. It started slowly, with the offending rider coughing, then looking confused as he rubbed at his throat. But as Dany's fingers closed in tighter, his eyes widened in panic as he wheezed, his hands frantically going to his throat trying to remove whatever was preventing him from breathing. A futile effort, and one that made Dany smile as she savored the look of panic and fear coming from his eyes. If I am nothing more than a bitch with nice tits, Dany practically growled as she raised her hand, lifting the man partially out of his saddle and holding him in the air as his panicked horse ran out from underneath him. Then what does that make you? Considering this bitch managed to unhorse you without even having to lay a hand on you. Her last words were practically a shout as she opened her hand, letting the man drop down heavily to the ground where he began greedily sucking in air. Looking around the yard, Dany noticed that the other 3 blood riders were all trying to get their horses under control while staring at her warily. The servants who lived in the manse were also staring at her in fear, while Illyrio and her brother were staring at her in complete awe. The only one who wasn't showing fear or awe was Khal Drogo. There was no fear on the Khal's face, nor even a hint of wariness. No, the Khal was staring at her as if he had just found the greatest treasure in the world, and from the look on his face, he was clearly not going to go anywhere without it. The Khal spoke again, and it took a not-so-gentle slap from Illyrio to bring the translator girl out of her stupor enough to speak his words. The great Khal Drogo says to name you your challenge, Princess Daenerys. Dany felt something give within her. She was in control of what happened next. And that was exactly what she wanted. To be in control of her own life, to be free to make her own choices. A day's ride south of Pentos, there is a manse under the control of one Magister Rubier, Dany began, giving the translator girl time to speak her words. The challenge for my hand, Khal Drogo, is thus. You will prove your skill as a warrior by assaulting the manse with only yourself and your blood riders. You will prove your cunning by making sure that your actions will not be known beyond those of us here. You will show your control, both over yourself and those you command, by leaving those who do not fight against you untouched by blade or flesh. And you will prove your desire to be my husband, by placing the head of Magister Idol Rubier at my feet. Drogo's head tilted as the translator finished saying her words in the Dothraki tongue. He said something in return, and Dany waited patiently as his words were spoken to her. The great Khal Drogo asks what this man has done to earn your mark of death, princess. In truth, the Magister had been one that deserved death many, many times over. During one of her visits to the Bolton manse, Domeric had told her about the man, about how he made his fortune in the slave trade. About how he kept his wealth and influence by catering to a very select clientele. How any slave who was purchased by him was never seen again. And about how it was well known that the man and those he served enjoyed torturing slaves to death. And the younger the slaves, the higher the price of their entertainment. Does it matter? Dany asked, to which Drogo merely smiled as he heard her words in his tongue. I want him dead. And if you want my hand, you will put his head at my feet and meet my challenge. Do this, and I will consider you a man worthy of the last daughter of Valyria. Fail or refuse, and I will find someone who is. Drogo's smile was feral as he turned without a word and slid effortlessly up onto his horse. With nothing more than a grunt, Drogo led his blood riders out of the manse at a quick pace before turning them south the moment they cleared the gates. You did well, Dany. She felt no small amount of pride within herself as she heard Jon's praise. And she couldn't help but agree. Everything had turned out quite well in her opinion. While she would have preferred to keep her abilities a secret for a while longer, she knew that keeping them a secret indefinitely was not an option. I'll just have to deal with the reveal of my power sooner rather than later, she thought, turning just in time to see her brother descend upon her, his eyes wide in either fear, terror, anger, or awe, she couldn't quite tell. Dany! He gasped, looking towards the gate then back at her. What was? What did you what? Arching a brow, Dany regarded her brother coldly. Perhaps you need to take a moment to remember how to speak, dear brother. I believe his grace is surprised, as we all are, at your display, your grace. Illyrio cut in as her brother started turning an interesting shade of red as he fought a losing battle against the controlling of his anger and letting loose the dragon. I was not aware that you were blessed with the magic of your ancestors. The magic upon which the dragon lords of old built their empire upon. Turning her attention to Illyrio, she gave the man a level look. Would it have mattered had I made my magic known to you both? She asked, turning from the Magister to her brother. Would you, dear brother, have still made the threat to allow all 40,000 Dothraki and their horses to rape me if it meant that you would secure their allegiance? Her brother sputtered, trying to come up with something to say. But Dany was past the point of caring. With her powers now known, there was no reason for her to hide. Though still, there was a part of her that still ached at seeing the look of hurt and confusion on her brother's face. There was once a time when her brother was a true brother. One that protected and loved her, and she had loved him. But now the brother she'd once known was nothing more than a faded memory. Come, Doria, she said, brushing past the two men and making her way back into the manse. I have need of your advice. Maintaining her composure as she walked through the manse was perhaps the most difficult thing she'd ever done to this point in her life. But somehow, she'd managed to keep her head high and her face emotionless the entire way to her room. But the moment the door closed behind Doria, Dany let her mask go and she sagged. The weight of the day and everything that had happened rushing through her, making her knees grow weak and nearly causing her to collapse in on herself. Princess! Doria gasped, as she appeared at Dany's side, the woman's soft yet strong hands keeping her steady. I'm all right, Dany nodded, leaning on Doria's support as she calmed her racing heart. Today was taxing. Taxing. Doria marveled. Princess, I have never even heard of anyone, let alone a woman, stand up to a Dothraki as you did today. But I must say, you were fortunate that the Kul you exposed your powers to was Kuldrogo. The Dothraki are very weary of magic. But Kuldrogo is different. He is like, yet unlike any other Kul to come before him. And if I may be so bold, princess. He is a fine man and certainly not one that would be hard to bed. Doria had the right of it. Drogo was, quite a man. His coppery skin, his braided hair and his dark eyes, yes. She could certainly have worse in terms of potential husbands. Doria, I have need of your advice. Her handmaiden blinked. I don't know what advice I can offer you, princess. But whatever you have need of me, you need only ask. Nodding, Dany felt her face heat as she prepared herself for what she was about to ask of the woman that she'd grown so fond of. I have heard that it is possible for a woman to take control of what happens between herself and her husband. While in bed. Gods, I wish you to teach me how to do this. Doria's face split into a wide grin. I can do that, princess. Before the Kul returns, I will teach you enough so that you will be able to bring even a man like Kuldrogo under your control. For the next few days, Dany kept primarily to her rooms. In part because she wanted to avoid her brother and Illyrio. But also because she was learning as much as she could from Doria about how to take control of a man in bed, as well as trying to learn as much as she could from Jon. If things went the way she believed they would, she knew that it would be some time before she would be able to truly take a lesson again from either Jon or Lord Knox. On the eve of the third day since she'd issued her challenge, Dany once again found herself standing on the steps of the manse. This time she was wearing a dress that, while still accenting her curves, was not nearly as revealing as the dress her brother had forced her to wear the first time. Speaking of her brother, he was currently standing just behind her alongside Magister Illyrio, clearly wishing to say something but for some reason was able to hold his tongue. She wasn't quite sure what had brought about his silence, but she was glad for it. Hearing the telltale sound of horses quickly approaching, Dany pushed all thoughts of her brother and Illyrio to the back of her mind as she watched Drogo and his 4 blood riders race through the open gate. Each of them were covered in dirt and blood, and 2 of the blood riders appeared to have wounds on their person that had been quickly bandaged with whatever they had on them. But her eyes went past them all and focused on Drogo. His hair was disheveled slightly, and his body was covered in dirt and blood, but he didn't appear to be wounded at all. In fact, the Kul looked every bit the triumphant warrior she'd heard of him to be. Urging his horse forward, Drogo stopped at the base of the stairs, a slight distance away from Dany. Watching Drogo reach into one of his saddlebags, Dany forced herself to remain completely unfazed as he pulled out a severed bloodied head. Giving her a smirk, Drogo casually tossed the head at her feet. Glancing down at the severed head, Dany fought against the revulsion she felt in her stomach. I must not show weakness. This is what I wanted. He deserved this. And worse. Magister Illyrio. She called out over her shoulder while motioning down to the severed head at her feet. That is indeed, or at least was, Magister Rubbier your grace, Illyrio replied calmly, as if the sight of a severed head did not bother him in the slightest. Forcing herself to stare at the bloodied head, Dany calmly used her foot to kick the head off the sides of the stairs. With her path clear, Dany walked down closer to Kuldrogo. No words were said, and none needed to be said. The two merely met each other's eyes, knowing that Drogo had completed the task Dany had set upon him. Giving him a curt nod of acknowledgement, Drogo smirked wildly before wheeling his horse around and racing back out of the yard, leaving his blood riders once again hurrying to catch up with him. Where is he going? Viserys asked, clearly confused as to what had happened. There is no need for concern, your grace, Illyrio said, trying to placate her brother. Kuldrogo is indeed pleased with your sister. Had he not been, well, we would know. Then, what in the hells happens now? Viserys asked, clearly impatient. Now, dear brother, Dany responded, rounding on her brother. I have a wedding to prepare myself for. Chapter 31, Passage of Time Part 2. Welcome back everyone. I'm back, hopefully consistently once more, from my hiatus. I'm pleased to inform you all that I have officially welcomed a new little bundle of joy into the family. But with that comes pretty much the sacrifice of any free time I have. That and work being an absolute mess right now with how busy we are, and yet. I'm going to do everything that I can to keep my monthly update schedule, but as of right now I do not know just how strictly I'll be able to hold myself to that schedule. Thank you to everyone who has alerted to this story, added it to your favorites or left a review. All of your continued support of this story has really been amazing and keeps pushing me to make sure that I finish this story. Also, my friend, beta reader, and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus has started up a new story of their own. It's a Horizon Forbidden West / Azoth crossover. And trust me, they've got number of interesting and fun ideas about where to go with it. So if you get the chance, I'd recommend checking it out. And credit to where credit is due, I'm going to be using the name Norfolk for the free folk that have traveled south of the wall. For those of you who might recognize this, it is from the difference one man can make by JOEN 1801. If you haven't read the story, I highly recommend it as it is a fantastic piece to read for GOT/AZOF fans. And lastly, shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 31. Standing upon the raised platform overlooking the Green Blood River near Planky Town, Princess Ariane Martell watched with rapt interest as the pumps rose and fell out of the green blood. Turning with the aid of the large water wheel and lifting considerable quantities of water into a massive basin where the water would sit and fill, allowing any sediment or debris to settle out before flowing into a channel near the top that led into a newly created aqueduct. The aqueduct would then channel the newly collected water around Planky Town before heading towards Lemonwood, the seat of House Dalt, to provide them with a steady supply of water for their crops and people. Ideally, she would have preferred the aqueduct to run all the way to Sunspare to provide her own house with the highly valuable fresh water. But the distance was simply too great for an untested and unproven method of water delivery. So, until she could prove the idea valid, which she was sure would happen in no time at all, she would have to settle for providing water to one of her more powerful bannermen. Everything seems to be working perfectly, Princess Ariane, not that I ever had any doubts. Glancing towards her companion on this inspection, Ariane discreetly eyed the head of House Dalt and ruler of Lemonwood, Sir Dazil Dalt, while she kept her person facing the flowing water before her. She could feel his eyes on her body, particularly on her rear as she walked around the platform inspecting the basin and pumps for any signs of leaking water. The man was unmarried and nearly 10 years her senior, but she knew that he had once considered himself the premier match for her hand. In fact, so had his brother, Sir Endry, for mostly the same reasons. And apparently not even her father's long-standing and continued rebuffing of his offer of marriage was enough to keep his eyes from wandering. It is just a shame that you are unable to stay longer to enjoy the fruits of your labors, Princess, Sir Dazil continued as the two completed their inspection, finding no issues with the process. Blessing Lemonwood with this gift, Princess, it is beyond priceless and will do much to aid our people. And I would be remiss if I could not show you my full appreciation for all that you've done for my people and the people of Dorne. Apparently he still harbors thoughts of becoming my prince consort, Ariane wanted to huff. She knew that when she'd selected Lemonwood and Planky Town as the first place to build the water wheel and pump system that she would have to deal with Sir Dazil. She'd had hoped that the years had cooled his infatuation with her. But she was wrong. Very, very wrong. Unfortunately for Sir Dazil, and the many other men of Dorne that hoped to capture her hand, there was only one that she would even consider taking as her prince consort now. While part of her wanted to drag her beloved wolf to the nearest place of faith and seal their bond in the eyes of the gods and the law, she knew that she had to be careful. Her father and uncle knew of his true parentage. She could see the game they were playing, how they hoped to get her beloved to declare for the Iron Throne, making her not just the Princess of Dorne, but also Queen of Westeros. And while it would be a lie to say she had not also thought such thoughts, even perhaps fantasized about them, she would not push Jon to take the throne. Should he wish it, he would have her and Dorne's support. But she wanted the decision to come from him and him alone. You should save your appreciation for the Creator, Hilda of Winterfell, Ariane rebuffed gently. While your offer is appreciated, Lord Dazil, my return to Sunspare is necessary as an envoy of the North is due to arrive soon. With my father back in the Water Gardens for now, it falls upon me to see to their arrival and settling in the Sunspare. The Lord of Lemonwood did nothing to hide his displeasure at her mentioning of the North. He was one of the many nobles of Dorne that painted all of those who fought for Robert Baratheon with the same brush, regardless of their reasoning for rebelling against the throne. Pa, those barbarians. They're beneath you, Princess, and the fact that you even graced them with your presence in the North should be more than enough to show them that Dorne appreciates their trade. You shouldn't have to sully yourself by being in their mangy, filthy presence. Her arm that now wore the water talisman twitched reflexively as she itched to call up a sphere of water to encase the man's head. But she resisted the urge to drown the man. He dares to insult Jon. I'll know. Calm yourself, Ariane. Ygritte is the rash one. Not you. Have a care how you speak, Lord Dazil, Ariane replied coolly, keeping as much anger and frustration out of her voice as possible. The North has become the premier trading partner of Dorne. Despite our differences arising from the events at the end of the rebellion, which nearly caused the North to turn against their allies, they have been nothing but cordial and welcoming to Dorne and her people. And until that changes, we will show them the same respect. Dazil looked like he would rather eat a slab of rotten meat, but the man was loyal enough to her family to respectfully keep his more colored opinion to himself. As you wish, Princess. But I feel I must warn you. There have been rumors. Most distasteful rumors regarding yourself and the wolf bastard boy. Rumors that he and some wildling barbarian tried to steal their way into your bed while you were in the North. Looking at the man, Ariane could see that he knew that these rumors were not mere rumors. Yet how he'd come across this information was anyone's guess. Though it had been some time since she'd left the north, her wolf and their spear wife, given how fast rumors and tales spread across the land, especially when it came to the nobility, she was surprised the news hadn't reached the shores of Dorne sooner. I thank you for informing me of such rumors, and I will see that appropriate steps are taken regarding them. Now, if you'll excuse me. I can see my cousins have arrived with our mounts. I must begin my return to Sun's Pair. Dazil didn't appear satisfied with her non-answer to his unspoken question, but again his loyalty won out and he merely nodded and stepped aside. As you say, Princess Ariane. It has been a pleasure housing you, Princess. And if you need anything, House Dalt is always open to yourself and those of House Martell in whatever capacity you might require of us. Nodding, Ariane made a quick retreat away from the Lord, feeling his gaze on her as she made her way down the platform and to the ground where her cousins Tyene, Nymeria and Obara were waiting for her with several steeds and the men of House Martell that she'd taken with her when she'd set out from Sun's Pair several moons ago. Everything to your liking, cousin. Tyene, her closest cousin and all but her sister, asked as Ariane quickly mounted her sand steed and urged the beast forward. Yes, Ariane nodded as their horses walked across the wooden roads of Planky Town. The basins are holding, and the water is flowing without issue. Nudging her horse forward, Nymeria glanced first at Ariane before turning her sight back to the platform they'd just left. Lord Dazil is still watching you. Watching my ass and trying to picture my tits bouncing, more likely, Ariane replied, drawing a laugh from Nymeria and Tyene. No doubt, Tyene managed to get out between chuckles. Though I must say, I highly approve of your current choice of bedmate. Speaking of the wolf, any chance we will finally be able to fulfill the pact we made while he and your spear wife are residing in the Sun's Pair? After hearing of your knights, I'm anxious to see if he truly is as skilled as you so loudly proclaimed back in Winterfell from behind closed doors. Ariane's face heated slightly at the tease. Her cousins, and her uncle for that matter, had not let her forget just how vocal she and Ygritte had become when they were with Jon. And as for the pact she'd made with Tyene, well, she was sure that, given the proper timing of her asking, she could convince Jon and Ygritte to allow Tyene to join them at least once. The two had made the pact when they were younger and as thick as thieves, promising each other that at some time they would share a man between them. The pact had almost led to them sharing their first time together with Sir Andry Dalt. The two had even managed to get him into a room with them. But before they could even start, Andry finished in his pants, ending the encounter in a more than slightly awkward manner. I'm not the one you need to convince, cousin, Ariane replied, fighting to keep her composure as thoughts of her, Tyene, Jon, and Ygritte began running through her mind. Convince Jon and Ygritte of the matter, and I will welcome you with more than just open arms. Tyene got a bright look in her eye as she urged her horse ahead at a trot. Well, what are we all waiting for then? Let's get back to Sun's Pair already and greet our friends from the frozen wasteland and introduce them to true Dornish hospitality. Staring out the small open window in his cabin and letting the cool sea air wash over his face, Jon watched with excitement coursing through his body as the tall tower known as the Sun's Pair steadily grew larger and larger as the Seawolf approached the small port situated just outside the walls of the city. Ya been watchin' out that window since ya got up from bed dis mornin', Jon. Are we finally at this damn Sun's Pair place the princess kept talkin' about? Turning away from the window, he eyed one of his two companions. His heart racing as it always did when he saw her, especially as of late. Ygritte was sitting up in their shared bed, even though the cabin had room for a second cot she had refused to sleep separate from him. And as was usual since they'd passed the Stormlands, she was not wearing a single stitch of clothing. Her reasoning for not being dressed so was simple. It was far, far too hot to wear clothing in their cabin or anywhere, for that matter. But thankfully he had managed to convince her to at least put on a loose shirt and pants the few times she left the cabin. Men of the north were made of cold and iron, but even he did not want to test a bunch of sailors who'd been at sea for weeks by having a beautiful woman like Ygritte prancing naked around the deck. Jon at least had experience with the heat, otherwise he'd probably be in the same condition as Ygritte. The same could be said of the sailors with them. In fact, there was only one other that disliked the heat as much as Ygritte, and that was Jon's other cabin mate, Ghost. The dire wolf pup, though he couldn't really be called a pup anymore seeing as how he easily came up to Jon's midsection, spent every moment on board the Seawolf either hiding in their cabin, or being up on deck and moving from shaded area to shaded area. Almost, Jon nodded before motioning for her to join him. You can see the Sun's Pair from here. Ygritte gracefully slid out from the bed, letting the thin sheet that had been covering her slip from her pale skin into the bed, leaving her completely bare before him and instantly making him uncomfortably hard. Gods, woman, Jon sighed as he watched her hips sway and her tits bounce. Do you have any idea what you do to me? Ygritte's smile was positively wicked as she shamelessly reached down and grabbed his length through his pants. Of course I do, Jon. Why do ya think I do it? And besides, ya give back far more when you're worked up to the point where you lose control of dat wolf will of yours. Leaving him, Ygritte leaned her head out the small window and looked out into the distance. That's the sun's pair? The big tower over there that looks like a cock. It doesn't look like a cock, John replied almost immediately. A few months ago, her comment would have more than likely gotten a rise out of him. But after being with both Ygritte and Ariane, at the same time no less, and after spending months with Ygritte, he liked to think he'd developed something of a resilience to her constant relating just about everything to sex. "Ya don't look at your cock from the same direction I do," Ygritte shot back, jutting her chin towards the tower. "That tower got something like a round head at the top and a long smooth length. And if it has two buildings at the base, then ya can't tell me dat the one who built the thing wasn't trying to compensate for his wee cock." Shaking his head, John decided to drop the topic as he knew there would be no changing her mind. He just hoped that Ygritte wouldn't comment to Ariane that she thought her home looked like a cock. "It shouldn't be too much longer until we're ashore," John said, moving away from her and looking around the room as he started to go through what they needed to pack away. "The Seawolf is too large to fit into the small harbor attached to Sun's Pair, so we'll have to take a skiff ashore. But before we do that, we need to pack up all of our stuff. The Seawolf won't be waiting around for us so." His words died as he turned around to find Ygritte standing right behind him. With a shove, John fell backwards onto the bed. Not giving him a chance, Ygritte then quickly straddled his waist and began working on his pants and shirt. "I won't be having ya to meself for some time once we're back with our princess," she said, managing to expose him enough so that her warmth was pressed against his length. "And while I don't mind sharing ya with Ariane, I know she is gonna want some time with ya on her own. So, I intend to get one last good fuck out of ya BEF." A loud knock stopped her words, and John had the sudden urge to violently kill whoever it was that had knocked. "Who is it?" John near shouted, his hands caressing Ygritte's hip and encouraging her to move against him. Begging your pardon, milord," a voice stuttered from outside his door just as Ygritte let out a loud throaty moan of pleasure as he slid into her. "But Captain Manderley requests your presence up on the deck when you're done." Ygritte leaned down so that her lips were near his ear as she continued her leisure pace of raising and lowering her hips upon him. "Ya think he's tugging his wee cock while listening to us?" If there was one thing that he'd learned about Ygritte during his time with her, it was that she seemed to enjoy fucking in almost public places rather than the isolated safety of their shared chambers. For her, it almost seemed like the greater the chance of being caught, the more she enjoyed it. And honestly, it would be a lie to say that he didn't also enjoy it. Though the one time he had to cover her mouth to prevent her from making any noise in the library while his sister Arya walked by was too much for his tastes. Tightening his hold on her hips, he started going harder, urging her to make those delicious noises he enjoyed. "Then let's give him something to listen to." By the time the two had finished and packed their belongings, the Seawolf had closed the distance to the Sun's Pair and the crew was working on lowering the heavy anchors to keep the ship in place while others worked on lowering the skiff and getting the trade supplies loaded. Walking towards the bow of the ship, John immediately spotted the round form of Sir Wendell Manderley. "There you are, lad," Sir Wendell said as he nodded his head towards John and then again towards Ygritte. "My lady." Ygritte immediately frowned in distaste. "I ain't no lady like Val." Sir Wendell smirked and winked towards John. "Well, if you stay around John long enough, you're bound to end up becoming his Lady Stark. Especially if you two continue the way you have been during this voyage. I swear, you two were almost as bad as Prince Oberyn and his Lady Elaria when they were aboard. Just almost." Ygritte tsked in disappointment. "Guess we'll just be having to try harder next time then, John." Shaking his head, Sir Wendell's amusement slowly faded from his face as he turned his gaze towards the shoreline and the people gathering on the docks, waiting for their arrival. "I hope you're ready for this, lad. This will be the first time you'll be away from your father and the Sorcerer. And you'll be alone in Dorne. House Martell might like ye, but keep your eyes open. Just like the North, Dorne remembers, lad. There are many here that were old enough to fight in the rebellion against the Targaryens. They remember well what the end of the war cost them. And that they were snubbed any form of justice or reconciliation." "I know," John nodded as he watched the last of the supplies be loaded into the longboats before the crew started lowering them into the sea. "But we are not friendless here either." No, I suppose you are not, boy, especially if the tales of you, your spear wife here, and a certain Dornish princess have any truth to them," Sir Wendell said, a gleam in his eye telling that he knew that the tales going about the North were in fact truth. "Depends on the tale you're hearin'," Ygritte shrugged. "If you heard we be fucking like bears in heat, then ya be right." Coughing, John tried his best to put Ygritte's comment aside as he faced a now smirking Sir Wendell. "Thank you for allowing us passage, Sir Wendell." "No problem, lad. House Manderley and the Seawolf are always willing to bring aid to those of House Stark," Sir Wendell nodded. "Now don't let me hold you up from your diplomatic rendezvous with the Princess of Dorne, young Stark." Soon after, John and Ygritte were both settled onto the small skiff and being rowed away from the Seawolf and towards the waiting crowd of Dornish that had amassed in the small harbour. His attention though, was focused in on a small group of men wearing yellow cloth standing straight beside a small pavilion that had been erected just off the docks. Underneath the cloth were 4 young women, 1 sitting and 3 standing. It was the one sitting that drew John's attention the most and made his heart race. If anything, Ariane had grown even more beautiful than he remembered. And now that she was back in her homeland, she had discarded the heavy furs she wore in the north, wearing just a lighter fitting sheer purple gown. By the gods, how is that each time I see her, her beauty seems to grow? John thought as the workers on the docks began throwing ropes out to the various skiffs that were within reach. As his own boat was tied off and John was able to put his feet back on dry land, hesitation and uncertainty suddenly shot through him as he watched Ariane gracefully rise from her spot and march towards him, a light smile playing across her lips as her dark hair swayed in the light breeze. What if she doesn't wish to continue our relationship? What if her people have put pressure on her to end things with me? Does she even still want me? And if so, how do we act? She made a spectacle with both myself and Ygritte when she left the north. But, can we repeat the same here? Before all of her people watching us. Deciding to be cautious just in case things had changed between them, John bowed politely as Ariane drew close to himself and Ygritte. Princess Ari. That was about as far as he got as Ariane closed the distance between them, grabbed him by the front of his tunic, and pulled him in for the same type of smoldering kiss as she gave him when it was time for her to depart the north. Now that, Ariane breathed, breaking the kiss, is how you properly greet your lover in Dorne after being separated for so long. Letting him go, Ariane turned and repeated the same show with Ygritte, pulling the spear wife into the same type of kiss as she'd just bestowed upon John. The only difference between them, was that while John had been stunned into just standing there, Ygritte was more than ready, and willing, to reciprocate Ariane's show of affection with one of her own. Glad to see your time south of the wall hasn't dulled your boldness, spear sister. Ariane smiled as the two pulled apart from one another. Though I must say that I'm disappointed in you. I would have thought by now that you would have been able to get our man past his shyness. He be gettin' better, Ygritte smirked as the two women talked about him as if he wasn't even there. When we be alone, he ain't so shy. And his skill with the Lord's kiss has certainly gotten better. But when we be out with others, he still be as shy as any of dem pious southern maids. Well then, Ariane smirked, looping an arm with Ygritte and all but leaving him alone on the dock. I will have to judge firsthand just how skilled he has become. And perhaps between the two of us we can teach him even. Whenever we are not too busy learning from each other, of course. Now come, there is much I wish to show you, my dear spear sister. Oh, and John, do be a dear and carry yours and Ygritte's belongings, as well as anything else we pick up on the way to the Sun's Pair, will you? Ariane didn't give him a chance to respond as she half led, half pulled Ygritte towards the road leading away from the docks and into the winding road that encircled the Sun's Pair. By the gods, these two women are going to be the death of me, he thought, picking up both his own and Ygritte's belongings, but not before taking a moment to admire both women's backside as they walked away from him. But, by the gods, what a way to go it would be. Dany had known, ever since she was a little girl and old enough to understand what would be expected of her, that her future husband would be chosen for her one day. At first her dreams would be of her being married to a handsome young knight or lord that would whisk her away on his steed and give her everything she ever wanted. As she grew, that knight changed from some faceless man to her brother, as she thought that, as the last 2 Targaryens, that her brother would take her as his wife once they'd reclaimed the 7 kingdoms. But, as the day of her wedding came, none of her dreams or fantasies came to be. Her husband was chosen for her, yes, but it was no lord, knight, or king from West Eros. Rather it was Ikel, a horse lord of the Dothraki that was the one she would marry. And if she were being entirely truthful, she could have done far worse for herself. Drogo was handsome, strong, and carried himself with a confidence that she had rarely ever seen. But while she had no real complaints about her husband, it was the wedding itself that was testing her ability to remain calm as she watched the spectacle taking place before her. A Dothraki wedding was chaotic, to say the least. And festive, very, very festive. Meat of just about every variety she could think of was roasting on multiple cooking fires while ale, wine, and spirits flowed freely through those in attendance. As for those in attendance, most of whom were part of her husband's Kalasar, they were clearly enjoying themselves to the fullest. Men and women were copulating in the open while both men and women surrounded them, cheering them on. She knew, after talking with Doria, that such acts were common amongst the Dothraki. And that her first time with Drogo would be out in the open, albeit away from everyone else to give them some measure of privacy. But while she could handle the wanton sexual displays, it was the violence that was making her knuckles turn white as she gripped her dress tightly. The celebration had been going for perhaps less than a quarter of the day, and already she'd counted 5 deaths amongst the ones who were soon to be her people. After watching the second death, this one caused by 2 men that were fighting over the right to mount a woman who was on her hands and knees before them, she overheard Illyrio say to her brother that a Dothraki wedding without at least 5 deaths was considered a dull affair. Well, I guess by my husband's standards this is not a dull affair at all, Dany thought to herself as she watched a sixth man die. Though I don't know how much more excitement the people of Pentos can take. First the arrival of the northern dreadnought a few days past, and now the largest colosser in Essos arriving at their gates. I'm sure the people of the city will be glad when we leave. The unexpected arrival of the massive vessel that had quickly become a legend on the narrow sea was a cause for no small amount of tongue wagging. Her brother had raged at the mere sight of the vessel, yelling to any who listened that the North had no right to control such a vessel, and that one of his first acts once he regained his throne would be to demand the ship be gifted to him as part of the North's tribute to his reign. She'd even overheard her brother having to be talked out of some insane plot to steal the ship while it was in port. Mercifully, the vessel left almost as quickly as it arrived, leaving many to wonder just why it had even stopped in port in the first place. After all, how much trade could be done in less than 2 days at port? Hearing a grunt from her husband, accompanied by a smirk and a light comment in the Dothraki tongue, Dany forced thoughts of the sea wolf from her mind as she noticed a line of people, mostly Dothraki, had formed before the two of them. Time for the gifts, she realized as the first man came forward, one of her husband's blood riders, and presented an arak to her. She once again thanked whatever gods, or the Force, that she'd been blessed with Doria's service as a handmaiden. The former pleasure slave had a surprisingly extensive knowledge of the Dothraki and had imparted that knowledge to Dany when it became clear that Drogo would be the one to claim her hand. Meeting the blood rider's eyes, she gave him a curt nod before motioning for him to present it to Drogo. The blood rider froze. Normally she was to deny the gifts given to her by her husband's blood riders before presenting them to her husband in a show of submission. But she would not be subservient. And judging by the smirk, and the quick words from Drogo which brought the blood rider out of his stupor enough to give the arak to the Khal, she guessed that he liked her show of strength. After the blood riders had presented their traditional gifts, an arak, a bow, and a whip, the rest of those who'd brought gifts were allowed to come forward with their gifts. Having been on the run with her brother for almost her entire life, Dany had rarely, if ever, received any gifts besides maybe a new dress from those who'd taken her and her brother in for a time. But now she was being almost besieged with gift after gift after gift. Lace dresses and underclothes. Riding leathers. Hairpins made from gold and silver and adorned with more jewels than she'd ever seen in her life. One man had even come forward and offered them a variety of snakes, though for what purpose a box of clearly poisonous snakes could serve, she hadn't the faintest idea. And there were even a few who presented her and her new husband with bags or even small chests of gold. It'd taken her a while to realize, but soon enough as more and more gold was being presented to her and her husband, she began realizing the gifts for what they truly were. They were not gifts meant to be well wishes. They were bribes. Offerings presented to a Dothraki Khal and his Khaleesi in hopes that once the ceremony was completed that they would take their Khalasar and leave without bloodshed. As the last of the offerings were being made, Dany noted a man approach, unlike any of the others that had approached her and Drogo so far. The man was old. Not old enough to have white hair yet, but old enough that he could have children her own age. The man's clothes, while clearly finely made, were worn. And in his hands, instead of gold or silk or jewels, he held a collection of books. After giving a bow and greeting to her husband, the older man turned his attention to Dany and held the books out to her. A small gift, for the new Khaleesi. Songs and Histories of the Seven Kingdoms. While Dany didn't know who this man was, she knew where he was from almost immediately as his crisp accent was the same as Jon's and Lord Nox's. You are from West Eros, she said, just barely managing to catch her slight slip. It wouldn't do her any favors for others to know that she could spot a northern accent. Khaleesi, the man nodded. Sir Yoram Mormont of Bear Island. I served your father for many years, Khaleesi. God's willing, I look forward to serving the rightful king of West Eros once more before my time comes to join the gods in eternal rest. Daenerys was immediately set on guard. There was something in the man's words that just screamed wrong. She could sense so many conflicting emotions coming from the man that it was next to impossible to tell just what was genuine from him and what was not. You have my thanks, Sir Yora, for your fine gifts, Dany nodded, taking the books from him and handing them off to one of Drogo's blood riders, who gave the books a look of disgust before turning and adding them to the pile of presents off to the side. His gift given, Sir Yora nodded his head and moved to stand off to the side, only to be hailed by her brother who invited the man to sit next to him. I'll have to ask Jon about him later, Dany thought, as she kept an eye on Sir Yora as he sat down next to her brother and began talking to him. No true man of the North would so readily and gleefully say that they served my father, not after what he did. And he said that he wanted to serve the true king of West Eros. Not a lie. But he didn't say who that king might be. A clever usage of words to speak the truth without truly speaking the truth. Hearing a slight disturbance from the Dothraki, Dany put thoughts of Sir Yora out of her mind as she readied herself to receive the next well-wisher. But she nearly jumped to her feet as she saw just who it was that was approaching her and Drogo. What is he doing here, she thought, her heart thundering in her chest as she watched Domric Bolton walking towards them with his head held high while 4 unsullied guards and a young woman she recognized as his translator walked behind him, 3 of whom were carrying chests of varying sizes. Coming to a stop before the dais, Domric bowed politely as the young translator stepped up next to him, ready to do her duty. Mighty Khal Drogo, Khaleesi Daenerys. It is an honor to meet you both today. I am Domric Bolton, formerly of the North and now of Pentos. I have come before you today to wish you both good fortune, and to present you both with gifts worthy of 2 such as yourselves. Off to the side, she could see that Ser Jorah had quickly risen to his feet, hand on his sword. Standing beside the older man, looking a combination of furious and curious was her brother. The action hadn't apparently gotten past Drogo's notice either as her husband tilted his head towards where her brother and Ser Jorah were standing. There was a slight grin on his face as he spoke, his words being translated almost as quickly as he spoke them. My Khaleesi's brother and the old bear don't seem to like you. Domric's eyes passed over her brother and Ser Jorah Mormont. While he looked indifferently at her brother, his eyes held little more than disdain and disgust for the older man. My family, and the North, fought against your Khaleesi's father and overthrew him when he proved himself unfit for rulership, and I make no apologies for that. However, we in the North believe that the sins of the parents are not inherited by the child. And as for Jorah Mormont, while neither of us can return to our homes, I at least live with the knowledge that I did not run like a coward when Lord Stark came for me. Both her brother and Jorah took a step forward, but Drogo stopped both men with a mere gesture. That is true strength and power, Dany realized, as she watched her husband look appreciatively at Domric. Strong words, Domric Bolton, Drogo said, his words once again being translated as he spoke. You may present what you have to offer. But if your gifts displease, I will leave you to my Khaleesi's brother and the old bear and enjoy the outcome. Nodding, Domric motioned for the 3 unsold carrying his gifts to come forward. Your strength and skill as a warrior is one with few equals, Khal Drogo, and as such, you deserve a weapon worthy of your skill. One of the unsullied set down the longest of the boxes and lifted the lid. Laying within on a bed of red silk was an arak. But it was unlike any she had ever seen. The blade was so pure, shining so brightly it almost appeared white with ripples interwoven throughout the blade. It was beautiful. Valyrian steel, Domric stated, drawing more than a few murmurs from the assembled crowd. As for her husband, even though he maintained his stoic facade, Dany could feel the excitement rolling off him in waves. Getting up from his spot, Drogo waved off his blood rider that had stepped forward to receive the gift for him. Reaching down, Drogo picked up the Valyrian steel arak. Giving the blade a few test swings, her husband proceeded to twist and turn, the blade moving in a blur of movement as Drogo fought against an enemy only he could see. Seemingly satisfied, Drogo nodded and, instead of placing the weapon with the rest of the gifts, he instead attached the weapon to one of his belts and retook his seat beside her. And for your Khaleesi, Domric said, motioning for the next box, this one also long and thin. A gift of beauty that once belonged to the dragon lords of old. Rising, Dany approached the slim chest just as the unsullied guard opened it for her. Just like with Drogo's gift, there was a bed of red silk within the chest. But unlike her husband's gift, instead of an arak inside there was a scepter that easily measured from her elbow to the tip of her fingers. The scepter itself was made of what looked silver with an ornate dragon head at the end with rubies for eyes. It was beautiful, and more than likely worth enough to purchase an entire sellsword company for time. But, there was something strange about it as well. She could feel some sort of resonance with the scepter. And, part of the handle was strange. Ridged. And while it blended it with the rest of the scepter, it stood out to Dany as seemingly not belonging within the piece. Taking the scepter in hand, Dany took a moment to marvel at the craftsmanship and riches that went into creating this piece. But more than that, she felt a slight resonance within herself through the force as she held the scepter in her hands. I know Domric still has ties to the North, specifically through the Sorcerer. Did the Sorcerer wish for me to have this? Or is this just a gift from Domric without the North's knowing? I have one more gift for you, Khaleesi. Or rather a gift for yourself and for your children, Domric stated, motioning for the last unsullied to come forward. This one holding a chest perhaps only slightly larger than a man's head. Dany was expecting gold or perhaps jewels like many of the others had gifted her. What she was not expecting was a large-scaled black egg with red markings on the tips of each scale to be within the chest. An egg? No. Not just any egg. A dragon's egg. Where did you find this? Dany asked, not even noticing as Illyrio frowned at the gift before whispering to one of his servants who took off running. In the ruins of old Valyria, Domric explained, earning a few sharp looks from the nearby Dothraki once his words were translated. Which was understandable, considering it was the Valyrian Empire that truly kept the Dothraki horde in check for centuries. Ever since the Northern Sorcerer led his expedition to Valyria, a few desperate or idiotic individuals have attempted to repeat his success. Few to none have succeeded in returning. And those that have didn't last long. This egg came from one such group. She could tell that the tale was a lie. A believable lie, but a lie nonetheless. Though, in truth, she didn't care. Especially not as she reached out and picked up the egg that laid within the chest on a bed of silk. It's warm, she breathed, looking down at the egg in her hands as if it were the most precious thing in the entire world. You might be able to hatch it, or perhaps not. Truth is, even with warm eggs no one has been able to successfully hatch a dragon's egg since the early days of the Seven Kingdoms. But regardless of whether it hatches or not, this egg belongs in the hands of a descendant of the dragon lords of old. Nodding her head, Dany carefully put the dragon egg back into its box and set it down next to her, waving off the blood rider that had stepped forward to take it from her. There was no way in any of the hells that she would allow this box to be out of her sight, or away from one she trusted any time soon. Drogo's eyes stayed on her until she was once again seated beside him, and only then did he turn his attention back to Domeric. You may sit and eat there, Drogo said through the translator, waving towards a spot close to the dais, a place of honor. You may kill any who disagree. You have my thanks, Khal Drogo, Domeric said before bowing and moving off to the side and towards the spot Drogo had given him. She had a feeling that Domeric didn't necessarily want to stay, but it would have been rude of him to decline her husband's offer, especially as he'd given Domeric a spot that was essentially equal to that of her brothers and Magister Illyrio. Speaking of the Magister, once Domeric had taken his seat, the fat man rose to his feet and approached the dais, bringing with him two young Dothraki girls and an armed guard who was carrying a long chest that she had not seen before. Khaleesi Daenerys, may I present to you these two as gifts from your brother, Illyrio said with a bright smile, motioning towards the two young women who were standing side by side with their heads bowed. This one here is Irri. She will work to teach you how to ride a horse in the Dothraki style. And this one here is Yiki, she will teach you the Dothraki tongue. Slaves, Dany quietly seated, shooting a glance towards her brother, who was just sitting there smiling at her as if he'd done her the greatest of services. Granted, the lessons she could and would learn from these two would be vital to her adapting to the Dothraki way of life. But still, to be given to her as slaves. I welcome you both to my service and I look forward to your lessons, she said, motioning to her left where Doria sat just off the dais. Please, have a seat with my other handmaiden, Doria. And know that now that I have taken you both under my service and protection, any action taken against you will be considered taken against myself. The two young women both brightened slightly before nodding and moving quickly to join Doria at Dany's side. The gods only knew what the two girls had suffered through so far. But she would not let their suffering continue. And as for myself, I have brought you a gift that, much like young Domeric here, belongs in the hands of a descendant of the dragon lords of old. Grabbing the lid of the chest, Illyrio paused for dramatic effect before slowly lifting the lid to reveal the contents within. Dany's breath caught in her throat once again as not one, but 3 dragon eggs, each of differing colors, were revealed to her and everyone else. Dragon eggs, found in the Shadowlands of Asai, Illyrio said proudly. Like all dragon eggs, time has turned them to stone. But they still hold some warmth and belong only in the hands of one of Valyrian descent. Leaning forward as the chest was set down at her feet, Dany reached out and gently ran a finger across the surface of each egg. True to his word, each egg had a warmth to them. But they were mere embers when compared to the heat of the egg that Domeric had given her. And there was something else, something dark about the eggs that she couldn't figure out. Thank you, Magister Illyrio, brother, Dany said, nodding to each man. This time she didn't stop her husband's blood rider as he stepped forward and collected the chest from in front of her, moving it off to the side with the rest of the gifts. As Illyrio took his seat, she noticed that he was the last of those who had gifts to give. And as she watched her husband set his cup aside and get to his feet and walk off into the crowd, she felt the bundle of nerves that she'd managed to keep down rise up once again. It's time, she realized, doing all she could to keep herself under control given what she knew was about to happen. Perhaps I should have done as Jon had done and gotten drunk beforehand, it would have made this easier, maybe. Rising from her seat, she gathered all the strength she had as she watched her husband reappeared leading a beautiful white mare towards her by its reins. Moving slowly, yet with purpose, Dany approached the mare that her now husband was holding for her. Raising her hand, she gently caressed the horse between its eyes. While her actions might have seemed ordinary, they were anything but. As her hand caressed the mare, she opened herself to the Force, using what she'd learned from Lord Nox to try and forge a connection between herself and the beast. She was surprised at just how easy it was to forge the connection between the two of them. And it was also a strange feeling. One moment there was nothing, and then the next she could feel a second presence in her mind. Not dominating her mind, nor could she hear its thoughts. But she could feel what her horse was feeling. It was beyond strange, yet also beautiful and wonderful. Turning her attention to Drogo, she didn't bother trying to say thank you to him. Several talks with Doria had educated her that there was no word for thanks in the Dothraki tongue. Instead, she simply gave her husband a slight smile and a nod to show him her appreciation for her gift. Drogo made to help her up, but she simply grabbed hold of the saddle and swung herself up onto the back of her new mare with the ease of an experienced rider. A feat which drew no small amount of appreciative murmuring from the ffdrake. Then, without waiting for anyone to say anything, Dany snapped the reins and urged her new mare to run as fast as it could towards the setting sun. Behind her, she could hear the hooting and hollering of the ffdrake as they urged her husband to mount his horse and give chase to complete the ffdrake marriage ceremony. A dragon is not a beast to be chased, Dany thought with a smirk as she risked a glance over her shoulder and saw her husband mounting his own horse before giving chase. Dragons are the hunters, not the prey. Urging her mare to run faster, both with her actions and through the force, Dany felt a small thrill run through her as the wind blew through her hair as she guided her mount towards the sea and small section near the shoreline that she'd found earlier after Doria had explained to her the specifics of a ffdrake wedding ceremony. She knew that the custom was for her marriage to be consummated beneath the sky, but that did not mean that she was willing to have an audience to the act. Pulling her mare to a stop, Dany found the small alcove once again and dismounted before walking towards the soft sand near the edge of the water. Dismounting her mare, she kept facing the sea even as she heard Drogo's heavy horse coming upon her. Once she heard him slowly approach, she turned around and stared at him. Her warrior husband was still astride his horse and was looking down at her with a mixture of confusion and respect. A dragon is not prey to be chased, Drogo. Drogo's head tilted to the side at hearing her speak the ffdrake tongue. Unfortunately, that was all she knew. And it'd taken her some time to even learn that one little phrase. So, when Drogo responded to her, all she could do was continue meeting his eyes while doing all she could to keep any fear and apprehension over what was about to transpire away. Sliding from his horse, Drogo silently approached Dany as she kept a tight hold on his eyes. The only time their eyes broke from one another is when Drogo slowly started circling her. Her tight hold on her nerves failed her when Drogo reached out and touched her shoulder and she couldn't help the slight flinch that his touch brought to her. No. Blinking, Dany turned and looked at her husband. His hand was backed away from her shoulder just a bit and he was staring at her. Lowering his hand, he continued walking around her, occasionally touching her in, mostly appropriate places. Whenever he touched her, if she didn't flinch, he didn't say anything. But if she did, he responded with a simple no. It took her longer than she would admit, but soon she realized just what he was doing. He wasn't just taking her, he was trying to get her used to him. Finally, when Drogo was in front of her once more, she reached out and took hold of his wrist. Meeting his eyes, Dany raised his hand and placed it firmly against her breast. Yes. Walking out of the gates of Winterfell facing Winter Town, Robb Stark, heir to the north, almost didn't even recognize the town laid out before him. Normally, Winter Town was sparsely populated during the spring, summer, and fall years yet almost overcrowded during the winter years. But now, in the midst of a summer year, the streets of Winter Town were not desolate. Instead, they were a hive of bustling activity as men and women, those both born in the north and those not, went about their daily lives. At first Robb had been hesitant about his father's and Lord Nox's plan on incorporating former slaves from Essos into the northern way of life. He worried that they wouldn't be able to accept the north as a home nor the old gods. But he had been proven wrong. The former slaves, and even those from the south, took to the north with a zeal he hadn't expected. Some of those who came from the south still held to the seven who are one, but they were very few. And strangely enough, to him at least, almost all of the former slaves from Essos had fully converted to the faith of the old gods. Though I don't even know who they used to pray to, but they couldn't have been that benevolent of gods if they allowed such a vile practice like slavery to become the normal way of life. Hearing a low rumble that near shook Robb's chest, he glanced to his left and spotted another of the newest additions to Winterfell and Wintertown. The giant, Woon Woon, was standing guard beside the gate, the giant having foregone the normal mismatch of furs that the giants had worn north of the wall in favor of a mixture of cotton and leather clothing with large pieces of metal scattered across his body to give himself armor akin to the type worn by the men of House Stark. It'd been quite a surprise to everyone in Winterfell when the giants finally showed themselves after walking all the way south from the wall. Robb's father had ridden out to greet them and speak with the chief of the giants, a large giant even by its own people's standards, named Mag the Mighty. The two had talked for some time out in the open lands around Winterfell, and by the time night was beginning to fall, the giants were once again on their way south. This time heading for the Barrowlands where they would be able to roam free. Only Woon Woon had decided to stay behind. The giant had taken one look at the massive double walls of Winterfell, nodded, and then took seat next to the gate between Wintertown and Winterfell while stating, "Woon Woon, guard wolves." And given the fact that Woon Woon was, well, a giant, no one saw fit to argue with his ability to act as a guard to House Stark. Giving Woon Woon a nod of acknowledgement, Robb set off towards the bustling Wintertown, without any guards or escort. His mother, may the gods grant her peace, would probably have lost her mind if she knew just how common it was for Robb, or of his siblings, to leave Winterfell without an escort. But lately Robb had found the idea of taking an escort with him, especially just out into Wintertown, a waste of manpower. After all, he had all the protection he needed through the force and with the lightsaber he always kept on his hip. Besides, there were only 3 in all of Winterfell that could best him. His Lord Father, Lord Knox, and his brother Jon. And Jon wasn't even in the north right now. Walking through the throngs of people, Robb took his time greeting the few that recognized him, all of whom bowed and a few even went to a knee before him in respect. Respect for myself, or for what my father and Lord Knox have done for them, he wondered idly as he accepted the thanks of yet another former slave before moving on. Gods be good, I do not know how I will ever be able to carry on my father's legacy once I take over as Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. After everything that he and Lord Knox have done for the North and her people. Shaking his head to clear it, Robb looked up just as he arrived at his destination. It was a small building with no real discernible markings, but everyone in Wintertown and Winterfell knew what this place was. Opening the door, Robb was struck by a smell he'd come to know quite well. A smell that tingled his nose. A smell that, well for lack of a better word, smelled clean. A clean brought about by using a high concentration of alcohol that could catch fire, but according to Lord Knox and Talisa, did wonders for cleaning. And speaking of Talisa, he immediately found her within the main room, speaking to an older woman and holding out a small bottle for her to take. Catching Talisa's eye, Robb knew well enough to stay near the back lest he incur her wrath by interrupting her while she was dealing with the sick or wounded. Waiting until she was done, Robb pushed himself off the wall he'd been resting against as Talisa went about cleaning up her small workspace. I told you that I would only be down here for the night and part of the day, Talisa said, not even giving him a chance to properly greet her as she hurried about her clinic, as Lord Knox called it. You did, Robb nodded as he approached her. However, you said that 2 days ago. And based on the fact that you didn't realize that, and the dark circles under your eyes, I'm willing to say that you haven't even realized just how long you've been down here. And that you haven't slept a wink either. Talisa blinked, then looked around as if she were trying to find a way to disprove what he'd just told her. It can't have already been 2 days. There's still so much to do and it can wait, Robb said, walking towards her, stopping only when he was close enough to reach out and touch her, which he didn't do despite how badly he wanted to hold her. You've berated my father and I more than once about the importance of rest. Well, now it's time for you to take your own advice, Talisa. You need to rest and relax. You've been running yourself hard since even before the Southerners left Winterfell moons ago trying to help the people of the North. And the people are appreciative of everything you do, but please. Just for a day. Rest. Sighing, Talisa glanced around her small work area. Seeing no one else in the small room besides the 2 of them, Talisa nodded. I suppose taking a day of rest will do me good. If for no other reason than to prevent you from using my own words against me, Robb Stark. Good, Robb smiled, hold out his arm for her to take. Then the timing should be just about perfect. Taking his arm, Talisa gave him a firm look. Timing for what, Robb Stark? Smirking, Robb led her towards the door to her clinic. That is for me to know and for you to find out, my lady. Walking in silence, Robb and Talisa made their way out into the streets of Wintertown, and almost immediately ran into a pair of stable hands that Robb had arranged to bring his and a spare horse down from Winterfell. On the back on his saddle was a large basket that he'd specifically sent down to the kitchens for as well. And like the loyal friend and companion that he was, Grey Wind was sitting patiently next to the horse's flanks. Lord Stark, the stable hand holding the reins to his horse said as they approached the 2. Your horse, and a horse for the lady. Just like ye asked, my lord. Thank you, Robb nodded to the 2 men before taking the reins of his horse as Talisa, after giving him a questioning look, took the reins to her own horse. And where are we going, Robb? She asked as she effortlessly went up into her saddle. Somewhere you can relax for a time, Robb responded, not wanting to spoil what he had planned as he hoisted himself up onto his horse and urged his mount forward, towards the outskirts of Wintertown. The 2 rode in an easy silence as Robb guided them out of Wintertown and onto a well-traveled path that led into the Wolf's Wood. The moment they entered the woods, Grey Wind immediately took off into the underbrush, terrorizing or playing with whatever unfortunate creature crossed his path. Laughing, Robb shook his head at his dire wolf's actions. He might be bigger than almost any dogs by this point and capable of taking down even a full-grown stag, but he's still just a pup at heart. Just like yourself, Talisa responded lightly as she tilted her head back and breathed deeply. Not bothering to reply, Robb continued leading them down the path towards his intended destination further in the woods. It wasn't until midday that they finally reached their location, and the look on Talisa's face was well worth the wait. Robb, she breathed, looking around at where he'd led them. It was a small clearing near a stream deep within the Wolf's Wood. But the most noteworthy part of the clearing was the small waterfall that fed into the stream. It was a well-known place for many to visit to rest. Even his father had taken his mother here several times whenever they wanted to be away from Winterfell, if even for only a part of the day. It was just as captivating as his father had made the place out to be, and he could only imagine it was even more so during the winter years. Heading over to an area with soft grass, Rob dismounted from his horse and tied the reins to a nearby fallen tree before doing the same for Talus's horse. For generations, the Starks and the people of Winterfell and Wintertown have been coming here for a moment of peace that even the godswood cannot bring them, Rob explained, helping Talisa down from her saddle. I thought that with everything you've been doing for the North and her people, you have all deserve a moment of peace and relaxation. Once she had her feet on the ground, Rob immediately went back to his own horse and got the basket and a blanket from the pack the servants had prepared and made a place for him and Talisa to sit on the grass. But even as he laid out the food and drink on the cloth, Talisa remained standing, her eyes fixated on the falling water before them. I know what you're doing, Rob. Oh. He asked, sitting on the cloth and patting the spot next to him. And what am I doing? The look she gave him was anything but warm. Do not play the fool with me, Rob. You are not a fool, and neither am I. We know what all of this, is leading towards. And I've told you, it is but a dream. A pleasant dream, but a dream. And why must it only be a dream? He asked. Every time he'd brought this up in the past, she had always evaded him and the conversation, which is why he'd brought her out here, away from everyone else. Not only so that she could relax, but so that she could no longer avoid what they needed to talk about. Shaking her head, Talisa began a slow pace back and forth before him. I've been in the North long enough to know her people, Rob. I also know nobility. The lords, ladies and small folk of the North won't stand for another lady of Winterfell who is not of the North. At least not one right after the other. Smirking, Rob was glad that he'd prepared himself well before ever taking up this talk with her. You say you know the people of the North so well that you know what they want, and you might have even been right about that before. But tell me, Talisa, do you know just how many betrothals or courtship requests my father received before your arrival? At least one a moon from the northern houses and perhaps as many as 2 or more from the southern houses. But since you've been here, since you've shown the North just who you are, how strong you are and what you are willing to do you know how many of those same requests my father has been sent from the houses of the North? None. And do you know why? Because the people of the North already recognize and accept you for who you are and what you might one day become. Getting to his feet, Rob slowly approached a still Talisa. Reaching her side, he slowly, deliberately, took her hand in his own and held it gently. Despite not even being born in Westeros, you are as much a lady of the North as Maege Mormont or even Val. And everyone can see that, except you apparently. Biting her lip, Talisa couldn't meet his eyes. Rob, tell me truthfully that you don't want this, Talisa, he said firmly, drawing a quick look from her. Tell me that you do not have some feelings for me. That you truly have no wish to become the next Lady of Winterfell. That you have no wish to see what children we might have and raise and love together. Tell me to stop, Talisa. To truly stop, and that will be the end of it. This was the moment of no return. He knew it, and he knew that she knew it as well. And it was on her to make the final decision. He could do nothing but stand there with her hand in his own and with his heart threatening to hammer out of his chest as he waited for her to speak. Gods damn you, Rob, Talisa sighed heavily. You're a pain in my arse. You know that, right? Smirking confidently, Rob took a step towards her and took her into his arms. You might want to be careful with a phrase like that now, my love. I've learned a few interesting ways to respond to that phrase. Talisa gave him a hard look worthy of any northern lady. Begin acting like that man-whore from Dorne or thinking that I will stand to have us in a similar situation as to the one your brother has stumbled into, and you will find yourself without me by your side or in your bed ever again. Smiling, Rob leaned his head down so that his forehead was touching hers. I can live with those terms, my lady. So, does that mean yes? Talisa's lips twitched, then her arm slowly snaked up around his shoulders and pulled him close. Rob Stark, it's a yes. Sitting deep within the catacombs of Winterfell with his knees pulled up to his chest and his dire wolf resting behind his back, the now youngest of the Stark children Bran Stark sat in silence, watching the dim firelight of the torch bouncing off the statue before him. A statue depicting his mother and his brother. His mother and brother only passed on to the realm of the gods, or the Force, perhaps a year or two past. But already he was finding it hard to remember them. He could remember his mother's soft voice, the songs she used to sing him when he was scared or when she was putting him to bed. And Rickon, he could remember his laughter. But, with each day that went by, he was starting to forget just what they looked like. He wanted to go to father and tell him, perhaps his father could do something to help him, or Master Knox. There was nothing that Master Knox nor his father couldn't do. But he didn't. He didn't want to admit that he was so weak that he was forgetting what his brother and mother even looked like. He'd been so weak that night when they died. While his brothers and even his sisters were fighting against the ones who broke the laws of gods and men, all he could do was hide in a corner like a craven and pray to the gods and the Force that he would not be found. He never wanted to feel that, helpless again. Which was why he put so much effort into his training under Master Knox. He wanted to be the best knight, or sorcerer, in all of West Eros. He wanted to make sure that what happened to his mother and brother would never, ever, happen again. Come on, boy, he said to his still yet unnamed wolf as he stood up, a fact that his brothers and sisters teased him about. But he just hadn't found the right name yet. Let's go before father or Lord knocks, or gods forbid my brother or sisters come looking for us. Casting one last glance towards his mother and brother, Bran set off down the barely lit catacomb passageways towards where he knew the exit to be. As he walked, he gazed down the different pathways that led deeper into the catacombs. His father had always warned them not to wander through the catacombs. After so long of the Starks holding the north and being put to rest beneath it, the catacombs had become what Master Knox referred to as a labyrinth. So whenever he came down here to visit his mother and brother, he kept to the exact route that his father had shown all of them a long time ago. But this time, as he passed by a darkened passage, he stopped. He didn't know why he stopped. He just felt something was different. He could see the catacombs being lit with daylight a few turns ahead of him, meaning he was close to the surface. But he couldn't make his feet move for some reason, as that strange feeling, like cold water being poured down his back, kept him firmly in place. Hearing his wolf whine, Bran turned and faced down the dark passageway. It was wrong. He knew it was wrong, as his father always told him never to go where he didn't know, but he couldn't help himself. There was something close. Something calling out to him. Something that he needed to find. Holding the light in front of him, Bran slowly made his way deeper into the catacombs, his heart beating hard in his chest as the feeling grew stronger with each step he took forward. Eventually he found himself almost knocked off his feet, as it felt like he took a training sword to the gut. Turning in place, he tilted his head as he found himself standing between two tombs belonging to Starks that he didn't know. The gap between the two tombs was wider than others. But there was nothing here. Just a blank wall. Yet the feeling that had led him here told him that there was something here. He just didn't know what. Wedging his torch into the leg of one of the Stark statues, Bran stood before the blank section of wall and stared at the space, trying to figure out just why he'd even come here in the first place. Bran. Jumping, Bran raised his hands and his dire wolf turned ready to face whoever had called out to him. But his hands fell as he spotted his brother Robb, the Lady Talisa, and Theon running through the catacombs towards him. Robb, Bran said, blinking at all three who were still running towards him. What is? That was as far as he got as Robb grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him against his chest and held him tight. By the gods, Bran, his brother said, pushing him back by the shoulders and leaving Bran very confused as to what was going on. Do you have any idea what you've done? Father is going mad trying to find you, and even Master Knox is confused as to why he couldn't locate you. Now Bran was really confused. But, I just wanted to see mother and brother, after my lessons with Maester Luwin. His brother stared at him. Bran, how long do you think you've been down here? Bran shrugged. Not long. I came down to see mother right after my lessons, sat before her and Rickon for a little bit, then left. Bran, Robb said, his voice sounding strange as he forced Bran to meet his eyes. Your lessons were done before midday. And now the sun has long since set. You've been missing for almost the entire day. Bran looked at his brother, trying to see if he was trying to pull a joke on him. But his face was as serious as Bran had ever seen it. But, that's... Come on, Robb said, standing to his full height. Let's get you out of here and back to father before he fully loses his mind and worry. We can't. Bran said, taking a step back from his brother and facing the wall again. There's something here. Something that called out to me. I know it. Just behind his brother, he heard Theon scoff and laugh. There's nothing down here but bones and stones, Bran. Bran kept his eyes firmly on his brother, hoping that at least he would believe him. Robb looked unsure, but unlike Theon, he didn't simply brush him off. Where? Bran smiled at having won, even more as he heard Theon scoff. Turning, he nodded towards the wall between the two crypts. Right there. There's something there, I know it. His brother gently pushed him off to the side, and Bran let himself be moved as Robb stepped past him and walked up to the wall. Raising his hands, Robb placed his palm against the cold stone walls of the catacombs while Bran stood by and watched, praying to the gods and the Force that he was right and that there actually was something down here. Bran's right, Robb said as he took a step back and drew his lightsaber from his hip. The blue blade gave off a light that was brighter than the torches on the walls. Then Robb did something Bran was not expecting. His brother leveled his glowing blade and thrust it into the walls. Carefully, Talisa said, walking up beside his brother as Robb slowly moved his lightsaber within the wall. He's cutting through stone like it is nothing. Or, no, that's a wall made up of stones and mortar, and he's cutting along the mortar. Slowly, carefully, Robb traced his lightsaber, which was buried almost up to the hilt in the wall, along the path of the mortar between the stones that made up the wall of the catacombs. After completing a circle, Rob took his blade out from the wall and made it disappear. Raising his hand, Bran could feel something shift as he knew his brother reached out through the force. Slowly, and with a grinding that hurt his ears, a stone slab the size of a man's chest came away from the wall and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Bran had to push himself up on his toes, trying to see what was behind the slab that Rob had removed, but all he could see was darkness behind the stone. Leaning close, Rob stared through the hole he'd made. "Give me a torch," he said, holding out his hand, which Theon immediately put a burning torch into. Raising the torch, Rob pushed the fire into the hole. The flames went into the darkness, then the handle, and then most of Rob's arm. "There's a passageway behind here," his brother said, withdrawing his arm and torch before handing the torch off to Talisa. "Theon, give me a hand clearing the way." Bran was surprised when Theon didn't make any comment and instead got right to work aiding his brother in removing the stones from the wall one at a time while he stood next to Talisa, nearly bouncing with excitement. "I did it. I found something worthwhile. I just know it." The two eventually managed to clear away enough stones so that Rob could squeeze himself through while turned sideways. Once he was through, Bran watched as the blue glow from his brother's lightsaber lit up whatever was on the other side of the wall. "It's safe to come through," his brother said, and Bran wasted no time in rushing forward and squeezing himself through the opening that Rob and Theon had created. The room beyond was... well, he wasn't sure just what he'd been expecting or hoping for, but... well, little wolf, Theon chuckled as he held his torch high and looked around the newly found room. "It looks like you managed to find a tomb, within a tomb. But a tomb for whom?" Talisa asked quickly, raising Bran's spirits slightly and making him hope once again that he'd found something of use. "This tomb, it was never used. The stone casket in the center of the room is open and empty, and these markings, they're everywhere. The walls. The casket. Even the floor and ceiling are covered in them. And I've never seen their like before. Perhaps a dialect of the old tongue." "No, they aren't," Rob said. His brother was standing still over the open and empty casket with his lightsaber held high to provide light. "You're right, these are not just markings but a written language, but it's not the old tongue. I've seen these symbols before." Lowering his blade, Rob looked more serious than Bran had ever seen him as he turned to Theon. "Theon. Go and get my father and Lord Nox. Tell them that my brother Bran has just discovered the unused tomb of Bran the Builder, the founder of House Stark." Riding her horse with her head held high and her back straight, Val of the House Norfolk, the family name she'd decided to take to honor her people north of the wall, eyed the keep that was to be hers with a growing lump in her throat. She'd been learning the ways of the Kneelers from the Lord Wolf and Lord Sorcerer for some moons now, and she'd been a chieftain of the Free Folk for years before that. But now that she saw the impressive keep that was to belong to her and her children, should the gods bless her so, her nerves were finally starting to get the better of her. The Dread Fort, and by the gods she couldn't wait to change that name to something more suitable, was aptly named. The walls surrounding the fortress were tall and thick. Not nearly as tall or thick as the wall nor the ones surrounding Winterfell, but she knew from experience that the walls would not be easy to overcome. Especially not with the tall towers scattered along their length giving archers a perfect view of any attackers. But as she rode through the gate, she realized that it wasn't just the keep itself that gave this place its foreboding name. The moment she rode through the gates with Karsai at her side, she could sense darkness. For that is the only way she could put it. It was as if the gods had abandoned this place and taken any light or joy with their departure. And then there were the people living within the walls, the few that remained anyway, as Lord Stark had informed her that many of the castle garrison and small folk had all but abandoned the place after the Boltons had been executed and exiled. They looked dreadful. As if sorrow was the only state that they knew how to exist in. "By the gods, Lord Wolf warned us about the state of this place, but I thought he was just fucking with us." Karsai sighed as they watched more than a few mothers pull their children into their homes so that they were not in their way. "As did I," Val answered honestly as they made their way into the center of the fortress. Standing before a large squat building, which she assumed was the main keep, was a man who immediately set her teeth on edge. A man wearing thick grey robes with a heavy chain around his neck. "Karsai, see to your children and get them settled. Then I assume you have a letter to write and send south." "I'll deal with this fuck." Karsai nodded before responding with no small amount of mirth. Lady Norfolk." Cursing under her breath and vowing to geld Raider the first chance she got for convincing her to become some southern lady, Val urged her horse forward towards the grey-cloaked man. Surprisingly, he wasn't nearly as old as she expected. Though he was still shivering, even in the summer heat, well, at least what she considered heat. "Lady Val Norfolk," the grey-cloaked man bowed lowly to her as she dismounted from her horse. "I am Maester Yeoman, the Maester and temporary custodian of the Dread Fort." "My lady, the Dread Fort is yours. I trust the roads were not much of a bother for one such as yourself." Stretching her neck, Val eyed the shifting Maester. "And what do you mean by one such as yourself?" The Maester's shifting became even more obvious, something Val took a small amount of pleasure in, seeing the man squirm just from asking a question. These kneelers, well at least those not of the north, were all so squeamish. I just meant that one from well, given your former people, Not my former people, Maester, Val countered with a hard look. I am still of the free folk. I am just now also a lady of the north as well. Of course my lady, that was what I meant. She was surprised that the Maester hadn't fallen over by this point, given how badly his body was shaking. Good, Val nodded. Looking around she noticed a severe lack of people, be they guards or just regular folk. I thought this place had more people to it than this. The grey rat nodded nervously, wringing his hands together as he spoke. I have only been in the north for barely 2 moons, my lady. The citadel has been hard-pressed to replace the maesters who were exposed to be part of the Order of the Guiding Hand. When I arrived, the keep was already much depleted. Part of the reason is because it is still the summer years and many in the north stay outside the walls. But the reason for the lack of guards is simple. After Lord Stark exposed Lord Bolton as a traitor, many of the guards feared they would be held complicit in their former lord's crimes. Because of that, the guards mostly fled. Some went north to take the black. Others turned brigand. And others still went south to seek other fortunes. There were a number of small folk who called the Dreadfort home, but I fear that when news reached them that my lady would be taking ladyship of the Dreadfort, many fled due to their fear of your history. Fearful fools, Val wanted to growl. Even with the Lord Wolf's backing, people's fear still didn't allow them to see past the fact that she was born north of the wall and not south of it. Is there a commander of the guards? The grey rat quickly shook his head. No, my lady. He left with the young former Lord Bolton with his exile. Then Karsai will take up the position. She said quickly. Karsai was a fellow chieftain and a good warrior. She knew that she could trust her to handle the guards. The maester however just frowned. Forgive me, my lady, but... Do you mean to say that you are appointing a woman as your commander of the guards? Is there a problem with that, rat? Val asked, narrowing her eyes at the man who immediately took a step back from her. Karsai is a fellow chieftain and a warrior that I would put up against any man in the north or north of the wall. She will take up the position and that is final. The grey rat swallowed nervously again but nodded his head. As you wish, my lady. Moving to walk into the keep, Val stopped once she was shoulder to shoulder with the man. And one last thing, she said lowly, placing a hand on his shoulder. Should you betray me or the north as the others in your order have, then I will make the death the Lord Wolf brought to your order seem merciful in comparison to what I do to you. She could feel the man shaking under her hand. Why you can trust me, my lady. Trust is earned, not given freely, Maester, Val said with a hard edge. Now come. We have a lot of work to do and I am not one to sit idly by and wait for others to do what needs to be done. Easing into his seat at the head of the small council, Robert Baratheon marveled at just how easy it was to move around now that he had lost a fair amount of his girth. He still wasn't anywhere near where he was when he was heralded as the Demon of the Trident. At least he was once again able to make the walk from his chambers up to the small council chamber without having to stop at least once to catch his breath. That honor was now reserved for the Grand Maester George and the Fat Spider himself. Both of whom were the last to arrive in the small council chambers, drawing a displeased look from Stannis, who'd just returned from his trip to the north and brief stay in Dragonstone. Finally, Robert drawled, motioning for both to hurry up and take their seats next to Baelish and Renly. Sit your asses down and let's get going. Stannis, what news of the north? Varys here has heard some word that Ned and Nox have once again managed the impossible, but he hasn't been able to figure out what that impossibility is. And how are these new batch of acolytes coming along under Nox's tutelage? Varys's face twitched at the slight against his ability to gather information, which just went to show how many steps ahead Ned and the Sorcerer were. Next to him, Stannis remained his normal expressionless self as he began going through his time in the north. The acolytes, including my daughter, are coming along well. Already they can stand in the yard against grown men and hold their own. And their powers are developing along acceptable patterns, at least according to the Sorcerer that is. It is difficult to tell their current abilities or just how powerful they will become in the future. But they are progressing. As for this impossibility, I know exactly what they achieved as I was there when it was presented to Lord Stark. Shifting in his seat, Stannis produced a sheathed dagger from his waist and set it down on the table before pushing it towards Robert. Normally, it was against the law for an individual outside the King's Guard to carry a blade in the presence of the King, but Robert had made exceptions for his brothers. Taking up the dagger by the hilt, he pulled out the blade and was immediately met with a bright red, rippled steel that was shining brightly even in the dim light of the room. Looks like Valyrian steel, the Fat Maester said, leaning towards Robert slightly to get a better look at the dagger. But it's unlike any Valyrian steel I've seen before. Have they figured out how to reforge it to brighten the steel? No, Stannis replied immediately. That is not a piece of reforged Valyrian steel. That is newly forged Valyrian steel from Winterfell. It took a moment for Stannis's words to sink in, but once they did there was such a shift in the air that it was akin to a ship that was taking on water. What? Robert gaped, staring from the blade to his brother and back. You're telling me that the sorcerer managed to figure out how those dragon sister fuckers managed to forge their steel? Yes, Stannis replied plainly. Though while the sorcerer does deserve most of the credit for figuring out how the Valyrians were able to create their steel, he made a point of including the fact that without one of his acolytes' help, he wouldn't have been able to complete the task. And which of the sorcerers chosen do we have to thank for this marvelous rediscovery? Renly asked with none of his usual light-hearted tone. Apparently, the shock of seeing newly forged Valyrian steel was what it took to make his youngest brother take things seriously. Stannis, in a rare showing, hesitated and appeared uneasy with the answer he was about to give. The acolyte's name is Gendry. One of the ones he took from King's Landing when he visited, and the boy is one of your bastards, your grace. Robert's mind went blank upon hearing what his brother said. One of his bastards. His son, was an acolyte for the sorcerer. He hadn't even known the boy existed in the first place, let alone that he was now in the north with Nox and his brother in all but blood. But while Robert was at a loss for what to say, the others on the small council were not. And how do we know this boy is a bastard of his grace? Baelish asked pointedly. The boy has the Baratheon look to the point where he and Renly could use each other as shaving mirrors, Stannis replied. Gendry, that was the lad that was apprenticed to one of our best blacksmiths here in the city, was he not? Jon asked curiously. Stannis nodded. Yes. The bastard said that he was an apprentice under Tobho Mott here in King's Landing before the sorcerer noticed his potential and took him north to train him. Robert watched as Jon nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Then he is indeed your bastard son, Robert. I have been making a point of keeping track of them over the years. Gendry showed strength beyond his years while he was still but a child, so I convinced Tobho Mott to take the lad in. Last I heard, he was one of the man's best until Nox scouted his potential. Them? Robert questioned, trying to wrap his mind around everything that had been revealed. He had a son. Well, he knew that. But he had more than just the two with the bitch, Cersei. How many are there, Jon? The look Jon gave him was one he knew well. It was the look of disappointment. Somewhere between 10 and 20. I've tried to keep track of most, but many were the children of whores. Therefore, it is difficult to tell if they are truly yours or not. And given the Queen's state and her family's history, I felt it best not to draw attention to them as only your recognized bastard Edric Storm can claim some sort of protection behind nobility. If Robert hadn't already been sitting down, he was sure he would have dropped. Sure, he knew that he wasn't always that careful when he was with a woman. Who was, honestly? But to think that he had that many bastard children? And his own true-born children. I know of at least one other that is in Winterfell as well, Stannis said, either not noticing or not caring of Robert's current state. He would be willing to bet it was the latter. There was a former whore that Lord Nox brought north with him. But it was not her that drew his attention. It was her daughter named Bera. Another child with the potential to learn this force magic. After pressing on the former whore, I learned that the girl is another of your bastard children, your grace. Robert's shock at finding out the true extent of just how many children he had unknowingly fathered suddenly gave way to pride. Two of my bastards have the ability to become like the sorcerer? Ha! Fucking wonderful! He laughed, a laugh which slowly died as a thought struck him. But what about my true-born children? Why the fuck didn't the sorcerer take any of them north to train? The members of the small council all looked at one another. During the time the men of the north and the sorcerer were in King's Landing, the Queen made sure that her children were kept away from the sorcerer and the northern retinue at all times. Varys spoke up as the others all refused to say anything. Rage slowly ate away at his joy. That fucking bitch, he cursed lowly. First, she gives me nothing but golden-haired children. Now, she hides them away and prevents them from potentially learning from the sorcerer. If my bastards have this magic, then my true-born children should as well. That may not necessarily be the case, your grace, George said slowly, his right hand coming up and tapping one of the links on the length of chain around his neck. Part of my studies into the deeper mysteries was to study the patterns of inheritance of magic. What records remained of the Valyrian Empire gave significant insight into this, and they discovered that magical inheritance was mostly by chance. Even if a father or mother or even both had magic, there was no guarantee that their offspring would have the ability. And there were even a number of documented instances where a child of magic was born to parents who had no magic affinity. Families like the Starks, where all the children have magic to some degree, were considered a rarity to the point of almost being mythical. Robert ground his teeth together. The maester's words aligned with Nox's own words when the two had had the chance to speak briefly on the matter. But the fact that he'd missed out on finding if his true-born children had magic just like his bastard children. Gods damn that spiteful harpy to all seven hells and back. And he couldn't very well just send his children to the north. Sending the royal children to an unlearned lord was one thing, having them sent back home because they failed to impress upon the unlearned lord? He may be a shit king with no care for the workings of the court, but even he knew that that was not a situation he could afford to put his family in. Which made getting the sorcerer to King's Landing so that he could take up the post waiting for him all the more important. Send word to Winterfell, Robert grumbled. The moment all of Nox's current acolytes are at an acceptable level, I want his ass here in King's Landing taking up the seat of Master of the Arcane on the small council. I will see to the Raven personally after the meeting, Your Grace. George nodded before falling silent. Nodding, Robert turned to Jon about to ask what was next, but Varys spoke before he could. If I may speak next, Your Grace. I have news that I feel you will be most interested in. News of the exiled Targaryen siblings. Thoughts of his children having magic and of the newly forged Valyrian steel fled his mind immediately, replaced with hatred that burned so hot he was sure it could smelt iron. You found them? He all but demanded, leaning forward in his seat. I have, Your Grace, Varys nodded with almost agonizing slowness. Or more precisely, I have found where they were and can theorize as to where they will be going next. Robert wanted to bash the man's skull against the table. Out with it. Where are they? Varys seemed completely at ease, despite Robert wanting to tear the cockless bastard limb from limb. They were in Pentos for a time, Your Grace. As for who was sheltering them while they were there, I do not know. But what I do know is that they recently left the city and headed east after Daenerys wed Khal Drogo, the leader of a Dothraki horde of over 40,000 strong. And perhaps even more concerning, there are rumors spreading that the young girl may in fact be a sorceress herself with powers similar to those that are growing in the north. Robert felt conflicted at hearing the news. Part of him felt the rush of excitement that only the prospect of war could bring. But another part, a part that had been growing within him as of late, felt a small tingle of anxiety. For years, the beggar king was no threat to him or his reign because he had no army nor the coin to purchase an army. But now, by selling his sister to a horse lord, he'd gained an army of over 40,000 overnight. And the little cunt had magic as well? This news is concerning, Jon muttered as he turned his head towards one of the open windows in the room. Concerning? Renly gaped. That's the only thing you can say about this? Is that it's concerning? Viserys has just gained an army of 40,000 strong by selling his sister. An army he no doubt intends to drag across the narrow sea and use to wage war against us. And that incest-born cunt has fucking magic as well. You didn't listen very closely to what Varys said, did you, Renly? Stannis asked of their younger brother, leaving him sputtering. Varys. You said that they were heading east, did you not? I did, and they are, Varys nodded. Nodding, Stannis fixed Renly with a hard look. East, Renly, not west aboard ships. East. Meaning they will not be crossing the narrow sea for some time. And, as I'm assuming you have already forgotten from your lessons. The Dothraki, while strong warriors and ones to be feared, fear water which their horses cannot drink. Even if Viserys finds the coin to purchase enough ships to ferry 40,000 Dothraki across the sea, he still must find those ships and convince their captains to take the coin and convince the Dothraki to cross the sea. None of which are an easy task. And even if he does, he will not be able to hide such an armada easily. Our replenished royal fleet, along with the Northern Fleet and the Red Wine Fleet, will be able to sink them at sea well before they can reach landfall where they are the most dangerous. As for the girl having magic, she is still but a girl. A single untrained girl against the likes of Lord Nox and those he is training? Perhaps 10 years ago her having magic would be concerning. But now? Now it means nothing against the power the Iron Throne can command. But is that a chance we wish to take, my lord? Baelish asked, leaning forward calmly, and placing his elbows on the table as he leaned his chin onto his hands. Such a sea battle will be costly, both in terms of ships and coin. Perhaps it would be far better for us to ensure that such an instance never comes to pass. We know who the Targaryens are with now. And it is not so easy to hide such a large force. A brave man with a sharp dagger or a potent poison could end a potential war before it ever reaches our shores. The keystone to Viserys' army is Daenerys. Remove her, and everything falls apart for him. Then we can kill Viserys at our leisure later. And not to mention, it is well known that the sorcerer likes to collect those who have the same power as he. What is to say that he does not spare the girl and take her under his tutelage? If that comes to pass, how long would it be until she truly became a threat? Killing her serves multiple purposes and prevents much. The members of the small council went quiet as they considered what was before them. Renly was the first to break the silence. I can't believe this, but I'm agreeing with the flesh peddler. Best to just kill the Targaryen bitch before she starts whelping out little horse lords. Robert didn't like it. No. He hated this. He wanted to fight the Targaryens on the field and kill the bastard just like he'd done with Rhaegar. Assassins in the dark and poisons? Those were women's weapons and left a bad taste in his mouth. But Baelish had made a point. And Renly agreed with him. Stannis obviously didn't, as his distaste for assassinations was just as strong as his own. But looking across the table, he could see that even Jon was agreeing with Baelish. If I may, your grace, I would offer a dissenting opinion. Chairs creaked as all eyes in the room turned towards the Grand Maester. I didn't take you for a dragon lover, Maester, Robert growled, his voice coming out in a low rumble laced with anger. George shook his head. I am not, your grace. My loyalty is to the Iron Throne and the one who sits upon it, not to a single house. And while I can admit that Lord Baelish's suggestion of assassination does have some merit in potentially stopping a war from reaching our shores, I do not believe that Daenerys Targaryen should be the target. Leaning back, Robert eyed the Maester warily. Explain. Nodding, George idly fingered one of the links on his chain. Part of my studies at the Citadel was into different cultures across the known world. While there are many interesting cultures, I found the Dothraki particularly fascinating. By marrying Khal Drogo, Daenerys Targaryen has gained the rank of Khaleesi, a queen of Khal Drogo's horde if you will. And as such, she will be protected by the horde as steadfastly as our own Queen Cersei is guarded by the King's Guard and the Gold Cloaks. Even a skilled assassin will find difficulty in getting close to her, and that is without even taking her magic into consideration. Launching an attack against her, even from the shadows or with poison, would be suicidal. I doubt your grace would be able to find any who would be willing to undertake such a risk. I doubt even the faceless men of Braavos would be willing to take such a contract. And I can say more as to why she would not be the target. Khal Drogo is currently moving back east, which means he is returning to their city, Vis Dothrak. And Khal Drogo will not move his army again, no matter how much Viserys protests, until he feels the time is right. However, an attack against his Khaleesi and the potential mother of his Khalaka, his child, would enrage him to the point where he would immediately order his entire Khalasar back west to wage war against us. Robert had to admit, much to his chagrin, that the man was right. So, what do you suggest then? George paused, seemingly thinking over his words before saying them. I can think of two targets that would be better suited and more accessible than Daenerys. The first would be Khal Drogo himself. Without the Khal, his Khalasar will break apart as those of skill will begin cutting their way through everyone in their attempt to take over leadership. Killing Drogo will turn Daenerys from a Khaleesi to a Dosh Kalain, a widow of a Khal. Becoming such would make it so that no Khal would ever think of laying with her, nor marrying her. And she would be expected to live out the remainder of her days in Vis Dothrak, by force if need be. But your plan has a problem, Grand Maester, Baelish interjected. Killing a woman is one thing. Killing a Khal who lives for little more than bloodshed is quite another. And even getting close to the Khal would require an assassin to make their way through the horde. You are correct, Lord Baelish. George nodded. Which is why I believe the best choice would be to target Viserys, who is traveling with the Khalasar, is he not, Lord Varys? He is, Varys nodded. Nodding, George turned and locked eyes with Robert. Drogo's deal was with Viserys directly. That is the way deals work amongst the Dothraki. And while Drogo will not bring harm to Viserys unless the man does something incredibly stupid, Drogo will not go out of his way to protect him either. And should Viserys meet his end before Drogo orders his Khalasar to march, well, Drogo will no longer have any reason to keep to the bargain struck. And even if Daenerys manages to convince him to make war on Westeros, who amongst our nobility will stand with her? She is married, and therefore unable to make anyone a king. And she would be looking to put a horse lord's son on the Iron Throne, a savage. Even the most loyal of those to House Targaryen would be hesitant to join such a cause. Robert couldn't help but stare at the Grand Maester, seeing the man in a new light. The fat Maester has the right of it, Robert grumbled, unhappy with the idea of leaving any dragon alive, but realizing that perhaps the Maester's plan was the best path forward. Spider. Send out your little birds. I want Viserys dead at the first opportunity. I don't care what the cost is or who you have to hire, see it done. Varys nodded. As you wish, your grace. Damn right, Robert grumbled before pushing thoughts of the Targaryens forcibly from his mind to focus on something better. Jon, we cannot wait any longer for your plan to bring the Dornish back into the fold. Varys, I seem to recall last meeting that your little birds have said that Jon Stark and that wildling girl have gone to Dorne, right? Varys nodded, that is correct, your grace. Good, Robert nodded, meeting Jon's eyes. You and I are going to send a letter to Ned. You say the Dornish will balk if betrothal comes at a request from the crown, so we'll stay out of it. We'll tell Ned everything, your plan to bring the Dornish back into the realm by marrying Jon to Arianne. And we'll ask him to arrange the betrothal. If Varys's little birds in the north are worth anything, and I'm starting to doubt that, then the two have already fucked. So getting them married shouldn't be too much of a problem. And if Doran makes requests that the north cannot meet, then tell Ned that the crown will, discreetly, aid in meeting any demands of Doran. Jon nodded, as you wish, your grace. Nodding, Robert got around to the next topic, and one that he had been looking forward to for some time now. Now, I've decided that it's high time we had a tournament and a celebration. He didn't miss the uneasy looks that crossed Stannis's and Jon's faces. For what cause, Robert? Jon asked. 300 years of a united Seven Kingdoms, Robert replied with a smile on his face. George coughed uneasily. Your Grace, the year of 298 since the conquest is less than a half past. Which means we have plenty of time to plan and find the fucking coin to make this a tourney to be remembered, Robert countered, which seemed to surprise Jon as he usually called for tourneys at the last possible moment. I want jesting, melee, archery, strength competitions, and games of wit. We'll even take a note from my own namesake, Robb Stark, and add in an inventor's fair to the celebration as well. And I want all the houses of Westeros to make an appearance. All of them. Even the fucking snakes. It's high past time they remember they are still subject to the Iron Throne. Baelish was immediately writing down notes, no doubt counting coppers already. And where will we be holding this celebration, Your Grace? The copper counter asked. Where the downfall of the dragons began, Robert answered. Harrenhal. Sitting in his movable chair within his private chambers high in the Tower of the Sun overlooking the grounds of the Sun's Pair, Doran Martell idly stretched his legs and rubbed at his knees as he watched people of Dorne go about their daily lives as he played out the moves he'd made in the Great Game, trying to reconcile as to whether he had made the right decisions as of late or not. Sending his daughter and Oberyn to the north had indeed been the right choice. His only wish was that he'd made the move sooner as their visit coincided with visits from the Tyrells and the Lannisters. Each house had tried to quickly grasp onto the Starks to tie themselves to their growing power. And much to his chagrin, both houses had succeeded to a degree. The Lannisters had managed to place one of their own amongst Nox's acolytes. The girl was a bastard, but Doran knew Tywin well enough that he would overlook her status in favor of what she could offer the Lions in the future. And the Roses had managed to snag themselves one of the Wolves by betrothing Willis to the eldest Stark girl Sansa. And while both developments were unfortunate to his long-term goals, the disappointment was offset by what his daughter had brought back with her. The plans for the new system to move water long distances without the need for transport was a major boon. But it was the magic that had been awakened within her that was the true boon. The ancient magic of the Rhoynish, a magic last truly seen within the Rhoynish warrior Queen Nymeria. And already the people were beginning to spin the tale that Arianne was Nymeria reborn. Perhaps not in terms of martial prowess, but in influence. And even more, Arianne had managed to gain the full attention of Jon Stark, the secret child of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. Though that bit of information was proving to very well be a double-edged blade. The boy had clearly become infatuated with his daughter. But as strong as his attraction to her was, it was returned in equal measure by his daughter. If that wasn't concerning enough, then the fact that they'd also added a third to their interactions in the form of a wildling girl was just aggravating in the tediousness such a coupling would cause later on. I sent her north to seduce Jon, and in the end she is the one who ends up being seduced. And not only by a boy slightly younger than herself, but by a wildling as well. Upon her return, he'd sought about testing just how strong her attraction to the boy was, and it was during that talk with her that he realized that he would have to alter or completely abandon many of his plans. Arianne had made it abundantly clear to him that she knew just who Jon's mother was, and that she knew that he knew as well. And that she would do everything in her power to help protect him from anyone seeking to use him for their own means. It was a powerful declaration, and an annoying one at that. He couldn't help but wonder if he'd once again been played by the Sorcerer. While Jon may have helped Arianne discover her abilities and aid her in learning her foundation, he was under no delusions that the Sorcerer played no part in the discovery. It was even a possibility that Nox had had a direct hand in Jon's seduction of his daughter. Though now that he'd met the boy, he tossed that idea out the window. The boy was a good sort, if more than a bit oblivious to the subtle art of seduction and politics. No. It was indeed his daughter that seduced the boy. But then the question remained, how did she become so infatuated with him and the wildling girl in such a short time? Setting aside thoughts of what could have happened in the north, he focused on what had been happening within his own domain since Jon and Ygritte arrived and were welcomed with open arms by Arianne. The two had been given separate rooms in the guest quarters, but it was clear to everyone within the palace after the first week that the rooms were merely a formality and that neither spent any nights within them. Another action of his daughter no doubt. But what had surprised him was the fact that Lord Stark and the Sorcerer's reasoning for sending the two to Dorne had been genuine. The wildling girl Ygritte had, somehow, come into the same type of Rhoynish magic as Arianne. Albeit where Arianne excelled at controlling water, the wildling girl excelled at controlling fire. The two had immediately put their heads together and spent nearly every spare moment Arianne had in trying to learn and control their newfound magic. And as they did, Jon Stark did not just sit idly by. True to his upbringing in the north, the boy had immediately set about trying to find a way to make himself useful while he was not entertaining his daughter. He'd found his calling, unsurprisingly, in the yard training not only the men at arms of House Martell, but also by training with the nobles who came to Sun's Pair to call upon either himself or his daughter. The boy was a complete natural with a blade and in training. And he thoroughly trounced everyone who crossed blades with him, But to Doran's surprise and pleasure, the boy did not gloat in his victories. Instead, he worked diligently with those he defeated, showing them their weaknesses and how they could improve. He had no doubt that had things played out differently, that John could have one day become the most sought-after master of arms in all of Westeros. But that is not to be his fate, Doran thought with a note of finality. Prince Doran. Your daughter is here to speak with you and wait, Princess, your fa. Doran just barely managed to get himself turned around in time to see the doors to his chambers be flung open, revealing a clearly irate Arianne who marched into his room just far enough to turn around and slam the doors shut behind her. And she wasn't alone either, as the great white dire wolf managed to slip into the room right alongside her before planting itself firmly in front of the door as if to act like a sentry. Why did you do that, father? She asked harshly through gritted teeth as she rounded on him, her eyes alight with a fury he truthfully did not know she possessed. So, this is the fire she has within her when she is properly motivated. Good. Now, we just need to work on harnessing this fire. Arianne was as far as he got before she started in on him. Don't give me Arianne, father, she hissed, marching towards him. You've been in Sunspear for 3 days. 3 days. And already you've sent Jon and Ygritte away from the Tower of the Sun. Keeping quiet, Doran waited to see if that was all she had to say before answering her. Yes. I have only been here for 3 days, daughter. But if you remember clearly, I did not send them away from the Tower of the Sunday. They went of their own accord with your uncle Oberyn, might I remind you. His words did not appear to appease his daughter, who began pacing. Do you honestly expect me to believe that you did not have a hand in this? She asked, casting glances towards him as she spoke. You spend moons at the Water Gardens, and now only return with the tale that brigands are wreaking havoc to the north of Sunspear. You call for an assembly, which Jon and Ygritte are invited to, and you announce publicly that you are looking for able-bodied men and women to deal with the brigands. You knew before you even spoke the words that Jon and Ygritte would both volunteer to help deal with the brigands. Yes, I did, he nodded. It'd been a ploy to see just how the boy and the wildling would react. And he'd been pleased. Neither had hesitated to answer the call to bring justice to the brigands despite the risks and despite Dorne not being their home. Believe what you will, but I had nothing to do with the formation of these brigands. And they are something that needed to be dealt with. I merely used the situation at hand to get a better read on the boy and girl that have apparently captured your heart and mind. Arianne stopped her pacing and glared at him. I told you before, father, when I first returned from the north. I know full well just who Jon is. And I know that you know. And I will not allow you to pull him into any of your games. Frowning at her naivety, Doran motioned for Arianne to take a seat next to him. His daughter hesitated a moment, but in the end relented and took the seat next to him. My daughter, as nobles we do not have a choice when it comes to our participation in the game. The only choice we truly have is whether we are a simple piece to be moved. Or a player who moves the pieces. You've said that to me before, father, Arianne muttered. Several times over. And it still holds true, daughter, only you're just now starting to realize it instead of just ignoring my advice. Arianne folded her hands in her lap, her eyes downcast. I know what you want, father. I'll tell you again. I will not allow you to use Jon, Ygritte, or myself as mere pieces in your game. Then you'd best become a player of the game, dear daughter, he commented back, drawing another harsh look from her. It will not be just I that tries to use the boy, Arianne. There is an old saying, my dear. 3 can keep a secret, if 2 are already dead. How many know of Jon's parentage? I can count 7, perhaps more at least, that know the truth of him. It will not be long until that number grows, Arianne. And when it becomes known, make no mistake, others will see him as a piece within the game. Either one to use, or one that needs to be removed. The only way that he will survive is if he learns how to play. Or if he has someone by his side to teach him and to protect him. Getting up from his seat and making his way across the room, a feat which took far more out of him than he cared to admit, Doran retrieved a raven scroll from a locked box on his desk before returning to his daughter. It wasn't just the brigands that encouraged me to return from the Water Gardens, Arianne. But this as well. Taking the scroll, he saw her eyes bounce off the broken wax dire wolf before quickly unrolling the scroll and reading its contents. Father, this. A request from Lord Stark to enter negotiations of a betrothal between yourself and his son, Jon Stark, Doran finished for her. One that, now that I have a proper read on your intentions and feelings and after having felt the boy out as well, I am tempted to pursue. For the first time since her mother left them, Doran saw tears starting to form at the corner of his daughter's eyes. Though this time they were not from sadness, but rather from joy. I am in support of such a union as well, father. And those lessons you spoke of. Lessons on the game. I would like to begin them on the morrow, if that is acceptable. Of course, it is my daughter, he nodded. Now run along, Arianne. I'm sure that you are itching to share this news with your cousins. And with your intended upon his return. Tomorrow at first light, I will begin teaching you how to truly be a player in the game, and not just a piece to be played. Nodding, Ariane turned and left his chambers with the raven scroll from the north still clutched firmly in her hands and Ghost trailing behind her, acting as her guard while the boy was away. As he watched her leave, his thoughts idly travelled back to the Foolrigger and his obsession with bringing about the return of Aegon the Conqueror and his sister wives. In the end, it looks like that bastard dragon prince will get his way. Though not in the manner he'd thought. It will not be an Aegon, Rhaenys, and Visenya that bring about a newfound stability and peace to the Seven Kingdoms. But rather it will be Jon, Ariane, and Ygritte. Jon will be the figurehead to lead them. Ygritte will be the warrior queen to fight their battles. And Ariane will be the queen that protects them from being swallowed whole by the great game. Now, the only question that remains is how to arrange for such a future to come about. Chapter 32, Passage of Time Part 3. Welcome back everyone. Not a whole lot to say here as I'm in a hurry to get this out this morning. So just my normal disclaimer, a huge thank you to my beta reader, and a thank you to everyone who has taken the time to review, or who have added this story to your alerts or favorites. When I started this project, I didn't imagine it would get this long. Nor would it have gathered such a following. But you all have blown me away with your support. I can only hope to continue to post things you all enjoy. And now, here we go. Chapter 32. The heat of the midday Dornish sun was almost unbearable, especially as Jon knelt in the middle of the desert, his hand running softly over the coarse grains of sands as he let the force flow through him and into the ground. Closing his eyes, and doing everything he could to ignore the heat, Jon focused on sensing those who'd come through this area just before them. Find anything, Jon? Not opening his eyes, Jon nodded to Ygritte's question, yes. Opening his eyes, he brushed off his hands and rose to his feet. Standing just behind him were no more than 20 Dornishmen, Prince Oberyn and Ygritte. All of whom were staring expectantly at him as he turned and pointed off into the distance. The trail is faint, but noticeable. They passed through here less than a day past. Nodding, Oberyn motioned for the men with them to mount their horses. Then let us not have these bastards get any further ahead. Mount up, men. Our wolf has caught their scent, and they will not be getting away from true men of Dorne. Moving over towards his horse, Jon took a moment to help Ygritte up into her saddle before swinging up into his own. As he did, he had to shift the light clothes that were covering him almost completely, leaving only his eyes exposed. A look that was being mirrored by Ygritte and many of the Dornishmen despite the heat of the day. At first Jon had balked at the idea of wearing clothing from head to toe in the heat of the Dornish sun. But then Oberyn and Ariane had both explained to him and Ygritte that the Dornish sun could kill a man as readily as the cold of the north. Taking them at their word, both had donned the clothes provided, and to Jon's surprise they were light and cool, which just confused him. But that still didn't stop Ygritte from reminding him that the moment they arrived back at the Sun's Pair she was going to shed all of her clothing and go bare as the day she was born for the rest of their time in Dorne. Snapping his reins, Jon urged his forward so that he was riding alongside Prince Oberyn. Any thoughts on where they might be heading, Prince Oberyn? He asked as Ygritte, slightly fighting to control her own mount, rode up alongside them. Yes, Oberyn nodded as they urged their horses to a light trot. There is a ravine that is well known not too far from here and in the direction you say the brigands are heading. There are a few caves that they could hide in, but more importantly it's the only source of shade and water for days. I'd be willing to bet 3 days stay at Sunspear's finest brothel that these brigands have set up camp within those caves. A fool's bet if I ever heard one, Obi, Ygritte countered back, referring to the shortened version of the prince's name that she'd given him early in their time in Dorne. If there be shade in this place, then those fuckers will be hidden their asses in it. So, let's go and kill them so we can have some fucking shade for a change. I agree with the sentiment, if not her words, Jon added slowly, the prospect of shade and water making him want to urge his horse forward at a faster pace. It took them the entire morning and well past midday to reach the ravine Prince Oberyn had mentioned. And the moment they saw it, Jon wanted to do nothing more than to descend into the ravine beneath the sands and hide in the shade provided by the stone cliff edges. But just as they were about to lead their horses towards the path that would lead them into the ravine's depths, Jon felt a jolt from the force race through him with such force that he nearly pulled his horse right around. You all right there, White Wolf? Oberyn asked, having pulled his own horse to a stop. Jon didn't answer the prince, instead he stared hard at the ravine while trying to feel the area out with the force, trying to find why he'd received such a premonition of danger from the force just as they were about to find shelter. He didn't necessarily see anything out of the ordinary, neither within the ravine nor around the cliff edges lining either side. Yet still, the sense of danger and death from the force persisted. Ygritte, he said, his eyes still tracing every facet of the ravine looking for something, anything that might give him an explanation to what he was feeling. Put an arrow into something that looks unnatural to you. Nodding, Ygritte took out her bow and quickly strung it before notching an arrow and pulling it taut. No one said a word as Ygritte slowly moved her aim, her eyes fluttering closed as she exhaled. Without warning her eyes opened and the string snapped. John tracked the arrow with his eyes, watching it sail through the air towards one of the cliff edges. The arrow struck what looked like a lopsided boulder. But instead of breaking or bouncing off the rock, the arrow sunk in deep. A scream tore through the air as what looked like a boulder was tossed aside, revealing a man who'd been using a blanket to disguise himself. He was clutching at the arrow that was now embedded into his ass. "It's a trap!" John yelled, drawing his lightsaber and bringing the white blade before moving his horse so that he was between Ygritte and the ravine. As soon as the words left his lips, all the hells broke loose as dozens of men revealed themselves from their hiding places along the top edges of the ravine. All of whom had bows with arrows notched and ready to draw. Letting go of his reins, John raised his hand just as the first dozen or so arrows flew into the air towards them. With a quick push of the force, John was able to knock almost all the arrows that were heading towards them to the ground as the men of House Martell behind him quickly regained their wits and began mounting a proper defense. Their attackers, to their credit, didn't seem fazed at their arrows suddenly stopping in midair as many abandoned their bows or crossbows and instead raised their spears or drew their swords before charging forward. The air next to his face whistled as two of Ygritte's arrows passed him by so close, he could almost feel the fetching against his face. Both arrows struck true, finding their marks right into the eye of two of the advancing bandits, killing both before they could hit the ground. Bringing his horse around, John deflected a spear that had been thrown at him, cutting the shaft clean in half. Without pausing his movement, John brought his lightsaber down, cutting clean through the spear that had been about to skewer him, and the man who'd been holding it. By the time John had killed his second bandit that had managed to get close to him, Prince Oberyn and the men of House Martell had finally joined the fray. While the bandits had had the advantage of surprise, they were clearly outmatched as the combined skill of John, Prince Oberyn, Ygritte and the men of House Martell quickly cut down all who came within reach of their blades. But there was one that stood out more than the others. He wore full plate mail with the fringes of a purple undercoat showing beneath. His head and face were completely covered by his helm, but John could see wisps of white silver hair coming out the back. And the way the man was wielding his longsword, his movements, the way his body twist and feet moved, they were all familiar to John. Kicking his heels into his horse's flanks, John rode quickly towards the armored man, reaching him just as the knight managed to cut down two of House Martell with a single cut. Normally John was not one to attack a man from behind, but as his master had said, in the thick of battle the only thing that mattered was surviving the fight. An honor could wait for the blades to be sheathed. But the armored man either sensed or heard John's approach, as he ducked and rolled across the ground just as John's blade passed through where his head had been a moment before. The move saved his life, but the roll had loosened the straps of his helm enough that when he came back to his feet, his helm stayed on the ground, revealing the strange knight's face for all to see. Gerald Dane. Prince Oberyn's shout brought a quick and abrupt end to almost all the fighting as the men of House Martell and the bandits alike all turned as one to look at Sir Gerald Dane. The knight of House Dane lifted a hand to his face, feeling for his missing helmet for a moment before smirking and rising to his feet. "I suppose hiding my face no longer matters. I have already achieved what I have set out to accomplish." "What you've set out to accomplish?" the Prince of Dorne hissed, leveling his spear at the knight in one of the few times John could ever remember seeing the man so visibly angry at anything. "And what pray tell could you have possibly hoped to accomplish by turning brigand? By betraying House Martell and House Dane and Dorne herself with this stunt? Speak now, Gerald. Because my patience has nearly reached its limit and it's taking all I have not to run you through here and now." Gerald's face twisted into a snarl as he pointed his blade towards Oberyn. "I have not betrayed Dorne. I am more a true son of Dorne than you and your brother who have done nothing to avenge the fate of your own sister. No. Saying you've done nothing would be doing you and Dorne injustice. You two have gone and done worse than nothing. You've made friends with the usurpers fucking dogs of the north to the point where you're even willing to let your own niece Arianne end up as nothing more than a piece of meat to be fucked and bred by this mangy dog here and his bitch." Ygritte made to lung forward, her right hand with the talisman raised as flames started to dance around her fingers. But John's outstretched hand prevented her from taking even 2 steps forward. John was angry. No. Angry was too soft of a word for what he was feeling. He was angrier than he had ever been in his entire life at the insult delivered not just to himself, but to his family, Ygritte and Arianne as well. But strangely he also felt calm. Even with his anger turning his veins to fire within his being, his anger was not clouding his sight. Sliding down from his horse and into the soft sand, John kept his lightsaber alight and off to the side as he slowly, deliberately, approached Gerald Dane. "This is what you set out to do, isn't it, Gerald?" John asked, purposefully leaving off the man's family name and status, stating without stating that he was not worth his name nor title. "All of this. The killing of innocents. The raiding of Dorne. It was all to draw me away from Sunspear and out into the desert, wasn't it?" Gerald's grin was feral, one of a mad beast, not of a man. "What do you know? The mangy dog has some semblance of a mind after all." Deactivating his lightsaber, John held out his hand and wordlessly summoned one of the men of House Martell's sword. "Apologies," he said to the man before turning towards Oberyn. "Prince Oberyn. For the insult delivered upon House Stark, the North, and upon your niece, I ask your leave to deal with this brigand personally." Oberyn looked between the two of them, and the rest of the bandits who had all given up by this point and were kneeling in the sand with their hands on their heads as they were disarmed. Normally he would be taken back to Sunspear and my brother would deliver his judgment upon him. But, I do believe we can make an exception this time. Do with him as you will, Jon. And I will handle my brother. I must say, though. Are you sure you wish to take him on without your sword? Yes, Jon answered without hesitation, his eyes never leaving Gerald as he swung the blade around in a few lazy movements in order to get a feel for the sword and its balance. I have no need for my lightsaber to defeat him. Even this sword is a bit much. Gerald clearly did not like his words as the disgraced knight didn't wait before charging at Jon with his blade raised in a high guard. You'll regret your arrogance, boy. We're not in the yard this time. Jon barely had to sidestep to avoid the downward strike from Gerald. He then slid his right foot back through the sand, putting just enough distance between the two of them so that Dane's follow-up diagonal cut missed Jon's torso by a width of a hand. The man was fast, and good. There was no doubt about that. But when compared to Master Nox, who even Jon had been able to start pressuring, the man might as well have been standing still and shouting out each movement he made before he made them. In truth, Jon found he hadn't even had need of the sword he'd borrowed. He was more than capable of dodging just enough so that each of Gerald's attacks struck nothing but air. The few times he wouldn't have been able to dodge, all Jon had to do was hold out his hand and stop the man's sword with the force for a moment to give him the time he needed to move. Have I truly improved this much? He idly wondered as he once again calmly deflected Gerald's thrust away with a force push. Last time I was in Dorne and fought against him, it was all I could do to best him. But now, he's not even a challenge. As their fight pressed on, and with each of Jon's inactions, Gerald's anger steadily grew until the man began losing all sense of control and finesse and instead just started slashing wildly at Jon. Fight me like a man, you cowardly mangy fucker. Holding out his free hand, Jon once again stopped Gerald's blade. Countering for the first time, Jon slapped the flat of the sword against Gerald's hand, forcing the man to lose his grip on his sword before Jon threw him away with a force push. Perhaps if you were actually a challenge, Sir Gerald, I would take you seriously. Digging his foot into the sand underneath Gerald's sword, Jon kicked the blade over to the downed knight with the hilt land right next to him. As you are now, I truly believe that even my youngest sister can put up a better showing than you. Growling, Gerald leaned over and grabbed the hilt of his sword before flicking it upwards, sending a wave of sand to blind Jon. The attempt was for naught though as Jon was able to push the sand aside with a simple wave of his hand. Gerald was on him before the sand could settle, the man's eyes alight with rage. Enough of this, Jon hissed, shifting himself so Gerald's thrust missed him once more. Performing a thrust of his own, Jon buried the tip of his borrowed sword between the plate mail right above the man's knee. Yanking the blade out of the man's flesh, Jon let his momentum carry his next attack as he slashed up at Gerald's forearms. His plate mail prevented him from taking his hands, but the strike was still enough to draw blood and force the sword out of Gerald's hands. Still flowing in the same direction, Jon swept his left foot around, catching Gerald on the back of his now injured knee and sending the disgraced knight to the sand. In the time it took most to blink, Gerald was disarmed and on the ground with the tip of Jon's blade pointed towards his exposed throat. Gritting his teeth, Gerald continued to glare up at Jon even from his place on the ground. End it. Jon wanted to, gods knew he did. But he didn't. Instead, he pulled the sword back and tossed it carelessly towards the man he'd taken it from. Bind him, he said simply, turning his back on the downed former knight. Prince Doran Martell and Princess Arianne will be the ones to decide his fate. Jon had only a moment warning from the force, coupled with the shouts of alarm coming from everyone around him. But it was more than enough time for him to react to Gerald's sudden attack at his exposed back. He didn't turn, he simply reacted with the force, capturing Gerald mid-lunge with his hidden dagger poised to run through Jon's back and into his heart. A trail of fire lashed out like a whip, its warmth enough for Jon to feel even in the heat of Dorne as it passed him by. Gerald's scream, followed by the soft sound of something heavy falling to the sand was all Jon needed to hear to know that the former knight was now down an arm. Looking to the side, he saw Ygritte grinning at him, her right hand held aloft and twisting in the air as the trail of fire curled back around her hand like a rope. How many times do the sorcerer and your father have to tell ye? She asked, shaking her hand and making the fire disappear. Yet only turn your back on a corpse. By the time she reached him, the men of House Martell also reached the fallen knight and proceeded to bind his one remaining arm behind his back with a piece of rope. I was never in any danger, he tried to justify, only to receive a hard look from Ygritte followed by a quick flick of her fingers against his head. Your cockiness will get you killed, Jon. You're good, but you're not that good yet. I'd hate for you to do something stupid and end up losing your life cause of it. I've gotten far too accustomed to you in me furs. And I'd hate to go through the trouble of finding a suitable replacement for you. Shaking his head, John turned to watch as Prince Oberyn and the men of House Martell began the tedious process of tying their prisoners to the horses. Forcing the brigands to walk back to Sunspear in the heat of the desert almost seemed excessive to John. But honestly, he couldn't find himself to care. Not for this lot that turned to brigandry and harmed so many innocents over one man's need for some form of vengeance. I will take your words to heart, Ygritte. Yeah, better, she said with a grin. But suddenly her grin faded as she drew an arrow, notched it, and let it fly with only the briefest of glances in the direction she was firing. One of the brigands had managed to slip away during the duel and had made it perhaps 300 paces or more away from them before Ygritte's arrow caught him. The man didn't even have time to react as her arrow struck him clean in the back of the head, killing him instantly. Shaking his head, he glanced at the former wildling who'd managed to claim his heart just as Arianne had. And you just told me not to be cocky. Pray tell, how much longer were you going to wait before taking that one down? Smirking, Ygritte began the process of unstringing her bow. I said that ya ain't that good yet, John. I never said I wasn't that good already. Standing in the middle of the stone tomb, Nox tilted his head back, blocking out all noise from the outside world as he focused on the living force flowing around him. Given his time on Korriban, and under the apprenticeship of Zush, Nox was no stranger to tombs. Even here on this world, he had descended into his fair share of them. But this tomb beneath Winterfell, the one intended for the Jedi Master Bran Stark, this tomb was far different than any other he'd seen. The tomb was in a constant flux of light and dark force energies flowing through it. Not battling one another, but rather, in harmony with one another. A conundrum. And one that he would have preferred to study alone. But, given just who this tomb belongs to, that was not going to happen anytime soon. Master Nox? Is what Robb said true? Was our ancestor from your homeland? His concentration broken, Nox turned his attention away from the ebb and flow of the force, and back to the Starks that had come with him into the tomb. Ned and Robb were standing next to one another staring down at the once empty tomb. The duo having just completed a small service for their late ancestor whose bones now rested in the once empty tomb in the center of the room. Beside the two older men was Sansa, her hands folded before her as she offered her own prayers for her departed ancestor. The two youngest Starks had quickly lost interest in the ceremony as soon as it concluded, and both were now right beside Nox peppering him with one question after another. Are we related somehow? Arya asked, which was followed almost immediately by Bran. Can you tell us what all this writing says? How did he come to be in the north? Did he fight against the others like in the tales of old? Are you? Arya. Bran. Enough questions for now. Ned said, not harshly, but with a tone that immediately silenced both youngsters. But even though the two younger Starks were silent, the same could not be said for the eldest. Master Nox, Robb said slowly. I recognize this writing on the walls of the tomb. It's the same as on the tablet I recovered from the wall. Can you read it? Because not even Talisa can make any sense of your people's writing. Frowning, Nox focused his sight onto the walls of the tomb and the writing scrawled across it. It's not that simple, he countered, walking over to the nearest wall and running his fingers across its textured surface. Linguistic drift has played hell with my ability to read this, even though it's my people's tongue, as you put it. Linguistic drift? What's that? Arya asked, looking around. If this is the tongue of your homeland people, then you should be able to read it and speak it, right? If it was recent, say only a few hundred to 1,000 years old, then yes, I would be able to quite easily, Nox nodded. However, over time languages, even the same tongue, can change. This change is known as linguistic drift. Words change meaning, or phrases fall out of use and are replaced by others. Or even spelling of words or sentence structure can change over time. If you were to pull a Stark from perhaps 500 to 1,000 years ago to the here and now, while you both would technically be speaking the same tongue, it is unlikely that you would be able to understand each other all that easily. And this writing is nearly 8,000 years old. I can make sense of some of it, but only a small portion. It will take time, perhaps even years, to transcribe everything within this tomb and translate it into a dialect we can understand. Oh, Robb answered, rubbing the back of his neck, his disappointment evident in both his physical form and through the force. That's unfortunate. Get used to it, Nox said back, walking to a particular part of the text written on the wall and concentrating on trying to decipher it. In life, very few things are done so simply. Just because you reached the finish line does not mean your task has been completed. A good lesson to impart, Nox, Ned nodded. As a lord and my heir, you should never stop nor rest on your laurels just because you reached a certain point. There is always more that must be done. The children all went quiet as they took in their father's words. So, Arya, being the most daring of the bunch, was the first to break the silence. Can you read any of this then? Bits and pieces, Nox answered, motioning with his hand towards the small section he was currently concentrating on. I believe that I was right about your ancestor in that he was originally a Jedi, but he followed the old way, the Jedi. You just said the same word twice. Arya spoke up again. Jedi and Jedi, what's the difference? I know you said the Jedi only used the light side of the Force, but who or what are the Jedi? Jedi, Nox corrected her. And for the sake of being simplistic, the Jedi are basically what I'm trying to turn you lot into. Followers of both the light and the dark side of the Force. It's a delicate balancing act, but one that so far you all have been up to the task of maintaining. Oh, well that's, nice. Arya said awkwardly, drawing an exasperated sigh of her of name from Sansa. Can you spot any mention of Bran the Builder's last creation, Master? Robb asked, his eagerness returning as he parted from his father and made his way towards Nox. Not yet, Nox answered honestly, waving his hand around the tomb. All of this seems to be a telling of his life and teachings. Though unlike in a book where you could simply flip to the end to find one's last act, or in this case creation, here it is not so simple. Why not, Master? Sansa asked curiously. Simply put, I don't know where the beginning and the end even are in all of this. Nox replied. And if you were to put all the text from these walls into a book, you would have easily one of the largest books in Winterfell's library. This is going to take a lot of time to learn what we need to know. And let us hope that we have the time to learn what we need to. By the Force, Bran Stark, if your last creation isn't worth it, I'm going to pull your sorry Jedi ass out from the ether of the Force just so that I can kill you with my own hands. Holding onto the reins of her mare tightly, Daenerys Targaryen watched with a critical eye those that she now considered her people, the Dothraki. If she were being honest with herself, they were not entirely what she'd thought they would be, nor what she'd heard they were. Sure, they were violent at times, and even in the brief time she'd been with them her husband had already led 2 different raids, one on a village and one on a larger town. But most? The followers or the young? They were just people living their lives. Not demons or monsters or whatever else people called the Dothraki. They were just people living their lives as best they could. Just as Jon had told her when he compared the Dothraki to the wildlings of the north when she'd brought up her potential marriage to Khal Drogo. Princess. Glancing to her left, Dany kept her face impassive as the man who'd sworn his sword and service to her, Sir Yoram Mormont, rode up to her side. She still felt conflicted about the man from the north. Part of her was comforted by his presence. Perhaps it was because of his accent? After spending time with Jon in her meditations, then with Domeric at his estate and then again with Lord Nox, hearing the northern slur to the man's speech was mildly comforting. But another part, the part that knew the truth of just why Sir Yora had been exiled, a tale she'd heard from Jon just a night past when she asked him about the man during one of their shared dreams, was uneasy with the man. And given the fact that while he'd pledged to see House Targaryen return to the Iron Throne, he'd offered his sword and services to her. The act was a contradiction of his pledge, seeing as how it was her brother who would be returning to rule the 7 kingdoms, not her. Sir Yora, she replied politely as Yora slowed his horse to match her pace, allowing the two to ride together, an act that normally would not be allowed, but one Drogo tolerated after he'd learned that Sir Yora the Andal had promised her his sword and service. Neither said anything for some time as they rode in a slightly strained silence. Tell me, Sir Yora, Dany said after a short time, you told my brother at my wedding that you served my father and wished to serve the rightful king again one day. Did you find honor and satisfaction in your service to my father? The question was a trap, and Sir Yora walked right into it. I did, princess. And I hope to serve the rightful king of Westeros once more again with honor. Frowning, Dany sent a hard look in Sir Yora's direction. The man froze at her gaze, making him lose control of his horse for a moment before he regained his senses and managed to get the beast back under control. My brother and I have traversed all the free cities, Sir Yora. In our most recent stay before Pentos, we were given shelter by a sympathetic individual, though they refused to provide any long-term aid. During our stay, this individual told me, very bluntly, as to the true reasoning behind the rebellion and my family's forced exile from Westeros. And from what I heard of my father and brother, no true man of the North would say that they honorably and willingly served my father. Not after my brother absconded with Lyanna Stark with no explanation. And certainly not after my father brutalized and murdered Brandon and Rickard Stark for demanding Rhaegar explain his actions. Sir Yora swallowed nervously. Clearly, he was not expecting her to actually know the truth behind the rebellion. Forgive me, princess. I merely wished to spare you the pain of your family's past. I am not my brother, Sir Yora, Dany replied sharply. I do not need constant flattering nor assurances of what I believe my place and right to be. Lie to me again, Sir Yora, or try to feed me empty platitudes and flattery, and you will find that you no longer have a place by my side. Sir Yora nodded subduedly. As you say, princess. Riding in silence, Dany decided to give the former man of the North one more chance. Tell me, Sir Yora, how is it that you came to be so far from the North? The man hesitated, and she could tell that he was debating on whether to tell her the full truth. Which of course she already knew after she'd asked John about the man the first night they reconnected in the world of dreams after her wedding. I was forced to flee my home because I fell in love with a woman who did not love me in return, the older man answered honestly. After the Greyjoy rebellion, I participated in the tourney that was being held in Celebration, a tourney which I won. During the tourney, I caught the eye of a woman, who I thought was the most beautiful woman in the world at the time. After winning the joust, I approached her father and asked for her hand, which he gave. For a brief time, I was in bliss. But I was a fool. My house never had much coin, even by northern standards. And my wife, she came from one of the wealthier houses in the Reach and knew only comfort and warmth. I did what I could to see to her desires, but eventually I brought my house to near financial ruin trying to do so. Things eventually reached a point where my own cousin volunteered to go with the Sorcerer when he announced his plans to explore the ruins of Valeria. While she was gone, my house's coffers went almost completely dry. I was growing desperate, and eventually was approached by a man I had known for almost my entire life with a possible solution. I'd had a group of poachers languishing in the cells on Bear Island, waiting my judgment. This man suggested that instead of executing the men, or sending them to the wall, that I sell them into slavery. At first, I outright rejected the idea. But then the coin was presented to me and, thinking of bringing my wife joy and filling my house's coffers again, I accepted the deal. Dany remained silent as Sir Jorah told his tale, but as the older man looked down in clear shame, Dany pressed him to continue. And your act was discovered. Princess, Sir Jorah nodded. The laws of the North are not lenient, to the nobles or even the Starks. When Lord Stark learned of what I'd done, he demanded I present myself to him in Winterfell and explain my actions. But I knew going would have only one of two outcomes. My head on a spike. Or being exiled to the wall. So, to my shame, I ran. My wife and I collected what little possessions we had, though I had to physically stop her from taking so much that it would leave my family in complete ruin. And we boarded a boat belonging to a sympathetic captain and left. Part of her couldn't help but feel sorry for the man. But at the same time, instead of standing up and facing the consequences of his actions, he ran. And where is your wife now, Sir Jorah? At this, there was clear anguish across the older man's face. After we fled, we ended up in Liss. I ended up selling my services as a sellsword, and while I was off fighting to bring her coin to keep her well, my wife took a merchant prince as a lover and moved into his manse. I returned after over a moon's turn of fighting expecting to find my lovely wife waiting for me, instead I found her in the arms of the merchant prince, who proclaimed that unless I gave up my wife and left Liss, that he would have me enslaved for my debts. I tried to talk to my wife, but she pointedly ignored me, going so far as to even begin the process of copulating with the merchant prince in front of me. Unable to take the sight of the woman I loved doing such an act, I agreed to his request, gave up all rights I had to my wife and left Liss behind. Now Dany truly did feel sorry for the man. He'd given up everything for a woman he loved, his wealth, his home, his family, and his honor. And in the end, she jumped into the arms of the first man she ran across that could offer her a better life. I am sorry for what you have had to go through, Sir Jorah. I appreciate your sympathy, Princess, Sir Jorah nodded, his eyes still downcast and his tone heavy. Shifting in her seat, Dany turned and cast a glance towards her handmaidens, who were walking just a few paces behind her. She could tell that her 3 handmaidens were all growing tired, as were many of the others who were on foot behind her. Yihiki, she said, calling out to the larger of her handmaidens. While her skill with the Dothraki tongue was coming along, she was still far from proficient in the tongue and still required Yihiki's help to translate. Tell the column to stop. Yihiki immediately nodded and turned to relay her command. For how long, Princess? Sir Jorah asked. Dany didn't hesitate. Till I command them to continue. There was the slightest of upturning to Sir Jorah's lips. Now you're sounding like a queen. Not a queen, Sir Jorah, Dany countered as she began leading her horse away from the column and her people that were starting to unpack for a quick respite. A Khaleesi. Sir Jorah just nodded and moved aside as Dany led her horse into the tall grass and away from the column with her handmaidens following quickly behind her. They were not alone in their wandering as Dany noted Rockero, a member of her cause, or bodyguards, that her husband had assigned to her quickly made to follow her off into the grass. Good, she thought as she kept her head held high, riding out a fair distance until she could just barely make out the column. Pulling her mare to a stop, she quickly dismounted and handed her reins off to Eerie before watching Rockero effortlessly slide down off of his own horse and join her. Despite being younger than many of the others in her husband's riders, the young Dothraki was extremely skilled in both riding and fighting. The latter of which, was the reason Drogo had ordered him explicitly to be amongst her cause. Turning towards Doria, Dany felt a familiar rush run through her as the blonde woman held out the hilt of a rack for her. The rush only intensified as she drew the blade and faced off against Rockero, who had his own blade drawn and held at the ready. Normally, women within the Kalasar, even the Khaleesi, did not wield weapons. But, as Dany was quickly learning, her husband Drogo was far from a normal. A few days after their wedding, he had happened upon her early in the morning while she was going through a few of the exercises and sword forms that Nox and Jon had taught her. When she realized that Drogo was watching her, and had apparently been watching for some time, she'd at first been fearful at having been caught. But then he surprised her by picking up a thick stick from the ground and motioning for her to raise her training blade. There had been, and still was, a language barrier between the two of them, but his intent was clear. He wanted to see what she could do. And while she was more than willing to show her husband that she was no mere weakling, her desire to prove herself quickly turned to mortification as her husband repeatedly humiliated her, besting her with nothing but a stick. But to her surprise he didn't seem to gloat, he merely pointed with his stick or used his body to show what she'd done wrong. And each time he did, she corrected herself, which seemed to draw a look of approval from her husband. But despite being happy with her improvements, it didn't stop her humiliation as Drogo again and again bested her no matter what she did, often ending the bout with a quick smack to her backside accompanied by a grin. Eventually her humiliation overrode her desire to learn and her anger at not being taken seriously boiled over. Receiving one last smack to her backside, Dany let go of her sword with her right hand, threw her palm out and screamed her rage. The Force responded to her call, rushing through her, and seemingly feeding off her anger and humiliation as the dust, leaves, and whatever else was in the immediate air flew as if pushed forward by a strong gust of wind. But to her utmost surprise, her husband just crossed his arms before his face, leaned forward and took her attack head-on. His feet dug into the ground, leaving a trail embedded into the ground as he was pushed away from her. But then her anger was quickly dispersed as Drogo dropped his arms and moved faster than she had ever seen anyone move in her entire life. One moment he was a good 20 paces away from her, and the next he was sweeping her legs out from underneath her and tossing her training blade aside. Before she could even raise her face out of the ground, she felt his rough hands grab her waist and tear her pants away while forcing her up onto her hands and knees. Knowing what was coming, Dany braced herself as she felt her husband enter her swiftly, taking her fast and harder than she could ever remember him doing before. Gritting her teeth, and not willing to admit that a small part of her was thrilled at what was happening, Dany waited for Drogo to slow before making her move. The moment he showed signs of slowing, Dany threw her back into his chest, surprising him just enough to knock him off balance. Taking advantage of the distraction, Dany turned and pushed him onto his back before straddling his hips and mounting him, keeping her eyes locked firmly on his. Dany had no idea just how long the two of them continued their fight for dominance, but eventually Drogo's experience and endurance won out and she was left as little more than a quivering and exhausted mess on the ground. But instead of just walking off, as she expected him to, her husband instead wrapped her up in a blanket and gathered her up in his arms before walking back to the column. She'd been surprised by his tenderness. And the surprises kept mounting as, after he'd brought her back to their tent, he called in the young rider Rockero. She'd needed Yiki the full exchange later, but Drogo had claimed that his true dragon wife had claws and needed to learn how to use them properly. And hence, Rockero had not only been assigned to her as part of her cause, but also as her teacher in the ways of the blade. Back in the present, Dany narrowed her eyes as Rockero began bouncing on the balls of his feet before rushing forward in a flurry of movement. Dany was by no means an expert in sword combat, or any combat for that matter, but she was not a complete novice. Her brief time under Nox's tutelage, not to mention Jon's few lessons, had given her the starting point for her. Though the sword styles, which she honestly hadn't realized was a thing, between the Dothraki and Lord Nox were vastly different, there was a similarity between the two. Especially between the Dothraki way of fighting and the style that Lord Nox referred to as Adaru. While Dany did find the form amazing to watch and useful, it was not her. She was not as fast as others, and the form required a great deal of stamina, something she did not have. Instead, she found herself favoring the defensive form that Nox referred to as Sorcerer, which prioritized defensive parrying and deflection over speed and brute force. The first time she'd used the form against Rockero, he'd made a comment about her being too stiff and not moving around enough, but after holding him back long enough to make him take her seriously, he didn't comment on his apparent dislike of the form again. After a few tentative probes at her defense, Rockero began his attack in earnest, his attack moving almost faster than her eyes could track. If it wasn't for her lessons under Nox with the using the force to help predict where her enemy would attack, she knew for a fact that she wouldn't have even lasted 5 moves against the young rider. Yet with the force acting as her guide and eyes, she was able to deflect, dodge, or straight up counter every attack that was sent against her. After perhaps a few dozen attacks on his part, Rockero seemed to think she'd advanced enough for him to go even faster than before. Which was something he'd been doing more and more with each lesson he gave her. He would start out slow, then slowly speed up his attacks and the strength behind said attacks until she faltered. She was lasting longer this bout than any before, and she was starting to get her hopes up that perhaps she would finally claim a victory against her cause. But just as that hope came, so too did a sensation from the force that was so sudden that she couldn't help but take a step back and raise her hand in a signal for Rockero to stop, which the young rider did immediately. Dany's heart hammered in her chest as anxiety quickly built within her as her brother charged headlong out of the tall grass and into the small clearing she'd claimed for her training session. "What in the hells do you think you're doing?" her brother shouted, clumsily sliding from his horse, barely managing to get his feet beneath him before charging straight for her. "How dare you command me? Me, the king of the 7 kingdoms, to halt just so that you can play with a blade? I am the king. You do not command me, sister. And now you have woken the Ack." Throughout his rant and charge, Dany stood her ground, even going as far to wave off Rockero, who was ready to step between them. But she did not need her cause's protection from her brother. Not anymore. Just before he was within arm's reach of her, Dany calmly held her hand at level with her own neck, and when he was close enough, she curled her fingers inwards ever so slightly. The force reacted immediately to her call, feeding on her anger and lashing out, bringing her brother to a complete stop so quickly his feet almost left trails of dust as he began clawing frantically at his throat, his eyes bulging as he tried desperately to gasp in breaths of air. "Dita Dan! Quiet, brother," Dany hissed, twisting her hand, making her brother's body contort slightly as she applied more pressure to his neck. Just as she felt he was about to faint, she released him, letting him fall face first into the ground gasping for air. Stepping close to her kneeling and coughing brother, Dany slowly squatted down so that she was looking directly into Viserys' eyes. "You are my brother, Viserys, and I can forgive much regarding your transgressions. But remember, I am now Khaleesi to Khal Drogo. His people are my people, and they are not as forgiving as I continue abusing your privilege as a guest amongst my people, brother, and not even I will be able to save you from the repercussions of your actions." Rising, Dany cast a quick glance towards her handmaidens and Rockero, each of whom were wearing identical looks of respect and pride as they observed how she'd handled her brother. "Irri," she called to her handmaiden who'd been teaching her how to ride like the Dothraki. "Take my brother's horse. Perhaps some time on foot will teach my brother some manners." Irri nodded as she led Dany's mare over towards her so that she could mount the beast. "For how long, Khaleesi?" Putting her foot into the stirrup and hoisting herself up into her saddle, she glanced towards her brother. Viserys was still kneeling on the ground, one hand clutching at his throat as he stared up at her in fear. "Until I feel that he has learned his lesson," she replied, touching her heels to her horse's flanks and urging her horse to move back towards where she knew the column to be. The office of Triarchs was one that was held in the highest of esteems in the city of Volantis. The people choose those amongst the ones eligible to rule over them. And of the 3 Triarchs, Malay Quomagar had held the position longer than either of his counterparts. In fact, he had held the seat for longer than any other from the Tigers before him. It was a distinction he held with pride. Even if he was not proud of the fact that he'd had to play the elephant's game to ensure that he maintained his seat of power. As he sat at his desk with various reports scattered before him regarding the state of the Tiger Guards in the city and beyond, he found himself reflecting, and even slightly mourning what it cost him to maintain his power. His daughter, his firstborn, his lovely little Talisa, gone from his sight for the gods only knew how long. He knew that sending her away was for the best, both for herself and for their family given her mindset on one of the primary cores of their culture. But still, he missed her. Missed arguing merits with her. Missed her keen mind and caring heart. He hungered for any scrap of information he could glean from the north regarding her. The few letters she sent were read time and time again like they were the coldest cup of water presented to a man dying of thirst in the middle of the desert. But from her letters, and from what he'd heard, his daughter had not only found a place amongst the northerners, but she'd grown. Grown to heights not even he had thought possible. From the little bits he had managed to hear, the sorcerer had taken her under his wing. Not to teach her magic, but rather to just teach her what he knew outside of magic. And with their 2 minds combined, they managed to find a cure for grayscale. A cure that, while the primary component needed to be procured from the north, was relatively easy to utilize. That one feat alone, with her name attached to it, had helped him secure nearly half of his votes the last time his seat was to be voted upon. Then there was the glass trade, or at least the threat of the glass trade, with the north. With word reaching Mir that his daughter was residing in northern West Eros, the only other region known to create high-quality glass, Mir had been quick to secure their trade through Volantis and further south. But even with the new favorable trade deals, that did not halt the expansion of the northern glass trade. And now Mir was doing everything they could to try and protect their primary trade resource, lest they get overrun by their neighbors, who were both just waiting for the slightest show of weakness to pounce. "Honorable Triarch, I have a missive for you." "Come," Malay Quo said, not bothering to face the door as the slave walked into his study, "leave the missive on the desk and leave." The slave didn't say a word as he silently set the rolled missive down in front of him before making a quick retreat. Passing a glance at the rolled missive, Malay Quo felt his heart quicken as he noticed the seal imprinted on the wax. A wolf's head. The sigil of House Stark of the North. Immediately cracking the wax sealing and unfurling the missive, Malay Quo expected the worst as no one from House Stark had ever written him directly, but instead he was met with confusion as he saw his daughter's neat script on the missive. Why would Talisa write a missive under the seal of House Stark? He pondered, starting in on the letter. But as he finished the letter, his confusion over why she'd used the sigil of House Stark was set to rest. Replaced instead with an influx of conflicting emotions. Pride. Joy. Rage. And frustration. His daughter, his firstborn, was set to be married to the heir of House Stark and future warden of Northern Westeros, Robb Stark. And yet, that was all there was. Just Talisa informing him that she was getting married and that, if it did not impose too much of a difficulty on him, that she would appreciate his and her family's attendance at the ceremony. He was proud of his daughter for finding such a match on her own, and joy that she was finding happiness. But at the same time, he felt a deep rage. This boy was taking his daughter from him. A boy he had never even met yet. A boy who had not asked for his permission to marry his daughter. And frustration born out of the actions of his daughter. He knew his daughter well enough to know that there would be no stopping this union, even if he wanted to. This was clearly her decision. And as she'd demonstrated to him time and time again, once she'd made up her mind regarding something there was no changing it. But even as frustrated and proud of Talisa as he was, he knew that this union was going to cause just as many problems for him as it would opportunities. But those could wait for another day. Right now, he had something far more important to worry about. Writing down a series of instructions, he picked up a bell on his desk and gave it a single hard ring before setting it back down. Almost immediately, the doors to his rooms opened once more, revealing the same slave that had given him the letter from his daughter only moments earlier. How may this one be of service, honored Triarch? Inform my second that I have need to speak with him immediately, he said, not bothering to look up at the slave as he took out a fresh piece of paper so that he could begin writing down his instructions to be passed on. Then go to my estate and inform my wife and son that we will be traveling. At the same time, I must find us a ship captain to take us to Northern Westeros. The slave didn't question the orders as he immediately bowed and departed, leaving Malekwo alone once more. Pulling out several more sheets of paper, Malekwo went about writing down multiple instructions. The last thing he wanted, or needed, was for some fool to try and take advantage of his absence to undo what he'd accomplished. Walking to the chambers of the king, Jon wasn't surprised when he saw Sir Barristan and Sir Oakheart standing guard outside the king's rooms. What did surprise him however was the fact that he could not hear the sounds of a whore applying her trade from within the chambers. And his surprise was increased tenfold when Barristan held out his hand and stopped him from even knocking on the chamber doors, something the commander of the king's guard had not done since early in Robert's reign. The king has a visitor, Barristan explained before he could ask. And he has commanded that he not be disturbed until his guest has left. Frowning, Jon was just about to ask who this visitor was when his question was answered as the doors to the king's chambers opened, revealing Grand Maester George. Grand Maester, Jon said, clearly surprising the man who jumped at his voice, making his multiple chains and large stomach bounce. Lord Hand, the Grand Maester bowed in greeting. Forgive me, I was not expecting to see you waiting for the king. I just arrived, Jon answered, frowning at the Maester. There were only a few reasons why the Grand Maester would be summoned to the king's chambers, and none of them were good. What did the king wish to discuss with you, Grand Maester? The Grand Maester frowned and met Jon's eyes without blinking. Forgive me, Lord Hand, but such information is privileged and will remain between myself and his grace. Should the king wish to divulge the nature of my visit, then that is his choice. But my oaths will not permit me to speak. Jon was impressed, and annoyed, with the man's response. Then you have already proven yourself a far better Grand Maester than your predecessor. George's face twisted as if he'd just smelled something foul. Not that I enjoy speaking ill of the dead, Lord Hand, but that is hardly a compliment. The former Grand Maester was a well-known rat who would sell out his own mother if it meant that he would gain even the slightest bit of advancement. Honestly, his appointment to the position of Grand Maester was a shock to almost all within the tower who knew him. Though given the exposure of the Order of the Guiding Hand and Pycelle's involvement with the Foul Order, I suppose it is no great mystery as to how and why he was offered the position over the others who were far more qualified. Now, if you will excuse me, Lord Hand, I have inquiries that I need to make on behalf of the crown. Then I will not keep you any longer, Grand Maester, Jon said, stepping aside and letting the Grand Maester waddle past him in the direction of the Maester's chambers. After watching the man leave, Jon turned and walked into the king's chambers without even a second glance towards Barristan or Oakheart. Within the king's chambers, Jon was further surprised and confused to find the king sitting on the edge of the royal bed in only a loose-fitting shirt while he stared silently out towards his balcony and the city of King's Landing below. Closing and latching the chamber doors, Jon slowly approached Robert, who didn't even turn or seem to acknowledge Jon's presence in the room. Robert. The king didn't move, or even acknowledge him. He just stayed silent, staring out at the city below. I can't remember the faces of my parents. Robert said suddenly, giving Jon a fright at the sudden and unexpected words from the king. I can barely even remember what Storm's End looks like. And with the gods as my witness, I can't even remember what Lionel looked like. But what I can remember is that day on the Trident. That day I buried my hammer into that dragon fucker's chest. I felt like a god amongst men that day. No, I was a god amongst men that day. Even with the wound Rhaegar had given me in return, I felt unkillable. Like I could take on the entire army and they would be able to do nothing but cower in fear, waiting for my hammer to end them. And it was on that day, perhaps one of the greatest days of my life, that I realized that that moment was the type of moment I wanted to die in. But, as you're so fond of reminding me, John, we rarely get what we want in life. Or even death for that matter. John took a step forward to comfort Robert out of whatever brought on this strange brooding upon him, but he stopped as the king began coughing almost violently. Robert covered his mouth with a cloth until the fit passed. And when it did, John felt his heart drop as Robert removed the cloth from his mouth. A cloth that was now covered in the king's blood. Sickness of the lungs, Robert said, holding the cloth aloft. My death. Not the death of a warrior, but the death of an old sickly man. No offense intended, John. John felt his stomach plummet to his feet as he stared at the bloody cloth. How long? Robert shrugged. The maester isn't sure. Says it depends on how aggressive it is. And it's still apparently in the early stages, so it's hard to say. He's given me 5 years. Maybe 10 at best before this sickness claims me. And that's if I follow the maester's treatment exactly. And even then, it's not a guarantee. Despair began creeping in on John as he stared at his foster son and king. He was losing his son in all but name. But perhaps worse, the realm was losing its first non-Targaryen king. And Joffrey was nowhere near ready to take up the throne, if he would ever be. He hated having to resort to this option, but it appeared that he had no choice. The realm needed Robert. John needed Robert. Has word been sent to the north? Perhaps this, Knox might know something. Robert waved him off. George is already heading to send word to the north and ask for the sorcerer's insight. He believes that the elixir that Knox and that foreign girl created to cure grayscale might help. But the shit hasn't been, how did he put it, tested against sickness of the lungs. So, he doesn't even know if it'll even work. So, for now, there is nothing I can do besides sit back and watch as a fucking sickness brings me low. Not some mighty warrior or during a battle, but a fucking sickness I can't even see. What a way for the demon of the Trident to finally meet his end. For the first time in a long time, John felt lost. This was not some ploy he could overcome or an enemy he could outmaneuver. This was a sickness. The true assassin of kings. Robert, we need to discuss. Not today, John, Robert countered, rising from his bed for the first time since John had entered the room and making his way over to where his normal clothes laid in a neat pile. Normally a king's groom would aid in dressing the king, but Robert was never truly one for formality or the ways of court. I just learned I'm dying, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. The last thing I want to deal with today is counting coppers or playing that fucking game. Then when, Robert? John asked as Robert dressed himself. Now, of all times, you must. I know what you think I must do, John. Robert all but yelled. But right now, there is something else that I truly must do instead of whatever horse shit you'd have me do. Just as John was about to ask what that was, horse he'd bet, a set of knuckles rapped on the king's doors. Your Grace, Barristan's voice came from outside the doors. Your children are here. John's argument died on his tongue as Robert gave him a glare that said that Robert knew exactly what, or rather who, John thought he was about to do. Send them in, the Lord Hand is done with me for the day. Robert called out, walking past John with nary a look as the doors to the king's chambers were opened, allowing Prince Tommen and Princess Myrcella to enter. Lord Hand, Myrcella instantly curtsied to him, the young princess wearing a dress made of black and yellow silk in honor of House Baratheon, much to the ire of the queen no doubt. We can come back if you are busy with father. No, kids, Robert cut in before John could answer, stepping past John. I promised you two a walk through the city so that you can look at the merchants without having your mother constantly shooing you away from them. And that's what I intend to do today. John, whatever you want to discuss, we can do that later. Today I promised to my children, and speaking of, where is your brother, you two? Both children's faces fell as they shared a look with one another. We don't know, father, Myrcella answered with Tommen nodding along. We saw him when we broke our fast and told him that you intended to take us out into the city today. But he said that he had better things to do today than walk with a couple of children. John had known Robert long enough to tell that he was not pleased, though he hid it well in front of the children. Well, it's his loss then, Robert sighed before leaning over so that he was eye level with the two younger royal children. I guess that just means that the coin I intended to spend on him can be split between you two then. Both Myrcella and Tommen smiled widely as Robert stood back up. Taking both children by the hands, Robert walked out of the royal chambers with the two. Silently, Barristan and Oakheart fell into step just behind the king and the children as they made their way down the hall. Watching them go, John was struck once more by the stark contrast between the king and the children. The king was a large man, not just with fat, but just large with pitch black hair that had only a few wisps of grey starting to show. The two children, however, with their slender frames and golden hair, were all their mother. And as he watched them walk, the same nagging doubt that something was very wrong began eating away at him once more. Once they were out of sight, John turned and made his way towards the maester's chambers. Nodding at the odd guard as he walked, he began to truly notice just how lopsided the rotation of the guards were within the Red Keep. For every one man of House Baratheon or House Arryn, there were easily 2 to 3 of House Lannister. And while it wasn't unheard of for the Queen to have men of her own house in the Red Keep, the numbers were not of the norm. No doubt Tywin Lannister fully intends on influencing the royal children once myself and Robert are out of the way, he thought to himself as he continued onwards, his mind racing on how to try and mitigate House Lannister's influence in the Red Keep. Not an easy task. I've been so busy trying to keep the realm together I hadn't even realized the amount of influence Tywin has slowly been slipping into the Red Keep. Both King's squires are of House Lannister. Nearly half the guards that are not gold cloaks, and who knows who else is under Tywin's influence. The only place he hasn't managed to gain an ear is the small council. But even then, I fear that it is only a matter of time before Tywin places one of his own amongst the council in one capacity or another. Reaching the maester's chambers, John forced the thoughts of the Lannisters and their influence on the side as he knocked on the heavy wooden door. Almost immediately, the door opened to reveal the Grand Maester with a rolled scroll in his hand. Lord Hand, George greeted him politely, bowing as much as his girth allowed him to. If this is regarding the king, then The king has informed me of what you two spoke about. And of the timing, John said, trying to tell the man that he knew the king was dying without saying it. If those words were ever to be spoken aloud in the Red Keep outside of the king's chambers, then by the end of the day word of the king's demise would reach every corner of King's Landing. I see, George nodded, wisely not elaborating further on the subject. Per the king's request, I am sending word to the north to see if he has any insight on the matter. John again had to grit his teeth to keep himself from saying what he truly wanted to say. The man was useful, but in his mind the sorcerer had far outlived his usefulness and was reaching the point where he was a danger instead of an asset. And that was without even considering his magic, which went against the faith of the Seven in more ways than John cared to count. Perhaps he will have something. But I have not come to discuss the king's private matters. Rather, I have a request of my own for you. George nodded. Of course, Lord Hand. I am at your disposal. Perhaps we can talk while we walk? I fear far too many years in the Citadel has slowed me down considerably, and the Raven's Tower is a fair distance from here, and I must send this missive out as soon as possible. This won't take long, John countered, I just need you to locate a book, and have it delivered to the Tower of the Hand, discreetly. George tilted his head curiously, but he didn't ask questions. Discretion of the king, Hand, and royal family is paramount to the Grand Maester, Lord Hand. Just let me know what book you want and I will see it delivered. Good, John nodded, handing the Maester a small slip of paper with the book he wanted written on it. See to it that this stays between us. Glancing down at the paper in his hand, the Maester's brow furrowed, but he nodded. Of course, Lord Hand. It will be delivered to you immediately. I will see to it personally after I send the Raven to the north. Sipping slowly at the glass of fine arbor gold in his hand, Peter Baelish did his utmost to ignore the almost deafening sounds of cheering going on around him as perhaps 100 or more unwashed and loud men and women watched, cheered, jeered, and laughed at the spectacle taking place before them. It'd taken Peter more time and gold than he cared to admit, especially after having to cut ties with the slavers from Slavers Bay after the accursed sorcerer stumbled upon him, but eventually he'd managed to clean out a large underground area amongst the maze of sewers and tunnels beneath King's Landing to create this arena. An arena that he'd paid good coin and services to the gold cloaks to make sure it was kept secret, or as secret as it could be. An arena where the men and women of King's Landing, both small folk and noble alike, could come and sate their appetite. An appetite for blood. Hearing another loud cheer, Baelish glanced down at the ring that had been set up in the center of the chamber he'd found. A ring that had surrounding iron bars to prevent any fighter from leaving until one or the other was dead. The premise was simple. Baelish had acquired a small number of gladiators from the slavers during their brief partnership. Each night the desperate or foolish of King's Landing could put themselves forward to challenge one of them. The prize? A small chest of nearly 100 gold coins to any man who could best one of his champions. And despite being in operation for over a moon's turn, the prize had yet to be claimed. A cry of agony sounded as the current fool cried out in pain as the knight's champion broke his knee, then his arm with the club in his hand. In any other circumstance, such an injury would end the fight. But unfortunately for the fool, there were two factors that prevented the fight from being ended. The first was that the only weapons that were to be used in the ring were not quick and effective like swords, spears, axes, or even daggers. No, instead the only weapons available were clubs, maces, mauls, flails, and spiked gauntlets. Weapons designed to maim and cause injury and pain instead of a quick death. And the second factor was just whom the chosen champion for the night was, a particularly vicious gladiator under his employ that simply went by the name Face Taker. A name he'd earned seeing as how he always took the face of his victim, before he killed them, and then wore it over his own face during his next fight. Watching as Face Taker grabbed a dagger that was being offered to him through the bars, Baelish turned his head away from what he knew was about to happen and towards the only other occupant in the small private seating area normally reserved for the highborn who wished to watch the festivities in secret. Sitting on the edge of his seat, the young Crown Prince Joffrey was almost giddy with excitement as he watched with rapt attention as Face Taker held the screaming and begging fool to the ground and proceeded to collect his trophy for the night. Behind the Crown Prince stood the 2 men of House Lannister that were in his pocket completely. Normally the Hound would be guarding the young prince. But Baelish knew that that man's loyalty could not be bought so easily, and that he would report what he saw to the king, or worse to Tywin Lannister. So, he had to wait until the Hound's watch was over for a time and these 2 were assigned to the young Crown Prince before bringing him down to his little show. I do believe that you won our little wager, Your Grace, Baelish smiled, while ignoring the pleas and cries of the loser and handing over a small pouch of gold coins over towards the young prince and motioning towards the small sand dial next to them. The fool didn't last until the last grain dropped. Just as you predicted, Your Grace. Of course, he didn't, Joffrey replied, grinning like a mad fool as Face Taker shot to his feet, his new bloody trophy held in his raised hand much to the delight of the prince. When I'm king, I'm going to make that one a king's guard. Frowning, Baelish swirled his wine around in his cup as Face Taker picked up his flail and proceeded to end his victim by crushing the man's chest with multiple strikes. While I can agree that the champions here are all good at fighting, they are little more than beasts by this point, Your Grace. Rabid beasts at that. Should you wish to claim them when you rightfully ascend to your throne, then it is your right to do so. But I suggest you place them in roles more suited to their disposition. Perhaps the king's justice? Or perhaps your king's enforcer or questioner. But they are not suitable as guards. Joffrey frowned as Face Taker left the arena, leaving the small group Baelish kept employed to clean up the corpse and spread out dirt and sawdust to soak up the blood. Perhaps you're right, Baelish. Something I'm discovering is common when I speak with you, Joffrey commented, making Peter smile inside as he realized his work was paying off as he'd started to gain the boy's trust. I just don't understand why my father hasn't made this, what did you call it? Fighting pit? Why he hasn't decreed it to be out in the open. Baelish knew he had to be careful with his next words. Forgive my saying so, Your Grace, but I fear that your father has lost much of his strength in recent years. To be sure, your father is a man to be idolized. He did bring down the Targaryen dynasty, after all. But victory has defeated your father. That and the whispering of the likes of Jon Arryn and Ned Stark have weakened him to the point where he would no longer allow something like the fighting pit to be practiced out in the open. Joffrey frowned. When I am king that will change. I will not allow the crown to defeat me. Joffrey said with as much conviction as one who truly didn't understand what they were saying could. I will surpass my father's legacy. I will become a king that is remembered not just as Robert Baratheon's son, but as King Joffrey Baratheon. The strongest and greatest king the 7 kingdoms have ever known. And I will start by opening a fighting pit in the ruins of the Dragon Pit. Put that pile of rumble to good use for a change, and erase some of the last remnants of the dragons from this land. Setting his glass down, Peter eyed Joffrey. I do believe your father intends to have the Dragon Pit restored and gifted to the Sorcerer when he finally comes to King's Landing and takes up the position of Master of the Arcane. Joffrey's eyes flashed with anger. That will not happen. The boy snarled. The Sorcerer is an abomination. He hoards magic away from the crown, where it belongs. And you're right, Baelish, the man is far too Valyrian in appearance not to be a dragon sympathizer. When I'm king, his appointment to the small council will end with the removal of his head. Picking up his wine, Baelish used his cup, and Joffrey's sudden renewed interest in the fighting pit below to hide his smirk. Everything was starting to fall into place. A few more pieces, and he would be ready. And then, chaos. Sweet chaos. His ladder to ascension. I see we have a new volunteer, he commented, nodding towards the entrance to the pit where some of his men were half leading, half forcing a new volunteer into the pit. One thing about the small folk, there are plenty who are desperate enough that they will do anything, Your Grace, for even the hint of coin. It seems so, Joffrey smiled as the foolish small folk began begging to be let out as Face Taker, now wearing the still bleeding face of his last opponent, walked back into the pit. Let us put another wager on this fight, Baelish. 10 dragons says that he dies before the last grain of sand falls. Smirking, Baelish nodded and flipped over the sand glass as Face Taker picked up his favored flail while his newest victim shakily picked up a bloodied club and awkwardly held it in front of himself. I will see your bet, my prince. Kneeling before the raging inferno before her with her head held low in reverence of the flames, Melisandre, priestess of Arhillar, ignored the cries of sacrifice in the flames as she focused her sight into the deepest recesses of the flames, searching for a sign from the one true God. But even as the sacrifice expired and the flames began to dim, no vision from the Great Lord came to her. But while many might be disheartened, she was not. No, she was elated. Nearly a full moon's turn ago during a similar such offering to the one true God, she had been blessed with a vision. A vision of the future and of the dangers that lay ahead not only for her and the followers of our healer, but for all men. The great enemy had awoken from its long slumber. And without the great hero, our healer's chosen champion Azor Aha to stand against it, the world of men would fall. But as our healer preached, the night was dark and full of terrors, but there was still hope to be had. And she had seen that hope. Azor Aha had been reborn. She could not see his face, but her God had gifted her with the knowledge of his rebirth, and of the trials that both his chosen champion and she would have to endure before the great enemy could be defeated. She had seen that the champion would be reborn amongst salt and smoke, and in a land far from the blessed darkness of Asai. A land where one can travel from the heat of the summer years to the coldest of the winter and never leave the land. And there was only one such land that she knew that fit such a description. West Eros. A land of recent turmoil, but also a land where many tales of the great other were said to originate. It was there that she would find the chosen champion of our healer. Unfortunately, it would also be the land where she would find him. The so-called Northern Sorcerer. Ever since that man had made his existence known, his mere presence had caused multiple rifts to form amongst the true faith. There were a good many amongst our healer's faithful that thought the man to either be a prophet or even a direct agent of our healer. After all, how could he use a blade of frozen fire or work his magic if not with our healer's blessing to aid him? There were others though that were convinced that he was not an agent of our healer, but rather a false prophet, and that his acts of magic were mere sleight of hand or perhaps similar to the warlocks of Karth. Then there were others like herself, who unfortunately represented the smallest number of the faithful, that recognized the man for what he truly was. An agent of the great enemy, a deceiver. And he was why Azor Aha Reborn needed herself, or one of the faithful, at his side. For only they, the blessed by our healer, hoped to stand a chance against the deceiver. Rising from her prostration on the floor before the great pyre, Melisandre cast one final glance towards the dying flames and the still burning corpse within, thanking the man for his sacrifice and service to the great our healer, before turning her back and leaving the sacrificial chamber. Did our healer bless you with another vision, sister? Or perhaps the sacrifice wasn't to our healer's liking? Slowing her pace, Melisandre didn't need to turn to see who it was that was waiting for her. She would know her priestess sister anywhere. Kinvara, she replied in greeting. Like all the other priestess in service to our healer, Kinvara wore a dark red dress in honor of the one true God. The only piece that set her apart from the other priestess was the gold necklace with the large red stone in the center, much the same as the one Melisandre wore around her own neck. The sacrifice was sufficient. But our healer did not bless me with his sight. He had no need to do so as he has already shown me what I need to do. Her words were the truth. While many would be disappointed to not receive our healer's blessing after such an offering, Melisandre was not. To her, not receiving any sight from the one true God only meant one thing. That he had already given her what she needed. And that it was time for her to do her part in his great plan. Your vision, Kinvara replied flatly. While she loved Kinvara as her fellow priestess sister and devotee of our healer, Melisandre couldn't help but feel anger at her oldest friend for not seeing the truth as she had. Kinvara truly believed that the deceiver was in fact an agent of our healer, perhaps even Azor Aha himself. And she would entertain no notion that did not adhere to this belief. We have talked of your vision, sister, many times at length. And just because you have interpreted what you saw a certain way, that does not mean that it is what our healer truly meant. You, above all others, should know that our healer's visions are never as simple as they seem. Kinvara was right. The visions of our healer were never simple. But her priestess sister was wrong about her vision. The vision that Melisandre had been blessed with was, albeit clouded at times, but it was clear. Azor Aha would be reborn amongst smoke and salt and he would wield Lightbringer, shining brighter than ever, against the darkness. But there was more to her vision than just our healer's chosen. She saw a figure cloaked in darkness whisper in the ears of a beast, a wolf, earning its trust and offering gifts, only to betray the wolf as the darkness descended upon the land. She saw two figures wielding blades of fire, one living and one frozen, locked in combat against one another. The living fire was Lightbringer, there was no doubt in her mind on that. And there was only one she knew that wielded frozen fire. And what was more, the darkness whispering to the wolf, offering it gifts only to betray it. She'd had her doubts before that vision, but now she knew for certain. The sorcerer was no prophet of our healer, nor an agent of any other false deity. He was a deceiver sent by the great other to destroy Azor Aha. And that was something that she knew, that the world of men could not allow. It was just a shame that so few of her brethren believed her. But they would, in time. I know what I have seen, sister. And our healer has not corrected my interpretation of the visions he granted me, Melisandre replied evenly as she began walking towards her chambers so that she could begin preparing for the long journey ahead. And perhaps, sister, you should consider the idea that your interpretation of my vision is merely what you want, and not what the one true God desires. Kinvara kept her chin held high and her face impassive, but Melisandre had known her long enough to know the unease that rested just beneath the surface of her calm facade. I cannot talk you out of this path, it seems, Kinvara sighed as they approached her chambers. Then it is here that we part ways, sister. For I cannot walk the path that you have set upon. Not when I know that, while you believe this to be a path set to you by our healer, it is not the true path. I wish you good fortune, sister, for this is a path you will be walking alone. I am never alone, Melisandre commented, turning towards her priestess sister and idly touching the ruby at her neck. Our healer stands with me. And in his light, I shall know no darkness. High in the tower of the Son of Sun's pair, Jon Stark stood stock still in mild shock as he stared down at the letter in his hands. Being a bastard, even if he was only one for his own protection, Jon had understood at a very young age that many of the options that would be awarded, even-handed, to his siblings would be forever denied to him. The one thing that he knew would be forever denied to him would be marriage. As a bastard, his best hope would perhaps be to marry a fellow bastard, or not even marry at all. Even during his time with Arianne, he had been half expecting to one day have his heart broken by hearing that she was betrothed to another. After all, as his father had often told Jon and his siblings, as a noble they had expectations upon them that were not on those beneath their station, such as the available choices of their future husbands or wives. And Arianne as a princess of Dorne and its future ruler, her hand was one that was highly sought after. And now? Jon? Are you going to stand there collecting flies all day? Or are you going to say something? Shaking his head, Jon tried to collect himself as he tore his eyes away from the small but life-changing scroll in his hands, and up to the dark-haired beauty standing before him. Arianne, the princess of Dorne and its future ruler, was staring at him, her hands held in front of herself. She was calm on the surface, but he had known her long enough, and well enough, to tell that she was nervous. The tightness around her eyes. The slight rubbing of her hands together. Gods, why was she so uncertain? If anything, he should be the one nervous and anxious, not her. Arianne, this is, gods, he breathed, still not entirely sure how to give his thoughts voice. Is this what you truly wish for? Arianne's face twisted as she gave him a skeptical look, as if trying to figure out if he was saying what he was actually saying. By the gods, you actually do doubt that this is what I want, she breathed. Stepping up to him, she roughly grabbed his tunic and pulled him down, sealing her mouth to his in a searing kiss. Does that answer your question, Jon Stark of Winterfell? Gods. This is really happening? Isn't it? He asked, more to himself than her. Our families, we're betrothed. Arianne smiled in his arms. Yes, Jon, this is real. And it's happening. Smiling with her, Jon lowered his head and fully intended on continuing what she had started, but he was pulled up short as a groan sounded from the bed nearby. By the gods, if you two are gonna have a celebratory fuck, do so somewhere else. I'm trying to sleep here. Tilting his head so that he and Arianne were touching foreheads, Jon glanced sideways towards Ygritte, who was laying sprawled out naked as the day she was born across Arianne's, their bed. You are more than welcome to join us, Ygritte, Arianne smiled, but Ygritte just waved her off. It's too hot to fuck, she murmured, laying her head back down amongst the silken sheets. And yet you wore me out last night. And I don't get what you're celebrating for anyway. We already stole each other, what do some words muttered by some old fuck mean anyway? It's tradition, Ygritte, Jon answered, still holding Arianne in his arms, partially because he was afraid that should he let her go, then this wonderful dream he was experiencing would fade. Traditions that you will need to start learning, Ygritte, Arianne said pointedly, removing herself from Jon's embrace, but keeping a firm hold on his arm. After all, it wouldn't do for the paramour of the princess and prince consort of Dorne to not follow traditions and local customs. Ygritte sighed, dropping her head heavily onto the pillow. Fuck, you mean I gotta learn all your noble shite to stay with you now? Yes, Arianne nodded with a smile. You won't be held to the same standard as Jon and I. But a certain amount of proper decorum will be expected from you. And while that might not seem appealing to you, it does come with certain benefits. Ygritte lifted her head off the silk sheets and glared at Arianne from under a curtain of red hair. Like what? Being able to tell others what to do, for starters, Arianne commented. And being able to continue sharing my and Jon's bed as well. Ygritte kept her gaze on the two of them for a long while. Fine, she sighed defeatedly before rising to her feet. I suppose I can learn a few things. Gods damn, if it wasn't for his cock and your tongue, I wouldn't even be entertainin' the idea of learnin' your noble shite, so, I hope you two appreciate what I'm doin' for ye. We appreciate your horrible sacrifice, Ygritte, Jon remarked with a smirk. Get that smirk off your pretty face, Jon Stark, Ygritte growled. Ya pretty. But ya ain't that pretty to get away with talkin' to me like that. Now, if you two are gonna get to fuckin', then I'm gonna go find a nice cold bath to lay in. I swear, I don't know how I'm gonna live in dis fucking heat. I grit. John yelled just as his wildling lover opened the door and stepped outside. Your clothes. But he was too late as he heard the door click shut, followed by a shout of surprise from the guards outside, followed by the rushing of feet as said guards no doubt began rushing to give Ygritte something to cover herself with. Next to him, Ariane began laughing softly, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. And here I thought that my uncle made life at Sunspare interesting. I can only imagine just how exacerbated the guards and servants will become trying to keep up with both my uncle and Ygritte's antics. Or how fast my father will lose what is left of his hair. John nodded, though thoughts of her father brought his joyous mood down slightly. Ariane, does your father, does he know about, well, me? Ariane's mood sobered almost immediately. He does, she answered honestly before raising a hand to his face and cupping his cheek. But he knows where I stand, and where you stand, John. I've told you many times, whether you remain John or Jaehaerys, my place is by your side. Whether as your princess or as your queen. Leaning into her touch, John revealed in the sensation of her cool hand against his face. I don't want to be king, I never have. Not even after I learned the truth of my mother and my father. Gods, even just thinking about sitting on the Iron Throne, it's not what I want. Some would say that you not wanting to be king would be exactly the reason why you should be king, Ariane said, making him start. But those people are idiots. The best kings are not the ones who didn't want the throne in the first place, but rather those who honor and respect the power of the throne and rule wisely. Nodding, John wanted nothing more than to lose himself in her. But his mind was still filled with worry over the future. He knew that Dorne had more reason than any to hate the Baratheons and the Lannisters for what happened at the end of the rebellion, but they had never been able to act because they did not have the support to do so. And now with him betrothed to Ariane, they could gain that support. Not just from the north, but also from those who would go to war to see a Targaryen, even an unwilling one, put back on the throne. One wrong word spoken in an opportunistic ear, and the gods only knew what would happen. Ariane's cool hand on his cheek pulled him from his thoughts as her dark eyes bore into his. I told you, John, I will protect you from those you cannot see who would seek to use you for their own gain. Even my own family if need be. Because, and I don't know how much longer it'll take for this to sink into your thick northern skull, but you're worth it. I think I might just be starting to believe you, Ariane, he replied softly. Good, she said, giving him a smile that held a much different type of warmth. One that he'd come to recognize as one that meant he was not about to get any rest. Not that he minded in the slightest. Now, I do believe we have some celebrating to do, my betrothed. And without our paramour with us this time, I expect your full and undivided attention. Smirking, John moved quickly, sweeping an arm behind the back of her knees while keeping the other behind her shoulders so that he was carrying her across her room and towards her spacious and soft bed. As my princess commands. Doran Martell was not one to give out praise lightly. So, when he did feel the need to praise someone it wasn't because they'd done what was expected of them, but rather that they exceeded his expectations. But his daughter, his heir unless certain things changed, had well earned his praise this day. To expand her education on ruling, he'd given her the task of sitting in judgment of the Dark Star, Sir Gerald Dane, while he sat from a secluded balcony and watched. When his daughter made her entrance into the audience hall of the Tower of the Sun, Doran had needed to rub his eyes to make sure they weren't playing tricks on him. His daughter had seemingly blossomed in the span of less than a day. It wasn't her dark purple dress, nor the circlet with the sun and spear upon her brow that made her stand apart from the crowd. Nor was it the ornate string of ringlets she wore on her right hand. But rather, it was just her. Her presence. Her entire being had changed. Gone was his little girl. And reborn in her place was a woman who very much honored their ancestor, Princess Nymeria of New York Sar. But if her mere presence and the way she carried herself wasn't enough to cause more than a few tongues to wag in the main hall, then those accompanying her sure did. His brother's daughters, Tyene and Nymeria, were acting as her handmaidens, walking in fine dresses as befitting their status as bastard daughters of a prince of Dorne. Walking just behind them was a trio that drew perhaps the most attention. Obara was walking tall and proud, her Valyrian steel sword spear attached to her back. And next to her were the two northerners, Jon Stark and Ygritte of the Wildlings. All three were wearing a combination of fine leathers and chainmail with their weapons, while not in hand, were still in clear view and easily accessible. And walking at his daughter's side, or rather her hip, was the oversized albino wolf ghost, who'd seemed to take his job that day as serious as any experienced guardsman he'd ever seen. When Ariane had taken her seat upon the dais, her little entourage immediately took up positions around her, with the giant wolf sitting down next to her hand so that she could run her fingers through the fur on his head. The herald quickly called the assembly to order as soon as Ariane was seated, and Sir Gerald was dragged before Ariane in chains and forced to his knees before her. Ariane didn't waste time as she called out the man's name and listed the charges levied against him. Brigandry. Murder. Breaking of his oath to his liege lord and even his own house. After laying out the charges against him, Ariane had then demanded an explanation for his actions. To the surprise of no one, at least not to those who knew him, the disgraced knight spat on the floor and proceeded to spew forth a string of vile accusations at Ariane and House Martel. About how they'd disgraced themselves by not seeking revenge for what happened during the usurpers' war. How they were all weak and pathetic. And how Ariane was little better than a whore for betting a heathen from the north. His words held such venom and hatred and were so vile that even Doran was having difficulty keeping himself seated as the urge to kill the man himself grew with each word that spilled from his lips. And he was glad that he'd had the foresight to send his brother out into the city for the day. Otherwise, he was sure that Oberyn would have already had the man impaled on his spear. But to his great surprise, Ariane and those she'd chosen to stand with her, all stood by passively as they let Gerald spew his vile nonsense. And once he finally ceased, Ariane's only response was as simple as that all. When Gerald did not respond, Ariane took her time in responding, her fingers idly dancing across the fur of the great dire wolf as she spoke. She spoke of how what happened during the usurpers' war was a tragedy, and any who thought that House Martel had forgotten or forgave what happened was a fool. But Dorne could not move forward if it was constantly looking back. Despite the pain of the past, House Martel and Dorne would remain unbowed, unbent, and unbroken. No matter the tragedies that fell upon them. She then said that all his vile words were but a cover for the true reason he went brigand. He didn't do it to strengthen Dorne or out of some sense of vengeance. No, his acts were spurred by a single simplistic emotion. Jealousy. He wanted Ariane, and she'd spurned his advances in favor of another. When Gerald made no motion to defend himself against the accusation, Ariane turned her attention from the kneeling man and towards the assembled crowd. She loudly and clearly proclaimed her sentence. For his crimes against the people of Dorne and against his liege lord, Gerald Dane was hereby stripped of his title of knight and was sentenced to death by the hangman's noose. The fate drew no shortage of whispers as Gerald Dane was led away kicking and screaming, demanding an honorable death. The hangman's noose was a fate usually reserved for simple small folk who broke the law. Nobles were executed by beheading, a quick death. By sentencing him to die in such a manner, Ariane was clearly stating that Gerald Dane was no noble, and that he was no better than a simple commoner who broke the law. After Gerald Dane had been escorted out of the hall, Doran had expected his daughter to dismiss the court, but she surprised him. In a move that made him realize his daughter was truly learning how to play the game, she loudly and clearly announced to all those present that Jon Stark, son of Lord Eddard Stark and apprentice to the Northern Sorcerer, Lord Alim Knox, was as of this day her betrothed and the future prince consort of Dorne. And that any action taken against the future prince consort or their shared paramour, Ygritte of the Free Folk, would be treated as if they were acts taken against House Martel. While many would think that her words were a warning to any of Dorne who might take issue with the betrothal, Doran knew exactly who she was speaking to. Himself. Ariane had just loudly, and publicly, declared Jon and Ygritte to be part of House Martel. They were family. And family did not put family in danger. Clever girl. Prince Doran. Lord Ansel Dane is here to see you. Send him in, Doran called out to his faithful guardian, Areo Hota as he poured 2 cups of fine Dornish red for himself and his guest. As the door opened, allowing the slightly aging Lord of House Dane entry to Doran's private solar, Doran took stock of the Lord. The Lord of House Dane was one who carried far more than the weight of lordship, and it showed. It was understandable of course. His younger brother, the famed Sir Arthur Dane, was considered perhaps the greatest swordsman and warrior Westeros had ever seen. Plus, his young sister, Ashura Dane, had long been heralded as one of the greatest beauties of the land. Despite being the elder of the two, Ansel had always lived in the shadows of his 2 younger siblings. And with their deaths, those shadows had only grown larger. Prince Doran, the Lord of House Dane said, immediately dropping to a knee before him. Rise, Lord Dane, there is no need for that here, he said, motioning for the man to rise and also signaling to Areo that they were not to be disturbed. My thanks, my prince, Lord Ansel nodded, slowly rising to his feet. Forgive me, my prince. I fear time is starting to take her toll on my person. As she does on us all, Doran nodded, motioning towards the 2 glasses of wine. Have a seat and quench your thirst, Lord Dane. Nodding, Ansel sat down across from him and picked up the offered cup. Picking up his own cup, Doran eyed the man who was of age with Doran. I want to start by stating that I, and House Martel, find no reason to hold House Dane accountable for the actions of Gerald. The man's actions were his own and will remain that way. Provided there are no repeated sentiments from you and your vassals. Of course, Ansel nodded, taking a sip of the wine. Gerald set off on his own some time ago. His disappearance wasn't out of the norm for him, so I thought nothing of it. Had I known what he'd intended, my prince. As I said, his actions were his own and will not be held against you or your house, Lord Dane, Doran said. And I did not call upon you to speak of Gerald. But rather of something else. Ansel's head tilted. What do you wish to speak of, my prince? Truths, Doran stated evenly, staring directly at the Lord of House Dane. Tell me, Lord Dane, which is the greater truth? The truth that everyone knows? Or the truth that only a few know? Ansel blinked, but Doran could see the slightest bit of recognition in the man's eyes. I suppose it would depend on the matter of said truth, my prince. Then let us start with the truth of my daughter's betrothed, the future prince consort of House Martell, John Stark, Doran said, making Ansel start, though the man hid it well. For example, it is well known by now that his mother is none other than your late sister, Ashura Dane. The timing does match up well. It is known that she was intimate with the Starks at Harrenhal and that she was heavy with child by the end of the Usurpers' War. And that when Lord Stark left Dorne, he made only a single stop at Starfall, and when he was seen next, he had his bastard son, Jon, with him. The tale has spread and has become truth, and you have not refuted that truth yet either. Despite the seeming dishonor it brings upon your late sister. Yet, we both know that this is but a truth that everyone knows. And not the truth that only a few know. There was no need for Doran to elaborate further as Ansel set his glass down. In this instance, my prince, I believe the truth would be the one that does not bring pain and suffering to the people. Which is why I have accepted this truth. And I am of a similar mind, Doran replied, clearly to the surprise of Lord Dane. At least for now. The boy is not yet ready for what is ahead. And I'm sure that that is the true reason as to why Knox has not pressed his game further. And it is a truth that we shall hold to. Lord Dane was clearly relieved to hear his stance on the matter. As you say, my prince. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Setting his glass down, Doran turned towards the falling sun. I see that you have brought your son, Edric, and your youngest sister, Alyria, with you. I've also heard tales that you are in talks with Lord Beric Dondarrion for your sister's hand and as a potential knight for your son to squire under. Lord Ansel licked his lips. Yes, Lord Dondarrion has proven himself a fine man. He will be a fine husband. And an even better knight for my son to serve under. To be sure, Doran nodded. Though, this is yet another truth. Is it not? And I wonder what effect the lesser-known truth would have on such an announcement? Especially given recent developments regarding my daughter's chosen suitor and his family. Ansel didn't move, save for the slightest tightening along his jaw. An alternative perhaps, my prince? Nothing has been written yet, merely talks. Nodding, Doran poured each of them another glass of wine. My daughter, despite having my nieces as support, is in need of a capable handmaiden. My brother Oberyn has recently parted ways with Daemon Sand after knighting him at the Wall and the man's subsequent departure to Bear Island. He would be more than willing to take on your son as a new squire. Lord Dane leaned back in his seat, picking up his new glass and swirling its contents as he thought over the offer. House Dondarrion will have to be compensated for House Dane's breaking of the offer. Doran leveled a look at the man. As you said, you were merely only in talks, and nothing had been decided as of yet. If compensation is demanded by House Dondarrion, it will be slight. Lord Dane nodded, realizing that he had no other choice. After what Gerald did, House Dane was fortunate to even be allowed to step foot into Sun's Pair. And yet here he was, the head of House Martell and ruling Prince of Dorne, offering two members of House Dane positions many would kill for. I will inform Edric and Alyria of their positions that you have graciously bestowed upon our house, my prince. Good, Doran nodded. They can begin immediately as both my brother and daughter are here in Sun's Pair. And if it calms your mind, my daughter's betrothed, despite staying far longer than what was planned due to these unfortunate events, will be returning to the north soon. Or perhaps we should arrange for your son and sister to meet with Jon Stark, the so-called White Wolf of House Stark. Lord Dane pursed his lips. One day, my prince, I would dearly enjoy watching you interact with one who is as capable of playing the great game as yourself. Raising his glass, Doran hid his smirk behind his cup. You're too late to see that interaction, Lord Dane. Though I am looking forward to once again playing with Lord Knox. Sitting alone in her spacious tent that she shared with her husband, Daenerys Targaryen stared transfixed on the 4 eggs laid out before her. The largest of the eggs, the one given to her by Domeric, though where he obtained it from, she had no idea, was midnight black in color with tips of the scales colored blood red as if the scales had been carefully dipped in blood to give them their coloring. The other 3 eggs, given to her by Illyrio, were quite different than the one given to her by Domeric, both in feel and looks. For starters, they were all slightly smaller and lacked the warmth that the one Domeric had given her. They were also all one solid color, one black, one green, and one cream and gold colored. Taking her attention away from the 3 petrified eggs, Dany focused all her attention on the one that felt alive, for lack of better terms. Picking up the egg carefully, Dany held it as if it were a newborn babe as she walked across the tent and towards the low burning fire that was little more than a pile of embers within the tent. Dragons are creatures of fire, she reasoned as she slowly, carefully, set the egg down upon the pile of embers before taking her hands away from the warmth of the fire. It would only make sense that fire is needed for them to be born into this world, and at least John agrees with me on that point. It took several moons after her wedding to Drogo before she finally worked up the nerve to talk to John about the eggs in her possession. To her mild surprise, John hadn't known about the egg that Domric had given her. And to her mild anger, John admitted to her that he too had a dragon egg from Valeria, a midnight black egg with grey stripes along the tips of its scales. But unlike her, who'd immediately gone about trying to bring life back to the egg, John had instead hidden his egg away in Winterfell and all but put it out of his mind. She'd been furious with him. He'd had a dragon's egg for years. The very thing her house had built their legacy upon. And he'd simply tucked it away and put it out of his mind. And when she'd told him as such, he'd fired right back at her. He asked her why the dragon was a mighty beast, hatching one in the middle of Westeros would only invite disaster. The people were still recovering from the wounds inflicted upon them by her father and brother. And if a dragon were to suddenly emerge, many would immediately think the Targaryens, or another dragon lord had found their way into Westeros and were planning on taking back what they believed was there. There would be war. War that would tear the realm apart again. So no. While he said that he had the egg and might one day try and hatch it, for now it would stay hidden. But that didn't mean that she wasn't about to let her egg sit idly by. No, these eggs were her chance to help bring about the return of Valeria. And while John had appeared uneasy about the idea, as he has still not forgiven the Targaryen family for what happened before and during the rebellion, he had not pressed her not to pursue her goals. Instead, he simply gave her a warning not to hatch more than a single egg. When she'd asked him why, John went into a lengthy explanation about what they'd found in Valeria in terms of some of the knowledge that had been lost when Valeria fell. According to John, one of the lost pieces of knowledge that they'd partially recovered was how the dragon lords of Valeria bound their dragons to them. Apparently, the bond was not unlike a force ability that Lord Knox referred to as beast control. With this, the dragon lord could bend the dragon to their will. But unlike other creatures, dragons were apex predators and very, very strong-willed. Because of this, the dragon lords quickly discovered that one could only bond a single dragon to a rider. Binding more than one dragon could and would cause the rider's mind to be overtaken by the primal dragon's minds and eventually they would go mad. Usually by unleashing their dragons and destroying anything and everything in their path. The warning was one that Dany had taken to heart. And so, while she truly wished to try and birth all the dragons she had with her and bring them back into this world, she resisted the urge and instead focused on the largest, and only egg that held a bit of warmth to it. As she sat back on her heels, Dany watched silently as the embers and small flames nestled against the egg, providing it with warmth. She felt something fall over her. Like a warm blanket being draped over her shoulders as she watched the embers and flames dance around the egg. Almost as if she were in a trance, Dany raised her hand, fingers outstretched towards the egg smoldering in the embers. Part of her was screaming at her not to touch the egg, but those words were faded, far away and went ignored as the tips of her fingers got closer and closer to the warmth of the flames and the egg within. Khaleesi. The fog over her mind disappeared, and Dany was left blinking confusedly as she stared at her outstretched hand. Her fingers, all the way down to her palm, resting against the egg in the flames. Yet, she felt no pain. Only the heat, yet it wasn't overbearing. It was comforting. Khaleesi. The voice, one she now recognized as Eerie, shouted again. Then there was a second hand, darker in skin, grabbing the egg from underneath her fingers and pushing it out of the embers onto the ground. Eerie hissed and cried out in pain, and Dany was immediately there for her handmaiden, the egg on the ground momentarily forgotten as she stared in horror at the blisters forming on Eerie's hand. Gods, Eerie, Dany murmured, trying to think of what she could do, or what should be done. Ice, no, water. Something cold in. I can handle this, Khaleesi, Eerie said, though her words were stuttered due to the pain her handmaiden was feeling. But, Khaleesi, why were you touching that? Khaleesi, your hand. Why, I. Blinking in confusion, Dany looked down at her own hand that was touching the egg in the flames. And was met with her normal pale smooth skin. Not even a touch of redness to mar her skin against the heat. Her mind scrambled, trying desperately to understand what she was seeing. Both Lord Knox and John had suggested trying to manipulate small candle flames with the Force as a means of practice, but neither had ever spoken about using the Force to protect oneself from the heat of fire. Yet, there was one thing that her mind immediately latched onto that could explain what had happened. Fire cannot hurt a dragon. Yes. Yes, that was it. Dragons were creatures of fire, and fire could not hurt a dragon. Eerie, her injured hand held closely to her chest, was staring at her in wonder. It is known that the dragon lords of old used fire magic to control their great mounts. You truly are a dragon lord reborn, Khaleesi. And through you shall come the Khal of Khals, the stallion who mounts the world. Dany had heard the tale before, the prophesied one for the Dothraki, a Khal who would unite all the Dothraki beneath one Khal. Many believed her husband Drogo to be this prophesied Khal, as he had united more Dothraki beneath himself than any other Khal before him. And while her husband had admitted that he would be honored to be the Khal of Khals, he did not think it was him, but rather his son that would come from her. A Dothraki Khal born from a daughter of Valyria. A Khal who could mount the mightiest of beasts and would unite all Dothraki beneath him. That was her husband's true ambition. Pushing such thoughts aside, Dany focused on her injured handmaiden. Taking her hand and slowly pulling it towards her, Dany winced as she saw the angry, blistered red skin. Calling back on Lord Nox's lessons on how the Force was only limited by the individual, Dany closed her eyes and pulled deeply on the Force. Immediately, she could feel the torrent of calm and rage wash through her. But she forced back the rage, focusing only on the calm. Her friend needed her help, now was not the time for anger or rage. She needed to be calm. Peaceful. Feeling the torrent calm to a trickle of a stream, Dany guided the Force through her and into the hand she held. Irie's sudden intake of breath nearly broke Dany's concentration, but she held firm, focusing on the guiding the river of the Force through herself and into her friend. Irie needs my help, your help. She wasn't sure just who she was speaking to or why, but the Force seemed to almost respond to her request. She didn't know how or even why, but she felt something shift in the flow of the Force coming from her. And when Irie gasped again, Dany opened her eyes and let her concentration break as she felt an almost satisfaction from the Force. When her eyes could focus once more, she was met with unbroken, unmarred skin on Irie's hand. Letting go, Dany felt herself sag slightly, just barely able to hold herself upright as Irie tentatively poked at her palm. When she felt no pain, Irie's widened even further, something Dany didn't think was possible. Then her friend did something utterly embarrassing. Irie went to her knees, put her hands flat on the ground, and pressed her face flat to the ground. Khaleesi, I am unworthy of this gift you have given me. Moving over to Irie, and hiding the effort it took to do so, Dany forced her handmaiden to raise her head. I only did what was right, Irie. What anyone should have done. You were injured through my negligence. If anyone should be apologizing, it should be me. Irie didn't seem to truly take her words to heart as the young girl again pressed her face to the ground and continued to mutter thanks after thanks for her gift of healing. Eventually Dany's gaze slowly shifted off the prostrating young girl and towards the dragon's egg laying on the ground next to the fire. She wasn't sure why, but something was different about the egg. Reaching out to the egg through the Force, Dany had to bite back a gasp. The egg still had the same warmth as before. But now there was something else besides the warmth. She could feel life. Chapter 33, Passage of Time Part 4. So yet, kind of a long wait between chapters, apologies for that. But hey, real life is getting in the way in a hard way. So, I can't guarantee that I will continue on a 4-week update, but I'll be trying to update every 4 to 5 weeks. So I ask for patience as I try to juggle young kids in diapers and school, job, and everything else that goes along with all that fun stuff. Not much to say outside of that though, so yet. Thank you to everyone who has alerted to this story or added them to your favorites or left a review. Thank you all for your continued support. Your support really helps me keep going. And just as a note, this chapter a bit of a faster pace, just because we're getting to the start. I feel like I've laid a good foundation for what is to come, so now, after this chapter, we can begin. And lastly, shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 33. For generations beyond counting, Highgarden had been considered the heart of chivalry in the Seven Kingdoms. It was a title that those within Highgarden held with pride. Their knights, even their guardsmen, kept themselves cleaned and their armor polished. Their manners were always impeccable. And as the leaders of the heart of chivalry, House Tyrell, the defenders of the marches and high marshals of the Reach, had to be the example that was set to all. The sons were always trained to be knights and hold themselves to the highest levels of honor, while their daughters taught themselves how to be the absolute perfect lady. And ever since he was little, Willis Tyrell had to keep that image that had almost been necessary. Even after his leg had been injured and he'd been unable to ride or fight, he dedicated himself to learning how to be the best possible lord he could. But now, after months in the north, Willis was starting to question the need for such extravagance. With the amount of coin their people shelled out for Polish, or on the newest trends of fashion, or the newest alteration of steel, they could easily pay to feed half the realm for years. It was wasteful. And if he could see it, he knew without a doubt that his future wife would see it as well the moment she stepped foot into Highgarden. It will certainly be an interesting day when my future wife, Lady Sansa, finally steps foot in her new home. Marjorie's new handmaiden from the north has already made her distaste of the waste clear. But she lacks the authority to truly change things. But Sansa? By the gods, things will never be dull around here. And Loras is absolutely positive about this news. Giving himself a shake, Willis forced his mind back to the here and now, which just so happened to be a family meeting that his grandmother had called after they'd received word from Loras about a certain development that was still not widely known. The only member of their family who wasn't present was Marjorie, as his sister was out with her handmaiden from the north pursuing another one of her passion projects to aid the orphanage that was located within Highgarden. The one who'd asked the question had been his father, who had gone almost white at the news and was trembling slightly. Of course he's positive about it, Willis's grandmother, the matriarch, an unquestioned voice of House Tyrell, scoffed. He may enjoy playing with the fancy stick of his far too often, but he is not a fool. He would not have sent word if he wasn't certain of what he was sending. Especially not when concerning such a matter. The news that his brother had sent to them was news from the north, and something that only a very select few in the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms knew about, though he was sure that was about to change very soon. The north have discovered how to forge Valyrian steel, new Valyrian steel. His father muttered, finally giving voice to the very topic that had brought them all together. Though then his eyes went hard, and he glared at the matriarch. And you, my children, were right in the midst of Winterfell while this discovery was being made. And you didn't even know. Willis wasn't entirely sure what had brought on such a change in his father, but ever since they'd returned from the north, his lord father had become much more, well, competitive with his grandmother. And while Willis would openly admit that his grandmother could be a bit overbearing at times, she was incredibly wise and should not be dismissed as readily as his father had been doing as of late. Watch your tone, young man, his grandmother warned, narrowing her eyes at his father. I may have one foot in my grave, but I can still use my other foot to boot you in the arse if need be, Mace. Though, I will admit that we were underprepared to deal with the Sorcerer, and by extension the Starks, when we set out to the north. His father pursed his lips and huffed. Well, I suppose that it is all well and good then that we managed to secure the eldest Stark girl as Willis's future wife. We'll have to send a good septa north to ensure that she is well trained and ready to do her duties as the wife to the future Lord of the Reach. We won't be sending a septa to Winterfell, father, Willis countered almost immediately, drawing a sharp look from his father. The Starks themselves put that clause in, that the girl is to receive proper instruction on her future duties as the next lady of House Tyrell. Yes, they did, Willis nodded. But Lord Stark made it very clear to grandmother that a septa would not be tolerated nor even allowed into the north. And I will not allow you to alienate my future wife or her house. Grandmother and Marjorie have already compiled a list of suitable candidates for the position, mostly fellow ladies from the Reach. Once a decision is made, we will send a raven to Winterfell and let him make his choice of which one. His father huffed and shook his head. Surely, they are not insisting that we send a true lady of the Reach to the north? It will be years before the girl comes of age and you two marry beneath the seven. We cannot ask any of. I already have, his grandmother cut in, leveling a hard look at his father that quieted him immediately. I've sent out over a dozen ravens to those I thought might be suitable, all high-ranking ladies with the Reach. They have all responded as well. Not only did each of them respond with a yes, but most were also almost begging me to give them the honor and asking how soon they would need to depart for the north. His father could only blink in confusion. They have? But, why? Why? His grandmother scoffed. Do you really need me to spell this out to you, Mace? Sansa is to be the next lady of House Tyrell, the next lady of the Reach. She will be the mother of our family's next generation that will one day take over once Willis has passed the mantle on. What fool wouldn't do anything for the chance to get in close to her while she is still young? To teach her and form a bond with her? Such a bond, if formed properly, can last a lifetime. And when it comes time for Willis's and Sansa's children to start marrying, who do you think the girl might lean towards? But why would anyone want to leave the Reach for the north? And be gone for years? Even during the summer years? Mace questioned. Because they can see past their next meal, Mace, his grandmother replied. But we are not here to speak of Sansa's tutor, Willis, and I will handle that later. Right now, we are here to discuss this new development with the north. According to the letter Loras sent us, it wasn't necessarily the Starks nor the Sorcerer who can truly be credited with figuring out how to forge Valyrian steel. That honor seems to belong to one of the Sorcerer's students, and one of Robert Baratheon's bastard children at that. A bastard, the king's bastard to be sure, but still. Who would have ever thought a bastard child would be the one to figure out how to forge new Valyrian steel after centuries of the most learned men and blacksmiths across the lands have tried and failed, his father added, shaking his head as he began to pace back and forth. Surely the boy had help? And the Sorcerer is just letting him take the credit. The Sorcerer isn't that kind of man, father, Garland stated, speaking up for one of the first times since they'd come together. If the Sorcerer does something of note, and this is something of note, you can damn well bet he won't simply let others take the credit. Nor does he take credit away from where it belongs. And not to mention, I spoke several times with this bastard, Gendry, while we were in Winterfell. He might be a bit, well, slow. But I honestly have not seen a more natural blacksmith in all my years. He not only repaired my armor after our trek north of the wall, but he even pointed out some faults to it that not even I had considered. And don't forget, Gendry might be a blacksmith, but he is also an acolyte of the Sorcerer. Meaning he has access to this force of theirs and is capable of doing things that no other blacksmith in the world would think possible. Regardless of whether he had help or not, according to what we know, this Gendry is the only one who currently knows the full process of how to create Valyrian steel, his grandmother said. We have time. Even if the Sorcerer hoards those with magic with a greater zeal than a mother hen. But once the boy is ready, every house of note across Westeros and Essos will be throwing everything they have at the boy hoping to entice him. Gold, status, daughters, sisters, mothers, hells even men if that is his fancy. Then there is also the unknown of what the king will do once the boy is of age. He might be a bastard, more than likely by some whore or common girl. But the king will no doubt legitimize him as soon as he is capable of doing so. So we must be ready to meet and exceed whatever offer the boy receives. In the end, he must be tied to House Tyrell and Highgarden in some manner. As they all began pondering just how to entice the young lad into their service, a hard knock on the door interrupted them. My lords, my ladies, the guard posted outside called in through the still closed door. The maester is here, he says that he has a raven from the north. Send him in, Willis said immediately, hoping that the raven was from Winterfell. Sansa might still be a girl, but he had truly taken a liking to her and he could easily see himself coming to love her after they were married. When the new Highgarden maester slowly made into the room with his head held down, Willis couldn't help but cast a glance towards his grandmother. When the order of the guiding hand had been exposed within the maester order, their own maester had been implicated in their involvement. But before he could be taken for questioning, the man had apparently decided to end his life. Though Willis had his doubts about that. No one seeking to end their life would go about the act by downing every painful poison they had before throwing themselves off a low tower and right onto a rack of spears. He suspected that his grandmother had a hand in the man's demise, though he had never questioned her about it. Forgive the intrusion, my lords, my ladies, the maester mumbled, not looking up while holding out a raven's scroll. A raven from the north. For Sir Garland. Willis had been about ready to rise and take the raven, but then stopped when he heard that it was for Garland and not him. For me? Garland questioned, getting up and heading over to the maester to take the scroll. Why would the Starks be sending a raven to Garland? Their mother, Aelry, asked as Garland unfurled the scroll. The raven did not come from Winterfell, my lady, but rather from the Dread Fort, the maester answered, drawing a sharp look from their father, who quickly dismissed the maester with a wave of his hand, a dismissal the maester was almost tripping over himself to follow. The Dread Fort? His father questioned. Isn't that the keep where Lord Stark sent those wildling savages to? I didn't even think they knew how to read and write. Don't belittle the free folk, father, Willis said, feeling the need to interject as his brother had gone oddly silent as he read the letter over and over. And please don't refer to them as wildlings. Sure, there are still many north of the wall that live up to the reputation of the wildlings, but most do not. Especially not those amongst the number that swore themselves to House Stark so that they could build a better life for themselves. Isn't that right, Garland? Garland. All attention had turned to his brother, who was staring at the letter with a completely shocked expression on his face. It's from Karsai. She had a son. My son. One could have heard a pin drop with how silent the room suddenly became. That was of course until his father yelled louder than Willis had ever heard him do so before. What? Giving himself a shake and after handing the letter off to Willis so that he could read it over, Garland turned and faced their father, Karsai, she's a former chieftain of the Free Folk under Lady Val Norfolk, and she is the captain of the guard at the Dread Fort. We grew close after what happened north of the wall and she just had my son. Reading the letter over quickly, Willis looked up at his father's face, which was starting to turn a unique shade of red. You, Sir Garland the Gallant, begot a bastard child upon a wildling savage? Are you out of your fucking mind? Willis was stunned, as was everyone else in the room. His father rarely, if ever, cursed or even yelled. Especially not at his own family. Garland was so taken aback by the sudden hostility that he was seemingly at a loss for words. What? Yes, Bulletin. What does the savage want? Their father shouted, rushing over and all but ripping the letter out of his hands. Coin? That's it, isn't it? She's trying to get as much coin as she can from us or perhaps even set herself up here as if we would ever allow such a savage to come within 100 leagues of Highgarden. What? No. Karsai is not like that, father. Garland shouted back, finally regaining his wits as he strode forward and snatched the scroll out of his father's clenched fists. She doesn't want gold or titles or anything like that. The letter was just her telling me of the birth of our son. She understands the stigma our son would attract here in the Reach, so she has decided to raise him in the north. But she wants me to be part of our son's life. That's all. The whole situation, between his brother finding out he was a father to their own father's reaction to the news, had thrown Willis so bad that he could do little more than watch as his brother and father faced off against one another. His father, while clearly taken back by how quickly Garland had jumped to Karsai's defense, wasn't backing down. She doesn't want coin. No, Garland replied swiftly. And she's not planning on making her way here to our home with the bastard. No, Garland hissed, this time taking a step towards their father. Because she knows that this here is the type of reaction her and my son's presence would create. Their father nodded. I see, well then, if that is the case then there is no issue. However, the issue of this bastard will remain private within our family and will not be spoken of again. Don't be a fool, Mace, their grandmother spoke up immediately. This is our chance to better our ties with the North. At the expense of our reputation, mother. Their father shot back, shaking his head and turning to Garland. I'm not saying you have to completely deny your bastard's existence, son. Merely that word cannot spread. The Reach is known throughout the land as the beacon of chivalry and for our respect to the faith of the Seven. And we, as the rulers of the Reach, must be the example, not the exception to this. You may visit the bastard if you wish, but it must be done in the north. He cannot come south. Nor can his presence be known, especially as I am currently working on a betrothal for yourself and the Lady Leonette Fossoway. If word of your bastard reaches the ears of House Fossoway, the betrothal will more than likely fall through, and even if it doesn't, the terms for the betrothal will not end in our favor. I see, Garland replied lowly, his hands clenched so tightly that they were shaking. Excuse me, I feel the need for some air. And without waiting for an answer, Garland immediately turned and marched out of the room, throwing the doors open with such force that they rebounded off the stone walls and nearly hit the guards that had been posted outside. Sighing, Willis got to his feet. Where are you going, Willis? His mother asked as Willis made his way towards the door. After my brother, he responded loudly, before adding in a much quieter voice so that it wouldn't be heard. Someone in this family needs to care about our actual welfare and not just our value. It didn't take him long to find Garland. Ever since his brother was little, whenever he was upset by something he always retreated to the same place. The training yard, so that he could take his frustrations out on whatever unfortunate training dummy got in his way. And that was exactly where Garland was now, hacking away at a training dummy with such ferocity that bits of cloth, straw and wood were flying in response to each of his blows. Leaning back against a nearby fence post, Willis watched in silence as his brother worked out his frustrations on the dummy. It took a long time. But after decapitating the dummy with a heavy strike, Garland stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground before turning towards him. Willis. Garland, he responded simply, nodding towards the decapitated dummy. Are you all right now? Scoffing, Garland shook his head. No, I'm fairly fucking far from all right, brother. I was just told by our father that not only can I never bring my fucking son, to see his family's home, but that he's also working on arranging a betrothal for myself. Frowning, Willis mulled over just what to say to his brother. You knew that this was a possibility, brother, he said. You've known ever since you were young that your wife will more than likely be chosen for you. And you betted Karsai knowing this as well, and you know full well the potential consequences that come with betting a woman. I know, brother. I mean, I knew all of that when Karsai invited me to her tent that first time, hells we even spoke of it before I allowed anything to happen. Her response was that she wasn't looking to steal me nor I her, she just wanted a good tumble. Then that just kept happening night after night and, shit. I just don't know, brother. Walking towards Garland, Willis put a hand on his brother's shoulder. Do you love her, brother? I respect her, Willis, he answered almost immediately. I mean, after learning more about the free folk and how they must live. What Karsai had to go through to get where she was. I mean, how could I not? And I honestly could see myself with her as my wife. But even now, even after she's had my child, my son, I don't know if we'd spent enough time together to say that I truly love her. But I do know that I care for her. And, I can be blunt with you, brother. If I had my choice, I would much rather marry a warrior woman like Karsai than some delicate lady who faints at the sight of a bloody nose. Patting his brother on the shoulder, Willis let his hand drop to his side. I can't put a stop to the betrothal, brother, not fully. But these things can be delayed for a long time. Just let grandmother and I work on it. You and Loras might be the warriors of the family. But grandmother, Marjorie, and I are the game players here. And when the time comes that I can fully take on the mantle of Lord Tyrell, well, things can change. Biting his lip, Garland nodded. And, what about my son? Smirking, Willis motioned for Garland to walk with him out of the yard. Father only prohibited your son from venturing into the Reach. He never said anything about you visiting him in the north. My betrothed will still be calling Winterfell her home for years yet, it wouldn't be unusual for a member of my family to travel to the north to get better acquainted with my future wife. The Dread Fort is just a few days' ride from Winterfell, if I remember correctly. Not only that, but remember what else we've heard. The king is planning a grand tourney to celebrate 300 years of a united Seven Kingdoms. A tournament that will not be held in the Reach and one that many will be expected to attend. Especially a new house like the Norfolk. Pausing mid-step, Garland stared at his brother. I'm not sure just who is the worse of you three, brother. You, Marjorie, or grandmother. But I am certainly glad that all three of you are related to me. Standing on one of the many piers stretching out into the bight from White Harbor, Jon Stark's gaze lingered to the south as he felt the cool, comforting touch of the cold northern wind passing him by and billowing his cloak around him. Despite being back in the comfort of the cold, Jon felt an ache in his chest. A sense of loss. And it was with no small amount of surprise that he found himself missing the warmth of Dorne. Or rather, missing just who the warmth brought. Arianne. His betrothed. His future wife. How long do you plan on standing here gazing off to the south, Jon Stark? Glancing sideways, Jon caught sight of fiery red hair waving in the cool wind. Don't tell me you don't feel the same, Ygritte, he said with a knowing smirk. You've wanted to head back south ever since we left Sun's Pair. Smirking, Ygritte came up to stand beside him. Well, I can admit that I miss having so much fun between those silken sheets in Dorne, and the way they dress was certainly appealing to me eyes. But the heat, I don't think I will ever get used to that fucking heat, though if it means staying with ya and Arianne, then I suppose that I can find a way. Though if you keep brooding like this, I might start to think that you prefer her instead of me. Reaching out, Jon wrapped his arm around Ygritte's slim waist and pulled her close. I love you both equally, Ygritte. It was the truth, he truly did love both Arianne and Ygritte, and he could no longer see a future where he was not without both. Please don't ever think I prefer her over you, comparing you to her. It's like comparing the beauties of sunrises and sunsets. Smirking, Ygritte moved in close and pressed her lips to his. Keep saying nice things like that, and I'll be talking you right here and now, Jon Stark. Giving him one more quick peck, Ygritte moved back and looked towards the south. But me question remains, Jon. Why are we still here? We've been back in the north for days now and you won't let us leave this city. Even knowing that your brother will be marrying soon, you still refuse to leave this place. She wasn't wrong. 4 days ago, when they'd first arrived back in the north, Jon had wanted to do nothing more than head immediately for Winterfell, especially as he knew that his brother's wedding was set to occur soon and that the lords and ladies from across the north were already beginning to make their way towards Winterfell. But something was holding him back. Something he couldn't quite identify, and the Force was telling him that it was necessary for him to stay in White Harbor. Though for what reason he had no idea. He just knew that he had to stay here for now. And so, he delayed his return to Winterfell. And Lord Manderley, being a good lord and host, had taken his words to heart about his need to stay and had decided to postpone his own trip to Winterfell till Jon was ready to leave. Which was now putting even more pressure on Jon to leave as he was holding up one of the major houses of the north. Just a bit longer, Jon said, though he wasn't sure just who he was trying to convince at this point. Ygritte or himself. Something is coming, I just don't kn. The sounding of the harbor bell announcing the arrival of an unknown ship on the horizon cut Jon off. Straining his eyes, Jon stared off towards the south. He could just barely make out what looked like 3 ships slowly approaching from the narrow sea. But at this distance it was impossible for him to tell any more than their number. Not enough for an attack, but who are they? They're not trading vessels. Come on, Jon said, motioning for Ygritte to follow him as he made his way towards the main dock of White Harbor, figuring that if the vessels intended to dock, that was where they would go. By the time the two reached the dock, the ships had come close enough that Jon could make out the sigil embroidered across the sail. A sigil of what looked like a lion, only without a mane and covered with stripes. A sigil that he recognized yet had seen only once before in his life. Send a runner to Newcastle, Jon commanded of a nearby guardsman. Inform Lord Manderley that we have guests arriving from Volantis. Volantis? Ygritte questioned as one of the guardsmen went running to inform the Manderleys of their arriving guests. Though Jon was sure that they were already aware of them. Isn't that the land where Talisa be coming from? It is. Jon nodded as he watched the 3 ships continue to make their way towards the dock. Ygritte stared at the ships in contemplation. Are they here to try and steal her back? Frowning, Jon watched as 2 of the ship lowered their sails, leaving the third to approach alone. No. If they had come meaning to take Talisa back by force, then they would have brought far more than this. As the ship drew close enough for Jon to start making out the individual sailors on board, they were joined by Sir Wayley Manderley, the heir to House Manderley. White Wolf, Wayley nodded in greeting, using the name that many amongst the north had taken to calling him as of late. Or should it be Sandwolf now? Jon shifted uncomfortably. Despite his best attempts at stopping it, news of his impending betrothal with Arianne had spread like wildfire. And the reaction to the news had been, well, mixed. There were some amongst the north that were clearly looking down at him for marrying outside the north. Others who seemed to wish him well. And others who seemed indifferent about the news. House Manderley, at least from what he could tell, seemed to want to wish him well, but he could clearly see that they were not entirely pleased that he had been betrothed to someone not of the north. No doubt because they were hoping that he would be betrothed to one of Sir Walia's daughters instead. No, I will always be a white wolf, John answered, fixing his gaze on the ship that was just about to dock. No matter if I am in the north or not, I will always carry the north in my heart. And I will always be one of the first men and a man of House Stark first and foremost. Strong words, lad, Sir Walie nodded in approval. Remember them, even when you're in the warmth of the south. Now, let's see what new shitstorm these visitors are bringing with them, shall we? I think I have a good idea, John thought as he watched the sailors from the ships throw their heavy ropes to the dockhands so that the ship could be tied off. Letting Sir Walie take the lead, John and Ygritte fell into step behind the large man as the three of them made their way towards where a gangplank was being lowered from the ship to the dock. As soon as the gangplank touched down, 3 guardsmen immediately made their way down. Tiger cloaks, John realized as he observed the men with green stripes tattooed onto their faces arranged themselves at the base of the gangplank. Well, I guess that solves just who has come. As far as I know from what Talisa has told us, the Tiger Cloaks only act as guards for one very specific group of individuals in Volantis. Once the guards were in place, a trio of individuals, a man, a woman, and a young boy no older than Bran, appeared at the top of the gangplank and began making their way down. John's suspicion about just who had arrived was immediately put to rest as soon as he got a good look at the three. The woman was the true giveaway, as she looked almost exactly like her daughter. Sharing a look with Sir Walie, who no doubt realized just who these three were, the older man of House Manderley gave him a nod, silently allowing John to take the lead in this matter. Understandable, considering this was a matter regarding House Stark. As soon as the man stepped foot upon the dock, John immediately stepped forward, keeping a fair distance from the Tiger Cloaks to not draw their ire. Honored Triarch, John greeted the man, using what little High Valyrian he'd learned from Talisa. I am Jon Stark, son of Lord Eddard Stark and brother to Lord Robb Stark. On behalf of House Stark, I welcome you and your family to the north. The man in the lead stopped almost immediately upon hearing John speak. Taking the moment of pause, John carefully examined each member of Talisa's family. Her mother looked almost exactly like her with only a few wrinkles near the corners of her eyes to show her age. The Triarch reminded John a lot of his father. A man who had been hardened by what he'd seen and was not one to play words and would rather let his actions speak for him. But as for the young boy, while he tried to hold himself to the standard his parents were setting, it was clear he was in awe with everything that he was seeing. Something which John could understand. He was much the same when he had visited Volantis for the first time. I was not expecting to be greeted by a man of House Stark so soon upon our arrival. The Triarch replied in the common tongue, much to John's relief. Nor did I expect a member of House Stark to speak High Valyrian. Lady Talisa is a fine teacher, honored Triarch. Though I fear that is all that I can speak as tongues are not one of my skills, John replied, to which he heard Ygritte murmur something that sounded like, Ariane and I disagree on that. My daughter has always been one to teach others, the older woman stated proudly. I am the noblewoman Marquis Magur, wife to Triarch Malaquo Magur. And this is our son, Maleki. Nodding his head, John returned the greeting in kind. It is an honor to meet you, noblewoman Magur, young Maleki. May I introduce to you all Sir Walie Manderley of House Manderley and heir to White Harbour. And this is Ygritte of the Norfolk. John had almost introduced Ygritte as of the Free Folk, but he thought better of it at the last minute. She was technically no longer of the Free Folk north of the Wall, but rather of the Norfolk that had taken up residence in the Dread Fort under Lady Val Norfolk. The two elder Magurs both gave Ygritte little more than a passing glance before seemingly dismissing her as unimportant and instead focusing their attention on Sir Walie. The dismissal caused a surge of anger within John, and he didn't need a mirror to know that his eyes flashed yellow for a moment before he managed to regain control of himself. He could tell that Ygritte was equally unamused as she just continued to stare at the trio while Sir Walie made his introductions to the visitors. Of course, my father would be more than pleased to house you and yours while you are here in the north, honored Triarch. Sir Walie was finishing up by the time John finally came back to the conversation at hand. Your offer is appreciated, but there is no need, the Triarch responded with a dismissive wave of his hand. We will be making our way towards the Starklands and this, Winterfell as soon as our things are unloaded, and we are ready to depart. Sir Walie nodded his understanding. I can understand your want for haste, honored Triarch. Might I suggest that we share the road together? House Manderley was planning on leaving on the morrow for Winterfell to pay our respects to our future liege lady in person. And the young Lord Stark here has been away from his home in Dorne for several moons and is ready to depart as well. Perhaps we might all travel as one? The Wolf Rangers keep the roads clear, but it is still better to travel in numbers. For a moment, John was sure that the man would turn down the offer, but after seemingly thinking about it for a moment he nodded his acceptance. We will agree to your request. One night, Sir Wei, heir of White Harbor. And then we will be leaving for Winterfell regardless. Understandable, and I can assure you that House Manderley will be ready to depart at first light. Sir Wei nodded before turning his considerable girth and motioning towards Newcastle. Now, if you may permit me, I will escort you to Newcastle and the Mareman's court so that you might meet my father and rest your heads for the night. The Triarch nodded, and without him even having to say a word, the tiger cloaks behind him immediately arranged themselves into a triangle pattern so that there was one of them one each side of them and one behind them. As they began the walk, Jon noticed that Talus's brother, Maliki, kept sneaking glances towards him. After catching him for the third time, causing the young man to duck his head and redden, Jon spoke up. Is there something you would like to ask me, young seer? Maliki cast a glance towards his father and mother, but both continued looking straight ahead while listening to Sir Wei explain the different areas of White Harbor. I've heard that the Starks have magic? Do you? Smiling, Jon held out his hand and wordlessly summoned a small pebble off the ground and into his outstretched hand. His actions didn't go unnoticed by the Triarch nor by his wife as both ceased their conversation with Sir Wei and started obviously paying attention to him while not actually turning their heads towards him. Using the force to hold the small pebble aloft, Jon waited until Maliki reached out and grabbed the stone before letting go. I have been gifted with the force. Just like all my siblings. And even Ygritte here has magic, though of a different type than my own. Maliki's eyes widened as he leaned forward so that he could glance at Ygritte, who was on the other side of Jon from him. Never one to be shy, Ygritte held up her hand with the amulet. A small rivulet of fire formed around her hand, dancing between her fingers and then disappeared. The act caused a stir amongst the tiger cloaks, or at least as much of a stir as Jon had seen from them so far, which even then was only one of them murmuring something about Roller, or something along those lines. Jon wasn't sure what it meant, though he sure he would ask Talisa when he met her next, but apparently it was enough to cause Malekwo to turn and silence the guard who said it with only a single hard glance. Maleki looked like he was about to say something, but his mother's hand on his shoulder stopped him. That is quite a gift you have, young lady, the noblewoman said, no longer seemingly dismissing Ygritte's presence. Tell me, what is the status of your family? Are you noble-born? Betrothed to someone, perhaps? Or are you a guardswoman for the young Stark Lord here? Ygritte shook her head and lowered her hand. Even though she was once considered a wildling, she did have a sharp mind. She immediately knew what the woman was heading towards. Me family died when I was but a girl, and there be no nobles as Yanilers call them north of the wall. Me gifts are ones from the gods, the true gods of the first men. I ain't no guardswoman for Jon Stark here, but he did steal me. He and his betrothed, and what a fun stealin' it was. Again, and again, and so. I believe you have sated my wife's curiosity, Ygritte of the Norfolk, Malekwo interjected. However, I do believe that my son is just a few years shy of hearing of your activities. And I would appreciate you keeping that thought in mind. As you say, honored Triarch, Ygritte bowed with only a hint of mocking in her voice. Shaking his head, Jon and Ygritte continued to follow the group towards Newcastle. As they entered the castle grounds, Jon's only thought was how quickly he could break away from the group so that he could get a raven to Winterfell as quickly as possible. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Robb Stark pulled at his doublet, making sure for the 20th time that morning that everything was perfect. Everything's right. Freshly shaved and hair cut correctly. Lightsaber on my belt, no fraying on my doublet or any dirt, gods, stop. I think I've spent more time standing in front of this thing than Sansa. For the 20th time this very morning, Robb, you look fine, Talisa spoke up from behind him, making him start slightly as he'd forgotten she was even in the same room as he. Which she of course immediately took note of. What's this? Did I give the great and powerful young wolf of Winterfell a start? Or is it simply that you forgot I was in the room with you? Oh, whatever shall I tell my father, that my chosen husband would so soon forget about me in favor of his own reflection? Gods, woman, Robb sighed, though with slight humor as he turned to the woman he fully intended on spending the rest of his life with, and here I thought that a wife was supposed to support her husband in all things. Perhaps, Talisa shrugged with a playful grin across her own face in return. But then again, we are not husband and wife yet, are we? Yet, Robb countered with a smile, but just as he was about to lean in to try and kiss her, a knock on his door interrupted the two of them. What is it? He asked in exasperation. Apologies for intruding, my lord, one of the Stark guards said through the still closed door. But a runner just came by. The banners of House Manderley have been spotted and will be in Winterfell soon, my lord. Robb's nerves, which had begun to dissipate thanks to Talisa's teasing, came back tenfold as the knowledge that he was about to meet his future wife's family hit him. Thank you, Robb called out, taking a few deep breaths to try and calm himself. I wonder if it's too late to run out and join Lord Nox's training in the Wolf's Wood. 2 days passed, Lord Knox had taken all of his acolytes, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Joy Lannister, Shireen Baratheon, and Gendry Waters, out into the Wolf's Wood for training. It was a training that both Robb and Jon had endured and barely survived years ago. But given the choice before him, he was truly considering that reliving said training might be easier than what he was about to face. None of that, Talisa scolded him. You've faced down assassins, wildlings, creatures of legends, your own bannermen, and a nightmarish training by the sorcerer that I can't even begin to comprehend. You can handle meeting my family. And trust me, Robb, my father and mother will approve of you. My mother will, because she will think you are of high enough status for me. And my father will respect the fact that you have distinguished yourself on the field of battle. And even if they don't approve of you, well, it doesn't matter. I've chosen you, Robb. I've chosen the North. And nothing and no one, not even my own family, will change my mind. Smiling, Robb looked at his future wife. She may not have been born in the North. But she was as much a Northerner as any woman he'd met. He nodded, holding out his arm for her to take. Then let us go and meet your family, soon to be Lady Stark. In seemingly no time at all, Robb and Talisa were out in the yard alongside their father waiting for the arrival of their guests. Shortly after their arrival, Robb's heart threatened to leap out of his chest as he saw the banners of House Manderley make their way through the gate and into the heart of Winterfell. Robb immediately spotted Lord Manderley in the lead, which wasn't the greatest feat known to man given the man's size. Honestly, Robb was impressed that the horse the Lord of White Harbor was riding was able to stay upright, though he would never say that part aloud. Next he spotted his brother Jon riding beside the Lord of White Harbor. His brother looked good. His skin was a touch darker than when he'd left, but he would know his brother anywhere. The last member that was riding near the front was an older man that Robb did not recognize, but he knew him almost immediately. Triarch McGurr, Talisa's father. While Talisa's father was a touch older than he would have thought, the man reminded Robb a lot of a northern lord. Even from this distance he could tell that Talisa's father was a man for action over words. Once they were within the main yard of Winterfell, his father took the lead and walked forward to greet their guests. Jon, son, his father said, greeting Jon in a warm embrace. It's good to have you home, son. Jon smiled, and nodded his head. It's good to be home, father. Brother, you're looking well. And you as well, Talisa, or should I say soon to be good sister. I see the Dornish have rubbed off on you a bit, brother. Robb smiled, embracing his brother before letting him go and turning to greet Lord Manderley, who was just finishing getting off his horse while simultaneously greeting Robb's father. Giving his own greeting to the Lord of White Harbor, Robb braced himself as he turned to the last member of the lead trio. Triarch Malaquo McGurr, his lord father greeted the man, just as a woman and a younger lad, Talisa's mother and brother, walked forward from one of the carriages that had been part of the retinue. Welcome to the North. I am Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell. This is my son and heir, Robb Stark. I would offer you and yours bread and salt, as is custom when receiving guests in Westeros. The Triarch nodded and remained silent as several servants walked up to present their visitors with bread and salt, hereby granting them guest rights under the laws of gods and men. Interesting customs you have here, Lord Stark. The Triarch stated as he ate the offering. His father's face betrayed nothing as he spoke. Perhaps, Triarch McGurr. But they are part of the laws of gods and men that govern these lands. And only a fool would seek to violate those laws. Indeed, Talisa's father nodded. Even in Volantis, we have heard tales of what happened to those who last violated your guest rights, as you call them. And we have no desire to follow in their example. Then why have you come, father? Talisa spoke up for the first time since the group had arrived. The Triarch turned his attention to his daughter, and Robb could have sworn he saw a hint of sorrow in the man's eye when he glanced towards Talisa. But it was gone so quickly that he wasn't sure it was even there in the first place. Is that really such a mystery, Talisa? The Triarch asked. Despite our disagreements, you are still my eldest, and only, daughter. Do you really think that I would not move the heavens and earth to be here to see you wed? Robb knew Talisa well enough to tell that she was moved by the sentiment, even if she didn't show it. Thank you, father, she said with a small smile before turning her attention to her mother and brother. Mother, Maliki. The young boy clearly couldn't hold himself back anymore as he threw himself forward, arms outstretched as he made a dash for Talisa. Talisa immediately opened her arms and grabbed her brother in a tight hug, lifting him off the ground as she did. The young boy started excitedly speaking in High Valyrian so fast that Robb couldn't follow anything the two were saying to each other. Letting them have their little reunion, Robb straightened himself and turned his attention to Talisa's father. Unsure of what exactly to say, and not wanting to just stand awkwardly waiting to be addressed, Robb gave a slight bowing of his head to Talisa's father. Honored Triarch McGurr. It is an honor to meet you. Talisa has told me much about her family and I look forward to getting to know my soon-to-be wife's family more intimately. Robb had stood tall before King Robert, before the king beyond the wall Mance Rayder, and before many of his own fierce bannermen without blinking an eye or feeling such nerves as he did in this moment. But standing before Talus's father, he found himself far more nervous than ever before. So, you are the boy that thinks he can take my daughter away from me and marry her without my say-so. Rob found himself getting defensive, not just for his own sake but for Talus's as well. He was no boy. He'd bloodied himself in battle, led his bannermen in times of peace in his father's place, and dispensed justice when it was called for. And while he might be a maid, he was not ignorant nor wholly innocent. I may not have your years, honored Triarch, but I am no boy. As for taking your daughter, no man can take your daughter. She is far too strong of a woman for that. I am fortunate to have the honor to say that she has chosen me to be her husband. And, yes, I fully intend on marrying your daughter within the close of the Senate, honored Triarch. Talus's father narrowed his gaze at him, clearly trying to intimidate him. But Rob held firm. He would not back down. Without warning, the Triarch smiled and nodded. You've got some strength to you, young man. I still don't know if you are truly worthy of my daughter's hand, but that is more the father in me not wanting to part with my daughter. But, she certainly could have done far worse in her choice of suitor. Where's the sorcerer? All eyes in the yard turned to the smallest within their group. Talus's brother, just now realizing he'd voice his question aloud and in the Westerosi tongue, suddenly looked sheepish as he tried to hide behind his sister from the looks his father and mother were giving him. Smiling, and being reminded slightly of Arya, Rob squatted down in front of the boy and gave him what he hoped was a reassuring smile. You must be Maleki? Talus's told me a lot about you, especially the mischief you like to get yourself into. Quite similar to my own brother and sister, Bran and Arya. In fact, I think you three will get along quite well. As for Lord Knox, he is out in the Wolf's Wood imparting his lessons upon my brother, sisters and the other acolytes. They should all be returning this very night. And if you wish to meet him, I will be more than happy to introduce you. The little boy nearly jumped in delight. Yes. I mean, thank you, Lord Stark. I would appreciate the introduction. Smiling, Rob reached a hand out and ruffled the young boy's hair. It would be my pleasure, young seer. Perhaps until Lord Knox returns, you might like to see the rest of Winterfell. Maleki nodded enthusiastically and grabbed his sister's hand. Clearly, he was not planning on being parted from her anytime soon. A fine idea, young man, Talus's father nodded before turning and barking out a few commands in High Valyrian, prompting several of the servants, or rather slaves, behind him to start unloading the carriages. Why don't you go with them, my dear? While you see what our daughter's future home has to offer, the elder Lord Stark and I have things to discuss. In private. Rob wanted to be part of whatever talks were about to happen between his father and Talusa, but he also recognized that these were not talks between two of the nobility, but rather between two fathers whose children were about to be married. Of course, his father agreed. Chambers have been prepared for you and yours. As well as you and yours, Lord Manderley. The servants will show your people where to place their belongings and where they themselves can lay their heads at night. Rob, take your time and show them everything. John, we will talk later about what happened in Dorne. Honored Triarch, if you will please follow me, I will show you to my solar. Watching everyone begin to disperse, Rob felt a lump form in his throat as he watched his father and Talus's father walk off together towards the main keep of Winterfell. For some reason, the fact that Talus's father was now here and talking to his own father about their upcoming marriage just made the whole situation seem more like it was happening. That really didn't make sense to him, yet it was what he felt. Breathing to steady himself, he looked for his brother for support, only to find him being dragged off towards the Sorcerer's Tower by Ygritte. And based on the look on both his brother and the spearwife's face, he would be getting no help from either for quite some time yet. My lady, young seer, and Lady McGurr, he said, holding out his arm Talusa to take, which she immediately did while still holding onto her brother's hand. If you will please follow me, I believe we shall start at where Talusa and I will be wed. The gods would. Ned Stark was no stranger to dealing with difficult or even awkward conversations, but the one that he was about to have been already starting out far more difficult than he could have imagined. While Rob and Talusa were showing his future good daughter around Winterfell, Ned had retired to his solar with the Triarch so that the two men could have a discussion between fathers and their children's upcoming wedding. The man was much as Talusa had described him. A hard no-nonsense man that was straightforward and to the point. Even though they'd only just met, Ned knew that, slavery aside, the Triarch would have been a fine lord of the north. Once the two men were sequestered into his solar, with both Stark guards and the Tiger guards standing vigil outside, Ned wordlessly offered the man a cup of northern liquor before the two settled in before the burning hearth in the room. Malekwo nodded his thanks and took the cup, giving it a tentative sniff before a slight sip. Interesting, the man muttered, staring at the cup. I've heard of your northern liquor before arriving, and I'm pleased to see that it lives up to the praise it's generated. Not ale, nor wine, if anything I would liken it to a type of drink made in Yeti from a local crop they have called rice. I have not heard of that, Ned replied calmly, taking a drink as he did so. Ours is made from the sweet sap from several types of trees found primarily here in the north. But I doubt you've request to speak with me in private just to talk about alcohol. Straight and to the point, I respect that, Lord Stark. Ned offered. Those I consider my friends, and those who are my family use my name while in private. He caught the slightest bit of a smirk from the Triarch, Ned then. And I am Malekwa while we are in private. And the matter of family is why I am here after all. So, let us talk family, and the joining of our two families. Ned nodded. Do you have objections to your daughter marrying my son and becoming the next Lady Stark? On principle, I do not. Malekwa said simply. Your son appears a good man. And I know my daughter. She would not choose a fool to spend her life with. She's far too strong-willed for that. But you and I both know that marriage between our children is not such a simple thing. Negotiations, dowries, political repercussions, trade agreements, all the other horse shit that nobles and those with even the slightest bit of wealth deem important. The isolation and slight hostility of the North to outsiders is well known, even in Essos. And my daughter is to lead your people one day as Lady Stark. Will she be respected? All these things must be solved before a union between our two children be finalized. Nodding, Ned finished his cup and set it aside. Then let us begin. Firstly, your daughter's status amongst the North. What you say is true in that many in the North are wary of outsiders. Mostly this comes from centuries, millennia even, of those from outside the North trying to force either their authority or faith upon our people. But we are not fools. Talisa, it would be a lie to say that many were not wary of her when she first arrived. But she has made her place here within the North, both amongst the small folk and the nobles. I've seen her cower some of my most headstrong bannermen with but a single glance. And while I will not lie and say that some will not be overly pleased with her becoming Lady Stark, there are none that will disrespect her. She's done far too much for the North and her people for that. And while I will not say that I know your daughter through and through, she is not the type of woman to be disrespected. That's good to know. Malekwa nodded, seemingly put slightly at ease. Now we come to the question of her dowry then. While not as much a custom amongst the wealthy of Essos, bridal gifts or dowry as you understand them, are still expected. For one such as my daughter, traditionally she would be gifted over a dozen slaves to help with her new household. But knowing my daughter in the North as I do, I doubt such a gift would go over well. No, it would not. Ned replied, still repulsed by the idea of slavery. A repulsion that had only grown since listening to the harrowing tales from some of those who'd escaped slavery and made their home here in the North. There are no slaves in the North, nor in any other part of Westeros. I know, which is why I was fairly surprised to see a number of marked individuals in both White Harbor and even here in Winterfell and that small town outside your walls. Malekwa replied with a knowing look. Ned didn't back down from the challenge. There are no slaves here in the North. Every man, woman, and child who calls the North their home is free from whatever chains that might have bound them in the past. I have no intent on pressing the issue of escaped slaves, nor will I be pressuring any exile who might be helping said slaves set up a new life here in the North, Malekwa stated placatingly and knowingly at the same time. In fact, I would say that I have even be so inclined to aid an exile who just might be shipping more than goods from the place my daughter calls home. Ned could read through his words easily enough. Malekwa knew of Domeric, or more specifically he knew that while Domeric was technically an exile, he was still in service to the North. Though the fact that Malekwa was all but saying that he'd been helping Domeric in his mission of aiding escaped slaves to the North was, odd to say the least. Forgive my saying this, but why would the leader of people who thrive on the slave trade have reason to see those same slaves escape? Politics. It always comes back to the shit games and politics people love to play, Malekwa spat. An example perhaps. There was a rising figure within the elephants, think of them as a rival house so to speak. The man was making a fortune in selling very high-quality tapestries. Well, it turns out that his success was due to 3 slave girls who were incredibly skilled. The man constantly bragged about how his slaves, even though he couldn't name them, could outdo anyone else in their trade. And he was right. He was making a fortune on their work. His aspirations started turning from coin to political power. He was gaining momentum with some rather, well distasteful practices and laws. Then one day his 3 slave girls that practically gave him his fortune just disappeared. Unable to replace them, within 2 moons' turn his estate crumbled and he lost all the political momentum he'd had. No one could figure out what happened to those 3 slave girls. But my guess is that someone made sure that they found their way to an exile, who then perhaps spirited them away. And curiously enough, I noticed 2 of those slave girls working in White Harbor and the 3rd working here in Winterfell. I wonder how they could have gotten here. The story was far more convoluted than Ned would have liked, but he could see the meaning through the words. Malekwo had sabotaged a rival of his by taking away his greatest assets that built his fortune and spirited them away to the north through Domeric. Others would have sought an easier path, Ned countered, thinking of the likes of Tywin Lannister or the Mad King, who would have simply just had the girls killed. Perhaps, Malekwo nodded. But despite what many may think, not everyone who owns or deals in the slave trade simply kills slaves on a whim. It's illegal in Volantis to harm a slave without due cause, especially if it is a slave you do not own. And besides, those girls were beyond talented. Disposing of them permanently would have been a waste. Leaning back, Ned drummed his fingers against the armrest of his chair. So your solution to not providing a dowry for Talisa is instead to not interfere with what is happening in Essos. Which is something that you are already taking advantage of to gain leverage over any potential rivals that might come your way. In part, Malekwo nodded. But I also seek to aid in the expansion of your trade in Essos. As it stands, northern trade, even through your exile, is limited to Bravus, Pentos, and a few other places along the coast of the Narrow Sea. I control the tigers within Volantis, and with that comes control of the tiger guards. I will have in writing Volantis's commitment to aid in the trade of items from the north deeper into Essos. Provided of course that Volantis has a preferable trade arrangement on all goods from the north. The deal was decent. And it benefited both sides. The north would be able to continue its task of freeing slaves, with a layer of added protection as Malekwo would not want his involvement made common knowledge. And they would also be able to make further inroads into their trading with Essos. And while some might say that they didn't need Essos for trade, Ned was of the mind that one could never have too many trade partners, especially during the winter years, as it would prevent certain parties from trying to take advantage of them during desperate times. And they would also gain the protection of the tiger guards of Volantis for some of their trade routes. And as for Malekwo, he would maintain a way to harm his rivals by getting rid of key slaves of certain nobles. And he also gained the prestige of having made a beneficial trade deal with the north. Acceptable, Ned nodded, holding out his hand. I will have my steward write up the agreement in terms of trade. As for the slaves, I believe such a thing would be best left in words only. Smiling, Malekwo immediately took the offered hand, sealing the deal by word. We have an accord, Ned Stark of Winterfell. Now, tell me about the marriage ceremonies of the north? I fear my knowledge of northern culture is limited at best. Though I did try and read up on what information I had available to me on the voyage here. Resting in her tent, her eyes gazing at the dragon egg laid out on the burning brazier before her, Dany pondered her life. She had never thought that she would find herself as she was now, wife to a great Ghoul of the Dothraki and owner of not one, but 4 dragon eggs. Yet here she was. And truthfully her life was not horrible. In fact, she would go as far as saying that her life had improved in droves since she decided to take Khal Drogo as her husband. Jon's advice had proven true. And while Drogo did indeed match many of the stigmas attached to the Dothraki, he was also protective, caring, challenging, and encouraging of her and her wishes. Even if said wishes went against what was considered tradition for a Khaleesi. And most importantly, he listened to her. He wasn't just amusing her till she gave him what she wanted, she could tell that he was genuinely interested in her, her ideas. It was a very pleasant change of pace from her life when it was just her and her brother. Khaleesi, do you wish to ride today? Just barely managing to keep herself from jumping, Dany tore her eyes away from the egg on the fire and towards her 3 handmaidens, Doria, Irri, and Yahiki. Each of whom were staring at her with worry. No, Dany replied, shaking her head while her hand went to her midsection. I don't feel myself this morning and would prefer to rest. Unless Drogo is looking to ride, then I will join him. The Great Ghoul has not decided to ride yet today, Irri responded while Doria knelt next to Dany beside the fire. Yet the sun has yet to fully rise, it is likely that he will ride with his blood riders before the sun is high in the sky. Listening to Irri, Dany had put Doria almost completely out of her mind as she turned her attention back to the egg in the flames. Yet that changed as Doria's slim hand firmly, yet gently, cupped her breast before moving down and pressing on her stomach. Doria! She gasped, starting and moving back from her handmaiden's touch. Forgive me, milady, Doria nodded respectfully, her hand still outstretched. May I ask how long it has been since you last had your moon blood? Dany went to answer her, but her words died on her lips. She honestly did not remember when she last had her moon blood. She remembered at least one instance since her marriage to Drogo, but since then, she couldn't remember. Doria took her silence as all the answer she needed, while behind her both Irri and Yahiki beamed at her. I know the signs, milady, Khaleesi. Given the life you saved me from. And given that you and the Ghoul both have a voracious appetite for pleasures of the flesh, I am honestly surprised it took this long for the seed to take hold and bring forth a child in your womb. A child, so soon, Irri smiled. Truly, our Khaleesi and Ghoul are blessed by the great stallion for the seed to take hold so quickly. Yes, Dany nodded, her hand resting lightly atop her stomach, where she now knew a child lay within. Blessed indeed, go and inform my husband and brother of my condition. I wish to be alone for a time. Her handmaidens immediately got up and left to go and tell her husband and brother the news of her pregnancy. Now alone, Dany's eyes glanced towards the egg that was in the fire, then drifting over to where her 3 additional eggs lay. She'd taken John's lessons on the Valyrian's dragons to heart and had decided that she would only try to hatch a single egg. The rest she would leave for her children or descendants to hatch. And now she had a child in her womb. A child who would one day lay claim to one of the other 3 eggs and become a dragon rider. John told me that the dragon lords of old took what made their enemies strong unto themselves to make themselves stronger, Dany thought with a small smile, her hand rubbing her belly. My child, the child of perhaps the greatest Dothraki shall take their lineage of the Dothraki and become the greatest dragon rider ever. And together, we will rebuild the Valyrian Empire here in Essos. Bring back the glory of my ancestors. Smiling at the thought of once again bringing about the glory of Valyria to Essos, Dany was forcibly broken from her thoughts at the sound of a strangled cry, followed quickly by her tent flap flying open and a person falling face first into her tent. Rising to her feet, Dany's heart thundered in her chest as she instinctively reached out for the force, only to falter as she saw her brother, madder than she had ever seen him, standing just within the flap of her tent. How dare you send this whore to summon me like a common fucking servant? Forgive me, milady. Dany looked down and found herself unable to move as she looked at the face of her handmaiden Doria. A face that had a large red mark that was already starting to darken, staining the side of her face along with a split in her lip. Her fear and uncertainty that had caused her to freeze disappeared, replaced with a rage she had never felt. What have you done, brother? Her brother, either not noticing or not caring about her anger, snarled and gestured wildly towards Doria. This whore came to my tent, and dared to try and summon me. Me. I am the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. I will not be summoned by some whore by you of Al. Dany didn't need to hear the rest. Lashing out with her anger, Dany slashed her arm through the air as if she were backhanding her brother. Even though he was clear across the tent and out of the reach of her arm, he was not out of the reach of the force. Her attack took him full in the chest, sending flying with his arms and legs waving about trying to do anything to stop himself. But he was hopeless to do anything as he landed hard on the ground a fair distance from her tent. His momentum causing him to continue rolling back through the dirt even after he hit the ground. Holding out her hand, Dany helped Doria rise to her feet before marching out of her tent with her anger still raging through her being. Just outside her tent, a crowd had begun to form, watching as Viserys coughed and spit out a mixture of dirt and blood as he tried to regain his footing. Dany. Frowning, Dany cut her hand down through the air like it was an axe chopping wood. In response, Viserys was forced back to the ground face first with enough force to push all the air out of his body. Just as she stepped forward to further her lesson, a second commotion in the crowd gave her pause as she felt a familiar presence approach quickly. Keeping one eye on her still struggling brother, Dany turned just in time to watch her husband break through the crowd. Drogo's face, an entire being for that matter, was screaming how pleased and happy he was. An odd feeling from her usually hard and stoic husband, but there was no denying what she was sensing. And his joy fought back against her anger, dimming it slightly. But then his expression faltered as he noticed what was going on, and just who was on his hands and knees before her. My sun and stars, Drogo said in the Dothraki tongue. Did he harm you? No, she replied, her words coming out slowly as she was still not completely fluent in her husband's tongue. But he violated my commands and raised a hand against my servant. Glancing past her husband, she eyed his 4 blood riders who were standing just behind Drogo. Get my brother to his feet. And bear his back to me. The 4 hesitated, but a quick nod from Drogo was all it took to make the men move. Despite Viserys' protests, he was in no position to resist as the 4 larger men grabbed his arms and forced him to his feet. Roughly turning him so that his back was towards Dany, they then made quick work of his coat and shirt by ripping them from his body, exposing his back to her and Drogo. Feeling calmer than she should, despite her anger, Dany slowly and purposefully walked up to her husband. Reaching to his waist, she slowly undid the bindings of his belt before removing it from his person. The belt was made of leather, and incredibly heavy due in no small part to the gold coins, discs and other trinkets that covered almost every bit of the leather. Sensing a feeling of approval from Drogo, Dany slowly walked over to where her brother was still struggling as he tried in vain to turn around enough to see what was happening. But her husband's blood riders were more than strong enough to hold him in place. Dany! Viserys cried. What are you? Doria! How many times did he strike you? She asked, slowly turning the heavy belt over in her hands. Doria, who'd managed to regain her composure to a point, stood beside Dany. 6 times, Khaleesi. Thrice upon my face, and thrice upon my body. Nodding, Dany held one end of the belt and let the other swing free, almost touching the ground. Yahiki, speak my words exactly as I say them. She said, giving her handmaiden a moment to step up before speaking loudly and clearly with Yahiki translating her words so that all could understand her. When I took Doria, Iri, and Yahiki as my handmaidens, I declared that any action taken against them would be considered an action taken against myself. This was not made in jest. And not even my brother was exempt from my words. My brother struck what is mine 6 times. Therefore, he shall be struck 6 times in return. Swinging the belt forward to build momentum, Dany brought the heavy gold and leather back, swinging her arm around and above her head before bringing it down with as much force as she could muster. The gold and leather struck her brother's back with a loud hit, accompanied by Viserys' screams of pain as the gold on the belt dug into his flesh, leaving welts and even a few slight cuts. She wanted to stop after that first strike, but she knew that she couldn't. She had to be strong. She made a decree, one that even her brother was not safe from. Should she show him mercy that would not be granted to others, then she would lose respect amongst those who were now her people. Pushing aside thoughts that she was punishing her brother, Dany instead focused on Doria, on the pain she'd suffered at this man's hands instead. Swinging the belt forward then back, Dany brought the belt back down upon Viserys' back, crossing her first strike. Viserys screamed and his knees buckled, but her husband's blood riders refused to let him collapse to the ground as their hold on him strengthened, keeping him on his feet until the end of his punishment. After laying the 6th strike upon him, Viserys' back was a mess of welts, cuts, and bruises. Her breath coming out in a quick pants, Dany wordlessly held the belt out for her husband to take. And when she did, the blood riders let go of her brother, who promptly collapsed in a heap on the ground, panting and moaning in agony. "Do not make me repeat this lesson, brother," Dany said, doing all she could to hide the pain she truly felt at seeing her brother in such pain. "You see the strength of my Khaleesi," Drogo proclaimed loudly, holding the bloodied belt high so that all could see it. "That is the strength of the Dragon Lords of old. And now she carries my child. A child of the Dragon Lords sired by the Dothraki. The stallion who mounts the world." All around them, the Dothraki began hollering and whooping in elation. And Dany let herself be enveloped by their joy, using it to push aside what she'd just done to her own brother. Feeling Drogo's strong arm fall across her shoulders, Dany allowed herself the slightest of smiles as Drogo turned her away from her still moaning brother and back towards her tent for a more private celebration. Though she was sure that their celebration would not exactly be private, as many amongst those present had already begun their celebrations in clear view of everyone. Yet despite the elation through the crowd, there was one who was not joining in the celebrations. One who was frowning as they realized that Daenerys Targaryen was with child, and knowing what they had to do now and knowing what would more than likely happen once their news reached certain ears. But despite his misgivings, Sir Jorah Mormont knew that he had no choice in the matter. This was his only way home. So, hardening his heart, Jorah turned his back on the celebrations and went looking for some ink and parchment so that he could send this news back to Westeros and the Iron Throne. Leaning back in his seat, Nox idly floated a small sphere of stone back and forth through the air as he organized his thoughts on the onslaught of findings and events that had seemingly come upon him faster than a blizzard on Hoth. Jon was now betrothed to Arianne Martell, which was good. A further tie between the North and Dorne for when the darkness came. And perhaps even more should his vision prove true. Then Robb's wedding to Talisa, and while it had been a typical northern marriage, it was far more significant than most perhaps realized. Now, through Talisa, they had a tie into Essos. A tie right into a large and well-trained fighting force whose leader had an instinctual want to keep his daughter safe from any potential threat. And while they hadn't revealed the full nature of the threat coming from the north to the Triarch, Nox had no doubt the man would mobilize every man under his command once the White Walkers came knocking on the wall. Then there was also the news from the Dread Fort. Val had managed to settle her people well into the mostly abandoned holdfast. And while there were a few disputes, sometimes bloody, between the Norfolk and the established Northerners, it was nothing that she couldn't handle. But the bit of news that Nox was far more interested in was the fact that Karsai had given birth to a child. A child born of her brief fling with one Garland Tyrell. This was not something he had thought might happen, but he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth, as it were. The child was another bridge between the North and the Reach, beyond Sansa's betrothal to Willis. And the more ties there were between the North and the other regions of Westeros, the better for when the time came. Yet despite the ties being formed, Nox still felt ill at ease. He could feel the darkness gathering, and not just the darkness north of the wall. There was a darkness brewing in Westeros as well. War was coming. Despite the ties being cultivated between the individual regions, war was on the horizon. Yet despite feeling it in his very bones, he could not even begin to guess when the war would occur or even what would trigger it. All he knew was that it was coming, and much of his careful planning over the years would mean little more than bantha shit once it came. And then, as if thoughts of the ties being cultivated and the impending conflicts weren't enough, they'd also recently received 2 missives from King's Landing. The first had been from Robert, and it was a notice that was being sent throughout all the 7 kingdoms. It was a notice of a grand tourney that was to be held at Harrenhal within the year. A tourney to celebrate 300 years of Westeros unification under the Iron Throne. And it was made very clear in the letter that at the very least a representative in the form of the lord, lady, or heir was expected to attend the several week-long celebrations. The second letter had been one that was for Nox's eyes only. A letter from the new Grand Maester, George, on behalf of the king. The king had contracted what the Maester described as sickness of the lungs, which honestly could have been one of 100 different ailments that Nox could think of just off the top of his head. But after reading through the symptoms, he knew exactly what was plaguing the king. Tuberculosis. A difficult-to-cure disease even within the Empire and the Republic. An assured death sentence here on this primitive world with little in terms of medical advancement. The Grand Maester was seeking any advice he could give in the curing of the sickness, but honestly at best, even using a combination of the force and what meager medicine he'd managed to scrape together, Nox would only be able to slow the spread slightly, giving the king maybe a year more of life at that. There was a chance that Sansa could perform the healing, as she had shown a far greater aptitude for the art than he ever had. But that chance was slim to non-existent. Healing physical injuries through the force was one thing. Healing diseases or even a common sickness was quite another. And without proper training in the art, training that Nox could admit he was struggling to give the girl, it was far more likely that she would do more harm than good should she make the attempt. Still brooding, my love. It was a testament to just how distracted Nox was that he hadn't even registered Nyra's presence until she was almost right on top of him. And it was a further testament to how much he'd changed that he hadn't immediately lashed out on instinct at her pseudo-ambush of him. He nodded as he watched through his sightless eyes as his wife made her way behind him and placed her hands on his shoulders before she started applying light pressure to his shoulders and back. Moving slightly so that she would have a better angle, Nox let himself relax slightly as his wife's hands worked their way across his back. You're getting very good at this, Nox muttered as he felt his back relax under her touch. Have you been making your way to Wintertown without my knowledge and picking up a few skills from some of our newer arrivals? The freed slaves from Essos had indeed been a boon to the north. So many skilled laborers that were eager to make their way in their new lives had begun spreading what they knew. Builders. Artisans. And even whores. Though it was the whores that had surprised many. The former pleasure slaves were versed in more than simply having sex. They were trained to give pleasure through multiple avenues. One of which, that Nox truly appreciated and knew was catching on fast, was the art of massaging. In fact, non-sexual acts from the former pleasure slaves and whores had become so sought after that the brothel in Wintertown and White Harbor had had to divide their workers in half. Half continued their normal whoring, while the other half offered non-sexual services. That is for me to know and for you to ponder, Alim, Nyra replied teasingly, pressing down on a particularly sore spot on his back and taking a moment to try and work it out. Smirking, Nox used the force just enough to knock his wife off balance. Catching her in his arms before she could fall, he twisted and pulled her into his lap. You should know better than to tease a Sith, he said, tightening his arms around her and enjoying the feel of her bottom resting against his lap, especially when she shifted and pressed herself against him. But I find I do so enjoy teasing you, Alim, Nyra smirked, a feeling he knew all too well seeping off of her through the force, and I do so enjoy these consequences you speak of. Perhaps you can, demonstrate them to me again. At length. Just as Nox was about to give his wife another proper demonstration, he paused as he felt a familiar presence on the outskirts of his attention enter his tower. Of course he would interrupt now, he all but growled, drawing a look from Nyra. Ned just walked into the base of the tower and is making his way up. Nyra made to stand, but Nox merely tightened his hold on her and brought her right back down onto his lap. Nyra went red, but didn't try to move again. Not even as the Warden of the North knocked on the door to his solar a few minutes later. The door's open, Ned, Nox called out, having been tracing small circles on Nyra's hip and making her face, and other parts of her body, heat up. Ned came into the room, and immediately stopped just inside the doorway as he obviously saw the position that Nox and Nyra were in. If this is a bad time, we can discuss things later, Ned said, quite tellingly trying to directly avoid the scene before him. Nyra managed to slip free from his grasp and get to her feet, smoothing out her dress as she did so. Forgive my husband, Lord Stark. He lacks proper etiquette at times. I will leave you to discuss what you need to with my husband, my lord. Bowing her way past Stark, his wife quickly made her way out of his office, sending him a sensation of promise through the force as she reached the door. Despite her affinity with the force being limited at best, his wife had learned quite quickly how to communicate with him without even having to say a word. And with that sensation resting in the back of his mind, and other parts of his person, he wanted this meeting with Stark to be over with quickly. Well, Nox said, summoning over the decanter of liquor and 2 cups from across the room and setting each of them up with one. Seeing as how my afternoon is suddenly free, what can I do for you, my friend? Ned made his way towards him, taking the empty seat and downing half of his glass of liquor in a single gulp before idly turning the cup in his hands. The king's grand tourney at Harrenhal. Ah, Nox nodded, leaning back. I take it that the ghosts of the past are making you uneasy about returning to that place. Ned nodded, downing the last of his drink and holding it out for another. Sansa is delighted with the prospect of heading south. And the others are interested as well, though Robb is, understandably distracted with Taliesin now and enjoying his time as a newly married man. I would let them all go and stay behind as the Stark in Winterfell. But I know Robert, he will not take to my absence well. No, I doubt he would, Knox added. And considering what he knew of the man's condition, Robert was more than likely hoping to use this tournament as a last chance to see his oldest friend and brother in all but blood. And while I know you don't care for these types of events, they are important for a number of reasons. I know that, Ned sighed, holding his cup out for another splash of the liquor. House Stark must make an appearance, along with yourself and Nyra as Lord and Lady Knox. And I would not wish to deprive my children the chance to see more of Westeros. Yet there must always be a Stark in Winterfell. Then the choice is obvious, Knox shrugged. Jon. He's a Stark, in blood and through legitimization. Those in the north respect him enough to listen to him. And you know his character. Despite what others might think, he would never seek his brother's future seat. Besides, you've given him a far warmer prospect for his future. And I doubt that Jon, knowing what he knows now, would truly want to spend time with some of those who will be in attendance. Ned didn't drink his second cup, preferring instead to stare down at the contents in contemplation. Your thoughts are my own. Yet, I still fear upsetting Jon with the decision. No, you don't, Ned. Knox sighed, setting his cup aside. You know as well as I that he will agree to it the moment you ask it of him. And he won't feel even the slightest bit of disappointment in not being able to go with you all. Well, perhaps a slight bit, but only because he will be separated from those he loves for a time. But who will stay and who will go to this tournament is not what you came to speak to me about, is it? No. Ned replied simply, taking a breath, and downing his second cup in a single pull. This morning, I felt a disturbance. It was not unlike the one I felt years ago when the Ironborn first began their rebellion. But at the same time, it was almost as if it were a warning. Not of something that happened, but rather something that is about to happen. Because the game, the true game, not the one played for that gaudy and uncomfortable throne in the south, is about to begin, Knox stated, which drew a curious look from Ned, prompting him to explain further. Do you believe that we have been playing the game this entire time, Ned? No. All we have been doing over the years with the training, voyaging, and creating bonds were all mere precursors. We've been creating the pieces that will be playing and setting the board. And now, you're sensing that the game is about to begin in earnest. But don't be mistaken. We and the White Walkers are not the only players sitting at this table. Sighing, Ned buried his head in his hands for a moment to gather his thoughts. Then we need every advantage we can get. Have you managed to translate the writing in my ancestor's tomb? A fair amount of it, Knox nodded. I still have not been able to decipher just why your ancestor came to this world from the greater galaxy. Nor do I know what exactly it is that he was trying to build in his last years. But I believe it is something that he brought with him from the greater galaxy, or at least the idea of it anyway. However, despite not knowing what it is he was trying to create, or perhaps recreate, I have learned of where this final creation of his is located. Ned immediately perked up at that. Where is it? Smirking, Knox picked up his cup and leaned back in his seat. The Force works in mysterious ways, Ned. We just learned that the king is planning on hosting the largest tournament in the history of the Seven Kingdoms at Harrenhal. And Bran the Builder's last creation is located on the Isle of Faces in the middle of the God's Eye. Clutching the small box of oils and incense tightly to her chest, Ros following the captain of the Winterfell Guard through what seemed like a maze of passageways, avoiding seemingly everyone and everything as they walked. At first, she'd been thrilled when her madam had come and told her that none other than Jory Castle had come to call upon her, but when she'd come to him, fully prepared to give him her best, he calmly told her to put on a cloak that would hide her face and gather what she needed to apply her full trade, and then she was to follow him. This was unusual, as the madam preferred, for the safety of the girls, for anything to happen in the brothel. But considering who was asking, both Ros and her madam didn't find reason to refuse the request. So quick as she could, Ros gathered what few oils and incense she had to her name, the cost of which was worth nearly full moon's turn of work, and followed Jory out of the brothel and towards, what she'd assumed at the time, were his personal quarters. But as they made their way further and further into Winterfell, she slowly came to the realization that they were not going to his quarters. Especially as they left what she knew was the soldiers' barracks behind and entered the main keep through a servant's passage. Theon perhaps, she wondered. No, he prefers Tina over myself or even anyone else, it seems. But then, who? It can't be one of the Starks. The elder boys are either now married or promised, and the last boy is far, far too young. Then, who? After one of the longest walks of her life, Jory stopped before a set of doors and gently knocked on the wood. She couldn't make out the voice within, but Jory could and made to open the door for her. Giving him a thankful nod, and eager to end her wonder as to who had called for her, Ros stepped past Jory and nearly dropped the small crate she'd had in her hands. She was in the Lord's chambers. And sitting no more than a dozen paces from her, bent over and writing on a piece of parchment was none other than the Lord of Winterfell himself. Lord Stark, Ros greeted the man awkwardly, trying to bow while keeping her hold on her valuables while also trying to figure out just why she'd been called before the Lord of the North himself. A man who'd taken no interest in any woman outside the Lady Stark since he'd returned from winning the rebellion against the Targaryens. I haven't broken any laws, I haven't disappointed anyone or made issues, why would he call on me? Ros, correct. Lord Stark said, saying her name and nearly making her shiver at hearing his deep voice. My lord, Ros nodded, doing all she could to keep her nerves steady. You wish to speak with me, my lord? I do, Lord Stark nodded, setting his quill aside and looking up at her for the first time. By the gods, his eyes were like ice. Yet, still there was a warmth to them that made her shift her legs as desire built within her. I have need of your services. Ros blinked. Sure, she was prepared to offer her services tonight for whoever had called upon her. But never in 100 years would she have even dared to think that the one seeking her services would be the Lord of Winterfell himself. Quickly composing herself, Ros's mind worked quickly to figure out what type of services the Lord Stark would want. Most seeking her services just wanted a quick moment of relief. However, others often sought more. They didn't just want a quick moment of pleasure, they wanted a companion for a brief time. Lord Stark, she reckoned, was of the second type. And having figured that, the next question was just what type of companion he wanted? Aggressive? No. Passive? No, definitely not. A comforting body? Yes, yes. Based on the way he held himself, she could tell he was tied tighter than a sailor's knot. He needed comfort. A body to support him tonight. To take away his burdens if only for a short time. Setting her small box aside, Ros slowly and purposefully reached up to the ties of her cloak and undid them, letting the heavy cloak fall to the ground, revealing herself to Lord Stark. She heard the slight hitch in his breath, she had to keep herself from smirking in triumph. Lysina, a recently escaped pleasure slave from Yunkai of all places, had decided to do what she knew best and took up residence in the brothel here in Wintertown after arriving in the north. And while they were wary of her at first, the girl had a lot of good advice. One of which was that it wasn't what you weren't wearing, but rather what you were wearing that could drive a man, or woman, mad with lust. And she'd taken that advice to heart and purchased a set of lace underclothes from White Harbor for special occasions. And this certainly counted as a special occasion. Approaching Lord Stark slowly, Ros reached out with her right hand when they were within arm's reach of each other. Placing the tips of her fingers against the back of his hand, Ros slowly trailed her fingers up his arm and to his shoulders and back as she moved around behind him. It was awkward with his chair in the way, but Ros was able to set both hands on his back and, using her thumbs and palms, began working the muscles in his back. She chose this approach because, despite clearly not being a maid, Lord Stark was clearly as nervous as a maid boy on his first time. But the moment her hands started working his back, Lord Stark immediately began to relax beneath her touch, bringing a smile to her face. Leaning close, she pressed her breasts against his back and leaned forward so her lips were right next to his ear. You carry the weight of the North on your shoulders, Lord Stark. You protect us all and ask for so little in return. For this night, my lord, let me be the one to help you carry your burden. She could feel Lord Stark slowly relax. He'd even let his head roll down as her hands worked his muscles. Soon enough, they were on his bed with him shirtless and face down while she worked oils into the muscles of his back, arms, and legs. Each time she got a moan or groan of pleasure from the quiet wolf sent a thrill right to her core, causing her to redouble her efforts get more from him. Her body was slick from the oil as she rubbed him down with not just her hands. Onto your front, Lord Stark, she said, more than slightly breathlessly as the quiet wolf rolled beneath her, leaving her straddling his hardness. By the gods! Madame wasn't kidding when she said that all the wolves were blessed by the gods in more ways than one, she thought as she couldn't help but grind herself against him. When she looked up into her eyes, she froze. His grey winter eyes were gone. Replaced instead with dark yellow wolf eyes. Eyes that he supposedly only had when he was angry, but she knew that look well enough to know that he was not angry. But rather almost completely lost to his lust. Yet despite the clear lust in his wolf eyes, he remained still, hard, but still. Gods, what does it take to make him lose himself? I want him to lose control. I need him to. Leaning down, Ros let him feel her completely as she brought her lips once again to his ears. You don't need to hold back tonight, Lord Stark. Let go of yourself. Do what you want, let me be the one to carry your burdens tonight. To emphasize her point, she let her tongue sneak out and trace his ear. And that was his breaking point. Before she knew what happened he had flipped the two of them, tore her small clothes, and entered her in a single hard thrust. Gods! Blessed indeed, she nearly screamed, wrapping her arms and legs around the Lord Stark, urging him to give her everything he had. Ros wasn't sure how long exactly she lasted, but eventually the sheer pleasure and force behind her night with Lord Stark got the better of her and she went completely limp and passed out. By the time she finally awoke, she could just barely make out the beginnings of sunlight filtering in through the shutters of Lord Stark's room. Smiling and stretching in the bed, Ros took a moment to simply enjoy the sensation of the best night she'd ever had doing what she did. In all of her time working, she could honestly count on one hand the number of times she'd peaked with others during her services. But last night with Lord Stark, she'd peaked more times than she could count. And unlike most men who spent themselves and were done, Lord Stark just kept going. He must have spent himself at least 5 times at least. Gods, it was a wonder that the late Lady Stark ever left the marriage bed. Or that she'd borne only 5 wolf pups. That thought brought her up short as a hand traveled to her womb, where she knew Lord Stark's seed was in. As tempting as the thought of carrying a wolf child was, she was no noble chaser, a whore looking to bear a noble bastard in hopes of an easy life. She would have to make sure that she drank moon tea today, and tomorrow. Perhaps a whole pot. I've had food prepared, I thought you would be hungry after last night. Cracking an eye open, Ros spotted Lord Stark sitting beside the bed, unfortunately fully clothed. Sitting on a small table beside him was a tray full of food, some of which had been eaten, showing that the White Wolf had not waited for her to break his fast. I tried to wake you, but you were sleeping soundly. Smirking, Ros sensually rose from the bed, letting the cover slowly slip down her body to reveal herself to him once again. Though he'd already seen all of her, and then some, last night, she still felt a thrill go through her at seeing him stare. I'm quite ravenous, milord, she said, crawling across the bed towards him. But not necessarily for food right now. Perhaps we might share some more time together. Unfortunately for her, the Quiet Wolf's eyes didn't change like they did last night, which told her all she needed to know. Would that I could, but I have duties that must be seen to, he said before producing a small coin pouch and setting it on the table beside the food. You are free to eat your fill and even bring some back with you if you wish. The dismissal was clear. And while part of her was disappointed that the best night of her life was coming to an end, she knew better than to press her luck. Thank you, milord. Your generosity is most becoming. Keeping her smile in place, she got up from the bed and went about gathering her now ruined small clothes and heavy cloak. By the time she was dressed in what she had, Lord Stark had vacated his seat, giving her a place to sit and eat. Lord Stark made for his door, but then stopped and turned back towards her. I offer my apologies if I was too forward with you. The sincerity in his voice made Ros smile. He was by far from the roughest man she'd had. But unlike most, Lord Stark was able to walk the line between pain and pleasure with an expert's precision. You did nothing I did not wish of you, milord. If anything, I need to offer you my thanks for the best night I have ever had. She smirked as she saw the small swell of Lord Stark's chest. It never hurt to inflate a potential client's ego. And in this case, she wasn't just doing so for the sake of it. She truly meant it. If I should have need of you again. Now Ros was smirking fully. You need only send word, milord. Both the madam and I understand discretion, better than any of the other girls at least. None will see me come and go if that is what you wish. You have my thanks, Ros. Lord Stark nodded before motioning towards the foods. Help yourself. And should I have need of you again I will send word. Picking up a biscuit, Ros closed her eyes and enjoyed the taste as Lord Stark left her to eat. The best night of sex in my life and a fully cooked castle meal after, I could get used to this. She thought as she picked up the coin purse and emptied its contents. She was expecting her normal rate for a night. But what she was not expecting was the several heavy gold coins and handful of silver that fell out. By the gods! I can use this to easily replace what was used or damaged last night, and still have more than enough left over to not have to work for full moon's turn. Smiling, she began playing with the coins on the table. Let Tina keep the Greyjoy, honestly, he isn't that great of a lover. If all goes well, I'll have the Quiet Wolf himself as a patron from now on. Sitting with his head in his hands, Jonaran, Lord of the Aryan Hand of the King, wallowed in despair as he stared blankly at the tome laid out before him. Everything had been going right. The land was almost completely unified, ensuring that the dragons would never again take hold of the 7 kingdoms. Cersei had married Robert, tying the Lannisters to the Iron Throne. His appointment as Hand, along with Robert's relationship with Ned Stark, had ensured the North and the Vale would always side with them. And with Ned came the Riverlands through his marriage to Catelyn. A strong alliance, but not the complete unification Jon truly wished for. No. That had taken years of effort. But it had paid off. The Iron Isles, always willful and thumbing their nose at the throne, had been severely and soundly dealt with to the point where it would be generations before they ever attempted to go back to the old ways. Then Sansa Stark's betrothal to Willis had tied the Reach and the North, and hence to the crown, though he knew without a doubt that Olenna's true motivation in arranging such a betrothal was to clear the way for her granddaughter Marjorie to be the primary choice for the next queen of Westeros. From what he'd heard of the girl, she would indeed make a good queen for the realm. And recently, word had reached them of the confirmed betrothal between Jon Stark and Arianne Martell. That was a fact that had caused no small amount of relief in Jon. While it wouldn't bring Dorne back into the fold fully, it would ensure that should Dorne try anything, their land would be fractured by the simple fact that their prince consort was a Stark. Robb Stark had also served his purpose in providing security to the realm. While Jon would have preferred if the heir to the north had married a lady from Westeros to help solidify ties within the realm, he could not fault the boy's choice in bride. In fact, his union to this Talisimagur had given Westeros an unintended boon in that it took away Volantis as a potential ally to the beggar king, Viserys Targaryen. Jon had even started to play around with the idea of approaching Ned about betrothing his own son Robin to Ned's last daughter, Arya. Word had reached him that the girl was difficult and headstrong. But, honestly, Jon thought that she would do well for his soft son. She might end up ruling the Vale for a time, but he was confident that one day Robin would come into his Arryn bloodline and make sure that the girl was put in her proper place. There were also dozens of other betrothals, fostering, and other relationship-building exchanges that he was working on. A potential match between Ned's last son and Stannis' daughter, or perhaps even the former bastard Lannister girl, both of whom were in Winterfell, much to the plan's benefit. And with the crown children, they had their pick of the litter, as it were. After all, no house would dare turn down the opportunity to have either a prince or princess marry into their house. All he needed to do was convince Robert of the benefits, and the land would be completely unified. And for the briefest of moments, he saw a glimmer of hope. The sight of his plans finally being complete. But now it all laid in ruin. And he had no idea how to fix this mess. There is no fixing it, he despaired. This will be war. A war that will tear the realm apart once again. Just as it was torn apart during Robert's rebellion and during the Dance of Dragons. And this time, I will not be around long enough to try and fix the mess that is made. Why, no, how? How could they be so stupid? Laid out before him was the book he had requested from the Grand Maester, the lineages and histories of the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms. A compendium of the members of each great house within Westeros that was continuously being added to with each child born into said house. And it was currently sitting open on the pages containing the lineage of House Baratheon, all the way back to the house's founder, Orys Baratheon. And each male, or even female, born of the Baratheon line had one thing in common. No matter the mother, if their sire was a Baratheon, then the child would be born dark of hair and blue of eyes. All save for the very last entries in the book. Joffrey Baratheon, gold of hair and green of eyes. Lannister traits through and through. Perhaps if it had just been one of the royal children, then Jon would have not paid the matter any mind. But all three of the royal children were the same. Gold of hair and green of eyes. All their mother, and none of their father. Or at least the man who should be their father. When he'd first come upon the suspicion of what Cersei was doing, his first instinct was to immediately bring his findings to Robert. But he put that to the side almost immediately. He had not lived this long and achieved as much as he had by being foolish. And accusing the Queen, and a Lannister at that, of adultery against her husband the king would be as good as throwing the realm into immediate war. So, he had bided his time and made subtle inquiries regarding the king's other children, his bastard children. If he was going to expose Cersei for the crimes he knew she was committing, then he needed proof that not even Tywin Lannister could refute. It'd taken several moons, but eventually he'd managed to track down almost all of Robert's bastard children. From there, he made inquiries on the children's appearance and that of their mother. And just as it had for centuries, the Baratheon seed held strong. No matter the mother, each of Robert's bastards that he'd managed to find were all dark of hair and blue of eyes. There was now no doubt in his mind. Cersei was not only committing adultery, though with whom he did not know, but he did have suspicions, but she was trying to pass off her children as Robert's children. Adultery and treason. But even knowing this, he was not able to act. Not yet. For every one Baratheon or Arryn guardsman in King's Landing there was one Lannister man. And while the gold cloaks were far more reliable than they had been under Janos Slynt, they could still be bought. And even the combined fortunes of the Baratheons and Arryns could not hope to compete with the gold mines of the House Lannister. As galling as it was to admit, Jon needed more allies before he could expose the Queen for her crimes. Specifically, he needed the one man in all the Seven Kingdoms, perhaps all the world, that could give Tywin Lannister pause. The Sorcerer himself, Alim Knox. Jon's plan was to approach Ned, as he was the only man that the Sorcerer showed even an inkling of listening to, during the King's tourney at Harrenhal. Once he had Ned on his side, then they would get the Sorcerer to fall in line. And once he had the Sorcerer on his side, he would publicly denounce the Queen during the tourney for her indiscretions. There would be a trial, of course, perhaps even a trial by combat. But he was confident that between Robert and Ned, they would be able to convince either Sir Baristan or even the sorcerer himself to stand as champion for the crown. But the issue with his plan was the timing. There was still a fair amount of time, moons, until the highborn of West Eros even began thinking of heading for Harrenhal. And there was also the issue of succession to consider once the queen had been ousted and the false royal children revealed. Ideally, Robert would name a new queen and sire a child immediately, but with Robert's age and sickness, that was unlikely to happen in a timely manner. Which meant that Stannis was the king's heir, and more than likely the next king of the Seven Kingdoms. And he was another that Jon needed on his side. To his surprise, when he'd approached Stannis about his findings a day past, the man had not seemed surprised in the least. Apparently, after meeting and interacting with Robert's bastard in Winterfell, Stannis had begun suspecting something was off with the royal children and had been quietly conducting his own inquiries. Stannis had agreed to Jon's approach, however, he was not keen to the idea that he would need to return to Dragonstone until the matter was settled. It'd taken the better part of a day, but in the end, Jon had managed to convince Stannis to see things his way. Should word get out of what was happening, he had no doubt that Cersei would take steps to silence him and to remove any potential threat to her children's false claim. So until the matter was settled and Stannis was officially named as the future king of West Eros, it would be best for him to retreat to the one place that Cersei, and Tywin, would have difficulty reaching him. Lord husband, are you planning on staying here for the night or shall you be coming back to your chambers tonight? Glancing up, Jon frowned as he saw that his wife, Lisa Oren, had entered the Hand's chambers seemingly without him even realizing it. There was no great secret that their marriage was not one of love. He tried to do what he could for his wife, but honestly after years and years of trying to appease her, he'd simply given up. And the years had not truly been kind to her. Her Tully beauty had faded fast. And there were more than a few tales going around the city that she was a bit touched in the head due to her many miscarriages. Tales that he tried desperately to snuff out, but privately he would admit that the tales were truth. Truthfully, if it hadn't been for the fact that Hoster would have withheld the Riverlands' support during the rebellion, and if he hadn't been so desperate for an heir, then he would have never married the woman. I will not be returning to my chambers tonight, he said, closing the book and putting it out of sight. And I will not be calling on you tonight. I have far too much to do. You may go. Lisa's eyes remained impassive as she nodded. As you say, Lord husband. I shall take my leave of you tonight. One thing, he said, stopping Lisa just as she'd turned around to leave. Lord Stannis will be leaving King's Landing in the next few days to return to Dragonstone. When he does, he will be taking our son back with him to foster. Lisa turned around so quickly that Jon was sure she'd torn her dress. What? She screeched. Not screamed, screeched. You can't. Yes, I can and I have, Jon replied evenly, trying to keep a hold on his temper as he faced down his wife. It will be good for him. No, 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 no. You can't take him. You can't take my sweet Robin away from me. I won't let you. Years of putting up with his wife's antics, as well as the stress of what he'd uncovered about the Queen and the royal children, finally caused him to break as he slammed his fist down against his desk. I already have. Jon yelled, rising to his feet. This decision does not belong to you, wife. Robert's upbringing is my decision. Mine, not yours. You have coddled him so much that I'm almost ashamed to call him my son. He will go with Stannis and learn how to be a proper heir, away from your meddling. And, you wife, you will remember your proper place and not question me again. Am I clear? Jon had rarely, if ever, raised his voice to Lisa. He'd always given her plenty of room and rarely called upon her to take care of his needs. But now he could see that in doing so he'd done her a disservice as she'd clearly forgotten her place as his wife. He should have been far firmer with her years ago. Something he would have to make sure his son clearly understood, especially if his negotiations with Ned worked out for his second daughter's hand. But Robin. You just say. Enough. I will say no more on the matter, Jon cut in sharply, eyeing her with a hard look as he retook his seat. Once Stannis leaves in a few days. And I will grant you a few days after his departure to spend time with Robert before he follows suit and departs for Dragonstone. After he is gone, I believe it would be best for you to spend some time with your father and brother in the Riverlands. I understand, Lisa nodded diminutively, like a good proper wife. How long shall I be visiting my father and brother? Till I call for you, he responded simply, grabbing a few pieces of blank parchment so that he could begin writing down several sets of instructions. That is all I have for you. You may leave for your chambers. Yes, Lord husband, Lisa nodded, her eyes downcast as she turned and left him alone. She will understand in time. This is the best for Robert and for the future. My son will learn under Stannis, the future king of West Eros. And in time he will be betrothed to a daughter of House Stark. And knowing what I know about that girl, Robert will need a firm hand and a strong will to turn her into a proper wife and mother. Setting aside such thoughts, Jon focused on his work, barely acknowledging his squire Hugh as the lad brought him some refreshments later that evening. Early the next morning, after only a moment of sleep, John joined his wife to break his fast before the start of the day. Lisa was clearly subdued after their conversation last night and did little more than pour him his morning drink and serve him his food before taking her place beside him and picking lightly at her own meal. "I have a small council meeting starting soon," he informed his wife as he finished off his meal. "See to it that Robert is informed of his future fostering and then escort him to the yard for his lessons." "As you wish, my lord husband." Lisa nodded solemnly, getting up and leaving the table after eating less than half her food and only taking a few sips of her drink. Finishing his own food, John got up and made his way towards the small council chambers. Yet as he walked, he couldn't help but feel a slight chill in the air. The summer years have lasted for a long time, perhaps one of the longest either. It would only make sense that the fall years are finally coming upon us, he thought as a slight shiver went through him. Still, I will have to ask the maester to confirm the changing of the years. If we truly are coming upon the fall years, then we will have to take more steps in arranging proper accommodations for the visiting lords and ladies during the tourney to come. Arriving in the small council chambers, he was only slightly surprised to see that both Stannis and Robert, the latter of whom was eating some bread with a cup of wine in hand, had beaten him to the meeting hall. "Lord Stannis, your grace," he nodded, greeting each man in turn before taking his seat. Sharing a look with Stannis, the three men sat in relative silence as the king broke his fast. Stannis was as stoic as always, but John had known the man long enough to see that he was still uneasy about keeping the truth from the king. One day he will know, John thought as he tugged at the neck of his tunic, feeling both a slight chill and heat running through him. But that day is not today. Quickly enough, the rest of the members of the small council arrived and Robert called a start to the meeting. As they talked about the matters of the realm, John started finding it harder and harder to pay attention as he kept feeling a shift between a chill and a wave of heat. "Lord Hand, are you all right, my lord?" Blinking, John shook his head, only just now realizing that all of the members of the small council, including Robert, were staring at him. "I'm fine," he responded, though it was in a slight rasp as he felt a cough tickling in his throat. "Change of the seasons, and I did not sleep much last night." "Shit, John. You're not a young man anymore." "Hells, none of us are, save for my little shit of a brother here," Robert said, waving a hand towards Renly, who didn't even seem to mind the mild insult that had been delivered to him. "If you got a chill or a fever, just fucking say so and we'll meet later when it passes." "I'm fine, your grace," John replied, reaching for the pitcher on the table and pouring himself a cup of water before turning towards Varys and trying to remember what exactly the eunuch had been discussing before he lost track of the conversation. "Lord Varys, I believe you were saying that you've had word from your spy in Essos regarding the Targaryens and the Dothraki." Nodding, Varys folded his hands together and placed them on the table. "Yes, Lord Hand. And I fear it will not be welcome news. Our spy has confirmed that Daenerys Targaryen is pregnant with the child of Khal Drogo." John had to force himself to pay attention as Robert sat up straighter in his seat. "I thought you said that you had your little birds flying to take care of this issue, Varys." "I have sent them out, your grace," Varys replied calmly. "However, getting close enough to do what needs to be done is difficult. Viserys, while he stays on the outside of the camp for the most part, is still not easy to reach. And I have had no luck in convincing any of my birds to make an attempt against the Khal. Get it fucking done. I don't care how much gold you have to spend or what titles you need to promise. I want one or both of those fuckers dead before that whore whelps her horse, Lord Brat." Robert growled at Varys before turning towards the Grand Maester. "George, how much time do we have before Drogo turns his horde towards Westeros, now that the whore is pregnant?" The Grand Maester leaned back and thought about his answer. "Drogo will wait until his child is born, then perhaps another a few moons after that to make sure that the baby survives. Given Daenerys' state of childbearing, I would say that we have at least a year until Drogo truly begins to turn his Aten." John's hand slapped down hard against the table as his vision spun. His body began sweating, yet he felt colder than he'd ever felt in his life. He could vaguely hear Robert shouting something, but he sounded so far away despite the fact John knew they were in the same room. He tried to rise to his feet, but his legs failed him. The moment he put his weight forward, his knees folded and last he saw was the stone floor rushing up to greet him. Waking in the dead of the night, Nox felt his Nyram murmur in her sleep and wrap her arms tighter around his exposed chest, her head resting on his shoulder. Reaching out with the force and trying to find what woke him, Nox immediately found his answer as he felt the slight disturbance. It was slight, the passing of one from the land of the living to becoming one with the force. But it was significant. Like ripples in a pond. Immediately, Nox knew what had happened, and what it meant. And now, the game truly begins. Chapter 34, Passage of Time Part 5. Guess what everyone? I'm back. No, I'm not dead, nor have I abandoned this story, so please don't worry. Simple fact was that life caught up to me these past 2 months, and what little free time I have to write, usually down to my short breaks I take at my desk at work, were almost non-existent. I'm not giving up on this story and I have every intention on seeing it through to the end. Especially now that we've gotten into the meat of A Song of Fire and Ice. That said, while I will be using the canon as a rough guide, do not expect a carbon copy of what happened in canon. There are going to be a lot changes and shifting of storyline timings. And as for midweek release, I was going to wait till Friday, but figured that you all have waited long enough for this, so I decided to post it early. Thank you to everyone who has alerted to this story, added it to your favorites or left a review. All of your continued support of this story has really been amazing and keeps pushing me to make sure that I finish this story. I read all of your reviews, and they are a boost, though it's clear that some are really not meant to be a boost but rather to troll, but I try not to let those few deter me. And lastly, shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin. I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 34. Sipping away at a cup of wine while watching the peasants and bootlickers of King's Landing frolic beneath her like as if they mattered at all, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms Cersei Lannister, and unfortunately wife to King Robert Baratheon, basked in the slight victory that she'd recently won while in the distance, the bells of the September of Baelor rung so that all in the city could hear. Though in truth, she had nothing to do with what had happened, but she still counted it as a victory for herself because in the end, she truly benefited from what had happened. By some miracle, or act of the gods or whatever, Jon Arryn, the old fuck, was dead. While her beloved husband openly grieved for the loss, it was all Cersei could do to keep herself from smiling and laughing aloud. It'd taken her some time to figure out just why the man had been giving her such odd glances, far different from the ones she was used to receiving from him. But she'd learned from the few spies she had left that the old coot was starting to stick his nose where it didn't belong. Into her affairs. And into her children. One of the maids who was firmly under her control had whispered to her that the old man had recently received a certain book from the Grand Maester, one which spoke of the lines and lineages from each major house in Westeros. And while that didn't concern her, another guardsman who was under command had reported that the former hand had recently taken to going into the city and frequenting brothels. Not to partake of the services of the whores like a younger man would, but rather to speak with some of the girls about any children they'd born. It didn't take Cersei long to realize that the hand was starting to have doubts about Robert being the father of her children. Which was something that she could not allow. But before she could take any meaningful action against the man, fate had done the job for her. The man had died of a fever, collapsing right in the middle of a small council meeting and dying the very next night. And while some might whisper that poison had taken his life, the court had already been informed by the Grand Maester and the king that the hand had passed from a summer fever. One that ran rampant through the Tower of the Hand and those who owed their loyalty to House Arryn. Not even Lisa Arryn, the cold fish that she was spared from the fever's touch. For over a sennight, all those that resided in the Tower of the Hand were locked in there to try and prevent whatever fever it was that had taken hold from spreading throughout the rest of the Red Keep. Nearly a fortnight after his death, the fever had seemingly broken, killing perhaps a dozen though she didn't really care to count. Unfortunately, the cold fish wasn't among the dead. And after the Grand Maester declared the fever had passed, an official funeral was held for the old fuck in the September of Baelor. And then a second funeral. The first she'd attended because it was expected of her. But for this second, she barely even cared for the first. So, for this funeral she had developed a illness which conveniently kept her to bed for the day. If you gloat much longer, dear sister, people will start to whisper that you truly did have something to do with the fever in the Tower of the Hand. Glancing behind her, she saw her twin brother with his back turned towards her, lacing up his pants and looking from the scattered pieces of his clothes and armor. As she always did, she couldn't help being drawn to the crisscross of scars that marred his back, a present from her beloved husband simply because Jaime hadn't spoken about the Mad King's last plot to burn down the city. She hated those scars. Hated how they marred her perfect brother. Yet still, no matter what she did, her father refused to seek retribution for what was done to him. And as it was Robert who delivered the punishment, she was powerless to seek any type of meaningful retribution against the one who harmed her brother. Well, in the end she would get her revenge against the fat bastard she was forced to call her husband. When her son ascended to the throne and Robert's line dies with him, that would be her revenge against the humiliation she'd suffered. Arryn knew something, she said, turning her gaze back to the September of Baelor and the blasted ringing of the bells. If he truly knew something, as you put it dear sister, then we would not be talking right now as our heads would be decorating the walls of the Red Keep and father would be bringing the might of the Westerlands to sack King's Landing, again. He was looking into the lines and lineages of the Seven Kingdoms, Cersei continued as if her brother hadn't spoken. She loved her brother, but unfortunately, he had no true head for the game. Not like herself at least. And with the looks he'd been sending towards Joffrey as of late, he at least suspected something. Hearing her brother's steps, she didn't react as she felt his hand on her shoulder. Whatever he knew, or didn't know, died with him, Jamie said, we have nothing to worry about, dear sister. The fool is dead. And our illustrious king is still none the wiser. Yet Stannis has fled the city and taken all of his own with him, Cersei commented. Why would he do that? Some issues that needed his attention on Dragonstone, sister, you know this as well as I. Though I have no idea what type of issues could arise on that pile of rocks that would require him to leave his post. But if Stannis knew anything, well, you know what that dour man is like, and his feelings towards our family. If Jon Arryn told him anything, Stannis would be law-bound to speak of it immediately. And Robert, being the thinking sort, would immediately call for our heads to be decorating the walls of the Red Keep. And in return, our father would raze Westeros to the ground to avenge us. Her twin had a point, but it still did not set her mind at ease. Baratheon, Stark, Knox, Tully, Arryn, Tyrell, Martell, they were not Lannisters nor under the Lannister banner. And therefore, they were their enemies. And she knew that every single one of those sycophants would not shed a single tear to see House Lannister fall from their proper place as rulers of Westeros. A concept which her brother, and even her father, seemed to be unable or unwilling to comprehend as of late. But she knew. And even if her family was unable or unwilling to do what needed to be done, she would. She would do what was needed to ensure that she remained on the throne where she belonged. And she didn't care whose corpses she had to step over to do it. Standing upon the covered walkway connecting the main keep of Winterfell to the adjacent buildings, Lord Eddard Stark watched with a slight smile on his face as in the yard below his children interacted with one another and their guests as they taught the youngest amongst them how to properly shoot a bow. Or rather, the former wildling Ygritte scolded and lectured Joy Lannister, Shireen Baratheon, his own son Bran and his daughter Sansa how to use the bow while his eldest children and Arya watched on, chuckling and throwing out words of encouragement or teases to the others as they tried to hit the target that had been set up on the far side of the training yard. Robb was standing with one of his arms wrapped around the shoulders of his wife Talisa, the two still acting like anxious newlyweds eager for their bedding even though they'd been wedded and bedded for nearly 2 moons now. And strangely enough, Theon and Jon were conversing calmly with each other, and even trading the occasional jab at one another. Or rather Theon was primarily leading the conversation, seeing as how his son Jon seemed to have difficulty taking his eyes off his wildling lover, or rather her backside at least. The scene was perfect. And it brought a smile to his face as he watched his children who had already been forced to face so much laugh and play as if they were still just that. Children. But just as he thought the scene couldn't get any more perfect, his peace was disturbed by a loud thunderous boom coming from across Winterfell. A boom that was so loud that he could feel the impact in his chest, even if he couldn't see where it came from. Despite not seeing it, everyone in Winterfell knew the source. Near the base of the Sorcerer's Tower, a small plume of black smoke was billowing upwards, just barely managing to crest the top of a nearby building before a second thunderous boom joined sounded. Black powder was what Knox had called the creation. A mixture of different substances from charred remains to brimstone and saltpeter. Combined, they formed a stone dust-like substance that was stable enough to move, spill or do manipulate in just about any way imaginable. But expose the powder to even the slightest bit of flame, and the stone dust turned to fire in a manner that eerily reminded him of wildfire with how explosive it was. Knox had first demonstrated these new substances' capabilities shortly after Talisa's family had departed. Using some mining hand tools, Knox had notched a hole into a stone the size of a man, poured some of the black powder into said hole, and lit it aflame. The resulting flame had split the stone into pieces, and knocked more than a few people back a few steps. Knox had then taken his new discovery a step further and created 2 additional aspects to aid in the usage of the black powder. The first was a striker stick, which was coated in a combination of brimstone and several other things which Ned could not remember, but that didn't really matter. What did matter was that this striker stick could create a small flame when one end was struck against a rough surface. If, and when, Knox was able to expand the creation of the strikers, it would almost eliminate the need for flint and steel to start a fire. Which meant that these strikers would be worth almost more than gold during the winter years. The second was what he'd called a fuse, though to Ned and many others it looked like nothing more than a cord. But the cord, when one end was lit aflame, did not simply burn. No, it created a small flame that traveled quickly down the length of itself. At first Ned was confused at its purpose, but then Knox explained how this fuse would allow them to control the timing of detonating the black powder, which would allow them to put a cache of the powder in a location, lit a fuse, and give them time to retreat to a safe distance before the powder was ignited. It was a simplistic and genius device that once explained to him he couldn't help but marvel at it. And now his friend and closest advisor was working with his students at the Winterfell College to combine all 3 into a single thing that greatly resembled a stick of sorts. And while Ned couldn't, and wouldn't, deny the benefits these gifts could grant them, he did wish that the testing of these new inventions did not have to be so loud, or frequent for that matter. Hearing another loud boom, one that startled even his children below and sent more than a few servants ducking behind whatever was near to them, Ned decided that it was far past time that Knox took his little experiment outside of Winterfell. No matter how controlled Knox insisted the tests were being conducted, Ned could not take his staff being consistently interrupted in their daily duties. But as he went to leave the covered bridge, he found that he was not the only occupant. Standing at the far end near the Great Keep and making her way towards him was his stewardess and wife to his advisor, Lady Nyra Knox. He was more than willing to admit that he was not sure what Knox had seen in the girl when he'd first taken her under his tutelage all those years ago when he'd first arrived. But he was just glad now that Knox had seen something, as he was sure that he would have been floundering in the dark trying to keep the North to rights while also expanding their trade and influence throughout the Seven Kingdoms and Essos without the aid of a steward of her caliber. Lord Stark, Lady Knox called out to him as she approached, a raven scroll held in her hand. A raven from King's Landing, my lord. Ned was slightly confused. They'd already received a raven from Robert not too long ago asking for House Stark, and Robert's bastard son in particular, to forge a sword, a spear, and a shield using this new northern steel. Each of which would be given away during the tournament of Harrenhal that was to be held soon. They would be compensated by the crown, of course. But still, the request did not leave Gendry much time to do anything besides stay isolated in his forge as he worked day and night to create the 3 items that would be given away as part of the champion's purse. Taking the still sealed scroll, Ned broke the wax and unfurled it, immediately recognizing Robert's lazy hand in the writing. But despite being written by Robert, the raven was not what Ned thought. My lord. Lady Knox called out to him, making him start and realize that he'd been staring down at the page blankly for some time. Is everything all right, my lord? No, Ned sighed, handing the letter off to Nyra so that she could read it over. Jonaran passed due to a sickness that struck the Red Keep. The news took a moment to take hold within her mind, but once it did, Nyra immediately read over the message several times. By the gods, you have my condolences, Lord Stark. I know you and his grace were fostered by the Lord Hand for many years. We were, some of the better years of my life, Ned replied morosely as the weight of Jonaran's death settled in on him. He knew that it was only a matter of time before the man he thought of as a second father would pass from this world. But still, knowing that it would one day happen and having it happen were two very different things. The king, he has not announced who will be the new hand of the king. No, Robert wouldn't, Ned sighed. He already had a good idea of what was coming and was trying to find any excuse he could to not be drawn into the cesspool that was King's Landing. But in truth, there was little excuse for him to hold on to should Robert name him. Ned was a man without a wife, and his eldest son was now married and bedded and had a decent head on his shoulders for ruling. Knowing his brother in all but blood as he did, he knew that Robert would be waiting until they were both at Harrenhal before making his offer. And once made, Ned knew he would be unable to do anything but accept. But there was still time, not much, but some. Time to give some last instructions to Robb and Jon, the latter of whom had agreed to remain as the Stark in Winterfell while everyone else went south to the tourney at Harrenhal. Another blast rocked Ned, causing him to curse under his breath. Tell your husband that I wish to speak with him whenever he is through blowing up parts of Winterfell, Ned told his stewardess calmly as the two began to walk side by side towards the main keep. And inform Jon, Robb, and Talisa that I wish to speak with all 3 of them. If Robert behaves as I fully expect him to, then I do believe that my time in the south will be extended for far longer than I would care for. Standing at the back of the tent, Viserys Targaryen, rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, watched on in disgust as his sister stood on a raised platform in front of many cheering savages as she tore into a blood horse heart with nothing more than her teeth like she was some sort of animal. The spectacle was disgusting. Blood was running freely down from Dany's chin onto her dress and her breasts. Yet still, she feasted on the raw heart like it was the finest of meats, her eyes staring at Khal Drogo with each bite she took. The entire scene was just ridiculous. And proved just how savage these people truly were. A woman eating a heart to prove the gender of the child she carries. The very idea made him want to scoff in disgust. But in the end, it meant little he supposed. Drogo managed to fuck a child into his sister, which meant there was now nothing to keep Drogo from turning his horde west for the nearest port so that he could reclaim that which was rightfully his. Only Drogo wasn't doing that. Even after learning of Dany's pregnancy, the Khal refused to move his army, saying that the omens were not right yet for war. Whatever in all the hells that meant. They had made a deal. Drogo had married his sister and fucked a child into her womb. Yet he still sat on his fucking hands while the usurper sat on the Iron Throne. A throne he had no right to even look at, let alone sit upon. Hearing the chanting come to an abrupt stop, Viserys looked up and saw Dany down on one knee, looking more than a little sick with a piece of the heart still clutched in her hand. Looking at her, Viserys couldn't help but smirk at her clearly ill face. It served the bitch right for belting him. And why? Just because he expressed his frustration against a common fucking serving girl. But as he watched, waiting for her womanly weakness to show through, all traces of illness vanished from Dany's face as she slowly rose back to her feet. Then, with the deliberate slowness of one putting on a show, she raised the last piece of the heart to her lips and took it down in a single bite. All the savages went up in arms, shouting and chanting, but Dany quieted them all with nothing more than just a simple raising of her hand. She then spoke in the Dothraki tongue, a tongue he had not tried to learn. And why would he? He was a king. If anything, these savages should be learning the common tongue, not the other way around. At the end of her little speech, she called out a single name, Rago. No doubt the name she intended to give the brat growing in her womb. But then the Dothraki began chanting the name. Circling Dany, chanting, praising her. Even Drogo got up from his spot and picked his sister up as if she were little more than a child in his arms. They were worshipping her. These savages were praising her for simply doing as a woman should. This was. Shaking his head, Viserys purposefully turned his back on the sickening display and marched out of the tent and back to his own. Once inside, he looked around the pitiful accommodations he'd been given. Him, a king, was given a tent that would barely pass for a servant's tent. He'd seen Dany's tent, the gold, the jewels, the fine bedding. No, this was just wrong. She'd done nothing. Nothing. And they gave her everything he deserved. He was the one who brokered the deal for his sister's hand. He was the one who would be king. He was the one who would lead them into war. He was the one who had the greatest dynasty resting on his shoulders. Not her. And yet he was given these shabby accommodations. Forced to eat at the back of tents. Forced to sit back and watch as his sister received praise and reverence for simply doing her womanly duties. No. No more. He was done waiting. Moving over to the chest holding his belongings, he threw open the lid and roughly grabbed his sword and dagger, strapping both to his waist before grabbing a large leather bag and leaving his tent. He could still hear the savages chanting and praising his sister. And just hearing them was enough to make his blood boil even more. But he would show them. If they would not give him what was his due, then he would take it. Marching into his sister's tent, uncaring if anyone was watching him or not, his eyes immediately sought out the chest he knew his sister kept in here. A chest that none of the Dothraki savages would touch. Finding it quickly, he went down to his knees before it and opened the lid. The interior was partially filled with a fine grained sand. And sitting atop the sand were the 3 dragon eggs Illyrio had foolishly given to Dany during her wedding. Where's the 4th? Looking around, he quickly found the last egg sitting upon a stand next to what he assumed passed for Dany's bed. Turning his attention back to the 3 eggs, Viserys fondly ran his finger along the pattern of the scales on the black egg. Had things been different, he would have been given this egg, he was sure of it. Mayhap he could have hatched it and brought the dragons back to life. But these eggs were unfortunately little more than stone. But even as stones, they would still serve him. Picking up the eggs one at a time, Viserys placed each into the leather bag he'd brought with him before getting up and moving over to the last egg sitting upon the stand next to the bed. His sister was obsessed with this egg that had been given to her by that northern traitor Bolton, and for the life of him he couldn't understand why. It looked no different than the other 3, if only slightly larger. That just means it'll be worth more, he thought to himself as he reached out and placed his hand on the last egg, ready to put it in the bag with the others. You shouldn't be seen carrying steel in V's Dothraki, your grace. The laws here are not forgiving, even to one such as yourself. Hand jumping to the hilt of his sword, Viserys turned around and found Sir Yoram Mormont standing just within the entrance to his sister's tent. It's not my law. I am the king. I am the law. Not these savages, he scoffed, turning back and picking up the last egg, which surprised him slightly with its weight, before depositing it into the bag with the other 3. They are not yours, your grace. Viserys didn't care as he looked around the tent for anything else of value that he could use. Whatever is hers is also mine. Therefore, they are mine to do with as I please. Once, perhaps that was so, your grace. But it is true no longer. Scoffing, Viserys turned and gave the disgraced knight a hard look. I sell one of these eggs and I'll have enough coin for several ships. 2 eggs, I can have the ships and an army at my call. Yora tilted his head towards the bag around his shoulder. And you have all 4 now. Smirking, Viserys stepped towards the knight. I need a large army to compensate for the time lost while Drogo fucked a child into my sister while marching the wrong way. Do you even know what is at stake here? No, of course you don't. You're just a fallen knight from the barbaric north, after all. Stepping closer, Viserys made sure he was looking directly into Yora's eyes as he spoke. I am the last hope for the greatest dynasty the world has ever seen. And I have been carrying this weight on my shoulders, alone, since I was 5 years old. And not once, in all that time, has anyone from lord to lady to even these savages given me even the slightest bit of respect like they just gave her out there. And why? Because she has a fucking child in her womb. It's pathetic. How am I supposed to rule without wealth, or fear, or love? Throughout his speech, the man from the north just kept staring at him blankly, as if his words were finding no purchase in what passed for a head of his. Scoffing, Viserys took a few more steps closer to the man. You dare stand here before me, all righteous and noble after what you've done? After what you continuously do, Don't even think for a moment I haven't noticed the looks you give my sister. The look that passes over your face when you stand outside her tent and listen to her moan like a whore as Drogo fucks her. You want my little sister? A girl young enough to be your daughter, I don't care. You can have her for all I care. She's little more than a soiled whore at this point anyhow, laying so willingly with these savages. But I will not stay around to watch it any longer. Tell Drogo, now that he has his child, that I expect to see him at the nearest port within the next 2 moons. Viserys made to step around the knight, but found his path blocked as Yoram moved with him, preventing him from leaving. You can go, the old knight from the north said evenly. But you cannot have the eggs. Viserys growled in his throat as he clutched at the bag of eggs. You swore an oath to me. He hissed, spittle flying from his mouth and striking the knight in the face. Does loyalty, and your honor, mean nothing to you? It means everything to me, Yora responded lowly, not bothering to wipe his face. Yet here you stand, Viserys growled again. If anything, Yora stood straighter before him. Indeed, your grace. Here I stand. He could fight him. The man was unarmed, and he was sure that he could run the knight through quickly. But, was it truly worth the risk? The bastard would undoubtedly call out before he breathed his last, and then Viserys would be caught, not only with the eggs, but with blood on his blade in this wretched city. I will have them, but not today apparently. Shaking his head, Viserys unslung the bag from around his shoulder and pushed into Yora's chest. Here, enjoy standing outside this tent and listening to my sister moan like a whore then. Brushing past Yora, Viserys made his way back to his tent and unbuckled his sword and dagger and let them drop. Picking up a random bottle that was in his tent, he pulled the cork out with his teeth and proceeded to drink deeply from the wine within. He would get those eggs. He swore it. And he would make everyone pay for the disrespect they'd shown him over the years. Walking through the halls of Winterfell, Knox couldn't help the slight grin that had been a permanent fixture on his face for some days now. Things had been progressing far better than he could have hoped in his research and with his acolytes and apprentices. Jon and Robb were progressing faster than he'd ever thought possible, and as for his acolytes, they were all more than ready to partake in their trials. And as for his research, things were progressing far faster than he'd thought possible. It'd taken him some time to find the correct formula for the creation of blasting powder. But now that he had it figured out, they could start harnessing its power in different forms. Firearms were still a long way off, until he could cultivate the necessary manufacturing process to create the parts needed. But at the very least the blasting powder would allow for quicker mining once they could concentrate the blasts. It is unfortunate, but I don't think I'll be able to produce a single firearm before the White Walkers make their move. Let alone mass-produce them. Knox thought sourly, as despite their advancements they were still on a rapidly shrinking timetable. While all the visions I experienced upon first arriving in Winterfell were different in substance, they all had a similar focal point. The death of Jon Arryn. His death was the only constant I could find in the visions. And it marked the start of the dark times to come. A not so small part of him, the part that was still very much the dark Sith Lord whose very name caused his enemies to tremble, reveled in the idea of the wars to come. He wanted war. He wanted the rush of the fight, the fear, the crushing of his enemies. But there was another part of him that was terrified of the wars to come. A part that had thrived during the time of peace and didn't want it to end. The part that wanted to stay with Nyra, his light. It was odd. This warring within himself was unusual and unsettling, and new to him. Even when he was with Ashura he didn't have these conflicting emotions when it came to battle. And while he was certain that there were none amongst the living that could even hope to challenge him, these White Walkers and their ilk had injected a grain of doubt, of fear within him. Feeling the sudden rush of cold air, Knox was pulled from his thoughts of the future as his feet continued to move on autopilot as he made his way out of the Great Keep and into the God's Wood. The 2 guards at the entrance both snapped to attention as he passed them by without even a wave, making his way into the thick woods within the great walls of Winterfell. After spending so much time on this world, and within the God's Wood particularly, Knox was beginning to understand why the Jedi were as obsessed with forests. The Force was very much alive in this place, and there was a peace, a tranquility, within the woods that he was hard-pressed to find elsewhere. Reaching the heart tree in the center of the woods, Knox wasn't surprised to find that he was the last to arrive of those that had been summoned. Standing in a close grouping with one another at the base of the ancient tree were Ned, Robb, Talisa, and Jon. Knox, Ned called out to him the moment he cleared the trees and began walking around the small hot spring before the heart tree. I assume that you already know why I've asked you all here. Of course, Knox nodded. I felt his death the moment it happened. Death? Robb questioned, looking back and forth between Knox and his father. Who died, father? Lord Jon Arryn passed of a fever that took spread through the Red Keep over a sennight ago, Ned explained, drawing looks of sympathy from both Robb and Jon as both boys knew how important Jon Arryn was to their father. May he find peace in the Force and with his gods, John said lowly with respect. Are you all right, father? Ned nodded. I will be. The pain is still fresh, but I will manage. But his death is not the only reason I called you out to speak with you. But rather to speak of the king's letter that brought the news, and what it didn't contain. Namely the name of the next hand of the king. Confusion settled over the three younger ones in the woods. This hand, he is the king's second, is he not? Talisa questioned, getting a nod from Ned in response. Should such an important position not be filled as soon as it is vacated? Ordinarily, yes. But Robert is far from an ordinary king. And if I know Robert as well as I do, then he has already made his choice for hand but is keeping it close to his chest until he can make a show of naming him. More than likely at this upcoming tourney while all the realm is in attendance. Rob caught on quicker than the others at what his father was leading towards. You think that the king will name you as his hand at the tournament? Ned nodded slowly. Knowing Robert as I do, I believe that this is the course he intends to take. He always said that he wanted me by his side while he ruled. And now with my eldest sons of age, betrothed, married and more than ready to take on the task of ruling, I have no reason to deny his request. Can you not turn him down, father? John asked. No, Ned replied, shaking his head. If the king asks this of me, I must obey. And I have no excuse to give that might delay my appointment. Rob and Talisa, with your aid John, are more than ready to begin their ruling of the north in my absence. And when Robert names you his hand, he will insist that I take up this position as master of the arcane on his small council as well. Knox added, frowning as he began working through all that he would need to bring with him to King's Landing should Robert insist on him taking up his position. It would be a hassle, but truthfully, he could perhaps do more from King's Landing in the heart of the Seven Kingdoms than he could here in the north. And if I go south, Naira comes with me. To both your points, Knox, Ned agreed. The king will not let you deny your place on the small council any longer. And I would not seek to separate you from your wife, I know that pain of loss far too well. Who will take up the position of steward then? John asked slowly. With yourself, Lord Knox and Lady Knox all in King's Landing, Winterfell will need a steward as well as a lord and lady. Ned kept his sight focused on John. The look confused John for a moment, but slowly the young man realized what his father was saying without even saying it. Wait, me? Who else? Ned asked rhetorically. Your brother trusts you implicitly, and you know the workings of the north as well as Rob and Talisa. And while you are betrothed to Princess Ariane and will one day reside in Dorne, until that time I can think of no one better to help your brother as steward of Winterfell than yourself. Rob slapped at John's shoulder with the back on his hand. I can't think of anyone else I would want to have my back, brother. Theon only has a year or so left till his time with us will come to an end. Talisa and I, without father here? We'll need both of you to help us. John looked thoughtfully at his brother for a time before lowering his head. It would be my greatest honor to serve you, brother, until such time that I am called away from the north. But there are other things we need to consider, father, master. Without either of you in Winterfell and the north, what of the acolytes and the Winterfell College? Knox waved off his concern. Between the Tarly boy and Talisa here, the students will be in good hands. As for the acolytes, we will be moving to King's Landing. You and Rob are more than ready to start out on your own without my guidance. You both still have much to learn, but it's been my experience that one can often learn more without a master peering over their shoulder and critiquing them every other moment. And besides, I'm anxious to begin overseeing the construction on this new temple that Robert has promised me. There are certain peculiarities that must be in place to make it a true Force temple. Then our path is laid before us, Ned stated. Provided that Robert names me his hand. Which will more than likely happen. Rob, you and Talisa will take over as rulers of the north not in my name, but in your own with John aiding you where he can till he is called to his betrothed's side in Dorne. Pausing, Ned stepped up to his sons and placed a hand on their shoulders. You two are ready. But no matter what the future may bring, remember that you are both of the north, of the first men. Trust in yourselves. Trust in the gods and trust in the Force. You are wolves. And when the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies. But the pack survives. Both boys finished in unison with their father. Walking calmly along the darkened docks of King's Landing, Varys quickly and quietly made his way to where his friend was waiting for him As he glanced up at the sign hanging over the inn, he had to give his friend credit. Despite being quite recognizable, his friend did all in his power to avoid detection, usually by never staying in the same place twice whenever he left his manse. In this case, the inn he'd chosen was clear across from the previous inn in a much more noble area of the port. Walking into the inn, he stayed close to the walls and the shadows as he made his way up the stairs without a sound, searching for the room his friend had told him of. It wasn't a difficult task in truth, considering his friend had posted an unsullied guard outside his door. The unsullied soldier said not a word as he approached. And before he could utter any word in greeting, the silent warrior moved aside and allowed him to pass. Giving the young man a nod, which wasn't returned in kind, Varys cast a quick glance around to make sure there were no unwanted eyes before making his way into the room. Ironically, his friend was just inside the room, sitting before a platter of cheese and wine of all things. I would think that it would be ill practice for one to partake in their own wares. Varys greeted his old friend as the door shut quietly behind him. Show me the owner of a brothel owner who hasn't fucked every one of his whores, and I'll show you a true liar, my friend, Illyrio replied as he cut a sliver of cheese and held it up for inspection before taking a bite. Besides, it's good business to know your wares inside and out. How can I sell something that I know nothing about? Conceding the point, Varys took his spot across from his friend, waiting patiently as Illyrio went about trying a few different cheeses, some of which he clearly liked and others that he did not. We need to get Daenerys away from Khal Drogo, Illyrio commented idly as he poured Varys a cup of wine from his bottle. I know the plan was for her and Viserys to act as distractions, but she has become far too valuable to let waste amongst the Dothraki savages. Her magic, and her command of it, is already incredible. In a few years she will either become a threat to us or our greatest asset. Leaning back, Varys studied his friend carefully. What makes you say so? The reports from Yora have noted that she has come into her own amongst the Dothraki and that her power is indeed a sight to behold. But there has been little mention of her becoming a great threat to us. Only because you refuse to listen to the advice of those well versed in the arcane, my old friend, Illyrio replied with a hard look and a shake of his head. I have several contacts amongst the magic practitioners of the world. Almost all of whom who give up everything for the chance to obtain the power that the Northern Sorcerer wields. All of them have recently had their attention drawn to young Daenerys and her recent actions. And it has them quite worried, and excited. Why? Varys asked. Because the girl is untrained. Though several of my contacts swear on their magic that she must have received some sort of instruction to get where she is. Illyrio replied, finishing off the last of his cheese and picking up his wine. Yet despite this, and despite her time amongst the Dothraki who are incredibly weary of all magi, she has blossomed. Her power, her control. It is not that of a novice but rather one of a seasoned practitioners of the art. If she is given even the slightest bit of instruction, those under my employ believe she could easily match any of the Northern Sorcerer's so-called apprentices. Give her proper training and a few years to learn, and she might even be able to rival the man himself. Varys did and did not like the sound of that prospect. On one hand, it would behoove them to have a counter to the Sorcerer, as no one yet had truly been able to determine the man's long-term goals and aspirations. On the other hand, he was not comfortable with the thought of one wielding magic taking up such a significant role. He was still of the mindset that magic had no place in the world. It was unnatural, dangerous, a sword without a hilt. Yet the undeniable fact remained that magic was not gone. And he needed to make his own peace with that knowledge. Not an easy task given his past. And how shall we part Daenerys from Drogo? From the songs my little birds have sung, the two have apparently developed quite an attachment to one another. The way almost all Dothraki marriages end, Illyrio replied with a dismissive shrug. Death. The death of Khal Drogo. Once he is removed, we will need our agents to spirit Daenerys away before she is forced to become Dosh Kalain. And once she is safely away from them, we will reunite her with our candidate to further our plan. Nodding, Varys mulled the idea over in his head. And what of Viserys? Illyrio scoffed. The beggar king is worthless to us. Fortunately, we won't have to deal with him ourselves. Based on what our agents have told me, Viserys is on his last breath amongst the Dothraki. One more step out of line, and he will die. Varys might still find the idea of casually killing distasteful, but the death of Viserys was but a footnote in the deeds he'd overseen throughout his tenure as Master of Whispers. And in the end, the beggar king's death was necessary for their long-term goals. And how shall we remove the Khal? Striking Edikal within V's Dothrak is no easy feat. Illyrio nodded. Indeed. We have to force him out of the city and into the open. Ideally in such a manner that he takes Daenerys with him so that it will be easier to spirit her away when he falls and his Khalasar breaks. Varys could think of a few ways this could be achieved, but each was dangerous and potentially costly if not done correctly. We will have to push the Khal onto the warpath, that is the only way he would leave V's Dothrak with Daenerys. Once his Khalasar is well away from V's Dothrak, it will be easier to slip something to the Khal. My thoughts exactly, old friend, Illyrio nodded with a grin. And I have just the thing to push the man into doing exactly what we want. Varys arched a brow at his friend. And what is your plan? Smirking, Illyrio poured himself another cup of wine. The Khal has apparently come to love his Khaleesi, or at least what the Dothraki perceive as love. So, we use that to get him to do what we want. A simple threat against his wife, a threat that can be traced back to the Iron Throne, and Khal Drogo's bloodlust will do the rest for us. Leaning back, Varys thought it over. Tell me your plan, old friend. The sound of his quill scratching against the newly pressed paper, a product of the Westerlands that Tywin had invested a great amount of coin to see come to fruition, was the only sound within the solar of the Warden of the West and Lord of the Westerlands. Sitting behind his desk with a low burning oil lamp for light, Tywin Lannister worked late into the night, absent-mindedly filling out one missive after another, giving out orders and commands to his bannermen regarding recent developments. The death of Jon Arryn had been a surprise throughout the land. Though in retrospect, it shouldn't have been. Arryn had ascended to his seat while Tywin was still in swaddling clothes. Though despite his age, Tywin had still been wary of the man as he considered him one of the 5 great players in the game. The other 4 being himself, Doran Martell, Olenna Tyrell, and Alan Knox. While he could never truly prove it, Tywin was convinced that it was Jon Arryn that had incited the Ironborn to press their luck years ago when they declared their independence from the Iron Throne and sacked Lanny Sport. After all, it was Robert and the Iron Throne that truly prospered after the defeat of the Ironborn. Tywin had been forced to take his eyes off the Iron Throne and the goings-on in King's Landing for some time to reaffirm his position in the West, and in that time Robert's reign, and Jon Arryn's placement as Hand of the King and leader of Westeros, had been affirmed. While Tywin had truly despised the man and had been plotting his removal for years, he would admit that it had been a masterful play on Arryn's end. But now, Tywin's revenge had been taken from him by time, and with Arryn's death a void had been created that the lesser players of Westeros were now desperately trying to fill. Obviously, a new Hand of the King would need to be named, which Tywin was willing to bet would be done at the recently announced tournament at Harrenhal to celebrate 300 years of a united Westeros under the rule of the Iron Throne. Even more obvious to Tywin was the fact that he, and he alone, was the only one truly qualified in the 7 kingdoms to take up the vacant post as Hand of the King. After all, he had served as Hand for 20 of the most prosperous years the 7 kingdoms had ever seen. But he was no fool, and he knew Robert too well enough to know that the man was. Despite being the only true choice for Hand of the King, he knew that Robert would sooner take a vow of celibacy rather than appoint him as Hand of the King. No, the king would more than likely appoint someone close to him as Hand. And there was none closer to the king than Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. There were far worse choices, he supposed. Lord Stark was one of the few in the land that was known to be able to say no to the king. Something no one on the current small council was capable of doing considering the sizable debt the crown had racked up to House Lannister alone. If anyone could truly rein in the king's spending habits, and worse habits, it was Lord Stark. And the man had no head for the game. Which would make it quite easy for Tywin to predict his moves and even steer him in certain directions that would benefit House Lannister. But there was a problem with Stark being appointed as Hand of the King. And that problem was the simple fact that Stark would not be heading to King's Landing alone. No, with Jon Arryn now dead, there was no one in King's Landing that was capable of stalling Robert from finalizing his appointment of Lord Knox to the waiting position on the small council as Master of the Arcane. A position Tywin knew was being held open specifically for Lord Knox. And Knox was not a man that Tywin, or anyone for that matter, could easily manipulate. And he would protect Stark, as he'd been doing for years now as the North's influence grew. Finishing the missive, Tywin placed his quill in his ink pot and left the letter open on his desk to give the ink a chance to dry. But while the waters of King's Landing would become far more difficult to navigate, the waters of the North would become far more open to him. Lord Stark would accept the position as Hand, as he was honor-bound to do. Knox would finally take up his position as Master of the Arcane, which would then also bring his wife, Lady Knox, out of the North. With all 3 leaving the North, that would leave Stark's son, Robb Stark, an untested greenboy in terms of the game, as Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. The boy was unfortunately recently married to the daughter of one of the Triarchs of Volantis of all women. Which meant that he would not be able to use a woman to sway the boy. And any overt moves on his part would no doubt be noticed and countered by his father and Knox. But with the major players out of the North, he would be able to make some subtle moves with the aid of the spies Tyrion had managed to slip into the North. Perhaps one of the few useful things the creature had managed to do. And speaking of his spies. Picking up a small wooden hammer on his desk, he brought it down against a wooden block on his desk, a signal to the guards stationed outside his room. Send Clegane in, he ordered the guards on the other side of his door as he set the hammer down and began heating up a stick of wax to seal the letter he'd been working on. The door opened almost immediately as the hulking form of his most vicious bannerman made his way in. The mountain who rides towered over Tywin, especially as he was still seated, and Clegane was standing. But even despite the difference in their size, Tywin was not even the slightest bit unnerved. Unlike others, he knew how to handle the likes of Clegane. Picking up the heated wax, Tywin let a small puddle of wax form on the edges of the letter before pressing his sigil against the wax and setting it aside to harden. He then picked up another piece of paper and began to write, all the while Clegane stood silent before him. You know why I have called you before me. A low growl rumbled from within the chest of the giant, yet Tywin did not graze him by looking up to his eyes. Because of the bitch girl. Nodding, Tywin thought over what to write in the letter before picking up his quill and beginning his work. Yes. I give you much, Clegane. In return, you have been my most faithful and useful bannerman. However, I have made it clear that there are several that would remain beyond your reach. That girl, she was of use to me. Alive. But you took a fancy to her, lost control of your urges, and then raped her bloody before crushing her head. She served a purpose while alive. And her death could prove to be quite problematic if it were to become more well known than it already is. He could practically feel the confusion coming from Clegane. While many considered the Mountain just a mindless killer, the man did possess a fair head for tactics and strategy, both on and off the field of battle. But when his bloodlust and lust got the best of him, he lost his mind. As was the case back during the sacking of King's Landing. She was just a serving bitch. What use could she have had to you, my lord? Ceasing his writing, Tywin looked up at Clegane. That is not your concern. Nor should it ever be your concern. When I say someone is of use to me, you do not question it and respect my words. Clegane didn't retort as Tywin turned his gaze back to what he was working on. A trial by combat then, my lord. No, Tywin countered. While that girl's death is unfortunate, the issue it presents is not beyond salvaging. But only if the knowledge of her death is contained to the few who know at present. As such. He trailed off as he reached to his waist and pulled out a small dagger from his belt and placed it on the desk before him. Clegane didn't need to be told what was expected of him. Wordlessly, the Mountain rolled up the sleeve of his left arm exposing his bare flesh before picking up the dagger Tywin had offered him. Without even a moment's hesitation Clegane sunk the tip of the dagger nearly a finger width deep into his flesh before dragging it along the length of his arm. The only sign of pain being the slight shaking in his massive arm and his quickened breath. There were several other similar marks along the man's arm that were healed over, scars to remind Clegane of just who was in command. After opening his arm from wrist to elbow, Clegane pulled the dagger from his flesh and set it back atop Tywin's desk, the tip red with the man's blood. There are prisoners for you to bleed, Tywin commented idly, not even caring that Clegane was bleeding on his floor. He would have a girl come and clean it later. On the morrow I have a task for you and your best. Clegane immediately stood straighter, the man not even caring about the blood freely flowing down his arm. Who? Dusting the latest missive, Tywin set it aside and grabbed a blank piece of paper. The lords of the crag has grown lax in sending their due when it is required of them. There is a small hamlet just within their borders near Ashmark. You will make an example of them. And leave no eyes that can say it was you. Clegane smiled at the prospect of spilling blood and spreading chaos. It will be done, my lord. Good. Leave. Tywin commanded, a command which Clegane followed without hesitation as he stormed out of the room before turning and heading down the hall, no doubt to where Tywin had prepared a few prisoners for him to express himself upon. Setting his quill aside, Tywin folded his hands under his nose. Clegane, while useful, was starting to become problematic. In truth, he should have had him removed after his blunder with Elia Martell. But it was rare to find such a weapon as Clegane and he wasn't about to discard him unless he had no other choice. At least that was his thinking just after the end of the Targaryen dynasty. But now things had changed. And Clegane was starting to become more of a liability than an asset. Yet there might still be a few ways for the man to prove useful to the cause of House Lannister. Tywin would just have to carefully see them done. And then once Clegane had exhausted his usefulness, he would be removed. With those issues well in hand, Tywin refocused on another issue that had come to light. And that was of the recreation of Valyrian steel, now being heralded as Northern steel. He now understood why Nox was so willing to give away the secrets which had garnered the North so much coin and influence across both Westeros and Essos. But even more unsettling than the fact that the North and the North alone now controlled the market on new Northern steel was the one that was credited for its discovery. Nox held the lion's share of the credit of course, but the smith that had held the hammer had been a bastard boy. One of Robert Baratheon's bastards no less. If legitimized, which was all but expected given the bastard's hand in the discovery, he could potentially be in line for the throne. Not in front of Tywin's own grandsons of course, but he would still be added to the line of succession. Which was something that Tywin was not fond of happening. The Dance of the Dragons was still well known in the minds of many. And even if the bastard had no intention of ever sitting on the Iron Throne, Tywin would not suffer even an unknowing rival to his legacy. A legacy that he had spent his life carefully cultivating. Perhaps something is salvageable after all. Tywin thought as he folded his hands before his face. The Stark boys are wedded and betrothed, but the bastard is not. And he has not been placed into a line of succession yet. He stands to inherit nothing, and few lords even know of his existence, so they have not yet begun sending offers of their daughters to him. Perhaps instead of having her ensnare a wolf, Joy needs to instead ensnare a stag instead. Yes. That would be ideal. The boy had this force power, perhaps not in the measure that the Stark boys had it, but it was still there. And he held the secret to Valyrian, or rather Northern steel. Yes, he would turn the offer he had been prepared to offer the Stark bastard and instead offer it to the Baratheon bastard. Joy's hand. Gold. Lordship. And his choice of Castamere or Tarbeck Hall. Either would serve well for a smith. Yes. I will send a missive to Joy immediately and tell her to turn her affections from the Starks to the bastard boy. Even going so far as to give the lad her maidenhood as well. Which would work even more in House Lannister's favor once the king inevitably legitimizes him, as I can use his soiling of Joy to force the issue of betrothal. Yes, I may not catch a wolf as I'd hope. But a smith stag will do for a consolation prize. If one had asked Dany even a year past if she would find enjoyment in a life where she'd been married to a Dothraki, she would have scoffed and denied the very idea. But she would have been wrong, so very wrong. Sure, the Dothraki were a brutal people that raided when they needed or wanted to. But there was more to them than just raiding and killing. The Dothraki, her people, had a culture that was brutal yet beautiful at the same time. They respected strength above all else. But not just pure physical strength, but strength of the mind and cunning as well. And while there were still those who were cautious of her because of their fear of magic, they kept those opinions to themselves. Though whether their silence was due to fear of reprisal from her husband or from herself, she could not say. But more than anything, the Dothraki respected her. She was put first. They looked up to her, listened to her and obeyed her. Laughing at hearing the end of a humorous tale being told by one of her husband's blood riders, Dany leaned back and into Drogo's muscled shoulder as she watched the revelry going on in the hut around them, her hand slipping down to her stomach and caressing the growing child within her womb. Her womb had begun to swell quickly, and had now reached the point where she'd had to discard most of her old clothing in favor of very loose-fitting dresses, or clothes that left her stomach completely exposed to the air. You will be a strong one, Myrigo, she thought, smiling as she continued running her hand across the child within her. The strength of your father. The power of the Force. And the lineage of the dragons. You will be the one to truly bring back the glory of Valyria to Essos. Let my brother or the usurper fight over the Iron Throne, I no longer care for Westeros. I want to create a new home, starting in V's Dothraki and one day spreading to Braavos and down to Volantis. I want to unite the free cities once again and turn them into the greatest empire the world has ever seen. And my husband, my son, and stars, agrees with my vision. Together, we will do what has not been done since the fall of the Valyrian Empire over 4 centuries past. But just as Dany was about to get up to reach for some more food, she heard a commotion at the entrance to the hut. Get your hands off me. I demand to be let in. I know she's in there. And I demand to be let in as well. Dany let out an exasperated sigh as she felt her husband stiffen next to her in response to hearing her brother call out for her. Let him come, she said in Dothraki, prompting whoever it was that was stopping her brother from entering to step aside and let him pass. The moment her brother stepped foot into the hut, Dany immediately regretted letting him in. She could tell just from the sight of him that he was 2 bottles past drunk by this point. And worse yet, he was wearing his sword on his hip. In V's Dothraki. To wear steel was against the law. To bear it, would be death. Something not even she would be able to prevent. And while her love for her brother was simply due to the fact that he was her brother, she still did not wish to see him die. Viserys, she said, rising slowly to her feet as the weight of pregnancy had started to hinder her movements. Her brother wobbled as he turned to and fro, trying to see where she was even though she was the only one in the hut that was standing. Ah! There she is, the queen whore herself, Viserys smiled, then burped, as his eyes finally rested upon her. Grateful, he said, going into a drunken bow, I've come to join the celebration of my whore sister finally producing you an heir. Her husband appeared less than amused at the display, something which Dany shared with him. You may sit at the back of the tent, over there. Her husband said in Dothraki, motioning towards the far side of the hut well away from the two of them. What did he say? Viserys demanded, taking a drunken half-step towards her. You have a seat, Viserys, Dany told her brother evenly, raising her hand and pointing towards the far side of the hut. Over there, along the back. If you wish to stay, take your seat, eat your meal, and do so quietly. If you feel you cannot, then leave. And for the love of dragons, take off your bloody sword, you idiot. It's against the law in V's Dothraki to carry steel. You should know this by now, brother. Her brother turned, staring off towards the back of the hut with a sneer. Back there? With the whores and servants? Bah, that is no place for a king. I will sit right here. Tell this fucker here to move so I can sit. You are no king. Even Dany was surprised to hear her husband say the words in the common tongue instead of Dothraki. All eyes, even her brother's, was on her husband as he glared hatefully at Viserys. Please brother, she silently pleaded to him. Please leave, we may have our differences. But it would still pain me if you did something irredeemable, which it looks like you are close to. So please, just leave. I am a king. Viserys roared, then to the shock of everyone, he drew his sword, bearing live steel in V's Dothraki. I am the king of the 7 kingdoms. The rightful king. And we made an agreement between the two of us, Khal Drogo, an agreement that you have not fulfilled. Brother, Viserys. Pulling on the force, she lifted her hand preparing to persuade her brother to leave no matter what was needed. Please, have a seat in. Her words, and any thoughts she had, died as the tip of her brother's sword drifted through the air towards her, stopping just above her swollen belly and the child she carried within her. Her hand stilled and the force failed her as any calm she had within her was replaced with fear. A fear not for herself, but a fear for the child she carried within her. On the other end of the sword, her brother was smirking at her, either not noticing or not caring about how quiet the hut had become the moment he'd made his move. I want what was promised, dear sister, Viserys said, his voice dripping with venom as the cold steel tip of his sword touched her belly. Drogo bought you, used you, but never paid for you. I want what was promised, sister. I want my crown. Otherwise, I'm going to take you back and find a new buyer for you, one that won't mind the fact that you've been used like a whore for a ffdrake. And one that will pay for what he buys. Doing all she could to stay still and control her breathing, Dany faced down her brother. And what of my son? Your nephew. My nephew. Viserys scoffed, the tip of his blade now pressing against her flesh just shy from hard enough to draw blood. That creature you carry within you is of no relation to me. And as for what I'll do with it, if Drogo wants his spawn that badly, then I'll cut it out of you here and now and leave it for him. I want my crown, Dany, and I will get it. No matter what I have to do. And with that, any remaining feelings she had for her brother were gone. Though she did briefly wonder if she even did love her brother beyond the fact that he was her brother. He'd certainly never done anything to show he'd loved her beyond keeping her fed when they were children. But she realized now that the only reason he even did that was because he needed her to trade for an army to retake his throne. The only thing that he ever truly cared about or loved. And now, not even the fact that he was her brother could save him. He'd not only drawn his blade in V's ffdrake, but he'd threatened both Dany, a Khaleesi, and the Kalaka that she carried within her. Turning, she saw her husband staring at her with Eerie by his side, no doubt translating everything her and her brother were saying. She could feel the anger, no, the fury rolling off her husband as if he were an inferno setting a whole city ablaze. Yet despite his fury, he was staring, waiting for her. Glancing back at her brother and the sword he held at her unborn child, Dany felt nothing. Glancing back towards her husband, she gave a single sharp nod. And it was with that nod that she knew that there was no going back. Her future in Westeros was gone. Approval and admiration, of all things, flowed off her husband as he glanced towards Viserys before speaking, leaving Eerie to quickly translate for her brother who had yet to still pick up even the basics of the ffdrake language. I will give you your crown, brother of my Khaleesi. I will give you a crown that men will gaze upon and tremble in fear of for 100 years. I will give you a crown that you will wear for eternity till your bones have turned to dust. I will give you the golden crown that you crave so desperately. And I will do so now. Viserys smiled widely, his sword leaving her swollen belly and returning to its sheath. That is all I ever wanted. Rising to his feet, Dany watched emotionlessly as her husband approached her. Meeting his eyes, Dany felt her husband's strong hand caress her belly and their child within, his fingers lingering where Viserys' sword had been pressing against her flesh. Hold him. Empty the pot. Taking a step back, Dany watched as her husband moved away from her towards the cooking fire and the pot that Eerie had just upended. As he did, two of her husband's blood riders came up from behind Viserys. Without a word, the two blood riders manhandled her brother, breaking his arm and making him cry out in agony as they forced him to his knees. What you can't do, I'm the dragon. Dany. Dany, tell them to release me now. Tell them to let me go. But Dany didn't say a word. Not as her brother was forced to his knees before her, and not as her husband took off his heavy gold-plated belt so that he could drop it into the now empty pot that was over the fire. Feeling someone come up beside her, Dany glanced quickly sideways to find Ser Jorah standing by her side. The man stepped slightly in front of her and turned his back towards her brother as if he were trying to block her eyes from what was about to happen. You should not watch this, Khaleesi. Taking her eyes off her kneeling brother, Dany fixed Jorah with a level stare. The one who casts the sentence should hold the sword, Ser Jorah. You of all should appreciate that. I will not look away. Not from this. Jorah blinked, clearly not expecting her to say such a thing to him. Using the back on her hand, she gently pushed against Jorah's arm, urging the man to move out of her way just as Drogo lifted the cooking pot off the fire by the spits that held it and slowly walked over to her kneeling brother. Realization dawned through Viserys' drunken haze as he began thrashing wildly against the strong hands holding him in place. Dany. Dany, please. Please, no. Don't. Don't let. Please. But Dany didn't say a word as Drogo stepped in front of her brother and lifted the pot towards him. A crown for a king. Dany had to swallow the bile that rose quickly in her throat as she watched, silently, as Drogo twisted the pot, pouring the melted gold out and onto her brother's waiting head. Her brother screamed, a god-awful scream of pure agony as the melted gold touched his head and began running down his face, melting his skin and scalding his very skull before cooling enough to harden. Through it all, Dany forced herself to remain still and watch her brother's death. Even after Drogo had emptied the entire pot and squatted down in front of Viserys so that he could watch the life leave her brother's eyes, Dany kept watching. Even after the Blood Riders let go of his arms, letting his corpse fall face first to the ground with a heavy thud, Dany kept her eyes fixated on her brother. And through it all, she felt nothing. Khaleesi Ser Yora began, only to stop as she held up a hand to silence him. He was no dragon, she said lowly, staring down emotionlessly at the corpse that used to be her brother. Fire cannot kill a dragon. Gasping and almost jumping out of his bed, Jon Snow blinked his eyes rapidly, trying to find his sight in the darkened Lord's chamber within Winterfell that his father had granted him use of while he and the others were in the south for the tourney of Harrenhal. Glancing around the room, Jon tried to find what it was that had awoken him so suddenly, but there was nothing in the room to explain it. Nor was the guard that had been posted outside the chamber doors calling out to him. He only just barely managed to keep himself from jumping as he felt a warm hand slowly crawl up his naked back. What is it, Jon? Bringing his heart back under control, Jon turned his sight from the darkened room to the beauty that was lying beside him, bare as the day she was born with only the thinnest of furs over her flesh for warmth. Despite not saying their vows before the heart tree, Ygritte was as much his wife as Arianne would soon be. And everyone in the north knew this, which was why no one said anything when she had moved into the Lord's chamber with him after his father and siblings had departed Winterfell over a moon's turn ago. It's nothing, he said, though whether he was trying to convince her of that or himself he wasn't sure. Leaning over he pressed a light kiss to her brow. Go back to sleep. Ygritte merely groaned, her eyes never even opening as she rolled over, kicking some of the furs off of her and leaving her breasts exposed to the night air. Envying her ability to seemingly ignore the cold, Jon conceded that he would not be getting back to sleep anytime soon. Pushing off his own furs, Jon swung his legs over the side of the bed, wincing slightly as his feet touched the cold stones beneath them. Finding his breeches and underclothes, Jon quickly got dressed and left the bed and his lover behind in favor of the hearth. Grabbing another log, Jon placed the wood atop the still burning coals, watching as the flames leapt back to life and began devouring the new piece. Sinking down before the fire, Jon crossed his legs and closed his eyes, letting his mind drift into the force as he tried to find what had awoken him. It didn't take him long. Almost as soon as he cleared his mind, he felt the torment of pain, grief, and sorrow seeping through the force bond he shared with Dany. Following the torrent of emotion though the force, Jon suddenly found himself before Dany. Even with her back turned to him and unable to see his face, he could feel just how unbalanced she was. Dany. He called out to her, unsure of where to even start. When she turned to him, he almost wanted to take a step back. Her face was blank. No emotion. Nothing. She was just staring blankly at him as if she didn't have a single thought in her mind. Jon, she responded simply. Gathering himself, he knelt in front of her so that the two were at eye level with one another. What happened, Dany? Something had to have happened. The Dany he knew was almost far more collected than this. Blinking slowly, Dany looked at him, though he could tell she wasn't focused on him at all. My brother, Viserys. Anger swelled within him at the mention of her brother. From what she'd told him, the man was a younger version of the Mad King, and not someone Jon wanted anywhere near Dany. What did he do? Did he hurt you? Is your babe all right? No, yes. Dany answered him, shaking her head and surprising him as slight tears began to pool in the corners of her eyes. My son, Myrigo, he still swells within me. And Viserys, he won't hurt anyone again, ever. He's dead. And I did nothing but watch. But more than that I wanted him to die, no, not just die, I wanted him to suffer, and he did. Gods, Jon, he suffered at my order. Rocked by what she'd just told him, Jon reached out and placed his hands atop of hers. While they couldn't physically touch each other like this, they'd learned that they could send the feeling of touch to one another through the force. Tell me everything, Dany. And she did. She told him of how she was feasting with her people when her brother came in drunk, demanding that Khal Drogo march his armies. To emphasize his point, he drew his sword and threatened to cut out Dany's son and leave the child for Drogo while taking Dany back to sell her to someone else who would march for him. What the man had done was so infuriating that Jon could not find it in himself to fault Dany when she'd given her consent for her brother's execution at the hands of her husband. The pouring of melted gold over the man's head to kill him put him off more than slightly, but Jon would be a liar if he said that Viserys had not earned his death. There was nothing you could have done, Dany. Your brother, he broke so many laws of gods and men that he earned his death. Maybe, Dany answered, still not fully meeting his eyes. But he was my brother. And I just stood back and watched him die in that, I watched him die like that. And I felt nothing. Even as he was calling out for me and begging for help, or as he was screaming in agony as my husband poured molten gold over his head. I just stood there, watching. And feeling nothing. I'm a monster, John. No, you're not. John immediately said, adding more sensation to his touch and finally drawing her eyes to him. A monster would not have felt nothing. A monster would have been gleeful at watching such a display. And a monster sure as hells would not be feeling remorseful as you are now. No, Danny. While I might not fully agree with the manner of his death, it was unavoidable. And you are no more a monster than I. I told you of what happened to the maesters, right? How my father ordered them all nailed through the ankles and hung upside down and left to die. We killed dozens, hells, maybe 100 or more that day like that. Both older and younger than myself. And unlike you, I didn't feel nothing. I felt satisfaction at seeing those who'd wronged me and my family die in such a manner. Knowing that, do you think I'm a monster, Danny? Blinking through her unshed tears, Danny shook her head. No. Then neither are you, Danny. John insisted, trying to give her a reassuring smile. You are not a monster, Danny. You are in fact one of the strongest and most caring women I have ever met. Nodding, Danny lowered her eyes. But that's not all, John. My brother, and I were the last of the Targaryens, the last of the dragon lords of old. And now it is just me, and I'm alone. Feeling his gut tighten, John lowered his own eyes. No, Danny. You are not alone. There, I know of 2 others that carry the Targaryen blood, the blood of the dragon lords. And they are both still alive and well. Danny's entire being changed in an instant. Gone was her sorrow and anguish, replaced instead by a wide-eyed hope as she grasped onto his hands, sending a powerful wave of pressure through the force such that he nearly winced at the sensation. Where are they? She asked, no, begged, her eyes wide. Are they safe? Does the usurper know of them? How have they managed to live for so long? Heart hammering, John swallowed and tried to mentally prepare himself. The first is, well, I think he would be your great-uncle, or maybe more. He's the maester for the Night's Watch, Maester Iman. He's, probably one of the wisest men I've ever met, certainly the oldest. And he asked of you. He was heartened to know that some of his family survived. And he managed to survive because I honestly believe that just about everyone has forgotten about him. Danny beamed at hearing of her oldest living family member still alive and well in Westeros. And who is the other? John could feel himself shaking at this point. He knew this was dangerous, and stupid. But he couldn't just let Danny go on believing a lie. Not anymore. Not when she felt so alone. The other. He managed to survive the war because his mother's family told a lie to the rest of the realm. A lie that everyone believed. And it has allowed him to live under a veil of anonymity because no one even knows he exists. Only a few, outside of himself, know. Who is he? Where is he? Danny pressed, almost desperate to know. Gods, this is harder than when I told Arianne and Ygritte the truth, maybe because she is family? And, will she hate me for the truth? She's had to live her entire life on the run with her brother. When I have been able to live a relatively comfortable life. His name is Jaehaerys. Son of Lyanna Stark by way of Rhaegar Targaryen. Taken from the Tower of Joy and raised by his uncle, Lord Eddard Stark, as the man's own bastard son to protect him from any who would seek to harm him or use him for their own gains. It took a moment, but slowly recognition dawned on Danny's face. And just as he'd feared, she broke their physical contact and stepped back from him. You are the son of my brother, my nephew. John's heart dropped as Danny backed away from him. My father, Eddard Stark, took me from where my mother birthed me and claimed me as his bastard son, fathered during the war. No one questioned it and until just recently only 2 people that knew the truth were still amongst the living. Feeling Danny approach him once more, John looked up as Danny retook her place across from him. He fully expected the hurt and betrayal that he saw on her face and felt within her. But what he was not expecting was the joy and hope he felt mixed within her emotions as well. Why didn't you tell me before now? Honestly I don't know, John answered her truthfully. Only 5 other people even know the truth of my birth. My father and brother. Maester Iman. And Arianne and Ygritte. Danny was looking at him with a contemplative look. Will you be taking the throne back? John blinked and shook his head. Gods no, at least I don't want it. When I told you that you can't move forward while constantly looking back, I meant it. I don't want the throne simply because I might have a claim to it and my sire's family held it for hundreds of years. I want to forge my own path. Not one that is forced upon me. Just like you. Your sire? Don't you mean your father and his family lineage? Danny repeated, picking up on the way he'd addressed Rhaegar. Truthfully, I wanted nothing to do with the Targaryen line, Danny, John told her, deciding to stop hiding the truth, My father, Rhaegar, he wasn't the great prince and valiant knight that everyone made him out to be. He was mad, not like the Mad King but rather in his own way. My mother and the king's guard that he'd left behind to keep her prisoner both left messages confirming this. He was obsessed with the prophecy of the prince who was promised. And he used that as his justification for doing some horrible things. Then there were the actions of the Mad King, and I guess you can understand why I didn't want to acknowledge my dragon's blood. But something changed. Dany pressed, leaning towards him slightly. I met you, got to know you. And Maester Aemon. Two members of the Targaryen family who were neither mad nor obsessed. I don't think that I will ever be able to refer to Rhaegar as anything other than the one who sired me. But I no longer want to reject the dragon blood within my veins either. It's a part of me, just as much as the cold blood of the wolves. Lowering her head, Dany looked almost uncertain. So, what happens now? Now we move forward, Dany, he said, reaching out and laying his hands on her own, sending the sensation of touch to her once more. And we learn from our shared ancestors. After Valyria fell, our ancestors did not simply let despair at what they lost overcome them. Aegon, Rhaenys, and Visenya instead forged a new path forward and united the Seven Kingdoms. And that is what we need to do, Dany. We should remember our past and learn from it, but we should not let what we lost consume us. We need to press forward and forge new lives. For ourselves and for our families. Staring up at the massive walls of black stone, Melisandre couldn't help but feel slight awe at the sight before her. The great castle of Dragonstone was impressive. Built by the dragon lords of old, she could feel the arcane arts emanating from each stone that made up the massive fortress. It is known that the dragon lords of old, and the Targaryens, were said to scoff at the notion of Arhillar, but how could they possibly deny his greatness when it was without a doubt by his hand that this fortress was built? She pondered as she slowed behind the guards escorting her to take a moment to examine the black stone walls. Raising her hand, she pressed her open palm against the black stone, smiling when she felt the slight warmth emanating from within. A warmth that only Arhillar's blessing could bring. These barbarians do not know of the true god Arhillar, and because they worship trees and the false seven who are one, his power in this land is weakened. But even still, his blessings remain in this place. Indeed, Arhillar's reach is far and mighty. A castle built upon fire and smoke amidst the salted waters, born amongst salt and fire, with Arhillar's blessing all around, perhaps this truly is where Azor Ahai shall be reborn. Priestess, do not linger. Lord Stannis has little patience for those who waste his time. Of course, she responded, letting her hand drop as she turned around and let those escorting her lead her into the depths of the great castle. It'd taken her nearly a fortnight since her arrival on this island, but finally she'd been granted an audience with the Lord of Dragonstone, Lord Stannis, brother of King Robert Baratheon. Though from what she saw in the flames, there was far more to the man than just him being the brother to the king. In one of her visions granted to her by Arhillar, she saw an imposing man wearing a golden crown with the banner of a stag and burning heart behind him. And while she had never seen him, she knew that the man she saw was this Stannis Baratheon. He would one day be a champion for Arhillar, but was he Azor Ahai? That she did not know. Perhaps the prophecy of him being reborn did not mean the great champion's actual rebirthing into this world from their mother. But perhaps it meant their rebirth in the true faith of Arhillar? Prophecies, as her fellow sisters reminded her constantly, were fickle things. Her escort slowed as they reached a set of double doors with two guards standing outside. Moving aside, her escort motioned for her to continue. Lord Stannis is waiting for you within, priestess. Straightening her robes, Melisandre held her head high as she walked past the guards and into the room beyond. What awaited her was a room that had become legendary, even in Essos and as far as Asai. The Chamber of the Painted Table, named so after the massive wooden map of Westeros that dominated the chamber and gave rise to its name. It was in this very room that the Targaryens planned their conquest of Westeros. And it was within this very room that she met the Lord of Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon, brother to the king and descendant of the Dragon Lords of Valyria even if he did not carry their name. As soon as she laid eyes on the Lord, she had to catch herself from staring. As she had thought, it was Lord Stannis that was the man in her vision, the man with a crown carrying the sigil of a stag surrounded by a fiery heart. She could also tell, from the words of those she'd talked to and from her own first impression, but this was not a man who would be swayed by honeyed words or empty promises. She doubted even offering her own body to him would suffice. No. This was a man of action and deeds. She would need to prove herself to him. And through her actions would he come to see the glory of Arhillar. It was why she'd spent her entire time since arriving performing simple miracles of her god to the small folk to help better their lives. Cure a cold. Return a woman's fertility. Such things were easy for her god but would go far in proving her worth to this man. Lord Stannis Baratheon, she greeted the man, curtsying to him in a show of respect. I am Melisandre of Asai, priestess to the true god Arhillar and his humble servant. I come offering my services to you and those of Westeros. And a warning of the darkness approaching. A darkness that threatens to consume all. Lord Stannis said nothing as she felt his eyes examining every part of her body. I know who you are, he said, his voice as hard as his visage. I have known of you since your arriving on my lands. While I have no need for those who preach empty promises, I have decided to sate my curiosity after hearing of your acts of magic that you performed for those under my command. Hiding the smirk that threatened to show itself at realizing she'd taken the right approach, Melisandre righted herself and met Stannis's cold eyes with her fiery eyes. Such feats were not necessarily my own, my lord. It was through my god Arhillar that I was able to provide such aid to those you command. An aid that was quite simple in truth. And it is an aid that I wish to offer you as well. The Lord of Dragonstone idly tapped his fingers on the painted table as he regarded her. I have seen such miracles before, feats of magic and the like. Performed by the sorcerer Nox, both on the field of battle and during times of peace. Magic that my own daughter possesses, which led me to send her to the sorcerers so that she might hone her gift. Yet I have not heard him speak that such feats were only capable because of a god. But rather through the force which he shapes and molds to suit his purpose. This was not pleasant news to Melisandre. She did not trust this sorcerer from the north. If he was not the Great Other himself, then he was at the very least an agent for the beast. And what was concerning to her was the respect in Stannis's voice as he spoke of this sorcerer. Enough so that he'd even sent his own daughter to learn at the man's feet. Not that Melisandre completely blamed Stannis. These people were ignorant with their lack of understanding of Arhillar and his will. To them, the sorcerer must truly seem to be next to godhood. But still, she would have to work slowly, carefully, to push Stannis from the sorcerer's sight and onto the path Arhillar had shown her. The powers the sorcerer commands is known, even in Essos and my own land of Assai. However, even his power pales in comparison to the power Arhillar gifts upon those devoted to him. Power that you will need, my lord, to face the darkness that is coming. The darkness that is coming. Stannis repeated, eyeing her carefully. You speak of the others from beyond the wall and their army of the dead then. Melisandre was momentarily surprised. She'd been under the belief that the people of this land were either unaware of the Great Other or dismissed it as mere legend. But knowing the threat they faced was far different than understanding it. For it was only through Arhillar that this land had hopes of triumph over the shadows gathering. You know of the Great Other and his return, she said calmly. Then you understand the need for aid from Arhillar. For it is only with the champion of Arhillar, the prince who was promised, Azor Ahai reborn, can the Great Other be vanquished. Stannis did not offer a counter to her words, which gave her heart that perhaps she was getting through the man. Your god is unknown in these lands. And the gods of this land, both the new gods and the old, seem to care little for the realm of men. And as such I am unwilling to rely on the aid of the gods to counter these monsters. However, your actions have proven your worth, if not necessarily your words. I will offer you a room in the castle to use as you see fit. You may preach and continue to aid those under my watch. However, you may not do anything to antagonize those who hold to the new or the old gods. Continue to prove yourself useful, and I will allow you to stay. Prove yourself a hindrance, and I will have you removed from my lands and sent back to Essos on the first ship I can find. Melisandre wanted to grind her teeth at the ignorance of the man, but she held herself back. These false old and new gods could not care for these people because they were false gods. Arhillar was the only true god. But instead of saying so, she needed to swallow her pride. One day these people would come to understand the glory of the Arhillar and the need for offerings given to him. And they would cast aside their false gods and follow the path Arhillar had set for them. But until they were ready to accept Arhillar and all he could offer, she would have to bide her time. I understand, Lord Stannis, she intoned, bowing her head lowly. I shall do what I can to earn your trust. And I pray that one day, I can show you the truth of Arhillar's strength and the gifts he bestows upon those who believe in him. The Lord's response was but a curt nod and a call out to his guards to escort her to chambers that had apparently been already prepared for her, which included her few personal belongings which must have been brought here while she was in talks with Lord Stannis. The room was not necessarily anything special, barely a step above a servant's quarters and certainly not the type of room a high priestess of Arhillar would expect to be offered to her. But she would endure. This was but another trial set upon her by Arhillar to test her faith, her conviction to see his will be done. And she would not fail her lord. Not now, not ever. Walking to the hearth, she could feel the faintest touches of heat emanating from the coals within. It wasn't much, but it would be enough. Picking up a few pieces of wood that were near the hearth, Melisandre carefully placed them on top of the coals before moving to her belongings that had been placed on her bed and drew the small dagger she had. Moving back to the fire, she slid the edge of the dagger along her left palm, creating a small cut. Flicking the blood off the blade and onto the wood, she closed her eyes and began a low chant. Almost immediately, the fire sprung to life within the hearth, eagerly eating away at the wood and her blood that lay within. I beseech you, Arhillar, the one true God. Show me the path forward. Show me the way that I might convince these unbelievers of your true might so that they might stand tall against the Great Other who threatens all. The flames flickered and moved as she waited for her lord to respond to her plea. The flames shifted, and from within their deep recesses she saw a face. A woman's face. A woman who was standing next to the Lord Stannis. A wife? A mistress? Either way, she knew that this woman was the key to bringing this Lord Stannis into the faith of Arhillar. The road to Harrenhal had been a long, and boring road to travel. After leaving Winterfell, Ned had directed their already large column to follow the King's Road south, a path that would take them almost directly to the massive keep on the edge of the God's Eye. They'd been quickly joined by the various houses of the north, Manderley, Flint, Karstark, Mormont, Glover, Umber, Forrester and perhaps most surprisingly of all a contingent from the newly formed House Norfolk led by the newly appointed Lady Val Norfolk herself. When Ned had voiced his surprise at her accompaniment of them, she just shrugged and said that it would be good for her and her people to learn more about these Southerners that think they rule them. Her response did not necessarily put him at ease. Especially not after word reached him of a rather blunt and rude messenger that had arrived from the Riverlands with an offer of marriage between Lady Val and some second or third son of a minor lord sworn to the phrase. Apparently, the messenger had not taken her outright refusal well. And when he'd insisted, she sent him back to his lord, with his message firmly and quite literally shoved up his own arse. Ned just hoped that there would be no further such instances while they were in the south where such actions were not tolerated as well as they were in the north. Glancing over his shoulder, Ned eyed the massive column behind him. Lords, ladies, guards, families, small folk and any who were seeking their fortune that could afford the voyage. All were behind him amassed in a number that could rival a small army. There had only been 2 other instances of this many northerners making the trek south. The first was for the tourney of Harrenhal, nearly 2 decades past. And the second was to dethrone the Mad King after the fallout of Rhaegar's actions regarding Ned's own sister. Let us pray that this time the North will not return south so quickly after a tourney of Harrenhal. Ned thought, or rather prayed as he eyed the multiple carriages close to him. Carriages that carried his daughter's youngest son and now his good daughter. Old gods of the North, I beg of you to not let my children suffer the pain and heartache of war, as I was forced to. Let them know peace. Turning back around, Ned squinted his eyes into the distance as he saw the outriders he'd dispatched making their way back towards them. At their head was none other than his own son, with Theon Greyjoy riding at his right. Just as they drew within earshot of himself, he was aware of Knox, Greatjon and Maedge coming up from behind him. Father, Robb called out to him, slowing his horse down and bringing it around so they could continue to ride forward together. Banners on the horizon. Black and gold and bearing the sigil of the crowned stag. Ned immediately recognized the design his son had described. Turning in his saddle, he motioned a message boy forward. Travel down the column, inform everyone that either the king, or a king's representative is approaching. I want every lord and lady and their families to the front of the column to greet them. Do you really think the king himself has come to meet us, father? Robb asked as the runner wasted no time in galloping down the length of the column, shouting out Ned's orders for all to hear. Knowing Robert as I do. Yes, Ned replied. The king purposefully coming out and greeting a visiting lord was unorthodox to say the least. But Robert had never been an orthodox king in the first place. His thoughts proved true, as not long after his family and the lords and ladies of the north came up to his side the riders carrying the banner of the crowned stag crested the horizon and came into view. And at the head of the riders was none other than Ned's friend, Robert Baratheon, prompting no small mutterings of surprise from the northern retinue as everyone dismounted their horses and stood in line waiting for the king. As the king and his men drew close, Ned realized that there was a young boy riding in front of the king, but Ned didn't really pay the boy much mind as he focused his eyes on his friend. Ned! Robert called out joyfully when the 2 groups were in earshot of one another. By the 7 hells! I thought you'd never get here. And all of you stay on your feet, none of that kneeling shit out here. Ned, who'd been in the process of going to one knee, righted himself as he allowed a small smile to cross his face as Robert slowed his horse. Your Grace, Ned greeted his old friend and king as Robert surprisingly managed to slip down from his saddle on his own before helping the young boy that had been seated in front of him down. Apologies if we are the last to arrive. The north is a fair distance, even to Harrenhal. Bah, you're not the last to arrive. Those snakes from Dorne still haven't sent anyone. Not that I'm expecting them to. Robert commented lightly before stepping towards Ned. When they were but an arm's length from one another, Robert looked him up and down. Hells, Ned, you look good. Not as good as I do of course, but then again you haven't lost nearly half your weight since the last time we saw one another, have you? Robert wasn't lying, by the looks of things the king had shed a good portion of his girth. And while he was still nowhere near the physicality back during the rebellion, he was far closer to it now than the last time Ned had seen him. Ruling the north has left little time for rest I fear, your grace. Robert laughed. Has anyone told you that you work too much, Ned? But you're here now and that's all that matters, especially now. But we can talk more later. Tommen, come here boy. The young lad that had been riding at the front of Robert's saddle slowly walked forward, looking up to Robert for assurance as Robert placed his much larger hands on the boy's shoulders and moved him forward. This is my youngest, Tommen. Tommen, this here is the most honorable man you will ever meet. The Warden of the North, Lord Eddard Stark. Smiling, Ned lowered himself so that he was eye level with the boy. Well met, my prince. It is an honor to finally make your acquaintance. I apologize for not being able to do so when last I was in King's Landing. Blame the boy's mother for that, Ned, not yourself. She hounds after the children worse than a mother hen. Robert laughed at his own joke before nudging Tommen to speak. It's an honor to me you, Lord Stark. Giving the boy a light smile, Ned motioned for Robb and Talisa to step forward. Your Grace, you remember my eldest son and heir Robb. And this is his wife, the Lady Talisa Stark of Volantis. I remember your lad, Ned. Though last I met him, he wasn't a man just yet, Robert said, turning towards Robb and Talisa, taking a moment to eye Talisa up and down. Now you're a true man, and you've chosen well, lad, very well. Wish I could have been there to see you two wedded and bedded, but even getting out of the Red Keep is difficult these days. Ned couldn't help but notice as Robb beamed with pride as Talisa subtly rolled her eyes in exasperation. She clearly did not appreciate the king speaking of her as if she were a fine mare. Thank you, your grace. But your thoughts and well wishes are more than enough. Robb replied as Robert moved on from Robb to Theon. The Greyjoy lad, Robert said, eyeing Theon up and down. Ned's done a fine job raising you to be a true man. Robert didn't wait for Theon's reply as he walked down the line, greeting each of Ned's children in turn. He congratulated Sansa on her betrothal to Willis Tyrell, before moving to Arya and barely making a comment at her before asking Bran to show him his muscles and commenting that Bran would indeed be a knight one day. Albeit a knight with the powers of a sorcerer at his beck and call. Realizing that there was one missing, Robert turned back to Ned. Where's your bastard, Ned? Ned swallowed uncomfortably. The idea of Jon and Robert in the same room still caused him more than a slight bit of unease, even after all these years. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell, your grace. Jon volunteered to hold the north until we returned so that the rest of us could attend the tourney. Robert nodded his acceptance, and Ned let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding as Robert approached Nox and Nyra. Robert greeted Nox as if the man was an old friend, but when he turned his attention to Nyra, Robert's face went ashen as if he'd come face to face with a ghost. And Ned couldn't help but notice that Robert's hand itched towards the dagger on his waist, nor the fact that Robert's eyes hardened with an intensity Ned had not seen since the rebellion. This is my wife, Lady Nyra of House Nox, Nox said, introducing his wife and Ned's stewardess to the king as Robert continued to stare at the woman with a slack-jawed expression. Whatever had taken hold of Robert seemed to pass quickly as the king shook his head and greeted the sorcerer's wife before quickly moving away from her as if she were made of fire. Ned wasn't truly sure what to make of the exchange, and judging by the look on Nox's face and the look of worry on Nyra's, neither did they. Nor did they appear to appreciate the king's actions either. But to Ned's relief, Nox didn't press the issue of Robert's slight as the king made his way down the line of people, introducing himself and greeting the various lords and ladies that had accompanied Ned south. Though his inaction was more than likely due to the death hold Nyra had on his arm rather than Nox's restraint at the apparent slight. Sending a grateful look towards Nyra, Ned hurried to catch up with his king just as Robert reached the one lady of the north Ned was truly nervous about him interacting with alone. Unlike the other ladies, with the exception of Lady Maedge and her brew, Val Norfolk was not dressed in dresses, but rather in full leather with bits of steel and chainmail covering vital parts on her body. Across her chest, etched onto the leather chest piece she wore, was a weirwood tree, the sigil the Norfolk had taken as their own. Mercifully, she had left her spear, bow and quiver back with her people. He didn't want to think of what would happen if Robert, or worse one of his guards, ordered her to disarm. Stopping in front of her, Robert looked her up and down appreciatively. And you must be the wildling lady Ned tamed enough to turn into a lady of the realm, Lady Val Norfolk. Val's eyes flashed at the tamed comment, and again Ned was thankful that she had left her weapons behind. King or not, he knew that Val was not one to take such a comment easily. The Wolf Lord has not tamed me, Southern King. No man who has tried has managed to survive the attempt. I follow the Wolf Lord for the sake of my people and because I respect him. Nothing more. You will address the king as King Robert or his grace. Or you will find yourself short ahead, heathen. One of the king's guard that had accompanied the king, one Ned did not recognize, shouted as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword while taking a threatening step forward. Val merely gave the king's guard a dismissive glance. Better than you have tried. Your stance is shite. Your grip is too tight. And I doubt you can see anything through that fancy bucket you're wearing on your head. I'd have ya on the ground and run through with your own sword before ya could even blink if you tried to take my head. Her threat was not idle. During her time with him learning how to rule as a lady, Ned had faced off against her in the yard on more than one occasion. And while he had bested her more often than not, she had gotten the better of him several times. If he was pressed, he would say that there were only 4, perhaps 5 in the entire realm that could best her. And this King's Guard, whoever he was certainly not amongst that number. Blount, shut your mouth before I let this woman do it permanently, Robert growled, glaring at his King's Guard, who immediately took his hand off his sword and took a step back. Turning back to Val, Robert smirked approvingly at her. There have been several tales floating around the court about you, Lady Val. Is it true that you shoved a scroll up a messenger's arse before sending him back to his lord? Val simply shrugged. The man was an annoyance and seemed to think that just because I was once a chieftain of the free folk, that he and his master were somehow my betters. Robert grinned widely and nodded approvingly at her. I think I'm going to take a liking to you. Gods only know how many times I've wanted to do exactly as you did with annoying little shits that won't take no for an answer. Val appeared to be fighting a losing battle against keeping her face straight. Not that Ned necessarily blamed her. Robert had always had a gift of being able to turn his enemies to friends with barely a few words spoken. And I think, Southern King, I might be able to tolerate you as well, provided you don't let victory defeat you again and become as soft and round as I'd heard you once were. Robert's face slipped slightly, but within a single blink he was smiling cheerfully at Val once more. No need to worry about that, Lady Val. I won't let myself get that way again for as long as my heart still beats. Giving her one last nod of approval, Robert made his way over to the last few standing in line to speak with him. Almost in tandem, Joy Lannister and Shireen Baratheon curtsied lowly to Robert, while Gendry bowed lowly, and even after righting himself he kept his eyes trained firmly downwards. Now here is a face I remember. Robert cried out joyfully, embracing a clearly embarrassed Shireen. Shireen, by the gods, has the North been good to you, girl? I remember when you left you were a scrawny little timid thing. Now look at you. Pure strength. Stannis will be pleased when he sees you again, girl. Thank you, your grace, Shireen replied calmly, her face still red from the hug Robert had given her. I look forward to reuniting with my father and showing him all that I've learned soon. Robert's face fell. You're going to have to wait a bit longer on that part, girl. After Jonaryn passed, your father went back to Dragonstone to deal with a few matters, but he has yet to return or even respond to any raven sent to him. I'm hoping that after this tournament that you will go to Dragonstone yourself and remind your father of his duties to the realm. Ned was confused by this, as was Shireen. Stannis was perhaps one of the most duty-driven people Ned had ever met in his life. And from what Robert was saying, he had all but officially abandoned his duties and fled back to Dragonstone for some reason. By the time the shock of what Robert had said finally wore off, his friend and king had finished greeting Joy Lannister, saying that she was a true source of pride amongst the lions, and moved on to the last of the acolytes. But even with Robert standing before him, Gendry kept his eyes firmly focused on the ground. It was all but an open secret by this time that Gendry was in fact the bastard son of Robert Baratheon. Even Gendry was aware of this fact and had accepted it. But now that he was face to face with the king, his father, Gendry looked like he wanted to do nothing more than to disappear into the ether of the Force. You're the last of Nox's acolytes, aren't you, boy? Robert asked, reaching out and placing 2 fingers under the young man's chin and forcing him to look up. Gendry. The one who helped to rediscover and even improve the process of making Valyrian steel. But more importantly, my son. Gendry swallowed, unable to look away now that the two were meeting each other's eyes. Your grace. Robert scoffed. None of that shite, boy. At least not from you. It's either Robert, or father, even if I've been a shit father for years, I'm still your father, Gendry. Turning, Robert motioned towards the young Tommen. Tommen, come here, boy. It's far past time you meet your half-brother. Tommen approached the two slowly, staring up at Gendry with what almost looked like fear to Ned. Does the boy fear Gendry? Sure, the lad is big and can be intimidating at times. But he doesn't even know him yet. Or is it because he is a bastard and he fears what all Southerners fear when it comes to those who are baseborn? My prince, Gendry said, immediately dropping to a knee before the young prince and lowering his head. It is an honor to meet you. I am at your service, my prince. The young prince blinked, apparently whatever the young lad was expecting to happen when meeting his brother, the older boy showing reverence and proper manners to him was apparently not it. Are you really my brother? Gendry looked up, first at Tommen, then glancing towards Robert, clearly not sure just how to answer the boy's question. Gendry is your brother, Tommen. But he wasn't birthed by your mother, Robert answered for the boys. He's my bastard son, but that doesn't make him any less your brother no matter what those shit septons might say. Now, boy, I want you to ride back to Harrenhal with the Starks. Ned, ride with me. We have words that need to be shared in private before we reach Harrenhal. And with that, Robert was turning on his heel, leaving them all behind and scrambling to follow his orders. After giving his son some quick instructions, Ned quickly climbed up into his own saddle and set off after his king, who was already almost completely out of earshot of the caravan. Riding with the king, Ned noticed that the King's Guard and other guards fell back from them as they rode. They would still be able to intervene quickly should the need arise, but they were far enough behind that any words shared between Ned and Robert would stay between them. Gods, Ned, I've missed this, Robert breathed deep, leaning his head back. You, me, and the open road ahead of us. Now all we need is a couple of good wenches for the night and it will be perfect. Just like when we were boys. Though you were always the one to find the wenches more frequently than I. Ned countered good-naturedly. That is true. Still didn't stop you from fathering your bastard boy though, did it? Robert laughed, and Ned chuckled uneasily to try and keep up appearances. John was, still, not a topic he wanted to speak with Robert about at any length. Instead, Ned decided to divert the conversation back to what had just transpired with Knox and his lady wife. If I may, Your Grace. Stop with that Your Grace shit, Ned. We're well alone from anyone who gives a damn. Robert. Ned responded to his king's demand. Why did you react that way when you met Lady Knox? And from the look on Knox's face, he was about ready to kill you had Naira not had a hold of his arm. Robert's face fell as he cast a quick glance back at the caravan, which was only now just starting to get underway and still well behind them. Ned, when I saw the sorcerer's woman, I swear I saw Lina. Even after all these years, the pain of her loss has not lessened at all. And when I saw her standing there, holding onto the sorcerer's arm, I wanted to kill the man and take her for my own. Ned blinked at his friend. Sure, there was a slight resemblance between Naira and his sister Lina, but they were slight at best and no one who truly knew the two of them would have trouble distinguishing between the two. A thought which brought a small swell of despair to Ned as he realized, or perhaps re-realized, just how little Robert knew his sister Lina. Then let us be thankful that cooler heads prevailed. I have no intention of dying by the sorcerer's blade. And speaking of dying, I'm sure Knox has told you what the Grand Maester wrote to him about. He did, Ned nodded solemnly. His conclusion is the same as the Grand Maester's. It can be delayed, but not stopped. Robert nodded, seemingly accepting of the answer. I thought that would be the case. I had hope but hope is for fools and greenbowies who don't know the difference between their cock and a stick. Guess that makes me a fool then, Ned. There is nothing wrong with holding out for hope, Robert, Ned countered. Robert swallowed, then started coughing. Ned made to offer what aid he could, but Robert held up a hand as he was clearly fighting to keep his composure through the fit. Pulling out a small cloth, Robert held it up to his mouth, coating it with small droplets of blood that escaped him with each cough. I can't show any weakness, Ned, Robert replied once the fit had passed. Those vultures in King's Landing, hell even those amongst the fucking King's Guard and my own bannermen, would use my health as a weapon against me should my sickness become well known. Hells, I know that gold-haired cunt I married wouldn't hesitate to pounce on me like this like a fly to shit and try and turn it to her advantage somehow. And, well that is why I need you, Ned. I had John and Stannis to help curtail the worst of the vultures, but now John is gone from this world and Stannis, gods only know what in the hells has gotten into his head, running back to fucking Dragonstone and hiding. I need you to take up the position you should have taken up years ago, Ned. I hereby name Hand of the King. Even knowing that it was coming, Ned couldn't help but be taken aback by the offer. Robert, Your Grace, I'm unworthy of such an. Don't even finish that sentence, Ned, Robert growled. You're worthier than you think. Hell, you're probably the last man or woman in all of the 7 kingdoms that I can truly trust with the position of the hand, Ned. I need you. The realm needs you. Besides, your heir is old enough, wedded and bedded. He's more than ready to take over ruling Winterfell in the north, is he not? Sighing, Ned nodded. He is. Then there is no issue, Robert said, waving the concern off. We were meant to rule together. Hells, had your sister lived we would have been joined by blood. And speaking of, I've heard that your eldest girl has been betrothed to the heir of House Tyrell. Willis, Ned nodded. She has. It is a fine match, and one that she is most agreeable to. And I'm sure those rose fuckers made it worth your while to make such a match, leaving their own daughter Marjorie as perhaps the most logical choice for the next queen of the 7 kingdoms, Robert grunted, which drew a surprised look from Ned. Come on now, Ned. I might not have always listened or cared about John's lessons when we were boys, but King's Landing, fucking shit pool that it is, has a way of forcing one to learn this game shit. Not to mention the Tyrells arrived in Harrenhal shortly after I did, and they've been sparing no expense in parading their little prize rose before Joffrey whenever they can. Hell, if I was sure that it wouldn't cause a fucking war, I'd be tempted to betroth Joffrey to your youngest girl just to piss off the Tyrells and my wife. Ned involuntarily shuddered at the thought. Robert passing over a firstborn girl of age for a second-born girl who'd yet to flower. He couldn't say that it would cause a war outright. But the fact that Arya would more than likely kill whoever he betrothed her to unless he got her approval certainly would. And your bastard boy is now arranged to marry that Dornish princess Arianne. A good match for the boy. I just hope he won't be swayed into playing into the Dornish hands just because he found a nice tight cunt to fuck. Jon won't, Ned replied, biting his lip at rebuking his friend and king. Having met and spent a significant amount of time with the Princess of Dorne, Ned knew that she did not deserve to be spoken of in such an ill manner. His loyalty is to his family in the north first and foremost. That's what I'm counting on, and that's what Jon Arryn was counting on as well when he was trying to push for the match between the two, Robert conceded. With your bastard boy in Dorne, we'll hopefully bring the Dornish fully back into the fold. Or at worst have a word of warning before they try to kill us. And why would they raise their banners? Ned questioned. The Targaryens are all gone. Robert slowed his pace as a dark look passed over him. Not all of them. Though there are fewer, and more now. The girl, Daenerys, has been married to a Dothraki and her belly is swelling with his child. And Viserys went and did us a favor by pissing off the same Khal he'd married his sister to, which resulted in his death. Ned was surprised by the news. He'd known of Daenerys's marriage to Khal Drogo thanks to the spies Nox had organized in Essos, but he had not had word that Viserys had recently met his end. Have the Dothraki made any moves towards the west? Robert shook his head. No. And despite what the others on the small council say, the Grand Maester doesn't believe they will. Viserys' steel was between him and Khal Drogo alone. With Viserys dead, the Khal apparently has little reason to fulfill his end of the deal, especially as he's already gotten what he wanted, a Valyrian bride. But I'm still having Varys and Stannis, whenever he fucking responds to a raven, keep watch on the Horde and the sea. Should the Dothraki set sail, our best bet will be to sink the fuckers while they're still on the water. Once they're on land. Well, you know as well as I the stories of the Dothraki Horde and what they can do, Ned. I do, Ned nodded, feeling relieved for some reason that Robert wasn't resorting to more drastic measures to end the Targaryen line forever. Tilting his head back, Ned took a moment to enjoy the feel of the sun on his face. I will accept the position as Hand of the King, Your Grace. Ha! Good, Robert laughed, slapping him on the back. Finally, ruling together as we always should have been. Maybe now with you on my side, we can strong-arm Nox into taking up his position on the small council. And between the three of us, we might just be able to keep the Baratheon name on the throne for more than one generation. Holding tight to the rigging as the boat he was on made port, Griff looked out over the state of Myr as the sailors began throwing the lines over the edge of the boat and to the dockhands waiting below. Despite the recent blow their economy had taken with the creation of Northern Glass, something which set Griff's teeth on edge, Myr was still thriving. Or at least they appeared to be thriving. Dozens of trade vessels were docking and casting off in a flurry of activity. But despite the activity, Griff knew that Myr was still just a single strong breeze away from losing its edge against Tyrosh and Lys in their ongoing struggle against their sisters over the disputed lands, a struggle that had been ongoing since the Daughters' War and the time of the Dance of Dragons. And it was that strong breeze that Griff was hoping to create. A breeze that would slowly turn into a windstorm of unstoppable proportions. A storm that would allow him and his charge to cast aside their current names, and retake those of their birth. And a storm that would see that his love would be avenged. Yes. This was where it would all start. All he needed to do was follow the plan and create the breeze.